The bludgeoning-stained assassin ingests a potion, ascending to the rank of witch, only to meet an untimely demise on the spot. The decaying body, which should have rotted away, rises anew, infused with a soul from another realm. I, a paladin, have traversed worlds, and yet I have become an assassin? Angel faces her inaugural dilemma: how to coexist with her neighbor, the novice of the Night Watch, who is destined to become the master of the arcane. Roselle, the taste of a witch is truly delightful. Klein, Old Huang speaks the truth, a tale of the master of the arcane through the path of the witch. Chapter 1. The paladin transforms into an assassin. Splosh! Chilled droplets of water splash against Angel's face, cascading down the smooth contours of her cheek, whisking away the remnants of terror and tension that lingered within her. Reflected in the mirror is a bewildered young woman, approximately 18 years of age, perhaps even younger. She possesses long, straight, golden hair that flows like silk, and her exquisitely sculpted features are set upon a delicate visage. Her deep violet eyes resemble swirling vortexes, drawing Angel's gaze, while her oversized, bludgeon-stained garment fails to conceal her statuesque form. This is me. No, this is not me. Gazing at the flawless countenance before her, she is engulfed in confusion. Prior to awakening in this building's basement, she was a top-tier member of the church's Order of Paladins, known as the Vicar. Even among the scant few dozen vicars, Angel Grey distinguished herself, as evidenced by her designation 007, with only 6 others surpassing her prowess. The vicars, each a paragon of martial skill, have stood resolutely against heretics and malevolent forces since the inception of their order. As the world's geopolitical landscape shifted, and nations and faiths united to combat the increasingly audacious evil, they formed the bulwark of the purifiers, the last line of defense against the encroaching darkness. Alas, all of this belongs to a bygone era. During a confrontation with a superior demon, in a bid to protect her dear friend, Angel was pierced through the heart by a flaming spear hurled by the dying fiend. Her final memory is of her comrades surrounding her with sorrowful expressions. Before she succumbed to unconsciousness, she slowly extends her hand, caressing the exquisite face of the girl in the mirror, who mirrors her gesture, their fingertips touching. The girl seems to exude an enchanting allure, her violet eyes appearing to draw Angel's very soul into their depths. Path of the assassin. After the initial panic subsides, fragments of this Bodis memories gradually materialize in her mind, offering her a clearer understanding of her current predicament. Firstly, it is abundantly clear that she is no longer in her original world. Steam engines, elixirs, deities, curses. This world boasts a technological level situated between the 2 industrial revolutions, yet it is also inhabited by extraordinary forces. Mortals, through the use of elixirs, can acquire various unique abilities, albeit at the risk of madness and potential loss of control. This is Tingen, a medium-sized city within the Kingdom of Ruin on the northern continent, and I, Cole Granger, am an unofficial extraordinary being in Tingen. After her mother perished from plague shortly after giving birth to her sister, Lily Granger, her father, a sailor of a distant trading fleet, raised the 2 siblings alone, only to meet his demise at the hands of pirates 3 years prior during a voyage to the southern continent's empire of Bailang. Wait, siblings? Angel delves deeper in her memories, revealing a bitter smile. If only she had crossed over a day earlier, she would at least have retained her male identity. Just hours ago, Cole Granger ingested a self-crafted elixir in an attempt to ascend from the assassin's path, Sequence 8 Instigator, to Sequence 7 Witch. In a moment of instability, the ritual failed, leading to his instant death. In this world, a failed ascension often equates to loss of control or death by comparison. Death may even represent a more fortunate outcome. Moreover, the characteristic of the witch elixir forcibly transforms the imbiber's body into that of a woman. Although Cole's ascension failed, his body had completed its transformation before his demise, resulting in Angel inheriting this frail female form. She raises her hand, gazing at the flawless skin and elongated fingers, struggling to comprehend that this perfect female body was once male. You deserve to die, but what a mess you've left for me. Angel harbors no sorrow for Cole's demise, for he was, in every sense, a man of ill repute. Initially, Cole Granger sought extraordinary power solely to improve the lives of himself and his sister. Yet after consuming the assassin elixir a year prior, he began to embrace the identity of an assassin, driven by the demands of his mentor and his own desire to master the elixir, his hands becoming increasingly stained with blood. And thus, he ascended to the next sequence of assassins. The instigator TO progress from Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 within a year signifies a remarkable talent, had he chosen a righteous path, receiving proper guidance within the Church of the True Gods. He could have safely enhanced his strength, rather than hastily ascending unprepared, perishing in his own basement. Stealing her resolve, Angel Grey stepped out of the washroom. The peculiar red moon still hung high in the sky, its surreal presence prompting her to tread cautiously, carefully inspecting the building that is a two-story structure. The basement level, based on the adjacent buildings, appears to be part of a row of townhouses, with two entrances at the front and back. The main entrance opens into the living room, devoid of a porch, leading directly to the presently deserted street. The study and dining room are located at either end of the street-facing living room, with a kitchen adjacent to the back door. The washroom and storage room complete the lower floor. The back door leads from the kitchen into a narrow, filthy alleyway. The second floor houses another washroom and 4 bedrooms, 2 of which appear to be cluttered storage spaces filled with discarded tools and broken furniture. The 2 street-facing rooms are in normal use, with the master bedroom featuring a small balcony. The entrance to the basement where she awakened is situated in the study on the first floor. Although the gas lamps on the wall remain unlit, she finds she can see clearly in the dimness. This body possesses night vision. This must be the dark sight acquired by Cole Granger after consuming the assassin elixir. It seems or rather this body, still retains the extraordinary abilities bestowed by the elixir. The bloodstains on the floor, now dried and congealed, stand as irrefutable evidence of Cole's failed ascension. The sheer volume of bloodshed leads Angel to speculate that Cole's body might have erupted into a mist of crimson, and she is, in essence, an entirely different individual, merely occupying the same space. This will be a hassle to clean up even with copious amounts of water. The stench of blood won't dissipate within a week. As she contemplates how to tidy the basement, she spots a black, gelatinous substance amidst the bloodstains. Having overlooked it during her initial departure from the basement, she had assumed it to be remains or clots now. With her dark vision, she can discern its distinction from the surrounding blood. The gelatinous mass, roughly the size of an egg, lies partially spread on the floor, its color a deep crimson. Its surface seems to shimmer with shifting light, while the surrounding darkness appears to absorb ambient light, accentuating the substance's vivid hue. As she approaches the gelatinous mass, a chorus of whispers fills her ears, stirring a sense of agitation within her. It seems to evoke a desire for destruction and bloodshed, intensifying the scent of blood in the basement. This is an extraordinary trait. According to the recollections of Cole Granger, when an extraordinary individual meets their demise, the power within their body crystallizes into extraordinary traits that align with their innate abilities emanating from the corpse. This gelatinous substance evidently originated at the moment of Cole's death. Given that he had only consumed 3 potions, an instigator, in which Angel surmised it must pertain to the extraordinary trait of the witch. However, in Cole's memories, the traits expelled by a deceased extraordinary individual should embody their full extraordinary power from life. This implies that his current body should lack the powers of an extraordinary being, yet the unique dark vision is certainly not a gift of the ordinary. Could it be attributed to his state? No, perhaps it is due to the fact that Cole Granger has not entirely passed away. Based on the abilities he possessed, could this body now be classified as an assassin? Former Knight Templar Angel Grey could only manage a wry smile. She did not hasten to stow away the precious and perilous extraordinary trait, but instead first departed the basement, ascending to the study above. Beneath a certain section of the floor in the study lay a petite secret compartment, which contained a metal box prepared by Cole for storing potion materials, purchased for £20. According to the seller, it could isolate extraordinary powers, preventing the materials within from losing their spiritual essence. Regrettably, Cole had no surplus extraordinary materials, rendering the box merely a container for his weapons currently. It housed only a damaged revolver. Despite uncertainty regarding the box's purported effects, perhaps merely the merchant's embellishments, this small box was the most suitable vessel Angel could find for storing extraordinary traits. With a mindset of desperate hope, she gingerly retrieved the extraordinary trait, ensconcing it within the box alongside the damaged revolver. Fortunately, the moment the box closed, the whispers in her ears and the metallic scent of blood in her nostrils diminished significantly. While not entirely eliminated, the side effects had at least become tolerable. Beside the bedroom door, several height lines marked with ages were etched, the highest indicating 18 years, 156 cm. Clearly, clothing suitable for a girl of 156 centimeters would not accommodate this body. Standing by the door, Angel measured her height against the line, discovering she surpassed it by a considerable margin, estimating herself to be around 175 centimeters. It seemed she would have to don a set of Cole's attire for the time being, although the fit would be imperfect. It would be preferable to wearing garments designed for a child. The master bedroom belonged to Cole Granger, characterized by a minimalist and pristine decor with a muted color palette, devoid of excessive embellishments. The wardrobe was filled with male apparel, including 2 identical suits and several casual outfits. Angel casually selected a shirt and found its size comparable to the one she was currently wearing. Illuminated by the light, Angel scrutinized the picture frame in her hand. As she anticipated, the photograph depicted an unfamiliar young man and woman together. The male, in his early 20s, sported short golden hair, dressed in a short jan-sleeve shirt, and casual trousers, tall and slender with delicate features, bearing striking resemblance to Angel's current appearance, particularly around his eyes and nose. He wore black jan-framed glasses and sported a somewhat deliberate beard, attempting to lend his androgynous visage a more masculine edge. The girl, around 16 years old, donned a dress, her round face framed by long golden hair styled in a single braid, cradling a novel in her hands, nestled beside the young man. Based on the girl's height and the novel she held, which Angel had previously seen in the upstairs bedroom, she deduced that this was the sister Lily Granger, who had departed Tingen a year prior to pursue her studies in Bakeland. The male, whose visage bore a threefold resemblance to her own, was undoubtedly Cole Granger in his youth. This was likely a photograph taken shortly after their father's passing, both siblings displaying a melancholic demeanor that starkly contrasted with their bright attire. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Chapter 2. Mrs. Sharon. The knock emanated from the front door. Did the people of this world have a habit of visiting at the dead of night? Gazing at the crimson moon in the sky, Angel hesitated, contemplating whether to open the door. Following the memories in her mind, she opened the desk drawer and retrieved a hefty dictionary before uncovering a hidden compartment beneath the drawer. Inside lay a neatly arranged stack of banknotes, scattered coins, a seemingly valuable pocket watch, a yellowed notebook, and a revolver quietly resting atop the notebook. Disregarding the other items, Angel reached directly for the revolver, its wooden grip and metallic body eliciting a long-forgotten forgotten sense of reassurance. Time was of the essence. She swiftly spun the cylinder to confirm it was filled with 5 live rounds, all unfired, before ejecting the bullets to assess their weight and size. .45 caliber, which may not be suitable for a woman. The recoil could be rather substantial. Angel mused over the bullets in her hand, yet the strength concealed within this female form rivals that of an adult male wielding this 3-pound revolver single-handedly feels. Effortless, even graceful, she reloaded the cylinder, striking various poses with the firearm, discovering the remarkable strength of her slender arm, bolstering her confidence for the potential combat. Ahead, knock, knock, the sound resonated once more, and Angel, no longer hesitating, grasped the revolver and proceeded toward the living room, taking the fire poker along for extra caution. Avoiding the protruding window facing the street, she approached the front door. The silence on the other side suggested that the visitor had likely grown impatient and departed. Using her tongue to press against her lower left molar, she activated the spiritual vision unique to Cole Granger. An extraordinary individual in a state of spiritual vision could observe objects imbued with spirituality within their line of sight, including various extraordinary items. Materials rich in spirituality, naturally, encompassed living beings as well. This spiritual radiance could even penetrate thinner barriers. Under the influence of her spiritual vision, the dimly lit room revealed, apart from her own faint emanation of spirituality, only a dull yet discernible white glow behind the door, sufficient to be seen through the crack. Confirming through her spiritual vision that the visitor remained just outside, she hastily deactivated it. In those mere seconds, Angel felt her spiritual essence depleting rapidly, while her physical and mental instability contributed the considerable drain on spirituality from the function of spiritual vision was evidently substantial. "It's me." A gentle voice emerged from behind the door, laced with a slight tremor reminiscent of a young woman. After a moment's contemplation, Angel recalled the voice's owner, Mrs. Sharon. Sharon Hoy was the most renowned and beautiful widow in Tingen, the most sought-after lady in social circles. She was the second wife of Baron Hoy, but tragically became a widow. Based on her memories, Mrs. Sharon was herself an extraordinary being, having ascended through the assassin path. Though the specifics of her sequence remained unclear to Cole, he only knew she was at least a sequence 7, which the person outside seemed entirely unfazed by the gun aimed at them, calmly stating, "Ah, it appears you have successfully ascended. I mentioned that this advancement would represent a transformative change for you in every sense. Once your condition stabilizes in a few days, I recommend we meet at our usual spot. It would aid you in mastering the power of potions. The item you seek is placed in the mailbox." That fellow has put a bounty of 200 pounds in the Tianjin Morning News. You may collect the reward as a token of my congratulations on your successful ascension. And here are some women's garments I brought for you. Surely, you do not wish to venture out in male attire when dawn breaks, do you? Having uttered those peculiar remarks, the individual outside fell silent, leaving Angel to reactivate her clairvoyance, yet she discerned nothing amiss. Her body, however, remained tense, the firearm still trained on the door until, after a span of 5 minutes with no further disturbances, she cautiously holstered her weapon. A gamble well played. From her recollections, the rapport between Cole Granger and Lady Sherry Lynn was notably amicable, particularly following his ascension as a tempter. Perhaps she deemed Cole's rapidly escalating prowess worthy of investment, thus fostering a deeper, more intimate connection with him. Indeed, that kind of connection. From Angel's vantage point as a mere observer, it was nearly certain that Lady Sherry Lynn had employed her alluring abilities, potentially of a higher order. Yet, it was unequivocally evident that Cole Granger was but a puppet in her hands. Only on the eve of his elevation to which did he come to the realization that the potion would transform him into a woman, leading to an epiphany that prompted him to resolutely reject Lady Sherilyn's demands, proclaiming he would never ingest the potion. Yet, Angel's presence here suggested that Cole's sojourn called never was far from resolute. Drawing upon her memories of their relationship, Angel adeptly portrayed a woman whose emotions were in turmoil following her promotion, successfully rebuffing Lady Sherry at the threshold and navigating through this encounter unscathed. She sensed that should she open the door and allow their eyes to meet, the situation would undoubtedly take a turn for the worse. Once assured that Lady Sherry Lynn had departed, Angel opened the front door and cautiously peered outside. Noticing the street was deserted, she swiftly retrieved a package from the mailbox beside the door before closing and locking it securely. Surely, there are no traps or curses concealed within. Angel gazed contemplatively at the package resting upon the table. Prodding it with a fire poker, she noted that the outer covering collapsed easily, revealing that its contents were not particularly solid. With her newfound weapon in hand, her heart, once calmed, began to race anew. Angel recognized this shift as a consequence of her encounter with Lady Sherry Lynn, a manifestation of the anxiety stemming from the disparity in their strengths. The woman's gentle words held an inexplicable power. Could it truly be merely a delivery of clothing? Positioning her revolver within reach, she picked up a garment from the table, unfurling it to reveal a surprisingly modest dress, accompanied by several other feminine outfits, including a few pieces of lingerie and 2 pairs of flats, at the very least. They're not high heels, Angel reassured herself, and the garments are not overly revealing. Despite the bewildering transformation into a woman, she found it utterly unacceptable to don overly provocative attire. It appeared that these were gifts from another, which explained the former owner's willingness to offer a bounty of 200 pounds for their return. Judging by the craftsmanship and the inexpensive amethyst, such items could likely be acquired for a mere 10 pounds at a local gift shop, perhaps with a little extra for an engraving. With the Lady Sherry Lynn crisis averted, her thoughts turned once more to her current predicament. Yes, Cole Granger was male, and I now inhabit a female body. Thus, his transgressions bear no relation to me. Do they? After all, they cannot possibly implicate me in his crimes. With this realization, Angel exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that she need not fear official pursuit. Being hunted would not only render her movements within the city perilous, but would also impose immense psychological pressure on her, a former knight of the Sacred Order, even if she had committed none of those acts. Yet, even if she need not worry about the repercussions of Cole Granger's offenses, Angel still required a legitimate identity. Her former male persona, even if not actively sought, could no longer serve its purpose. Could counterfeit documentation resolve this dilemma? After all, in this world devoid of networks and databases, as long as the forgery appeared sufficiently authentic, it should be relatively easy to deceive. In addition to acquiring false identification, she must also find a new residence, definitively severing ties with the identity of Cole Granger. This way, should his past misdeeds come to light, the authorities would be left to investigate an empty abode and the vanished Cole Granger. Furthermore, she must cleanse the traces of the rituals in the basement to prevent any association with Cole Granger's transformation through potion. With a hierarchy of tasks established in her mind, Angel felt invigorated, promptly gathering a bucket, mop, and brush from the washroom. She descended into the basement to scrub away the eerie, radiating bloodstains, rearranging the table, candlesticks, and other furnishings, even banishing the cauldron used for potioning, making to the kitchen in a bid to obscure any hints of the supernatural. Though the scrubbed floor still bore a faint metallic scent, it mingled with the dampness of the basement, rendering it less conspicuous. Angel resolved to venture out and procure some Soonjan to Jan expire, inexpensive meat to feign neglect in the basement's corner, knowing that in due time, the odor of decay would effectively mask any lingering traces of blood. I must admit, this body, both in appearance and form, surpasses that of any female celebrity I've encountered on television or the internet. Clumsily donning unfamiliar women's undergarments, Angel gazed at her curvaceous reflection in the mirror, inevitably succumbing to daydreams. Unbeknownst to her, she stood before the washroom mirror for a quarter of an hour. This is truly terrifying. I cannot even resist my own allure. What if other men were to see me? A shiver coursed through Angel as she snapped back to reality, hastily fastening the top button of her dress to conceal the expanse of alabaster skin between her collarbone and neck. She instinctively traced a cross over her chest, seeking forgiveness for her bewilderment. Next, she needed to address her hunger while simultaneously surveying her surrounding two tasks that could indeed be accomplished in tandem. For Angel had discovered that while there was a kitchen, it was utterly unusable. Having inspected the kitchen previously, it was apparent that the original occupant, Cole Granger, had not cultivated the habit of preparing his own meals. The cooking utensils bore no signs of grease or smoke. The stove could ignite, yet the spices were rendered unusable, with salt clumped from moisture, the black pepper speckled with mold, and the lard adorned with a peculiar layer of fuzz. Only half a canister of tea remained, preserved by its dryness. After discarding the spoiled condiments into the trash, Angel resolved to step outside to address her dining needs. The purchasing power of the pound in this world far exceeds that of its terrestrial counterpart, rendering the use of large notes both inconvenient and unsafe. Yet, Cole was undoubtedly affluent. This single drawer likely contained no less than 300 pounds in gold coins, suggesting he had amassed quite a fortune before retiring from his life as an assassin. Angel regarded the assortment of illicitly obtained currency within the drawer, and any lingering guilt over pilfering another's wealth dissipated entirely. Before departing, she fashioned a rudimentary holster from an old bedsheet, securing her revolver to her right thigh, ensuring that the billowing skirt concealed it from view. Her temporary residence was located at 6 Daffodil Street in Tingen, part of a row of houses featuring a forged pitched roof and a slate jam blue facade. Though it comprised only 2 stories, its chimney towered high, matching the height of the adjacent 3-story buildings. Chapter 3. A Bold Attempt? Guided by fragmented memories, Angel found herself at the Silver Crown restaurant, located at the far end of Daffodil Street. It was breakfast time, and despite the establishment's relatively higher prices compared to other eateries on Daffodil Street, it was bustling with patrons, nearly full to capacity. Angel initially sought a seat against the wall, but ultimately had to settle for a table in the middle of the restaurant. This inevitably made her the focal point of attention. Both diners and passing waitstaff frequently cast glances in her direction, only to avert their eyes as if fearing detection. Male customers accompanied by family members might have been somewhat restrained, but the waitstaff behind her were utterly unabashed. In her moment of indecision, Angel noticed a table in the corner where a group had just finished their meal and was preparing to leave. She quickly signaled a waiter to express her desire to change tables. With her forced sweet smile and a modest tip of 5 pence, the waiter hastily cleared the corner table, liberating her from the scorching scrutiny of onlookers. Within 10 minutes of settling down, a plate of fettuccine accompanied by creamy mushroom soup and a vegetable salad was served. Although Angel possessed no geographical knowledge of fettuccine, the main dish bore a striking resemblance to spaghetti bolognese, and a salty yet tangy sauce satisfied her palate. After a hurriedly indulgent breakfast, Angel declined the complimentary after-meal drink and departed the Silver Crown restaurant. Excluding the extra 5 pence for the table change, her meal had cost exactly 2 shillings. If she were to dine this way 3 times a day, her weekly expenses would exceed £2, while the average weekly wage for a laborer in Tingen was merely around £1. Even with Cole's inheritance, such a lifestyle could not be sustained for long, especially considering that daily expenses extended beyond mere meals. Having filled her stomach, Angel immediately regretted her extravagance. She donned a hooded cloak to shield her face, successfully avoiding the continuous scrutiny of passers-by, albeit at the cost of feeling the oppressive heat of the sun bearing down on her. Even her exceptional constitution was beginning to falter. It seemed that today would yield little success. If all else failed, she could venture out again in the evening. Indeed, seeking these gray markets during the day proved to be exceedingly difficult. Angel strolled along several nearby streets, rummaging through Cole's memories as she wandered into a few establishments engaged in illicit activities. Yet she found no leads for procuring the false document she sought. Only one middleman claimed he could attempt to assist her, but he immediately demanded a 50-pound deposit and a month's wait, which Angel promptly rejected. Afterward, she inspected each room, checking doors and windows, and upon discovering that the note she had slipped through the door crack remained undisturbed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having spent a sleepless night, fatigue began to take its toll, prompting her to consider napping until dinner time, thus resolving both lunch and dinner in one go. Bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, Angel felt her eyelids grow heavier, and just as she was on the brink of slipping into slumber, her instincts suddenly alerted her to danger in the study. Like a spring, she leapt from the sofa, grasping the revolver on the table, and forcefully pushed open the study door, charging inside. Simultaneously, within a luxurious villa in the Queen's district of Beckland, two other individuals were illuminated by a similarly deep crimson light amidst the storm-tossed three-masted ship, the Senia. The crimson glow was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, and Angel soon regained her sight. However, her grip on the revolver had inexplicably loosened, leaving it nowhere to be found. Cold sweat trickled down her back as she instinctively took a few steps back, taking in her unfamiliar surroundings. Amidst the grayish-white fog, she discerned three others besides herself. Not far to her right stood a tall girl with long hair who was scanning the area with a curious tilt of her head. A short distance opposite her was a moderately built man with disheveled hair, whose gaze seemed to be fixed intently upon her. They were shrouded in the mist, their forms indistinct, their features obscured, leaving only their silhouettes and hairstyles somewhat discernible. Beyond the two, a mysterious figure enveloped in dense fog loomed at a greater distance, distinctly different from the others, akin to a phantom drifting uncertainly through the haze. Quickly assessing the situation, Angel moved closer to the girl, forming a relatively compact triangle with the short-haired man, and faced the mysterious figure, inquiring politely yet cautiously, "May I ask who you are?" At that moment, the other two also spoke in unison. "Your Excellency, where is this place? What do you intend to do?" He even mirrored the actions of the other two. Angel dared only to contemplate in her mind, "Thank you, but I simply wish to leave now, if you would be so kind." Faced with an unknown entity of uncertain power, she found herself utterly incapable of voicing her thoughts. Moreover, after receiving a promise of being able to leave at any moment, her curiosity about the origin of the mist began to stir. The long-haired girl, seemingly of vivacious disposition, displayed an entirely different demeanor after receiving assurances of safety. "This is truly a remarkable experience. I have long awaited such a miraculous transcendence beyond nature. I mean, Your Excellency, how can I become an extraordinary being?" Extraordinary being was the term used in this world to refer to those endowed with supernatural abilities. It appeared that the girl was not yet one of them. But what of the tall, taciturn man? Was he an ordinary person, or another extraordinary being like herself? While Angel pondered these questions, the fog around them began to swirl and churn, erecting towering stone pillars that were crowned by a grand dome. The magnificent structure enveloped them, as if they were in the regal court of giants. A long bronze table materialized beneath the dome, and the mysterious figure took a seat at the head of the table, flanked by 10 identical chairs on either side, with an additional empty seat facing him, totaling 22 places at the table. In an instant, Angel felt as though she had been teleported to a high-backed chair, seated beside the mysterious figure at the head. The short-haired man also settled into his seat, and when she slightly turned her head to the left, she indeed found the overly curious girl beside her. The enigmatic figure was now caressing the edge of the long table, suggesting that all these transformations were orchestrated by his will. The short-haired man appeared resolute in his silence, leaning back against the chair with arms crossed over his chest, though this defensive posture inadvertently revealed his inner unease. The girl continued to gaze around, observing the others at the long table. "The only way to become extraordinary is through potion. You may join the major divine churches to acquire potions legally, or purchase recipes through unofficial channels to concoct your own," the mysterious figure explained. "Indeed, judging by your accent, you are from Rune, are you not?" The short-haired man interjected. "You can join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Storm Lord, or the Church of Steam and Machinery. Within the tribunal, the court, and the execution bureau, extraordinary beings have long been battling the dangers that thrive in the dark, and they welcome those who are willing to contribute." Thanks to her gradually recovering memories, Angel was not unfamiliar with the churches he mentioned, but she had little understanding of the tribunal or the court. Perhaps the extraordinary combat organizations affiliated with the churches were akin to the Knights Templar. "Sir, I am well aware of what you speak, and even know more, such as the Night Watchers, the Punishers, and the Mechanical Hearts. However, I refuse to relinquish my freedom. Is there any way to become extraordinary without paying a price? You either join the church and accept their regulations, seek assistance from families with ancient lineages, or, as that lady suggested, purchase recipes with money and concoct potions at your own risk. However, potions made from incorrect recipes are indistinguishable from poison. Upon hearing that money could resolve the issue, the girl looked eagerly at the speaker, though her expression fell when she heard the final words. After a period of silence, she finally asked, "Is there truly no other way?" Angel speculated that the young girl might have been born into a wealthy family, as resolving issues through monetary means seemed to be a trivial matter for her. However, it was evident that she was reluctant to join the church under official regulation and was unwilling to risk her life experimenting with dubious potion formulas. Yet, alternative options were not entirely absent. "I possess a sequenced 9-potion formula." "Really? Which one?" the girl inquired eagerly. Angel felt gratified by the girl's reaction and continued, "This formula is called Assassin, and its user can attain enhanced vision akin to that of an owl, along with superior night vision. They become adept at combat and evasion, able to make their body as light as a feather for a brief period and concentrate all their strength into a single strike, easily dispatching their target." Much like its name suggests, it appears to be a potion focused on combat capabilities, the girl murmured, seemingly dissatisfied with the potion's effects. Observing her reaction, Angel hastily added, "The Assassin potion indeed primarily enhances physical abilities. However, merely improving vision and night sight is an achievement many potions fail to attain. The enhancement of physical agility can also be valuable beyond combat, as skills in horseback riding and dance require bodily coordination." She paused for a moment, noticing the girl lost in thought, before continuing, "This is your singular opportunity to become extraordinary. Are you truly willing to forego it?" This was also what Lady Sherlin once used to entice Corglander into becoming an assassin. If there were other choices, Angel would not have willingly relinquished the assassin potion formula. Through Corglander's experience, she understood the myriad of bloody incidents an assassin could perpetrate, leaving law enforcement in disarray. Yet, the girl appeared to be a sheltered heiress, yearning for an extraordinary world, resembling those wealthy youngsters she had encountered in her past life who indulged in extreme sports. Such individuals typically lack the courage and motivation to enact the deeds of an assassin, as evidenced by her dissatisfaction with the combat-oriented potion. Thus, Angel directed the focus toward the potion's enhancement of vision and the benefits it offered to noble pursuits such as horseback riding and dance. After a moment's hesitation, the girl resolved, "It sounds quite appealing. What do I need to exchange with you?" "This is a reasonable offer." In Korg's recollection, Lady Sherlin had mentioned that the assassin potion's formula could fetch over 200 pounds in the market. Angel was also willing to part with 100 pounds to swiftly acquire a new identity, a legitimate identity. The girl pondered briefly and grasped Angel's request, stating, "I understand. I will find a way to procure it." Just as the two reached a preliminary agreement, the short-haired man, who had been observing silently, interjected, "I also have 2 sequence 9-potion formulas." Chapter 4, The Tarot Society. "I possess 2 sequence 9-potion formulas, perhaps more suitable for you than this Lady S. Assassin. Is it truly appropriate for you to interrupt our transaction?" With a silent protest, Angel shifted her gaze toward the short-haired man. "I apologize, but please allow me to present my proposal first. It may be more to your satisfaction." The short-haired man sensed Angel's displeasure, offered an apology, and then turned his attention to the girl. She, too, regarded him with curiosity. Angel suppressed her annoyance and decided to hear what he had to say. The short-haired man elaborated on the 2 sequence 9 formulas in his possession. One was for sailor, enabling the user to gain exceptional balance, moving through water with the grace of a fish, even manifesting fish-like scales. The other was the observer potion, allowing the user to attain acute observational skills, gleaning others' genuine thoughts from their expressions, gestures, habits, and hidden actions. In conclusion, he added, "You must remember, whether at lavish banquets or bustling streets, an observer is always just an observer." This mirrored Angel's recollection of potion mastery. To progress further after consuming a potion, one must embody the identity that corresponds to the potion's name. Much like Corglander, who stained his hands with blood to become an assassin, or the instigator who incited crime. Observing the girl, who evidently showed more interest in the short-haired man as potions, sitting up straight, Angel felt a mixture of disappointment and a hint of relief. And this lady, after presenting the potions, the man turned to Angel, stating, "If your sole desire is to obtain a legitimate identity, I have a more convenient and affordable channel, one that can be secured today, and within a week, even the central archives of Beckland will find no trace of discrepancies. My friend, not I, Angel emphasized. Ahem, your friend from Tingen, after 10 o'clock tonight, go to the Wild Heart Bar beneath the Iron Cross. Just mention the Captainess introduction. The code is half and half, with extra sugar. Spend 30 pounds, and you shall acquire what you seek. The man did not expose Angel's evident deceit, but instead aligned with her narrative, detailing his channel. He also noted the man's alias, Captain, and, combined with his prior introduction of the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion, could this be the origin of the moniker, possibly even a name for a higher-tier potion? The girl patiently awaited the conclusion of their dialogue before excitedly asking, "What about me? What I need to exchange for the Observer formula?" At that moment, she seemed to recall her near agreement with another person and turned to Angel, apologizing. "I'm truly sorry, but I feel the Observer is more suited to me." What a polite girl. Angel slowly shook her head. "No need to apologize. I have also obtained what I required." The short-haired man likewise presented his demand. Blood of a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters. This sounded like a primary ingredient for a particular potion. The short-haired man was likely already an extraordinary being, thus he probably sought to advance to a Sequence 8 or Sequence 7 potion. Higher sequences would not be exchanged for a mere Sequence 9 potion formula, even if this individual had laid considerable groundwork, subtly inflating the price of the formula. The girl nodded enthusiastically, showing no concern about her ability to acquire ghost shark blood, then inquired with a worried tone, "If I manage to procure it, how shall I provide it to you? And how can I ensure that once you receive the ghost shark blood, you will furnish me with the potion formula, along with its authenticity?" That indeed posed a dilemma. Unlike transactions on Amazon or similar platforms, where a neutral third party guarantees the exchange, the short-haired man could easily vanish after receiving the blood or provide a fraudulent formula, leaving the girl powerless. Wait, a neutral third party. Angel's mind sparked with an idea as she glanced toward the mysterious figure who had been observing their transaction. The short-haired man evidently contemplated this as well. "I will provide you with an address. Once I receive the ghost shark blood, I shall either send the formula to you or disclose it right here. I believe with this esteemed, mysterious gentleman as a witness. Both you and I will be sufficiently reassured." As he spoke, he bowed respectfully to the mysterious figure seated at the head of the long table, saying, "Your Excellency, your presence here grants us unimaginable power, and your witness to our agreement will ensure that neither of us dares to contravene it." The girl clearly concurred, likewise bowing to the mysterious figure, stating, "Your Excellency, please witness our transaction." Angel, not wishing to fall behind, followed suit and bowed, remembering a question. "Your Excellency, how should we address you?" "Surely, we cannot keep calling you Your Excellency. You may refer to me as the Fool." After a disquieting silence, the mysterious figure raised both hands, fingers interlaced against his chin, and calmly stated. This was evidently an alias, and its everyday connotation did not inspire respect. Yet Angel dared not display any irreverence. Instead, she stood upright, placed her right hand over her chest, and bowed deeply. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I express my profound gratitude for revealing your esteemed name to us." The remaining two individuals also rose to pay their respects. The young lady reiterated her earlier inquiry. "Respected Mr. Fool, may I audaciously request your presence as a witness to our transaction? It is a trifling matter. You may proceed." Mr. Fool appeared genuinely intrigued by the dealings of the group, continuing to support his chin with both hands, patiently assuming the role of an observer. With Mr. Fool acting as a neutral third party to ensure the integrity of the transaction, the negotiations between the short-haired gentleman and the young lady could persist. "Should you procure the blood of the ghost shark, kindly have it delivered to the Warriors and Sea Tavern on Pelican Street in the White Rose District of Port, informing the proprietor, Mr. Williams, that this is the item requested by the captain. You may provide me with an address now, and I shall dispatch the potion formula upon confirming the item, or would you prefer to receive it directly here?" The young lady pondered for a moment before opting for the latter. "Despite the challenge it posed to my memory, I have chosen the more discreet route. Please disclose it here. Mr. Fool, would you mind indulging in a few more such endeavors?" Angel, who had already benefited from the proceedings, concurred. "Mr. Fool, your prowess exceeds our imagination, yet there exist realms in this world that you may not fully comprehend. This young lady evidently hails from noble lineage, while that gentleman possesses unique channels and resources. I, too, can connect with formidable, extraordinary beings, perhaps at some future juncture. We may assist you in carrying out trivial tasks that you find inconvenient to undertake yourself. My apologies, Mrs. Sharon, but for now, I can only enlist your presence as a figurehead. The short-haired gentleman nodded in agreement. Mr. Fool, do you not find this gathering rather fascinating? We bring forth diverse backgrounds, resources, and channels of information. If we could exchange and collaborate, even on a limited scale, the results would be immeasurably splendid. The young lady, the most fortunate recipient of benefits from this assembly, excitedly chimed in, Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent proposition. Should the gathering become a regular occurrence, any matters you find inconvenient to handle can be entrusted to us, provided they remain within our capabilities. The group, filled with anticipation and nervousness, turned their gazes toward Mr. Fool, eagerly awaiting his consent. Mr. Fool removed his hand from his chin, gently tapping the edge of the bronze table, perhaps an unconscious gesture of contemplation. The ethereal mist enveloping the grand temple ebbed and flowed, seemingly reflecting the fluctuating emotions of its master. The tapping ceased. I am one who values equitable exchange. I shall not permit you to offer assistance unconditionally. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, strive to remain solitary. And as I endeavor to clarify certain matters through further attempts, you may find yourselves able to request leave in advance, alleviating your concerns of being in an unsuitable situation. This could be deemed as tacit approval for a recurring assembly, and the group visibly relaxed, particularly the young lady, who dramatically clenched her fists and raised them in celebration. Now that our meetings have been established, should we not assign ourselves code names? Angel suggested, sensing the favorable atmosphere. We cannot rely solely on our true names for communication. Mr. Fool nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. The young lady seized the opportunity to speak. You are Mr. Fool from the tarot cards. Thus, for a recurring, long-term, and clandestine gathering, our titles should strive for consistency. I propose we select from the tarot cards. Tarot cards? Angel realized that Mr. Fool's designation was not derived from its conventional meaning, but rather from the 22 major arcana cards of the tarot, specifically the 0 card of the major arcana. The tarot's history in this world is relatively brief, spanning less than 2 centuries, yet it has emerged as one of the foremost methods of divination globally, credited to its creator, Emperor Caesar Rosal Gustav, a legendary figure of the 5th epoch. Wait, that was the title I intended to choose. Angel fell a step behind, as her desired title had already been claimed. Without further hesitation, she swiftly selected from the alternatives. Then I shall choose the queen. After all, she had inexplicably found herself transformed into a woman. The short-haired gentleman succinctly stated, the hangman. All are major cards within the tarot. Shall we then consider ourselves founding members of the Tarot Society? Miss Justice surveyed the sparse assembly within the temple, ultimately directing her gaze towards Mr. Fool, seeking his approval. You may decide for yourselves. Clearly, Mr. Fool was disinclined to expend effort on such trivial matters. The enthusiastic Miss Justice resumed her conversation with Mr. Hangman about the history of tarot, while Angel, apprehensive of speaking too much, quietly listened, sensing Mr. Fool's gaze occasionally drifting towards her, causing her discomfort. Emperor Rosal had perused the blasphemous tablet, which concealed the mysteries of the 22 divine pathways within that deck of cards. Mr. Hangman, eloquently articulating his insights on tarot, drew forth waves of admiration from Miss Justice. As you wish. The group promptly bowed in farewell to Mr. Fool. A deep crimson glow emanated from the surrounding mist, enveloping Angel, as she observed that the hanged man across from her and Miss Justice beside her were similarly affected. Their figures became blurred and ethereal as Mr. Fool's final words resonated through the fog. Let us anticipate the next gathering. Amidst the howling storm of the Sunya Sea, a 3-masted ship rose and fell upon the peaks formed by the waves, akin to a toy in the hands of a giant. Mr. Hangman, Alge Wilson, stood steadfast at the bow of the deck, seemingly impervious to the tempest, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. Yet Alge understood that all had irrevocably changed. The oddly shaped glass vial in his hand shattered with a crisp sound, the fragments melting away like snowflakes in boiling water, vanishing in mere seconds and leaving no trace upon the deck. A hexagonal snowflake mark materialized on Alge's palm, flickering briefly before fading away. He paid little heed to the destruction of this precious, extraordinary item, but instead clenched his fist, resolutely facing the wind and rain upon the tumultuous deck. In the capital of the Rune Kingdom, Beckland, within a luxurious villa surrounded by verdant gardens, Miss Justice, Audrey Hall, sat before her vanity, watching as an ancient copper mirror shattered into fragments. Stars of deep crimson appeared upon the back of her hand, swirling erratically before vanishing beneath her skin, leaving no trace. Only then did she ascertain that she was not dreaming. Unable to suppress her elation, Audrey's lips curled into a smile as she rose from the vanity, lifting her skirts and bowing to the air. Praise be to Mr. Fool. The sound of light footsteps echoed through the bedroom. At 6 Narcissus Street in Tingjin City, amidst a cluttered study, a teardrop-shaped gem was imprinted in her palm, a flash of deep crimson illuminating her hand. As a similar mark embedded itself within her skin before all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, restoring tranquility to the study. Were it not for the changing angle of the sun outside, she might have believed that everything that transpired was merely an illusion. I must collect my identification card tonight. Just as she stepped out of the study, she froze, recalling an important matter. In Tingjin City, on Iron Cross Street, on the second floor of Frankie's apartment, Mr. Fool, Zhou Mingrui, stood bewildered in the center of the room. As the gray mist receded, he witnessed the 3 individuals he had drawn into this realm vanish simultaneously, leaving him momentarily blinded before he returned to the scene of the transportation ritual in his apartment. His legs felt as though they were encased in lead, and a splitting headache assailed him, far exceeding his expectations for the physical toll of the transportation ritual. Zhou Mingrui glanced at his pocket watch, roughly estimating the passage of time. The time within the gray mist was synchronized with reality. He cast aside the watch, the agony of his headache rendering him incapable of enduring any longer, and he sank heavily into a chair, massaging his temples with both hands. I must wait until my power increases and I gain a deeper understanding of the arcane. The diverse individuals from all corners of the world engaged in face-to-face dialogue through the gray mist, sharing knowledge and resources. It was simply, "Have you heard about the online dating platform?" The group leader jestingly remarked. Among the trio, one individual hailed from Tingjin City, which perhaps was not too distant from him. Upon realizing this, Klein couldn't help but steal a few glances at her, attempting to discern the visage of Miss Queen through the enigmatic haze. Alas, the mysterious fog effectively obstructed his view, leaving him only with a recollection of her light golden hair and striking figure, while her features remained indistinct. After all, she was merely an acquaintance online. Even if they resided in the same city, the likelihood of an encounter was slim. Klein shook his head, dismissing the fleeting impulse of a potential meeting. Chapter 5. The Wild Heart Bar. Awakening from slumber, Angel discovered that the sun had already set beyond the horizon, casting a golden hue across her bedroom. Following the conclusion of the tarot gathering, believing it was still too early for dinner, Angel decided to indulge in a brief nap. She tidied up the room belonging to Lilith Granger, and upon removing the dust cover, found the bed beneath surprisingly clean, which prompted her to claim it as her own sleeping quarters and promptly drift off. Glancing at the clock, she noted that the hour hand had passed 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Despite the enticing suggestion from her mind to continue sleeping, Angel made her way to the kitchen, utilizing the marinated lamb, along with freshly cut potatoes and onions, to prepare her inaugural proper meal in this world. She needed to conserve her funds for acquiring false identification and addressing other potential necessities, as she currently had no income and could not afford to squander her resources. With this thought in mind, Angel took a bite of white bread and then, disregarding the fact that the soup was still steaming, scooped a spoonful of lamb stew, blowing on it merely as a formality before consuming it. It was overly salty, perhaps due to the lamb being marinated for too long, resulting in a broth reminiscent of brine, tinged with the distinct odor of lamb. Yet, having skipped lunch, Angel consumed the scalding liquid heartily, finding even the unfermented bread to be quite palatable. Indeed, hunger rendered everything delectable. Alas, even in a different world and under a new identity, she still found herself bound to a life of toil. With a quiet sigh, Angel began to prepare for her evening endeavors. She first ascended to the second floor, where she rummaged through the belongings of Cor Granger, selecting an outfit conducive to movement. Although slightly oversized, it was far more practical than a dress. The tools she gathered were from Cor Granger's collection, procured upon the recommendation of a shopkeeper when purchasing a handgun, and included a comprehensive array of items, though he had never utilized them. Indeed, the rifling showed signs of wear. After inspecting the condition of the revolver, Angel pursed her lips. The quality of the barrel was subpar, the bullets overly hard, and coupled with a lack of maintenance, the outcome was all but inevitable. Such damage significantly affected shooting precision, and with the tools at her disposal, she could only clean the barrel. She removed residual gunpowder from the cylinder and hammer, applied lubricant to the frame, and polished the wooden grip, striving to restore the weapon to its optimal state. Wrapping it in oiled paper, she neatly arranged 20 .45 caliber bullets in a box. The considerable recoil would greatly diminish the accuracy of rapid fire. Yet for a handgun, which was fundamentally a close combat weapon, greater lethality and stopping power were its unique advantages. After selecting 20 bullets and inspecting each one, Angel loaded the revolver, placing the remainder into a quick loader, 5 rounds per set. Next came the true melee weapon, a dagger favored by Cor Granger as an assassin. Draping herself in a cloak to conceal her visage and armaments, Angel counted out 50 pounds from the drawer of a desk where she stashed her money, contemplating and adding another 20 for unforeseen contingencies. Fully equipped, she stood silently in the living room until the clock's hands indicated 9 o'clock, at which point she opened the back door and stepped into the illuminated streets of Tinjin City beneath the blood-red moon, eschewing the ubiquitous hired carriages. And avoiding the more crowded and cheaper public trams, Angel walked along Daffodil Street towards the adjacent Iron Cross Street. True to its name, Iron Cross Street was not merely a single thoroughfare, but rather a convergence of 2 streets crossing perpendicularly, divided into Upper Street, Lower Street, Left Street, and Right Street. Daffodil Street intersected with Iron Cross Left Street, while Angel's destination, the Wild Heart Bar, was situated on Iron Cross Lower Street. As she strolled past the municipal square at the intersection, sidestepping the circus clowns distributing flyers, she followed the left street of Iron Cross, wide enough for 6 carriages to pass simultaneously, until she arrived at Iron Cross Lower Street. The designation of streets as upper, lower, left, and right was indeed well-founded. Lower Street was evidently far more dilapidated than the left street she had just traversed. The thoroughfare appeared narrower due to the numerous vendors encroaching upon it, and the cobblestones were uneven from years of neglect. The attire and demeanor of pedestrians starkly contrasted with those on Left Street, let alone Daffodil Street. Along the street, 3 to 4-story apartment buildings lined the way, devoid of private balconies, with clothes haphazardly hung out to dry, while refuse flowed at the doorsteps. As the main thoroughfare, it was even dirtier than the back alleys of Daffodil Street. Walking here, Angel felt an unsettling impression that debris could tumble down from above at any moment. The nightlife of Iron Cross Street had lost the vibrancy of day, yet numerous vendors still sought to make a final sale, and the foot traffic remained comparable to other locations. Angel clutched her pockets tightly, wary of potential pickpockets hidden within the crowd, navigating through the cacophony of hawkers while inhaling the mingled aromas of enticing and foul scents, trudging through puddles and refuse. After much effort, she reached the somewhat ostentatious roaring wolf head emblem of the Wild Heart, greedily inhaling the alcohol-laden air, feeling as though she had been rejuvenated. According to the memories she inherited, Cor had visited the Wild Heart Bar on several occasions, sometimes to meet with clients and other times to gather information. To him, this place was a hub of gossip, a paradise for drunkards, yet certainly not deemed a perilous locale. However, in Angel's eyes, the hidden dangers of the Wild Heart far exceeded its outward appearance. Merely circling the bar's exterior caught the attention of the brawny doorman stationed at the entrance, his bare torso revealing bulging muscles as he scrutinized the hooded figure, seemingly poised to call for reinforcements at a moment's notice. The window on the second floor of the apartment across the street stood ajar, yet no light illuminated the interior. Angel sensed a faint gaze scanning her from within, likely a lookout for the bar. A carriage was parked beside the back door, with the driver dozing at the reins while the horse donned its bridle, ready to depart the instant the owner climbed aboard. This might belong to some noble seeking privacy, or perhaps it was a means for an important figure from the bar to escape the scene. Angel suspected it was the latter. If I'm deceived, I hope Mr. Fool will administer punishment. After a quiet jest to herself, Angel stepped into the bar. Although it was nearing midnight, the establishment still buzzed with patrons, most of whom were local residents enjoying a drink after work, alongside unemployed workers numbing their sorrows with alcohol. In the dim corners, conspirators whispered furtively, brewing new schemes. In the center of the hall, a throng of exuberant drinkers surrounded a betting game, alternating between boisterous shouts and moments of regret. While 2 cages sunken into the ground hosted a contest of dogs against rats, with gamblers fixated on their bets, wishing they could transform into dogs and seize victory within the cage. The bartender, polishing wooden mugs behind the bar, had already set his sights on the newly arrived Angel, her cloaked figure starkly out of place in this raucous environment. Even the conspirators in the corner adhered to basic decorum by revealing their faces and hands. Scanning the chaotic and clamorous bar, Angel finally directed her gaze towards the bartender, circumventing the cages to approach the bar itself. "What can I get you?" he inquired, expertly marketing the offerings. Rye beer for a penny, South Welsh beer for 4 pence, and a newly arrived butter beer for 7 pence. Served chilled. "The captain sent me," Angel replied. "He mentioned that you can assist with identity documents." Angel refrained from ordering any wine, and instead directly articulated her intentions. The bartender halted his motion of wiping the glass. Raising his gaze to the clock suspended high above, its outer glass shattered, indicating there were still 5 minutes until 10 o'clock. "It's not yet time. You've arrived prematurely." "I can wait," she replied. The bartender set down the glass and cloth, saying, "Very well, I will summon you when the hour strikes. Would you care for a drink?" "Then a half and half, please, with extra sugar." Angel recalled the code phrase that the hangman had mentioned. "ISNT that the code? You really do serve drinks?" Angel frowned at the bartender. "Well, one must earn a living. This drink costs one so." Angel counted out 12 pennies and tossed them onto the bar, claiming her glass and seeking a solitary table in the corner. She had expected that as soon as the clock struck 10, the bartender would call for her. Yet she found herself sitting in silence until 10:15 without any word. Ignoring the subtle mockery in the bartender's self-introduction, she promptly presented her request. "I require a form of identification. I will provide all necessary information, and it must have verifiable records." "The captain doesn't operate on those terms. It's 30 pounds, the bartender replied. Angel wasn't particularly distressed about the extra 10 pounds, but from experience, such concessions only emboldened the other party. You tell the captain not to try to swindle a novice like me with prices from years past. Even saving my life doesn't excuse him." Hearing Angel's offer, Haig was visibly incensed. "Every time the political factions shift, we must re-bribe those in Beckland. Their demands grow ever more exorbitant. Do you think we earn much from this? Besides, things in Tingen are also quite tumultuous. Numerous students have gone missing from the university, and I heard several committed suicide yesterday. The police are on the lookout for outsiders. You wouldn't want to be apprehended as an illegal resident, would you? 30 pounds. You won't make any business this way. 35 pounds. That is my final offer. I can have it ready in 3 days. Hay conceded. I can offer you 40 pounds, but I need it tonight. Seeing that the other party had relented, Angel wisely adjusted her demands, handing over a piece of paper filled with her notes. The identity information I require is on this. Feel free to fabricate the other details, but do not make them too outrageous. Haig, clearly taken aback by the unexpected extra 5 pounds, instinctively accepted the paper handed to him, pondering for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll expedite your request. You can wait here for 2 hours, have a drink. He gestured to the untouched glass in front of Angel, or perhaps observe the dog-catching rat game. Angel shook her head. I'll wait here. Although she had no aversion to alcohol, consuming in a place where conflict could arise at any moment was ill-advised. Moreover, she found no interest in the tedious gamble of dog-catching. Chapter 6. The Identity Secured. As the clock struck midnight at St. Selena's Church, Haig reappeared in the Wild Heart, presenting Angel, who had already lost a full 2 pounds at the dog-catching arena, with a thin sheet of paper. This identification would suffice for the Tingen police for the time being, but the Central Archive in Beckland lacked any record of her, rendering it vulnerable to scrutiny. Should she commit any infraction in Tingen, the police would telegraph Beckland to verify her identity, and her deception would be swiftly exposed. I advise you to wait about a week. Once the forged identity is archived, you can stroll freely, he suggested. Angel nodded in understanding, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the identification in the dim light of the bar. Name, Angel Granger. Gender, female. Date of birth, June 28, 1331. Indeed, sharing the Granger surname. In her fabricated details, she was a distant cousin of Cole Granger and Lily Granger, hailing from the remote county of West Silas, whose parents perished in the border conflicts between the kingdom of Rune and Intis. She had also crafted a rationale for her arrival in Tingen, stating that the orphaned Angel Granger had decided to seek refuge with her distant relatives residing in Tingen with all her savings, and that Cole Granger had taken her in, allowing her to reside on Daffodil Street. Angel had thoroughly considered linking her new identity to the Granger family. Firstly, it granted her legal residency in Cole Granger's home, and properties on Daffodil Street were not inexpensive. Acquiring one would require nearly 1,000 pounds, and even renting would cost dozens of pounds annually. It was imprudent to forego a ready residence only to seek another, given the significant living expenses involved. Secondly, her connection to a local family bolstered the credibility of her identity. It was evidently easier for others to accept a distant relative of a local resident than a stranger with an empty history. This was the final act of redemption she could offer as Cole Granger's successor, carefully stowing away the identification she had purchased for £40. Angel Granger departed from the still boisterous Wild Heart Bar. The street outside was no longer the bustling scene it had been earlier, while Tingen did not impose a curfew. Most residents in Iron Cross Street were the working poor, whose daily labor barely afforded them a meal, making late nights a vice. Especially in an era when nighttime illumination was exceedingly costly. Surveying her surroundings, the doorman had already slumped onto an empty barrel, seemingly oblivious to Angel's exit, while a lookout on the second floor across the street remained dutifully at his post, peering through an open window. The gas lamps along the street had long been extinguished, and the residents on either side had turned off their lights to rest, leaving the quiet street illuminated only by the red moon above, which appeared dim beneath the drifting clouds. Even in the absence of others, Angel, possessing night vision, dutifully played the part of an ordinary person devoid of extraordinary abilities, cautiously navigating the street under the moonlight, carefully sidestepping puddles and litter strewn about. Not far into her journey, her keen hearing detected the presence of someone following her from a short distance behind. This did not come as a surprise to her. While paying Haig for the identification fee at the bar, Angel had noticed several greedy gazes fixated upon her from the shadows, which was why she had refrained from using large bills during her previous shopping excursion. Unfortunately, the 40 gold pounds she had just acquired were bound to attract attention. Moreover, even if she had not drawn anyone's eye, Haig, as an information broker, was unlikely to let a potential target slip away. The hanged man had saved Haig's life, but his friends had not. The footsteps behind her were unsteady, lacking any intent at concealment, likely belonging to an ordinary person who had consumed too much alcohol. Yet, even if they were not extraordinary beings, a typical criminal wielding a firearm could pose a threat, and Angel had no intention of courting such risk. She utilized her night vision to navigate around obstacles in her path, quickening her pace. Once she left Lower Street and reached the intersection of Iron Cross Street, she could easily outmaneuver her pursuer using the myriad paths available. Not worth risking her life over a drunken miscreant. The footsteps of her follower faltered before quickening again, but the dim surroundings hampered his progress, and Angel heard the sounds of trash being kicked aside and water sloshing underfoot. She had created a significant distance between them, and as a carriage passed by, he shuddered upon catching sight of the police insignia, darting into the gap between two nearby apartments. Instinctively, Angel, an illegal resident, ducked her head to evade detection, but then recalled that this era lacked facial recognition technology, even if she were to encounter the police. As long as she did not commit an offense right before them, there was no cause for concern. In fact, feigning a desire to hide would only invite suspicion. With this in mind, she lifted her head again, sidestepping to allow the carriage a clear path through the center of the street, simultaneously employing her agile body to avoid the splashes of dirty water kicked up by the wheels. Just as any ordinary passerby would when faced with a speeding carriage, the police vehicle passed by her without pause. In a fleeting moment as she brushed past, Angel caught a glimpse through the car window of two individuals seated within. One was clad in a black outfit topped with a high hat, adorned with a police star on his shoulder. His light brown hair and gray eyes were fixed ahead, his expression grave as he spoke earnestly. The other was evidently much younger, with dark hair and brown eyes, dressed in a linen shirt, his demeanor apathetic. Angel mused inwardly. Could this be some privileged offspring misusing a late-night bus? Before she could ponder further, the carriage sped away, the flickering light of the oil lamp hanging from it vanished, plunging the street back into the embrace of dim moonlight. The footsteps behind her echoed once more. To her surprise, the pursuer had not relinquished his pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, while Angel was momentarily lost in thought, he quickened his pace to catch up. A pungent odor of cheap liquor wafted towards her as the footsteps halted a meter away, followed by the sound of fabric rubbing together. The stalker was a middle-aged man dressed in coarse trousers and a short-sleeved shirt, his unkempt beard and matted hair betraying his dire economic situation, likely recently unemployed. Escaping reality through cheap drinks at a bar, he finally withdrew a uniquely shaped, compact handgun from his trousers, but before he could aim it, Angel swiftly grasped the hammer, twisting it from his grasp amidst his agonized cries. Just a sprain. Find a doctor to tend to it. You ought to count yourself fortunate that it's merely your fingers that are injured, Angel remarked nonchalantly, having subdued the stalker with just a couple of moves. The petite revolver she had confiscated seemed to be a woman S model, only capable of holding 4 rounds, its caliber smaller than standard handgun ammunition. The neglect it had suffered was evident in the grease congealed on its frame, rendering it unsightly. And Angel suspected that even the primer of the bullets might have been dampened, rendering them utterly ineffective. Pointing the gun at the man, Angel inquired, "Now I will ask, and you shall answer. Where did you find this gun?" "Outside the city. At the docks, I found it there. I used to help those folks unload cargo. It might have been left behind by someone. There are only 3 rounds in it, and I didn't dare use it, kept it hidden under my bed. Now that I've lost my job and money," he stammered, his voice trembling, "I'm sorry, I want to do it again. Please don't kill me." With the gun aimed at him, the man was paralyzed with terror, and he divulged the weapon's origins like a bamboo shoot spilling its contents. "Is someone directing you? What?" No. I merely noticed your generosity when you handed a substantial sum to that fellow Haig. I thought I might make a little something for myself. It's all that damned rye beer's fault." The man, panic-stricken, raised his gaze only to lower it hastily again when faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, vehemently denying any wrongdoing. Seeing the stalker's frantic state after losing the gun, Angel deduced that he was indeed driven by greed, perhaps spurred on by alcohol to follow her, rather than being a pawn sent by Haig or another. Yet, it was equally plausible that a deeper scheme was afoot, one which this pawn was oblivious to. Glancing towards the Wild Heart Bar, Angel saw no sign of others. "Well, consider yourself fortunate today. I have no desire to take a life. Seek out some honest work in the future. I shall confiscate this gun." Ignoring the man's pleas, Angel took several steps back, observing that he still dared not lift his head before swiftly departing the scene. She had no intention of keeping the lady's revolver for herself, aside from the difficulty of acquiring the specially made small caliber ammunition. Its lack of maintenance had utterly diminished her interest in utilizing it. Once she secured the door, shedding her cloak and hanging it aside, her taut body finally relaxed. At that moment, she felt truly grounded in this world. Acquiring her identification was merely the first step. The next task was to figure out how to leverage this identity to settle in Tingen and concoct a suitable reason for residing with the Cole family. She had a general idea, but crafting a detailed plan required addressing numerous gaps. Changing into loose, comfortable attire, Angel re-entered her study, dipped her pen in ink, and spread open her notebook. Yet another sleepless night awaited her. Chapter 7. The Letters. As dawn broke, the warm sunlight replaced the cold, crimson moonlight, and a weary Angel finally lifted her head, casting aside her nearly ink-emptied fountain pen. Before her lay 2 pages filled with her notes, detailing Angel Granger's journey from West Villars County to Tingen in Howard County, as well as her future plans and strategies for handling unforeseen events. Having committed her overnight labor to memory, Angel tore out the 2 pages, but feeling insecure, she further ripped a few additional pages from the sides and incinerated them on the stove, sending the ashes down the drain to obliterate the evidence. Checking the time, she noted it was nearly 8 in the morning. She proceeded to the washroom, splashing her face with water to alleviate her fatigue. As the clock struck 8, the crisp chime of the church bells outside harmonized with a series of knocks on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The solitary Cole Granger had employed a housekeeper from a domestic service company, who came every Monday and Friday morning to do laundry and cleaning, returning the following afternoon to collect the dried clothes. Cole paid 1 solar for this service weekly. Angel calculated that even if the housekeeper worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk every day of the week, she would barely earn under 10 solars. Yet that was a respectable income among the lower class, requiring neither knowledge nor special skills, merely a willingness to work. Now was the time for her to make her entrance. Adopting a natural smile in front of the mirror, Angel spoke to herself. "From this moment forth, you are Angel Granger, the distant cousin of Cole Granger." Repeating this mantra thrice, as if hypnotizing herself, she stepped out of the washroom. Opening the front door, the commotion of the street flooded into the living room. A petite woman stood at the entrance, her brown curls awkwardly restrained by a headband, dressed in a cheap linen skirt. One hand clutched a wooden bucket filled with tools, while the other was raised, ready to knock again. She glanced around to ensure she was at the right door before politely inquiring, "Good day, beautiful lady. Is Mr. Granger at home?" "Oh, all right." The housekeeper's expression brightened as she briskly entered, closing the door behind her. This was also part of Angel's plan. She aimed to engage with those around her as much as possible, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, even if the police questioned the authenticity of her identification, any investigation would yield the conclusions she desired. Simultaneously, she intended to spread the word of Cole Granger's disappearance. At this thought, Angel appropriately donned a worried expression. This emotion successfully resonated with the kind-hearted Tromi, who also expressed concern for Cole Granger's safety. After discussing Cole's whereabouts, Tromi commenced her work for the day. Excellent. This laid a solid foundation. When Tromi returned on Monday morning, it would be perfectly natural to bring up the matter of reporting to the authorities. Observing the industrious housekeeper, Angel smiled subtly. According to the plan, over the past few days, Angel had traversed nearly every location Cole had visited around Daffodil Street. The restaurant, library, bakery, and market. Even the weapon shop Cole had only visited twice. While dining or purchasing items, she discreetly disseminated the information that Cole Granger had been missing for several days, ensuring they remembered this concerned, distant relative. It seemed Cole had even entrusted the housekeeper with a key, showing a remarkable level of trust in Tromi. Before leaving, Angel concealed the revolver, cash, and other valuables in a hidden compartment within the study desk. Yet, she recalled that Cole often forgot to lock the study door. Either he was exceedingly careless, or he held an unusual level of trust in this Tromi. Since Tromi had worked here for a considerable time, Angel had no immediate plans to replace her, but she would secure her valuables carefully, rather than testing the waters of human nature. Just as she was about to step through her front door, a corner of an envelope peeking out from the mailbox caught her attention. Could be a message from Tromi, or perhaps a utility bill. Intrigued, Angel retrieved the letter, only to find that the envelope bore neither the sender's nor the recipient's name, nor did it have a postage stamp, indicating that it was not from the postal service. Moments later, dressed in casual attire and cloaked, with all her cash and weapons in tow, Angel slipped out through the back door. She was preparing to flee. It wasn't until she boarded a public carriage that she began to regain her composure. Tomorrow night at 8, the usual place. There was no signature, but the elegant handwriting, composed strokes, unmistakably belonged to Mrs. Sharon Hoy. In the eyes of most citizens of Tingen, Mrs. Sharon was an untouchable socialite. After the death of her husband, Baron Hoy, she continued to navigate the social scenes of Tingen, maintaining the political and business connections he had left behind. There were even rumors of an ambiguous relationship between her and her stepson, the current Baron Hoy. Cole, who was undoubtedly enchanted by Mrs. Sharon, was among her most devoted admirers, obeying her every command and fulfilling her every request. She possessed powers far exceeding that of a Sequence 7 witch, likely having reached Sequence 6. The extraordinary abilities Cole had witnessed included the unleashing of frost and black flames, as well as the ability to ensnare others with invisible webs. While the assassin's dark vision and nimble footsteps might represent the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve, Mrs. Sharon's myriad abilities could only be described as truly extraordinary. Even in the world Angel once inhabited, such a person would be considered a top-tier combatant. Of course, Mrs. Sharon had yet to realize that this Cole was not the same as the one she knew. But Angel lacked the confidence to conceal her identity in front of an extraordinary individual of Sequence 7 or even stronger. Even with the majority of Cole's memories at her disposal, flawlessly impersonating another was beyond her reach. Moreover, if Mrs. Sharon were to request her to demonstrate her newly acquired extraordinary powers, unable to overpower her, yet unwilling to join her, fleeing was her only option. Angel's original plan had indeed taken Mrs. Sharon into account as a significant variable, but she had intended to confront her former mentor after ample preparation and groundwork. By then, whether through deception or severance, she believed she could handle it more effectively. However, she anticipated Mrs. Sharon's invitation arriving so swiftly. After all, Cole was one of Mrs. Sharon's bedfellows, and it was quite normal for her to invite him to gather at their usual spot after his promotion to Sequence 7. For Angel, however, it was akin to a death sentence. Faced with Mrs. Sharon without having completed her preparations, she was virtually doomed. Perhaps a desperate strike from an assassin could yield results? This fleeting thought was quickly suppressed. After all, she too was of the assassin lineage. Such an endeavor would not be easily accomplished. Red Moon Street has arrived, announced the coachman from outside. A few passengers inside the carriage moved toward the door, preparing to disembark. This was Angel's first stop on her flight. After the others exited, she followed suit. As the sound of hooves faded along with the rolling wheels, Angel stood on the bustling Red Moon Street, gazing at her destination, the Tingen City Police Headquarters. This six-story building, encircled by high walls in the land-scarce northern district of Tingen, boasted a courtyard spacious enough for 4 carriages to pass through. By this time, it was after hours. Most lights inside had been extinguished, yet the vigilant guards at the entrance stood tall and unwavering. She retrieved a thick envelope from beneath her cloak and approached the anonymous tip box beside the main entrance. This red mailbox, standing half her height, was designated for citizens to submit reports, either anonymously or with their names attached. Originally managed by the town hall, they found that most anonymous reports pertained to criminal activities and thus handed the matter over to the police department. When dealing with an adversary possessing a solid network of connections, the best strategy would be to eliminate them before reporting, but alas, she was no longer capable of that step. With a sigh, Angel shoved the envelope into the mailbox, which emitted a thud, indicating it was already filled with numerous letters. By the time Mrs. Sharon discovered Cole Granger's absence tomorrow evening, she would likely have already arrived in Beakland. Surely, with her vast influence in Tingen, she would be unable to touch me, right? Next, she needed to leave Tingen City. Due to limited lighting, trains did not operate at night. So Angel planned to hire a boat at the docks to travel downstream to the capital of the Kingdom of Ruin, Beakland. There, she would seek out Cole's sister, Lily Granger, advising her to accept protection from official extraordinary individuals to avoid Mrs. Sharon's vengeance, before setting sail from the nearby Port of Plitz. Whether to settle on the islands near the Kingdom of Ruin or venture south to the continent of Bairang would depend on the circumstances at that time. Just then, the familiar chimes of the clock struck the hour, resonating close by. The ethereal sound reverberated in her heart, prompting Angel to look toward the source. Bathed in the twilight glow, the clock tower of St. Selina's Church pierced the clouds, reflecting golden light. Chapter 8. St. Selina's Church. St. Selina's Church on Red Moon Street serves as the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess in Tingen, alongside the River and Sea Church of the Stormlord. Also located in the northern district of Tingen, and the Church of the Holy Count of Steam and Machinery on the outskirts, collectively sustaining the religious community of Tingen and its surrounding towns and villages. Among the passengers who had recently disembarked from the public carriage on Red Moon Street, many were headed to the church for prayer. Drawn by the chimes, Angel temporarily forgot the urgency of her flight, making her way along the sidewalk past the central square and arriving at the fan-shaped staircase of St. Selina's Church. The church was built in the Gothic style, reminiscent of the Church of Light from her previous life, yet entirely cloaked in black. The flying buttresses supported the main structure, while the front stained glass windows were a mosaic of red and blue, framing a prominent protrusion of the central edifice, topped by the towering clock tower. The arched main entrance was bustling with worshippers coming and going. Of the three major churches in Tingen, Angel held a particular interest in the Church of the Night Goddess, not merely because she could hear the chimes of St. Selina's Church daily, but because the manner in which its followers paid homage involved tracing a crimson moon on their chests. This was entirely consistent with the sun emblem she had drawn on her chest as a Knight of the Church of Light. The Church of the Night Goddess worshipped the Night Goddess, with black as their revered color, symbolizing the crimson moon, standing in stark contrast to the Church of Light's veneration of the sun and pristine white. Such coincidences were rather remarkable. However, considering this world not only possessed steam engines and revolvers, but also observed a calendar of 365 days, these coincidences seemed less significant. Ascending the steps, Angel reached the front of St. Selina's Church, and merely gazing at the solemn structure calmed her previously agitated heart. She produced a 5-pound note from her pocket and approached the donation box beside the main entrance, dropping it inside. The young priest on duty, seemingly unaccustomed to such generous patrons, hurried over and traced a crimson moon on his chest, exclaiming, "Praise the goddess. Thank you for your generosity, beautiful lady." Initially intending to offer only a few coins, Angel found herself unexpectedly producing a large banknote. Yet, this indeed echoed her true sentiments. Before the church, she relished a moment of tranquility, contemplating the possibly endless journey of escape that lay ahead. This fleeting peaceful time was undeniably precious. "My lady, you appear to be troubled by something. If you have a moment to spare, perhaps you might visit the confessional of the church. Listening to the goddess's teachings may provide you with the answers you seek." Was my state of mind so evident? Angel pondered, reaching up to touch her head, only to realize her hood had fallen back at some point, revealing her troubled expression to the perceptive priest. Regarding the confession he mentioned, Angel originally intended to merely donate a sum of money and depart. Yet, swayed by the priest's persuasion, she altered her decision. Expressing her gratitude to the priest, Angel entered the church through the main entrance. The porch appeared narrow and dim, embraced by the dual-colored stained glass windows on either side. Outside, the sun had set, and the crimson moonlight filtered through the glass, casting an enchanting and profound glow upon the floor. navigating around the neatly arranged pews. She arrived at the confession room, situated at the side of the prayer hall. Just then, the door swung open from within, revealing a middle-aged man who emerged with a bewildered expression, his gaze unfocused, nearly colliding with Angel as he stumbled past her, suggesting that the prior confession had failed to alleviate his inner turmoil. Once he had ambled out of sight, Angel stepped into the narrow confession room, shut the door behind her, and seated herself in a wooden armchair. Upon the horizontal beam before her rested a solitary candle, its dim flame flickering softly. From behind the partition came a deep male voice. "Child, what is it that you wish to convey?" Indeed, what was it that she wished to express? Angel pondered within herself. Am I but a soul from another realm, tragically ensnared within the mortal coil of a man steeped in vice, reaping the consequences of his actions? Having just resolved my identity, preparing to settle in this world, only to be frightened into contemplating flight by a letter? Choosing her words carefully, Angel spoke slowly. In the face of malevolence, I chose to retreat, failing to uphold my principles. She articulated her confusion in an ambiguous manner. Fortunately, the bishop, accustomed to riddles, remained silent for a moment before continuing to inquire. Is this matter beyond your capacity? Yes, perhaps there is a slight chance, but I deem it unlikely. Then, have you sought the assistance of other forces? Fear is humanity's instinct. Those who conquer their instincts deserve commendation. Yet, yielding to the heart's desire should not invite reproach, she replied. The bishop's voice seemed to drift further away, the last sentence nearly inaudible. Leaning forward, Angel inquired, "What did you say?" Suddenly, the candle before her extinguished, plunging the confession room into darkness. A chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she brushed aside her cloak and reached for the holster strapped to her leg, recoiling further from the partition, desperate to distance herself. The goddess says that those who bravely confront their fears shall be rewarded. A voice, distinct and soaring, resonated within the confined space of the confession room, disorienting Angel. "Who are you?" she called out, her hand gripping the handle of her weapon, yet paralyzed by fear, unable to draw it. The presence felt elusive, yet powerful, extinguishing any thought of resistance. The cold sweat that broke upon her brow rendered the previous darkness almost illusory. Seeing her frozen in place, the bishop concluded the confession. Follow your heart, and do not feel guilt or unease. Memories surged back to her of the day she was baptized at St. Charles Cathedral, vowing to combat all evils of the world. After passing the trials to join the church's emissaries, she had faced internal darkness, evolving from confusion to rebellion. When evil encroached upon the world, she stood ready to fight at the front lines. Yet, having arrived in this realm for less than 2 days, she found herself nearly forgetting the decades of persistence from her past life. Was it the disorientation of becoming a woman? The urgency to obtain a legitimate identity? Or was it the sense of impotence in the face of extraordinary beings? Perhaps it was because she subconsciously believed that she was no longer Angel Grey, the erstwhile knight of the temple, but rather Angel Granger, an extraordinary assassin, thus absolving herself from adhering to the beliefs she once held dear. No, this is not evasion. It is merely the optimal choice after careful consideration. The police will soon discover the anonymous letter in the mailbox, detailing the myriad crimes of Cole Granger. Based on these clues and evidence, Cole's actions will ultimately lead the police to the shadowy figure of Lady Sharon, and with the involvement of extraordinary powers, they will notify the church's armed forces for intervention. If all goes as planned, within a week, Lady Sharon will be apprehended. A voice within her argued fervently, "Do you truly believe that?" Another voice mocked, "Then why venture to Beckland to remind Lilith Granger, your nominal cousin, to seek the protection of the official extraordinary beings? I have done all I can. The police will recognize Lady Sharon as an extraordinary being, and the church's armed forces will intervene." The justifications grew weaker. This is not a monotheistic world. In Tingen, 3 churches vie for power, and the likelihood of Lady Sharon escaping during their preliminary investigation is significantly high. She can readily sequence 7 potions to recruit followers, indicating the presence of an even more formidable force behind her. Should she elude capture, you may as well prepare to live in perpetual fear for the rest of your life. The mocking voice pressed on. You know the solution for a permanent resolution, don't you? Yes, I have always known, yet I was reluctant to face it. Suddenly, Angel recalled a saying from her past life. When faced with indecision, toss a coin. When it falls, you will know your true desire. Thus, when I failed to hear the bishop's last words and responded, I should have realized my inner choice. Understanding dawned upon her. Thank you, Bishop, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. No, it is not yet over. With newfound resolve, Angel fixed her gaze intently on the partition, as if she could perceive the astonishment on the bishop's face behind it. What? The bishop echoed, equally taken aback. I must ask you to inform them, whether it be the Night Watchers or any other extraordinary beings, regarding the string of murders and disappearances in Tingeon City that are linked to an individual named Cole Granger. This matter involves even higher-ranking extraordinary beings, and pertinent evidence can be found in the police headquarters' anonymous mailbox. Please urge them to act swiftly. Just as Angel feared the bishop might be covertly alerting the authorities, the bishop's deep voice finally responded. They will be informed. Thank you for helping me solidify my resolve amidst confusion. Rising, Angel gestured with her right hand across her chest, tracing the outline of the crimson moon before departing the confession room. This expression of gratitude was not directed at the bishop. Outside, the prayer hall, once filled with faithful congregants, was now nearly empty. In the dimly lit hall, 2 priests were organizing the implements on the altar, one of whom was the young priest who had previously encouraged Angel to seek confession. He offered her a nod of acknowledgement as she emerged from the confession room. A profound and tranquil strength enveloped her. Chapter 9. The Gathering Storm. Having reaffirmed her determination, Angel refrained from taking the public carriage to the steam train station in Tingeon City as originally planned, opting instead to hail a hired carriage stationed at the street corner. To the Dragon's Den pub in the Dock District, she instructed the driver, who lounged casually in the driver's seat, awaiting work. The dock area housed Tingeon City's largest underground trading market, and Angel knew she needed to prepare thoroughly before confronting Lady Sharon. Closing her eyes, she contemplated her forthcoming actions while watching the rapidly shifting scenery outside the window. Initially, her strategy to deal with Lady Sharon required at least 2 weeks of preparation. Not only would she need to translate the knowledge and techniques alien to this world into combat proficiency, but she would also require the cooperation of multiple official extraordinary beings. Only through a surprise attack could she hope to prevail. Engaging in direct combat, given her current rank of Sequence 9, would likely result in injury or even death. Now, with the preparation time condensed to just 24 hours, her chances of success had undoubtedly diminished. The only course of action available to her was to swiftly augment her own strength. Advancing her sequence level was unlikely to be feasible within a time frame. Perhaps if she succeeded in her ascension, Sequence 7 Cole Granger could eliminate the higher-ranked Lady Sharon in a surprise attack, but for now, she was merely a Sequence 9 assassin. Moreover, Angel had no intention of emulating Cole's method of utilizing the precious lives of innocents as experience to elevate her own standing. In light of the circumstances, the only recourse left was to fortify oneself through external means, thereby augmenting one's combat prowess. Traversing the entirety of Tingeon, from the church in the northern district to the dock area in the south, the throngs of pedestrians gradually lessened, and the gas lamps lining the streets became increasingly sparse. Were it not for the recollection of Cole Grange's previous visits to procure extraordinary materials, Angel would have almost believed that the coachman harbored peculiar intentions in steering her elsewhere. It was only when the low, oppressive buildings faded from view and the Tarsock River shimmered under the crimson moonlight that she was assured of her arrival at the docks. The coachman halted the carriage beside a narrow path by the river, at the end of which lay a sprawling dockwork area and warehouses. By day, this locale bustled with the loading and unloading of goods, accompanied by the lively shouts of vendors, but by night, it descended into an eerie silence. Madam, the security here at night leaves much to be desired. If you intend to visit that tavern, well, let it be as if I never spoke. He kindly cautioned as Angel disembarked, readjusting her hood. Upon noticing her pat the holster strapped to her thigh, he promptly sealed his lips. The Drunken Dragon Tavern was the sole entertainment establishment in the dock area. By day, it was filled with workers enjoying a drink in their leisure, and by night, it was frequented by reluctant drunks. Inside, one could find raucous gambling on dogfights as wild as one's heart. Yet the rough dockworkers favored the visceral thrill of bare-knuckle fights. Pushing through the heavy doors, a cacophony of roaring voices mingled with the pungent aroma of spirits met her, where 2 bare-chested men in the boxing ring were vigorously exchanging blows. The sound of fists colliding with flesh elicited cheers from the crowd. A throng of patrons waving their mugs in support of their favored fighters, oblivious to Angel's entrance. She sidestepped the boxing ring and made her way to the billiards room at the back of the tavern, where 2 individuals were engaged in a game while a few others stood nearby, offering commentary. The moment they spotted her, a hush fell over the room. After stating her intentions, The patrons exchanged glances and discreetly yielded a position deeper within the room, revealing a concealed door. She pulled the candlestick by the window to unlock the hidden entrance and traversed several vacant chambers, arriving at a spacious area. This was a warehouse adjoining the Drunken Dragon Tavern, rented out as an underground trading market. It was currently at the height of trading activity, with vendors displaying their wares, either standing or seated, awaiting customers, while others navigated the stalls, engaging in negotiations. Most of the items for sale bore no extraordinary attributes. Merely ordinary mystical goods, such as candles for prayer, various spices for rituals, some genuine, others not, and crystals that served more as adornments than materials. The clientele primarily consisted of enthusiasts of the arcane, seeking these items to satisfy personal or niche requirements, devoid of any involvement in extraordinary occurrences. However, extraordinary individuals like Colgrange also mingled among the buyers, seeking auxiliary materials for potions, divination, or curses, as well as the foundational components for crafting extraordinary items. After wandering through the market, eavesdropping on several transactions, Angel selected the items she required. She first procured the majority of reagents from a vendor selling pre-mixed chemical potions, additionally acquiring the wooden box with lining and handles used for carrying them. With the box in hand, she meandered between the stalls, soon filling it with luminous lizard scales and shriek grass, while the final piece, a 10-gram star crystal, was carefully wrapped in a cloth bag and tucked in her coat pocket. Despite the box's grimy exterior, Angel cautiously placed it atop her thigh, rising on her toes to mitigate the carriage's jostling. It was crucial for her survival the following night. Upon opening the door to number 6 Daffodil Street, a warning note fluttered down, leaving Angel uncertain whether to feel regret or relief. The lamp she had discarded 2 days prior had begun to emit a foul odor, effectively masking the faint scent of blood, yet she lamented her decision, for she would now have to endure the company of that unpleasant aroma throughout the night in the basement. Were it not for the flammable materials in the study, I would not be here to work, she muttered, pinching her nose as she descended into the basement, lighting a candle and surveying her surroundings before ultimately deciding to endure the discomfort. Once the fire was lit, the temperature in the basement would rise, and the chimney effect would draw away most of the stench. She scraped the outer layer of the lizard scales with a knife, soaking them in nitric acid within a test tube, while extracting the essence of the shriek grass through alcohol. Calcium carbonate was ground into powder, and the resin was melted beside the crucible for insulation, while the star crystal was cut into equal portions. It was merely the vapor from the etching solution that had caused her discomfort. That was nothing to worry about. She gently heated freshly minted 45 caliber bullets, melting the adhesive to remove the projectiles and pour out the propellant. Grasping her carving knife, she concentrated, channeling her essence into the tip, which surged forth. With mechanical precision, she inscribed the first rune, Storm's Convergence, the easiest of the 5 special munitions once mastered by the Church of Light on Earth to fabricate. Could inflict cumulative damage through repeated strikes at the same location, and even when used singularly, it possessed far greater penetration than ordinary bullets. Due to its ability to stack damage through repeated hits, Storm's Convergence was typically employed in automatic weapons. However, in the Kingdom of Ruin, even semi-automatic and automatic firearms were classified as military equipment, which rendered Angel unable to acquire them. Consequently, she could only manufacture it as revolver ammunition, relying on her assassin's agility to target the same spot and trigger the bullet's unique properties. The creation of Storm's Convergence necessitated intricate patterns to be etched onto the shell, followed by the infusion of spiritually rich materials. The projectile was crafted from a blend of mithril and crystal powder, while a soft bullet head minimized ricochets, ensuring a more concentrated impact point. Furthermore, the treated bullets shattered more readily upon striking a target, unleashing powerful energy. After receiving the goddess's blessing during her prayers, these attributes would become even more pronounced. Although the intricate etchings representing various bullet characteristics adhered to physical principles, they should theoretically apply in this world as well. However, separated by an entire realm, the prospect of receiving the light goddess's blessing through prayer seemed improbable, leaving Angel uncertain about the efficacy of the etchings. The materials could not be utilized according to their original recipes. Instead, she relied on Colgrange's scant knowledge of the arcane to employ inferior substitutes from this world. The bullet heads could only be forged from lower melting point lead. Fortunately, the star crystal was imbued with spirituality, elevating the quality of the bullets somewhat. Angel meticulously inscribed the shells, further treating them with resin and etching solution before filling them with the essence of shriekgrass. Once the lead blocks melted in the crucible, she mixed in the star crystal and poured the mixture into iron molds to form new projectiles. After cooling, she reassembled everything, resulting in a completed Storm-S convergence bullet. Her craftsmanship had not dulled. Calculating the time expended, Angel estimated she could process all the bullets before dawn. However, before embarking on that task, she intended to test whether her prayers for blessings would yield any results. Clutching the bullet shell tightly, she traced a circle with a single finger across her chest while silently reciting her prayer, beseeching the light goddess for her blessing. As anticipated, the bullet remained unresponsive. With a sigh, Angel opened her palm, the brass shell reflecting the candle's dim glow, appearing no different than before. This incomplete Storm's convergence, possessing only the characteristics of its materials and engravings, would significantly diminish its lethality against extraordinary beings. Though disappointment washed over her, it was within her expectations. She had not harbored hopes of receiving divine aid from the deities of Earth in this alternate realm. Resolutely, she picked up another bullet shell, preparing to replace the portion representing divine power with a standard engraving, thereby at least augmenting its physical lethality. Just as she was about to complete the engraving on this bullet, the peculiar incident at St. Selena's church that evening resurfaced in her mind. Along with the words of the enigmatic voice, "Those who dare to advance shall be rewarded." After all, Cole was once a devoted follower of the goddess of night. With a heart full of trepidation, Angel replaced the prayers for divine power with the sacred emblem of the goddess of night, adorned with stars and encircled by a crimson moon, which she had previously observed in the church. Following this method, she diligently processed the second shell. Adhering to the former ritual, she clasped the shell firmly, traced the crimson moon across her chest, and implored the goddess, "O goddess of night, more exalted than the starry sky and more eternal than time itself, you are the sovereign of crimson, the mother of secrets, and the queen of misfortune and fear, the lord of rest and silence." These are the prayers etched in Cole Granger's memory. He had once been a less than pious devotee of the goddess of night. Yet after becoming an assassin and staining his hands with the blood of the innocent, he had not dared to step into a church again. "I beseech you, grant your blessing upon this item. Bestow upon it the power to combat evil and injustice, the body of the traitor, the soul of the heretic." Does such a prayer carry weight? As Angel completed her supplication and opened her eyes, a faint crimson light seeped through the gaps in her tightly clenched fist. In astonishment, she opened her palm to reveal that the previously dim engraving now pulsed with vibrant red lightning. The brass shell radiated a blinding crimson glow as if ignited, only to gradually fade after a prolonged moment. Undoubtedly, this had transformed into a complete storm-converging bullet infused with the potency of her prayer, rivaling even the standard ammunition produced in her original world. Had the prayer taken effect? Angel inhaled deeply, uncertain if this was truly a sign of divine favor or merely in alignment with the world's inherent laws that allowed her to successfully replicate the bullet's effect. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to the goddess of night. With a flourish, she traced the outline of the crimson moon in the air, her prayer this time imbued with a sincerity that surpassed her previous ceremonial performance at the Church of St. Selena. Chapter 10. An Unexpected Visitor. She ceased her work only after crafting 20 storm-converging bullets, feeling a sense of spiritual depletion. The neatly arranged bullets emitted a faint crimson glow that gradually diminished with the passage of time, while a few failed attempts lay discarded nearby, most of them rendered useless due to mishaps during the engraving process. The storm-converging bullets, augmented by engravings, possessed immense power but also bore a recoil far greater than ordinary bullets. The standard-issue launcher designed by the Templar Knights featured a hydraulic buffer, capable of firing special rounds without sustaining damage. However, her makeshift revolver, poorly constructed and lacking maintenance, would likely fail after firing fewer than 20 rounds. Even if the gun could endure, the wielder might not. 20 rounds were sufficient for a single battle. If that did not suffice to vanquish the enemy, another 20 would be futile. With what little spiritual energy remained, she crafted 3 phosphorescent bursts, a type of auxiliary ammunition with minimal direct lethality. The trajectory of these rounds and their eventual explosion would disperse phosphorescent powder, allowing the user to identify targets in low visibility or track the general direction of fast-moving foes through the trails left by the luminous powder. The crafting process mirrored that of the storm-converging bullets, incorporating the powder of luminescent lizard scales soaked in nitric acid and mixed with calcium carbide, which was then transformed into an intangible form unaffected by wind through engraving. After once again beseeching the goddess of night to infuse her engraving with power, she produced 22 caliber ammunition suitable for a lady's pistol. Angel placed the 3 phosphorescent bursts alongside the previous storm-converging bullets into a bullet box, covering them with oiled paper. As she gazed at the box containing bullets worth 50 pounds, her entire body seemed to ache. This was the first time her spirit had been utterly exhausted, causing her temples to throb and the candlelight before her to shimmer with a double image. Her condition mirrored that of her initial arrival in this body, perhaps even worse. Since her arrival in this world, Angel had not enjoyed a single full night's sleep. She invariably found herself working until dawn broke. After stowing the bullet box in her desk drawer, she stretched, resolved to wash her face and refresh herself before heading to the Church of St. Selena to inquire with the bishop about whether the incident had been reported to the extraordinary organization. Should the response from the goddess of night's church be sluggish, she intended to attempt reporting it to the River and Sea Church of the Stormlord. Upon opening the door to the living room, Angel was taken aback. Sitting on her favorite sofa, which was perfectly positioned to bask in sunlight, was a stranger. The newcomer, a man in his 40s clad in a black long coat of police uniform, wore a soft police cap and sat with one leg crossed, perusing a notebook that Angel recognized as one of the reports she had submitted to the police station's mailbox. Hearing Angel emerge from the study, the stranger tilted his cap slightly, revealing short, light brown hair and gray eyes framed by wrinkles, which regarded her with an oddly familiar gaze. "Good day, madam," he greeted politely, gesturing toward the empty sofa beside him. "Please, take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you." Angel deduced the man's identity from his attire and obediently approached the sofa to sit down. "The Tingen City Police transferred a case to us late last night, indicating it may involve extraordinary criminal activity," the unfamiliar officer stated, placing his notebook on the coffee table, which was already strewn with numerous documents and papers from the report. Earlier, Bishop Romulan from the Church of St. Selena informed us that a devotee of the goddess had faced threats from an extraordinary individual. She dared not confront him directly, yet bravely chose to report the incident to the church. The middle-aged officer's expression turned grave. "Both matters point to a university teaching assistant named Cole Granger. We have traced his residence to this address, 6 Daffodil Street." He paused, seemingly waiting for Angel to respond. "Indeed, the report was submitted by me last night into the police station's mailbox, and afterward, I proceeded to the Church of St. Selena to seek the bishop's assistance, hoping he would relay this matter to the extraordinary armed forces of the church." The officer nodded. "Thus I am here. I am Dunn Smith, a night watcher." He removed his cap, slightly bowing with a minimal inclination. Night watcher, a designation within the extraordinary forces of the goddess of night's church. Angel recalled from the discourse between Justice and the Hangman in the Tarot Society, where such an organization was mentioned. Upon hearing Angel's name, Dunn Smith raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. "There is no record of this information in the files pertaining to the Granger family. When did you arrive in Tingen?" His gaze fixated intently on Angel as he posed the question. "We will investigate," Dunn Smith affirmed with a nod, seemingly accepting Angel's explanation. He rested his right hand on the armrest of the sofa, tilting his head and propping his chin with his palm, adopting a rather languid demeanor as he continued to inquire, his voice deepened by the hand's cover. "Do you know the whereabouts of Cole Granger? He should be dead." "Proceed." After a brief moment of surprise, Dunn Smith gestured for Angel to continue. "You have reviewed those letters. The person maintaining contact with Cole and supplying him with potions is named Sherlyn Hoy, whom Cole refers to as Lady Sherlyn." Angel's speech quickened, betraying her growing anxiety. "On Thursday night, this Lady Sherlyn visited Cole, and he vanished that very night, never to reappear. By the way, my assassin's potion also came from her. Last night, she sent me another letter, instructing me to visit her tonight, which is Sunday. I know there will be no good outcome, though my expression may be somewhat disjointed. It is precisely the effect that Angel intended to achieve." Dunn Smith, seated across from him, was evidently taken aback by the torrent of information. He adjusted his posture slightly, lowering the hand that had been propping up his right cheek, his gaze unfocused as he stared at a point behind Angel, lost in thought. After a moment, he resumed his previous position and inquired, "You seem to harbor a considerable fear of Lady Sharon. What's she done to you?" "Fear? No. It should rather be described as hatred. She provided Cole with potions, manipulated him through enchantment, and instructed him to slay innocent individuals. While Cole deserves his fate, the true architect of this tragedy is none other than Lady Sharon. She even attempted to recruit me as an assassin. What? Does she wish for me to tread the same path as Cole, to seek advancement through bloodshed at her behest? I apologize for my agitation. It's quite all right. I can understand, Dunn Smith replied, the corners of his mouth twitching as if he were attempting to conjure a smile, which only accentuated the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He then adjusted his posture and swiftly resumed his stoic demeanor, his hands clasped together and fingers interlaced. Transitioning to a more relaxed topic, you appear to possess considerable knowledge regarding potions and the extraordinary. Did you acquire this information from Cole Granger? Indeed, Lady Sharon believes Cole has made rapid progress, imparting a wealth of knowledge about the extraordinary world to him, including various pathways and sequences of potions, as well as methods of advancement. I learned this from him. That certainly facilitates our dialogue. Are you aware of the names and sequence levels of Lady Sharon as potions? At the very least, she is a sequence 7 witch. I suspect she may have already ascended to sequence 6. Though I am unaware of the names of the subsequent sequences. Dunn Smith nodded thoughtfully. Sequence 7 falls within the intermediate range. We must strategize meticulously regarding her movements. I will report to my superiors and ensure that we are adequately prepared and researched before taking action. And what of tonight? Lady Sharon has invited me to her residence? Angel asked, her brow furrowed. Smith shrugged, his meaning clear. Surely you do not intend to accept the invitation? If I refrain from attending, it may raise her suspicions, prompting her to take precautions. If she prepares adequately, destroys evidence, or even attempts to flee, what will you do? Angel, sensing Dunn Smith's continued obliviousness to the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of urgency. Should she escape, she will become a fugitive. Not only the Church of the Midnight Goddess, but also the Church of the Storm Lord and the Church of Steam and Machinery will pursue her within their jurisdictions. Dunn Smith, seemingly undeterred by Angel's anxiety, replied in a measured tone, however, without concrete evidence, we cannot apprehend her indiscriminately. After all, Lady Sharon is a prominent figure in Tingen City, and the implications are far-reaching. Even if she is affiliated with the witch cult, Smith's expression grew serious. Resuming the familiar pose of resting his right hand on the chair to support his cheek, a habitual gesture of contemplation. That cult venerates the original witch and is dedicated to spreading calamity. Are you certain? I cannot say for certain, but the possibility is high. Lady Sharon once mentioned to Cole that she could introduce him to the witch cult, but only after he ascended to sequence 7. The officer's gray eyes fixated on Angel, or rather, on a point behind her, as he pondered, nodding as if confirming a thought. If she is indeed affiliated with the witch cult, this matter is likely more complex than it appears. She has been lurking in Tingen City for years, recently beginning to recruit followers, undoubtedly preparing for some significant action. For the witch cult, initiating action often results in the massacre of countless innocents. It seemed he had come to a resolution. Adjusting his cap with determination, he stated, I will request approval for tonight's operation against Lady Sharon. However, he gestured towards Angel. You must still accept the protection of the Night Watch. No, I shall partake in the battle as well. Angel firmly rejected Dunn Smith's proposition. I intended to confront her alone this evening, regardless of your presence. Dunn Smith, one hand pressing against his cap and the other smoothing the hem of his uniform, rose from the sofa. He smiled and shook his head, this being the first time Angel had witnessed a smile from him. As a sequence 9, to venture alone against a sequence 7 or even a sequence 6 extraordinary being, even in a dream, was undeniably audacious. What? Are you mocking me for dreaming in daylight? Or, a chill ran down Angel's spine, and she instinctively reached for her gun, only to recall that it lay in the drawer of her study. Hastily, she stood from the sofa. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and the scene before her shattered. Her face was buried in her arms upon the stone table, surrounded by shadows. Chapter 11. The Sleepless Ones. It turned out she had merely exhausted herself, falling asleep on the stone table in the basement. Angel remained in a daze for nearly a minute upon waking, gradually regaining her senses. The vividness of her recent dream left her feeling cold and clammy, her spine tingling. As the adage goes, what one thinks by day, one may dream by night. It seemed her desire for official intervention had manifested in a dream where extraordinary officers invaded her home, and she divulged her innermost thoughts. Even in a world devoid of modernity, the Night Watch, representing official power, would not break down doors at dawn and seat themselves on the sofa as if they were the hosts. Gazing at the row of meticulously crafted special bullets on the stone table, Angel, as she had in her dream, carefully placed them into a box and retrieved it from the basement. Thankfully, The bullets were indeed real. Had they been merely a figment of her dream, she would have to recreate them. With a sense of foreboding, she stored the box of bullets in the drawer of her desk, glancing out at the pale sky beyond the window, resolving to wash her face and awaken fully before visiting St. Selena's church to inquire whether the bishop had informed the extraordinary organizations of the situation. She prepared to leave. If the Church of the Midnight Goddess remained sluggish in their response, she intended to report to the River and Sea Church of the Stormlord. Pushing open the door to the living room, Angel was once again taken aback. Officer Dunsmith, clad in the same black and white checkered uniform, wearing his cap, was seated with one leg crossed on the sofa by the bay window, holding the same notebook. Upon noticing Angel emerge from the study, he gently tossed the notebook onto the table, adjusted his cap, and stood up. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, Dunsmith, Night Watch." He offered a slight bow, reminiscent of a gentleman introducing himself at a ball. Hello. I am Angel Granger, though I suspect you're already aware," she responded, quickly recovering from her initial shock. The Dunsmith from her dream was undoubtedly the same as the one before her. He had likely invaded her dreamscape. This brought to mind a type of extraordinary being known in her past life as a nightmare. The individual before her, however, appeared entirely normal, with well-defined features and limbs, unlike the abstract forms of nightmares. Thus, the alternative explanation was that the potions consumed by Dunsmith endowed him with the ability to invade and manipulate dreams. With this thought, Angel inquired, "Is this your extraordinary ability? Is it a trait shared by all members of the Night Watch?" "The Sleepless Ones," he replied, the name evoking associations with night and sleep. Dunsmith did not disclose the sequence level of the Sleepless Ones, nor did Angel press further, silently noting that this sequence possessed the power to manipulate dreams. In dreams, individuals often release the suppressed emotions that burden them in reality, amplifying their darker psyches, rendering the dreamscape absurd and chaotic. Yet, no matter how chaotic the dream may be, it ultimately reflects the true self. For extraordinary beings like myself, the genuine you within the dream is often more trustworthy than the conscious you in reality. No wonder I answered every question as if conversing with an old friend. It seems I lost control of myself in the dream. Angel realized with clarity. Dunsmith continued to elucidate his abilities. "It may sound frightening, but I merely guided your dream, extracting the answers I required, though you may not recall the specifics. I can assure you that we engaged in delightful conversation within the realm of dreams, without encroaching upon your personal privacy." He feigned humor as he winked at Angel. "Yet, I remember quite vividly, even your derisive remarks about my audacity in challenging Lady Chiron." Angel felt somewhat bewildered. Should she dismiss the dream she had just experienced? This was starkly different from the reality described by Dunsmith, who asserted that once ensnared in dreams, one would become an exemplary subject for inquiry. Perhaps my status as an extraordinary individual endows me with a degree of resistance against the manipulation of dreams. Angel mused privately, yet quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that a seasoned extraordinary like Dunsmith would certainly not overlook such a detail. Was it due to my unique nature, perhaps as a soul not belonging to this world? Or was it? Several conjectures flitted through Angel's mind, but none could be substantiated, compelling her to temporarily set aside the matter. Nonetheless, she understood that the advantages of this uniqueness were evident. Ultimately, it seemed to mirror the dream. He appeared disinclined to allow me to partake in the battle against Lady Chiron. "Wait, companions. Coming down?" As Angel contemplated further, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The absurdity struck her, awakening to find 3 strangers in her home. Was this an impromptu gathering of the Night Watch? Leading the group was a young lady clad in a hooded black robe, her hood now removed to reveal her face adorned with blue eyeshadow and blush. One hand grasping a candlestick while the other cradled a copper goblet. Following closely was a young male officer, likely in his early 20s, dressed in a black uniform akin to Smith's, all buttons undone, exposing a waistcoat and fitted shirt beneath, his short black hair and bright eyes exuding a carefree spirit. Diley Simone, Leonard Mitchell. They are both members of the Night Watch. Dunsmith succinctly introduced the newcomers to Angel. "You all arrived rather promptly, didn't you? Leaving you alone with this lovely lady for too long would surely stir envy in Leonard and me." The foremost Diley Simone stepped into the living room and settled onto a sofa, placing the candlestick down but still clutching the goblet. "Captain, there is nothing unusual upstairs, just ordinary furniture and clothing. The master bedroom does contain a hidden compartment in the floor, but it is empty." And Miss Diley's divination yielded no results. To be precise, Even the normal spirits in this house have vanished, as if they have departed with something. New spirits seem reluctant to approach this place. I attempted to divine further, but to no avail. My curiosity regarding this Korglanger grows ever more profound. Diley Simone murmured softly. The empty compartment was meant for Korglanger's notebooks, which now lay on the table before us. Additionally, when she mentioned spirits, did she refer to souls or something else entirely? Did this enigmatic lady possess the ability to communicate with souls? Angel recalled Dunn Smith's earlier mention of everyone having their own pathways to the extraordinary, speculating that this lady might be an extraordinary individual of a different path, endowed with abilities surpassing those of an assassin's dark vision, possessing a grace that rendered her even more remarkable, with 3 extraordinary individuals in action, including the sleepless Dunn Smith who could directly invade dreams, blurring the line between illusion and reality. It appeared that if Korglanger were still alive, a lone sleepless agent could ensnare him in a dream while the others brazenly infiltrated his abode, leaving him utterly powerless to escape. This seemed to epitomize the combat style of the Night Watch. Against a single target, their success seemed assured. The word action caught Angel's attention, evidently before she had fully awakened. The Night Watch had reached a consensus to act against Lady Charon. She had intended to contribute, utilizing her memories of Korg to enhance their chances of success in the battle against Lady Charon, ideally eliminating this extraordinary individual who was clearly scheming, while also safeguarding her true identity from exposure. Yet, witnessing their combat approach, particularly Dunn Smith's prowess in dream invasion, led Angel to conclude that her participation would hold little significance. Although she was uncertain about the combat effectiveness of the diviner Diley Simone and the young officer Leonard Mitchell, it was evident that accompanying Dunn Smith suggested they were no novices. Thus, insistent involvement on her part seemed unnecessary, especially as these individuals might not fully trust her. Observing the seemingly casual, yet subtly protective formation of the 3, she arrived at a conclusion. Chapter 12, On the Road. After a hasty tidying, Angel followed the 3 members of the Night Watch from her home. Dunn Smith did not object, but requested that during Angel's period of protection, her weapons be entrusted to another member of the Night Watch, Leonard Mitchell. ISNT, that tantamount to bringing nothing? Angel pouted, but ultimately acquiesced. As she retrieved her firearm from the study, she discreetly glanced at the hidden compartment beneath the desk, which contained an unknown extraordinary artifact that appeared untouched by the newcomers, though she dared not examine it further in front of Leonard, who stood nearby. After extracting her weapons and handing them over to Leonard for safekeeping, she took a few pounds in cash and finally exited her home under the escort of the Night Watch members. The outside world had already transitioned into the following morning, with Narcissus Street bustling with pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages navigating through the crowd. A police carriage, which Angel had seen just a few nights prior, was stationed at the entrance, emblazoned with 2 crossed swords and encircled by a crown, symbolizing the royal authority that the police system served. The street was not particularly wide, and the presence of a carriage had already caused considerable disruption to traffic. Yet, the surrounding crowd exhibited no signs of discontent, instead gazing with intrigue at Angel, who was surrounded by several officers as she prepared to board the carriage. This would surely make her the talk of the neighborhood. Angel wished for nothing more than to find a burrow to hide in, regretting not donning her hood before venturing out. Noticing the crowd's inclination to gather closer, she hurriedly stepped onto the carriage's footboard. The interior was relatively spacious, carpeted with plush fabric, and the windows draped with curtains, suffused with a faint aroma of incense. Following her inside was Diley Simone, dressed in a somewhat gypsy-inspired manner, who also seemed uncomfortable under the gaze of the crowd. She had donned her hood before leaving and only removed it once inside the carriage, revealing her face adorned with makeup. She settled opposite Angel, her previously tense form relaxing slightly. The door remained ajar, yet the 2 remaining members of the Night Watch did not enter. Was this carriage to be driven by 2? Angel pondered curiously as she pulled aside the curtain to gaze outside. The Granger residence was located at 6 Narcissus Street, near the end closest to Iron Cross Street, surrounded by rows of modest townhouses with direct access to the street, unlike the affluent residences in the Northern District that boasted gardens and lawns. Outside the entrance of the adjacent 2-story house, a middle-aged man was conversing quietly with 3 other individuals, one of whom held a set of keys. Introducing the others who seemed closely acquainted, Narcissus Street is conveniently located next to Cross Street, with ample surrounding amenities. The respectable residents nearby include teachers and government employees. Your neighbor at number 4 is a lawyer, and moving along to number 6. Just as he boasted about the respectable professions in the vicinity, the police made a grand entrance to apprehend individuals. Sweat beaded on the forehead of Scott from the City Housing Improvement Company as he pondered how to smooth over the situation, only to witness one of the young gentlemen among the 3 clients greeting the officers by the carriage with surprise. "Captain, what brings you here as well?" Beside the carriage, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell were engaged in amiable conversation with a young man clad in formal attire. Angel, eavesdropping from the window, discerned that this newcomer was Klein Moretti, a recent addition to the Night Watch of Tingen City. Today, he was visiting Narcissa Street alongside his siblings to inspect properties available for rent or sale. It appeared he intended to rent a place adjacent to the Granger residence. Angel observed the 2 men and a woman standing at the entrance of No. 2, Narcissa Street behind him. One middle-aged man clutched a brass key to the grand entrance, evidently a real estate agent introducing the residents. The salary of the Night Watch must significantly exceed the average income, prompting this newcomer, Klein Moretti, to eagerly seek superior accommodation immediately upon securing employment in an effort to enhance his living conditions. As she gazed at Klein, who was expressing gratitude to Dunn Smith for his advance in salary, a flicker of recognition sparked at her memory upon seeing his youthful visage, imbued with an air of scholarly charm. He was a young scion who had shared a carriage with Dunn Smith late that night. It seemed that the night watchmen routinely conducted their duties in the dead of night. Angel recalled Dunn Smith's potion, the Sleepless One, and his ability to invade dreams, concluding that their nocturnal escapades were not particularly unusual. Feeling the scrutiny from within the carriage, Klein lifted his gaze to meet Angel's. For a brief moment, he seemed taken aback, only to hastily divert his attention back to Dunn Smith. Dunn Smith took the initiative to introduce Klein, his voice notably louder than necessary for their private exchange, reaching the ears of the surrounding crowd. Was he concerned about potential misunderstandings from neighbors, attempting to clarify matters on her behalf? Upon witnessing the changed expressions of the onlookers following Dunn Smith's words, Angel cast another glance at him, realizing that this stoic Sleepless One was no longer as intimidating as he had seemed upon their first encounter. After a brief exchange between the 2, Dunn assumed the reins of the carriage, ushering Leonard aboard, and departed Narcissa Street under the watchful eyes of the Moretti family and other neighbors. With his dark hair and green eyes, Leonard Mitchell possessed a demeanor more reminiscent of a poet than a policeman. He bent to enter the carriage, deftly closing the door behind him. Inside the carriage, the opposing benches were occupied by the medium, Dolly, and Angel. Noticing Dolly's frosty demeanor as she sat rigidly in the center, seemingly unwilling to yield her position, Leonard offered Angel an apologetic smile. She raised an eyebrow and took a seat at the door's edge, granting him half of the bench. "Thank you," Leonard sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude before settling down. An eerie silence enveloped the carriage once more, punctuated only by the occasional cries of street vendors and the rhythmic clattering of the wheels over cobblestones. Within moments, unable to endure the stillness, Leonard Mitchell pulled out the box of ammunition he had been entrusted with, extracting a single round for meticulous examination. His gaze traversed the intricate engravings on the shell, ultimately resting on the emblem of the Goddess of Night. "Is this a demon-hunting bullet? Did you craft it yourself?" Leonard inquired, turning to Angel Granger, who had been intently observing him since he revealed the bullet. "It is of my own making, though it is not the demon-hunting bullet you speak of." "I have never encountered one," Leonard replied. He drew his revolver from the holster beneath his arm, swung open the cylinder, and retrieved a bullet from the chamber, offering it to Angel. Taking the bullet, Angel scrutinized it closely. It was a gleaming silver, high-quality handgun round, smaller than her Storm Convergence, likely around .38 caliber, with intricate patterns etched into both the bullet head and casing, and the base adorned with the blackened crimson emblem of the Goddess of Night. The engravings differ, and thus their purposes vary. My bullets primarily enhance penetration and power, lacking specificity against particular targets, she explained, returning the demon-hunting bullet to Leonard. Demon-hunting bullets are standardized ammunition for the Night Watch, uniformly manufactured and distributed by the church. Not even the captain can craft them. "Where did you learn to produce your bullets?" he inquired casually, yet with a hint of intrigue. Just as Angel contemplated fabricating a casual lie, her gaze fell upon the medium, Dolly, sitting across from her. Dolly had unknowingly straightened her posture, clutching the copper goblet she had held during their initial meeting at the Cole residence. "This technique originates from the religious tradition I once belonged to. I intend to employ it against Lady Sherlin." "Once belonged? Do you mean a different pantheon of deities?" Leonard Mitchell first glanced at Dolly, noticing her subtle nod before continuing his inquiry. Not one of the 7 great churches, merely a faith that no longer exists in this world, Angel clarified. As she held a storm convergence between her fingers, releasing a modicum of her essence, she sensed a faint crimson flow within the engravings of the bullet casing, the emblem of the goddess of night shimmering in the luminescence. It seems they indeed possess alternative means to ascertain the truth of my words and dreams. It is likely the effect of the goblet Dolly holds. Fortunately, I refrained from deception just now. Furthermore, what of the craftsman? Did he reference the steam church? The church of the god of steam and machinery? Angel captured keywords from the dialogue, silently analyzing them while continuing to speak. With that, she traced a scarlet crescent in the air before her, expressing gratitude to the goddess of night for her timely blessings. Ah, praise the goddess, Leonard Mitchell echoed, albeit with lingering confusion upon his visage. You crafted this last night? Does that mean you first sought blessings from your former deity? He hesitated briefly before asking, Forgive my impertinence, but how long have you been a devotee of the goddess of night? Angel glanced at the silent Dolly, still gripping the copper goblet, and responded honestly. My devotion to the goddess of night is relatively recent, primarily influenced by the unfolding events. Particularly, she delicately alluded to her circumstances, feeling it unnecessary to keep secrets. To be precise, it has likely been less than 24 hours. Huh? Leonard Mitchell turned to Dolly, who held the goblet and spoke the truth, finding her equally perplexed. The truth? Chapter 13. The Blackthorn Security Company. In the northern district of Tingen City, Zottern Street, a 4-wheeled police carriage, adorned with crossed swords and a crown, slowly rolled into the parking area adjacent to the police station. Do you operate out of the Tingen City Police Station? The driver, seemingly familiar with Dunn and the others, exchanged greetings with several night watchmen, disregarding Angel entirely as he proceeded to tend to the horses. The 4 alighted from the parking lot, with Dunn leading the way, followed by Dolly, who held the goblet, and Angel, who curiously surveyed her surroundings, while Leonard brought up the rear. The ground floor of No. 34, Zottern Street housed a storefront, its door firmly shut and devoid of any signage, suggesting it had not been opened for quite some time. Dunn and the others guided Angel up the adjacent staircase, rounding a corner to reach the 2nd floor. A vertical sign hung upon the wall, Blackthorn Security Company. This was indeed the name Dunn had previously mentioned. It appeared the Night Watch's stronghold lay within. The name bore an air of classical mercenary style, and considering the lengthy historical legacy of the Goddess of Night's church, it was quite possible this name had been in use for many years. Dunsmith pushed open the main door, waiting for the others to enter before closing it behind them. Before Angel stood a rather spacious reception area, its lavish decor contrasting sharply with the modest sign outside. The reception desk, directly facing the entrance, was adorned with guest registration forms and scattered documents. A side table, made of natural wood, was accompanied by a suite of sofas and soft-back chairs, while a large gas lamp overhead cast a warm glow. If not for the absence of staff at the reception desk, she might have mistaken it for the lobby of a high-end hotel. Today is Sunday. Otherwise, there would be someone stationed at the front desk. Dunn explained as he observed Angel lost in thought in the reception area. So you'll have to brew your own tea. The young night watchman nodded, accepted the copper goblet, known as the sealing object, from Dolly, and exited through a side door after navigating around the hall. Dolly, how do you plan to arrange things? You don't need to participate in tonight's operation. I'll stay here with you, but I must get some proper rest during the day. I do not possess the privilege of being an insomniac like you. The somber figure of Dolly, cloaked in black, stifled a yawn, revealing her weariness after handing over the goblet. Dunn nodded in agreement. Then you should go rest in the duty room on the 3rd floor. I'll call you when it's time for the operation. Once Dolly left through another door, only Angel and Dunn Smith remained in the hall. As for you, Dunn seemed to recall Angel's presence and adjusted his police cap, speaking to her. Before we execute our plan to apprehend Mrs. Sharon, it is prudent that you remain here to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Even if Mrs. Sharon were to evade capture, she would hardly dare to cause a disturbance at the night watchman's headquarters. He gestured towards the partition in the center of the hall. The room in the middle of the corridor over there is a lounge. It's usually empty on Sundays. You can rest on the sofa bed there. Shortly, I will send a female night watchman to accompany you. You may communicate any needs to her. However, refrain from wandering into other rooms, as the other members of the night watch do not know you. If they mistakenly perceive you as an intruder, it could lead to unnecessary harm. Accompany me? More like surveilling me, I presume? Angel muttered under her breath, but nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that Dunn had no further business, Angel prepared to leave the hall and head to the lounge he mentioned, hoping to catch up on some sleep during the day. Wait, there's one more thing. Just as Angel reached the door on the left, Dunn called out to her. I almost forgot. First, share with me what you learned from Call Grange regarding Mrs. Sharon's extraordinary abilities. Tell me as much as you can recall. Dunn Smith produced a palm-sized notebook from his police uniform pocket and settled onto the sofa in the reception area. His gray eyes fixed upon her. He spoke slowly. I do indeed trust you, and our interests align. You wouldn't want Mrs. Sharon to evade justice, would you? Trust me, or trust the ceiling object we just discussed. I'll remain in the dark for now. From her recent interaction with Leonard Dolly in the carriage, Angel inferred that the copper goblet, referred to as the ceiling object, likely possessed qualities akin to a lie detector, enabling the holder to discern the veracity of the speaker's words, at least from their own perspective. However, she had no intention of fabricating lies. Dunn's assessment was correct. Mrs. Sharon represented a mutual interest. Yet there existed a divergence of perspectives. For the night watchman, capturing Mrs. Sharon alive would be the optimal outcome, as it would not only eliminate an extraordinary individual operating outside the law, but also allow them to extract information about the witch cult from her, potentially unveiling more of her accomplices and thwarting the cult's machinations and intention. Conversely, for Angel, the prospect of Mrs. Sharon being captured was far from favorable. The worst-case scenario would be her escaping during the night watchman's assault, although the likelihood of this was significantly diminished with an extraordinary individual like Dunn Smith involved. Should such a situation arise, Angel would inevitably face relentless retribution from Mrs. Sharon and her associated forces. Moreover, if Mrs. Sharon were to be captured as the night watchman anticipated, a mere inquiry would surely expose Angel Granger's fabricated identity, leading her to an uncertain and dire fate. The best outcome will be Mrs. Sharon perishing in the struggle against capture. Such fatalities were commonplace in conflicts among the extraordinary. Once both sides ceased to hold back and unleashed their full powers in combat, the resolution often culminated in death. This was the very reason Angel sought to partake in the battle. With her abilities to summon storms, bullets, and assassins, she might not dictate the course of the fight, but she could seize an opportunity to eliminate Mrs. Sharon when the battle reached its conclusion. Regrettably, the night watchman appeared reluctant to allow her involvement in the operation to apprehend Mrs. Sharon, perhaps out of concern for the safety of a witness or merely due to a fundamental mistrust of outsiders. Thus, she could only settle for ensuring that Mrs. Sharon would not escape. If she held back and the operation failed, not only would the night watchman, who battled against evil, likely suffer casualties, but the ensuing retaliation from the shadows would be unbearable for Angel. I am unsure whether she retains any hidden abilities, so what I can share with you are merely those that Call has witnessed. Angel preemptively warned Dunn, hoping to temper his expectations regarding the intelligence she provided to avoid unforeseen complications in the battle. Dunn Smith nodded gravely, his demeanor shifting to one of focused attentiveness. Firstly, she ascended from the ranks of assassins, possessing all the extraordinary abilities of that class, and she would have enhanced them during her promotion, including dark vision, heightened sight, agile limbs, and a lithe physique, granting her lethal explosiveness in close combat. If your night watchmen lack similarly skilled close combat members, it would be unwise to engage her in hand-to-hand combat. Dunn diligently recorded notes, occasionally posing questions about specific abilities, prompting Angel to elaborate. Next came the instigator. It does not grant additional combat capabilities, but merely enhances those inherited from the assassin lineage. However, the instigator excels at charm and misdirection, wielding eloquence to incite discord among others, awakening their innermost desires and fostering conflict. Should she fully exploit these abilities, it could lead to strife among your team members. You inquire about countermeasures? You need not overly concern yourself. In direct combat, it holds little significance. Simply keep her preoccupied with the fight, leaving her no opportunity to speak. You possess the ability to enter others' dreams, correct? You could confine Mrs. Sharon within a dream, allowing your teammates to infiltrate the room and unleash several shots at her head. Any attempts at instigation or misdirection would be rendered futile. During their conversation, Angel recalled the multiple bloodbaths triggered by Call Granger's invocation of the instigator's powers, deepening her animosity towards both the deceased Call and the currently living Mrs. Sharon. In concluding her description of the instigator's abilities, she could not help but infuse her words with emotion. Ahem, the Nightmare's abilities are not quite as formidable as you suggest, but I appreciate your insights. They have sparked considerable inspiration. Dunn Smith's expression turned peculiar, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, and after a moment of contemplation, he resumed, jotting down notes. Please continue. Indeed, your potion is aptly named Nightmare. Is it a sequence 8 or 7 for the insomniacs? After a brief contemplation, Angel continued to elaborate on Mrs. Sharon's capabilities under Dunn's urging. Upon reaching sequence 7, Angel, or rather, Call Granger, had scant knowledge of Mrs. Sharon's abilities. After all, Call was merely her apprentice and bedfellow, not a rival of equal standing, and Mrs. Sharon seldom showcased her higher-tier combat prowess in his presence. Ultimately, Angel summarized, "That is all I have, but Mrs. Sharon was already a sequence 7 extraordinary individual before Call met her. It is highly likely that she is now nearing or has even ascended to sequence 6. It would be prudent to treat her as a sequence 6 extraordinary individual. Do not harbor any false hopes, as it is perilous. Bring along more people." "Your words only heighten my concerns," Dunn remarked, though Angel privately hoped to hear genuine good news later that evening, such as Mrs. Sharon meeting an unfortunate end during her attempted capture. However, such thoughts could not be openly expressed. She could only offer a wry smile. Chapter 14. Observations from a Lounge. A gentle knock echoed from the door of the lounge. "Come in." Angel, lost in thought in the lounge of the Blackthorn Security Company on the second floor, rose from the sofa by the window, instinctively pressing her right hand against her skirt, only to remember that all her weapons had been entrusted to the young night watchman named Leonard Mitchell. The doorknob turned, and an elderly figure clad in a black trench coat entered, holding a wooden lunchbox. At first glance, Angel assumed it was an old man, but as the person fully stepped into the lounge, she discovered that beneath the white hair was the visage of a woman in her 30s. Though not strikingly beautiful, her demeanor exuded calm and serenity, and her dark eyes seemed to possess the ability to see through everything. "Zigatong, night watchman," the white-haired lady introduced herself succinctly. "The captain asked me to bring you lunch." The captain referred to the cold-faced Dunn Smith. "So, this is the female night watchman he mentioned would be assigned to monitor me?" Angel quickly approached and accepted the lunchbox from Zigatong. The box was modest in size, containing a piece of oatmeal bread, a small bowl of stew, and a few thin slices of bacon. Though not abundant, it was a reasonable balance of meat and vegetables. It appeared that the Blackthorn Security Company did not have its own kitchen. She surmised the meal was delivered from a nearby restaurant. Having not eaten breakfast, Angel realized she had not consumed anything for almost a day, and apart from sipping 2 cups of hot water in the lounge, her stomach was entirely empty. Ignoring the presence of others, she placed the lunch box on the table and devoured its contents with fervor. Zigatong quietly settled into a nearby sofa, casually picking up a few days' old Ahova evening news, concealing her gaze behind the newspaper. However, Angel felt that the woman's attention remained fixated on her. The woman's appetite was far less than Angel's, which had been honed through rigorous training. Although she felt ravenously hungry, after consuming more than half of the oatmeal bread along with the stew, she began to feel somewhat satiated. Slowing her pace, she gradually finished the last morsel of food, then picked up the napkin that had been placed under the bread to wipe her mouth and hands, releasing a contented sigh. Zigatong lowered the newspaper, casting a glance at the now empty lunchbox, her eyebrows raised in surprise, causing Angel to feel a slight flush in her cheeks. "I haven't eaten in nearly a day. Finishing off a meal is quite reasonable, isn't it? Besides, this lunch wasn't particularly lavish. In the past, I could polish off 3 servings in one go." To alleviate her embarrassment, Angel inquired, "Where should I return the lunchbox? As long as I avoid feeling awkward, the discomfort will fall upon the other party." She darted her eyes around, attempting to shift the conversation. "How many night watchmen does your security company have?" As soon as the words left her lips, Angel regretted her abrupt change of topic. "Including myself, there are 6 combat personnel. I believe you have encountered some of them. With the administrative staff included, the total exceeds 10. The response was vague. Was she afraid of divulging confidential information? Although the numbers were modest, if all were extraordinary individuals, it would undoubtedly constitute a formidable team. Even if they were all rank 9, each possessed unique abilities, and when multiple extraordinary beings teamed up in battle, the myriad of capabilities would pose significant challenges for their adversaries. Isn't 6 combat personnel a bit insufficient? Angel pressed on, curiosity piqued. Just last night, to investigate the incident involving Cole Grangine, 3 night watchmen had visited her home, effectively mobilizing half of their combat team. Excluding those at home resting or on duty, it was nearly a full deployment. Zigatong chuckled lightly, her squinting eyes rendering her appearance quite youthful. In fact, we find ourselves rather unoccupied. The supernatural incidents requiring attention in Tenjin City are few, With your case included, there have only been 4 in June. Moreover, we are not the only ones at work. We are only responsible for the Northern District. The Western District and areas like Jin Wudong are managed by the penitents and the extraordinary beings of the mechanical heart. Had it not been for your report to the St. Selena Church, this matter wouldn't have even fallen under our jurisdiction. The penitents of the Church of the Storm Lord and the mechanical heart of the Church of Steam and Machinery. These represented extraordinary armed forces akin to the Night Watchmen of the Church of the Lady of Night. It appeared that the power delineation among the 3 principal divine churches of the Rune Kingdom was quite clear, thus minimizing potential conflicts during the handling of related cases, even precluding violent confrontations. Noticing Zigatong's willingness to answer questions, Angel subsequently inquired about the various extraordinary teams in Tenjin City. Zigatong seemed to only be cautious about disclosing information regarding her own team, as she freely divulged details about the other 2 extraordinary teams in Tenjin City, broadening Angel's understanding. Since those individuals were devotees of the Storm Lord, the penitents arrived on the scene as well. They had been active for a month, and when they saw that the captain and I had resolved the issue, their eyes nearly bulged out. They almost picked a fight with us. Sharing the embarrassments of others indeed proved to be one of the finest means to foster camaraderie. Angel and Zigatong quickly found common ground in conversation, just as Leonard Mitchell, casually draped in a black vest over his black police uniform, pushed open the lounge door. Zigatong was unceremoniously clutching her stomach, nearly rolling on the sofa in laughter. Ahem, ahem. Upon noticing someone's entrance, Zigatong instantly regained her composure, as if the previous disheveled image had merely been an illusion. Leonard, do you need something? She glanced at the lunchbox on the table, realization dawning. Are you here to collect the lunchbox? Hearing it pertain to the evening's operations, Zigatong's demeanor turned serious as she rose from the sofa, adjusting her trench coat. I'll head to the captain first. Could you handle this for me? She gestured with her eyes toward Angel, who was seated on a nearby sofa. Leonard nodded. No problem. I'm not participating in the battle tonight anyway. He naturally took a seat where Zigatong had just been, picking up the Jehovah Evening News she had previously been reading. Remembering that the Night Watchmen were all devotees of the Lady of Night, she added, May the goddess bless you. May the goddess bless you, Zigatong replied, tracing a crimson moon over her chest before departing the lounge. The room fell silent once more. Leonard Mitchell seemed to have come merely to peruse the newspaper. His legs crossed, engrossed in the Jehovah Evening News, as if it concealed some hidden treasure. The newspaper in his hands was the Intis Post, dated a week prior, indicating that the lounge's newspaper updates were infrequent, and the Night Watchmen passing their time did not seem to mind this. She focused her gaze on the headline, Shock. Several students at Tenjin University mysteriously disappear, with connections to a female literature teacher. What is this? Angel furrowed her brow, setting the newspaper aside. She had little interest in such sensationalist headlines. If this sort of title could make it to the front page, the paper likely lacked authority. As she flipped to the subsequent pages, a myriad of attention-grabbing headlines appeared, covering topics across all nations of the northern continent, their only commonality being a penchant for sensationalism. Just as she prepared to toss the newspaper aside, Leonard Mitchell, still engrossed in his search for hidden fortunes within the pages, suddenly spoke up. It seems you and Zigatong get along well. What was your first impression of her, and of us Night Watchmen? His tone was casual, his eyes never leaving the newspaper, as if he were asking offhandedly. Yet, drawing from her previous conversation experience in the carriage, Angel sensed he had ulterior motives. Ms. Zigatong seemed somewhat aloof at first, but after chatting for a while, it became evident that she is quite a warm-hearted person. As for the Night Watchman, to be honest, my initial impression was not favorable, considering that you barged into my home in the dead of night and directly intruded upon my dreams. Were it not for the fact that I am also an extraordinary individual, I fear that your Captain, Dunn Smith, would have deprived me of even the opportunity for dialogue, opting instead to extract all necessary information from me while I slumbered. She first articulated her sentiments as an ordinary citizen, then deftly pivoted her discourse. However, since this endeavor is aimed at combating the criminality of extraordinary beings, I shall refrain from further comment. Setting aside subjective feelings, I must express my admiration for your professionalism and initiative. Typically, our protocol involves collaborating with the local police. But given the urgency of the situation in the late hours of the night, and considering that Ms. Daly is set to depart from Tenjin tomorrow, the captain was keen to expedite the resolution of this case. Leonard Mitchell did not anticipate Angel's candid assessment, and a look of awkwardness overtook him as he attempted to explain. As if recalling some past experience, Leonard's lips twitched, hinting at a suppressed smile. He set aside the untouched Tahova Evening News, adjusted his crossed legs, and fixed his verdant gaze upon Angel. Based on your current impressions, would you be willing to join the Night Watch if the opportunity arose? Join the Night Watch? Me? Angel turned to Leonard, searching for a hint of jest upon his countenance. But Leonard's expression remained serene, his gaze unwavering. He appeared earnest. Yet, what relevance does this hold for me? My present status is merely that of a witness submitting a report. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall awaken to find myself imprisoned alongside Mrs. Sheeran, merely a casualty of circumstance. And now you inquire if I'm interested in joining the Night Watch. You hardly seem like a suicide squad, do you? Huh. I merely asked in passing. Do not take it to heart. Typically, departments handling cases involving victims of supernatural incidents must provide accommodations to prevent further harm or the leakage of sensitive information. Since you are already an extraordinary being, your options will be more varied. Once Mrs. Sheeran is apprehended, the captain should seek a detailed discussion with you. Victim? Once Mrs. Sheeran is captured, if I deny the existence of Angel Granger and disclose the effects of the Series 7 potion, which, who knows whether I or she would meet our end first on the gallows. When the time comes, if I proclaim myself a victim as well, claiming that Cole Granger perished during the Ascension ritual and that I am merely an otherworldly spirit, would anyone believe me? Although she has long prepared for the worst to permanently resolve the issue with Mrs. Sheeran. The possibility of such a grim outcome caused the fleeting good cheer Angel had gained from her chat with Ziggett to evaporate like dew under the blazing sun. She resumed perusing the Intis Post, filled with gossip and sensational news, to pass the time in the realm of fiction. Chapter 15. The Night Watch in Action. As the sunlight outside gradually waned, supplanted by a crimson moonlight, the Night Watch team in Tingen finally readied themselves to commence their operations against Mrs. Sheeran. During dinner, Ziggett came to the lounge to replace the previously taciturn Leonard Mitchell, bringing along Angel's second meal from the Blackthorn Security Company. Eager and loquacious Ms. Ziggett initially intended to resume discussions on the extraordinary teams of Tingen, but upon observing Angel's somber demeanor, she opted not to intrude, instead quietly perusing the newspaper. During this time, Angel, under Ziggett's guidance, visited the restroom on the third floor of the company, where she encountered the recently awakened Ms. Daly Simon, an enigmatic medium dressed in a somewhat mysterious manner. Contrary to Angel's earlier assumptions, as introduced by Ziggett, Ms. Daly was not a member of Tingen's Night Watch, but rather a member from the Night Watch of Emmettport in Eastchester, who had come to assist with a mysterious incident involving extraordinary items. Thus, the 6 combatants of Tingen's Night Watch team did not include Ms. Daly Simon. Angel mentally excluded Daly from the roster of the Night Watch, realizing that this left 3 vacancies. However, she refrained from further inquiries to Ziggett, as doing so might seem as though she were prying, which would be rather suspicious just before the Night Watch's impending apprehension operation. Soon after dinner, in the heated reception area of the Blackthorn Security Company, she encountered most of the combat personnel from the Night Watch team. The invitation from Mrs. Sheeran specified a meeting time with Ms. Granger at 8 o'clock. To prevent her from evading, we shall initiate our operation at 7. Instead of donning the standard black and white checkered uniforms of Tingen's police, Dunsmith was clad in a long black coat as he sat in an armchair, perusing his aged, palm-sized notebook. The other members of the Night Watch stood or sat around their captain, and Angel chose not to linger in the lounge, but rather listened from a sofa in the corner. Fry Loya, Ziggett, you 3 will accompany me by carriage to the Sheeran residence on Olsner Street to execute the apprehension. I have applied for the use of sealing object 2-105, which Fry will carry and deploy upon our arrival. Cohen Lee will remain on guard at the Charney's Gate and will not participate in the operation. Leonard, you and Daly shall remain here to protect Angel Granger until the operation concludes. This was Angel's first encounter with the term Charney's Gate, and she could not recall any information regarding it. It appeared to be a specialized facility within the building that required constant surveillance. Ziggett, who had been seated beside Angel, smiled upon hearing that he would be part of the apprehension operation, nodding slightly. Leonard Mitchell, who had previously inquired whether Angel would be interested in joining the Night Watch, stood by the entrance, leaning against the wall. His emerald eyes scanned the room intermittently. Upon learning that his task was to remain behind, he maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this outcome. With the final mention of Cohen Lee, the roster of the 6-person team was finally unveiled to Angel. The auxiliary member, Daly, remained clad in her black robe, seated in the armchair facing Dunsmith, exuding a languorous aura, as if still half asleep. Upon realizing she would not partake in the apprehension operation, she glanced up at Dunn before lowering her gaze again to study the crystal pendant in her hand. Mrs. Sheeran's residence is located on Olsner Street in the Eastern District of Tingen, not far from the Blackthorn Security Company in the Northern District. A carriage ride would take approximately 15 minutes. Departing at 7 provides ample buffer time, ensuring that they would not arrive too early and risk exposing themselves. Faced with a known target, rather than opting for a full team assault, Dunn Smith prudently chose to retain a portion of the personnel to guard the premises and protect the vital witness, reflecting his cautious approach to operations. Captain, did you not mention that you would provide a detailed briefing on Mrs. Sheeran's abilities once all personnel had assembled? Ziggett, seated beside Angel, raised his hand to pose the question. The other members of the night watch appeared unfazed, attentively listening to their captain's remarks. Is this person truly reliable? The flicker of admiration Angel had just felt dissipated in an instant. Dunn Smith swiftly concluded his introduction of Mrs. Sheeran's extraordinary abilities and allocated tasks to the combat team. Utilizing Cole Granger's recollections of Mrs. Sheeran, Angel mentally integrated her into Dunn Smith's operational strategy. Rehearsing the scenario in her mind, concluding that Mrs. Sheeran would likely find herself in a precarious situation this time. Regarding the highly probable Series 6 Mrs. Sheeran, while success was not guaranteed, Dunn Smith was likely no less than Series 7 in capability. Should he succeed in drawing Mrs. Sheeran into the dream realm, isolated and vulnerable, she would become a lamb to the slaughter, with her fate resting solely in the hands of the Night Watch. Even if the dream induction were to fail, and they were to engage in direct confrontation, the ceiling object 215 he mentioned could strip her of her invisibility, depriving her of her primary means of escape or retaliation. The curse would not take effect instantaneously, and her abilities of fire and frost would not necessarily surpass firearms in close combat. With 4 against 1, even when facing a Series 6 adversary, the odds of victory appeared exceedingly favorable, as Angel internally lit a candle for Mrs. Sheeran's grim fate. She also comprehended the rationale behind Dunn Smith's opposition to her involvement in the apprehension operation. In this room, all 7 individuals are extraordinary beings, and I may very well be the weakest among them. The assassin's close-quarter combat abilities proved to be of little use in the unfolding operation. My presence there would merely complicate matters. Had I possessed the prowess of Sequence 7 or even Sequence 6, I would have long since stormed into Lady Sharon's residence. Rather than lingering here, awaiting the outcome of the Night Watch's actions to determine my fate, Angel secretly sighed. Even if an opportunity to enhance my strength presented itself, could I truly suppress my conscience to become an assassin and instigator, advancing through the blood and flesh of the innocent? The 4 members of the operational team swiftly set forth, meticulously organizing their firearms and ammunition. The raven-haired, azure-eyed Fry brought along an object resembling a blood vessel, as if extracted from a human body. The quartet filed out through the main entrance, and soon, the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestone path echoed from downstairs, gradually fading along with the crack of the whip. Angel also encountered one of the clerical personnel of the Night Watch, a middle-aged man named Bright, who sported a thick beard, donned a suit and a top hat, and wore a faint smile upon his face. Compared to the members of this extraordinary organization, he resembled more of a butler from a wealthy household. Such clerical personnel do not partake in external operations. Rather, they are responsible for routine receptions, room maintenance, documentation, and the safeguarding of weapons, materials, and archives, much like those guarding the Charney's Gate, who also take turns on night duty. Originally, we had 7 clerical staff, including the former member turned clerk, Old Neil. 5 are currently involved in the rotation of the weapons and materials vault. Cohen Lee, who is on duty at the Charney's Gate today, opted to become an insomniac, while Viola chose not to renew her contract, leaving us somewhat short-staffed. This week, a newcomer has arrived, entangled in a mysterious incident. Though he is not extraordinary, he was fortunate enough to survive and has decided to join the Night Watch. Roshan was delighted, thinking he would serve as clerical staff, but the captain informed me that he will not participate in the rotation for now, a fact Roshan remains unaware of. Oh, Roshan is also one of our clerical personnel. She is on duty tomorrow, and you will meet her. Why are you telling me all this? Angel maintained a polite smile as she listened to Leonard outline the clerical personnel's work arrangements. Yet a twinge of confusion nagged at her. Shiga had refrained from discussing the internal affairs of the Night Watch during their afternoon conversation, suggesting some restrictions, while Leonard spoke freely, laying everything bare. Was there a particular reason for this? Seated nearby, Diley Simon seemed disinterested in the conversation. After Dunn Smith and the others departed, she had fallen into a state of despondency, either staring at the tea leaves floating in her cup or seemingly gazing at the other two, her focus nowhere in sight. By the way, the captain asked me to return your weapon, and I happen to have a question as well. As Leonard approached the history of the Charney's Gate, he suddenly clapped his hands as if recalling something. He retrieved a wooden box from his pocket and placed it on the table. It contained the special bullets he had previously taken from Angel. Leonard also produced 2 revolvers, one large and one small, and set them alongside the box of bullets. He then picked up a storm-converging bullet, intricately inscribed with complex patterns and the sacred emblem of a night goddess, and compared it with one of his demon-hunting bullets, just as he had done earlier in the carriage. The demon-hunting bullets produced by the church gain additional lethality against extraordinary beings through the engraving of Hermes' script and the emblem of a night goddess. He pointed to the smaller, obviously more finely crafted silver bullet with a description that implied its high cost. Angel sat up slightly, attentive to his explanation, while Diley, who had been staring vacantly, shifted her focus towards Leonard. However, upon examining your bullet this afternoon, I noticed that the engravings are orderly and likely serve a purpose similar to that of the demon-hunting bullets. They are not Hermes' script, nor do they belong to any language I have encountered. Like the demon-hunting bullets, they ultimately bear the emblem of the night goddess. Yet I am curious about the content. This certainly does not belong to any language you have seen, for it is English in an ornate script. Angel felt a sense of helplessness. During the day in the carriage, she had cleverly evaded the scrutiny of the lie detection artifact, believing Leonard would not broach the subject again. Yet the diligent young member of the Night Watch had not forgotten, and had even meticulously studied the engravings on the bullet. Fortunately, that artifact had already been secured. Diley needed to rely on it for lie detection, indicating she lacked the ability herself or could not use it instantly. The time had come to test Angel's ability to lie without a hint of guilt. As she rapidly prepared her mental script, intending to steer the non-existent text towards some ancient belief, Diley suddenly furrowed her brow, glanced around, and then stood up decisively. Something felt amiss. The nearby spirits were filled with unrest. Chapter 16, Ambush. Something felt amiss. The nearby spirits were filled with unrest. Diley remarked with a frown. There are powerful, extraordinary beings nearby, harboring hostility towards us. She rose from the sofa, shedding her earlier despondency, her expression now grave as she scanned the surroundings. Grasping the crystal pendant on her wrist, she parted her lips to silently communicate with certain presences. This is the true essence of a medium. She is communicating with the unseen spirits. Leonard also realized the gravity of the situation, leaping from the sofa and approaching the window to peer outside. The bustling Zottern Street in the North District appeared unremarkable. Could it be another official extraordinary team, perhaps the Punishers, or... Angel suggested a possibility. Unlikely. We have clearly defined territories and typically do not stray near other teams' bases. Moreover, Ms. Diley's reaction indicates that this extraordinary being... Leonard's expression changed abruptly. He hastily drew his revolver from its holster under his arm and cocked the hammer. It is highly probable that it is Sequence 6. There are no such official extraordinary beings in Tingeon City, stronger than Ms. Diley, so it is likely a Sequence 6. So, Diley Simon is also a Sequence 7 extraordinary being? Angel gazed at Diley, who was silently communicating with an unknown presence, never imagining that this unassuming, somewhat despondent young woman was on par with the Night Watch Captain Dunsmith in terms of extraordinary capabilities. Wait, Sequence 6. Lady Sharon, Angel blurted out, catching a glimpse of a flicker of fear in Leonard's suddenly wide green eyes. We must head to the Charney's Gate. We stand no chance here. Leonard swiftly made a decision, lowering his gun and moving towards the partition leading to the reception room. Although I am unaware of the location of this Charney's Gate, following along should be prudent. Angel rose from the sofa, first reaching for the box of bullets on the table, extracting all the storm-converging bullets, stashing the ones already loaded in the magazine into her dress pocket, and then grasping 2 revolvers before trailing behind Leonard. Diley ceased her mediumship, yet her brow remained furrowed as she surveyed the area. As Angel passed by Diley, she extended the smaller revolver, which contained phantasmal phosphorescent bullets, toward her. Ms. Diley, I trust you can handle a revolver. Just concluding her mediumship, Diley, with eyes as profound as an abyss, regarded Angel with surprise, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Though I may not appear it, I am indeed a genuine member of the Night Watch. She reached out, preparing to accept the revolver. Angel tightened her grip on the weapon, freezing in place as if teasing Diley, holding the gun just before her. Unfortunately, Diley could not hold Angel accountable at this moment. She seemed ensnared by invisible threads, her dark robe clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful curves, her outstretched hand frozen mid-air, poised as if awaiting a handshake. Angel was acutely aware that her attire mirrored that of Dolly S., as she too was now rendered immobile, her limbs stiff and her neck fixed. From the corner of her eye, she beheld Leonard, clad in a trench coat that clung to his elongated frame, poised to navigate around the partition of the reception area, his limbs arranged in a forward thrust, resembling a comical marionette frozen in place. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Mrs. Sherlin, who, as a member of Sequence 6, had brazenly infiltrated the Blackthorn Security Company with her invisibility, standing beside several individuals to unleash her extraordinary abilities, controlling everyone present like puppets on strings. Although Dolly had received a hint of her newfound clairvoyant powers, it was far too late. Perhaps Dolly and Leonard were contemplating ways to escape this entrapment. But Angel could no longer afford to wait. She had to seize these precious moments to create an opportunity for retaliation, commencing with the revelation of Mrs. Sherlin's true form. "I'm sorry." Angel's lips moved to utter a single word. The trigger was pulled, the hammer struck, and the phosphorescent projectile propelled by gunpowder erupted, instantly igniting in a blaze of engraved power, trailing a spreading phosphorescent glow that struck Dolly's chest. Of course, Angel was not an undercover agent sent by Mrs. Sherlin, lurking until this moment merely to execute Dolly. The phosphorescent projectile served as a non-lethal round. Upon impact, the bullet would burst upon exertion, transforming into an ethereal powder that blanketed a 10-meter radius, marking everything responsive to the spiritual realm, including the invisible. The bullet's lethality was negligible when it struck through clothing, only causing mild burns if it made contact with bare skin. Moreover, the intangible threads binding Dolly seemed to recoil from high temperatures, as Angel observed transparent filaments resembling spider silk dissipating rapidly at the point of impact on Dolly's chest. Simultaneously, the entire reception area was enveloped in a shimmering haze of phosphorescent powder, defying gravity and the gentle breeze from outside, quietly floating within every space. In Angel's eyes, both Dolly and Leonard emitted a faint phosphorescent glow, as if encased in a halo of white light under spiritual scrutiny. Less than 2 meters from Leonard, a similar human-shaped halo appeared in an otherwise empty space. Without needing Angel's prompting, Leonard's gaze locked onto the nearby halo. Now, the only parts of his body that could move were the muscles of his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Farewell, free-spirited ocean. This will be the last time I witness you, rolling with azure waves and shimmering with your exquisite beauty." It felt as though she had arrived at a lakeside in the forest or lain upon a bed draped in velvet. The serene atmosphere lulled her into a state of drowsiness, threatening to pull her into slumber. "Stay awake." This must be akin to a nightmare's ability to draw one into dreams, albeit weaker than Dunn's direct dream intrusion. Angel refocused her gaze on Leonard, who continued to chant in his sonorous voice. The halo he faced likely ensnared Mrs. Sherlin in a similar state, and due to her proximity to the poet Leonard, the effect was even more pronounced. Therefore, she attempted to move her limbs, but alas, the invisible threads still gripped her body. However, compared to her previous immobility, the threads under Mrs. Sherlin's control had evidently loosened, and Angel sensed she could slightly maneuver her limbs. She glanced at Dolly, who also felt an increase in her range of motion. Quickly, she utilized the crystal pendant on her wrist to enter a state of clairvoyance, her emerald-like eyes deepening in intensity. "Use fire," Angel urged. As an assassin, she was powerless against the invisible threads ensnaring her and could only place her hopes on the clairvoyant Dolly and the unseen spirits around them. Dolly nodded almost imperceptibly, and soon wisps of pale blue fireflies began to swirl around them, dispersing the nearby phosphorescent powder. This was the glow emitted when the threads binding them ignited. These invisible lines recoiled rapidly upon contact with high temperatures, akin to spider silk meeting flame. The blue fireflies spread swiftly along the threads in the surrounding space, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Yet, Angel had no time to admire. At the instant the threads ignited, she felt the grip holding her dissipating rapidly. Before she could applaud Dolly's efforts, she raised her right hand, gripping a large-caliber revolver. and without pausing to aim, she fired a storm-converging shot toward the halo representing Mrs. Sherlin. In her haste, the bullet did not strike Mrs. Sherlin's vital point, but instead hit her waist. However, the sound that followed was not the dull thud of a bullet penetrating flesh, but rather a crisp crack, as the halo marked by the phosphorescent powder shattered like a mirage, vanishing from Angel's sight. Alongside it, the full-length mirror hung behind the door, intended for guests to adjust their attire, also shattered. A mirror decoy. The mirror marked by the phosphorescent powder lay in shards, and the Mrs. Sherlin, who should have occupied this space, had vanished without a trace. Angel, gun raised, surveyed her surroundings, but found no new target amidst the gradually dissipating phosphorescent powder. Had she fled? It was plausible. A failed strike often leads to a tactical retreat, a fundamental survival instinct for an assassin. Yet, would Mrs. Sherlin, having audaciously breached the night watchman's stronghold, truly relinquish her pursuit so easily? Dolly stood firm, continuing to guide the blue flames toward Leonard, assisting him in breaking free from the thread's grasp. Angel's gaze swept across the corners of the room, searching for Mrs. Sherlin's hidden position. The phosphorescent powder's markings, even in the event of instantaneous movement, could not be easily evaded. This was a lesson learned in another realm. However, here, the local environment rendered the markings vulnerable to the mirror decoy, resulting in a transient effect. A sense of urgency gripped Angel, sharpening her instincts. No longer hesitating, she aimed the barrel of her left-hand gun at the ground and pulled the trigger, firing another phosphorescent eruption. The fragile bullet shattered upon impact with the floor, and once again, the ethereal phosphorescent powder enveloped the room. Within the spreading light, a figure swiftly approached. Angel bent slightly, preparing to evade, only to realize that the target was not herself, but the clairvoyant Dolly, who stood with her back to the oncoming shadow. Chapter 17, A Bitter Struggle. Among the three present, Leonard could lull others into slumber through poetry. Angel was familiar with Mrs. Sherlin and wielded the phosphorescent eruption to easily unveil hidden targets. Yet the greatest threat to Mrs. Sherlin undoubtedly lay in Dolly, who could manipulate the blue spiritual entity and incinerate the invisible thread she employed. The instant the new phosphorescent eruption illuminated Mrs. Sherlin's figure, she simultaneously launched an attack on Dolly. Angel did not believe Dolly could withstand the full force of an assassin's strike, especially since she remained defenseless, facing away from the enemy. In a moment of desperation, Angel raised her weapon and fired at the incoming figure, while simultaneously shifting her body to shield Dolly from the assailant. As anticipated, her hurried shot was effortlessly dodged by the attacker, but her body's obstruction prevented passage, forcing the attacker to redirect their assault toward Angel, and the two engaged in close-quarters combat. Despite their proximity, Mrs. Sherlin's invisibility remained effective, allowing Angel only to discern her outline through the phosphorescent powder clinging to her. This, however, significantly affected their melee confrontation. Observing the outline traced by the powder, which was now swinging a fist in her direction, Angel extended her left hand to block, while her right hand, still gripping the gun, moved in to close the distance, preparing for a close-range shot to restrict the opponent's evasive options. Just as her left hand was about to intercept Mrs. Sherlin, a chill ran through Angel. Her assassin's instinct warned her that this course of action would be perilously dangerous. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, propelling the projectile toward Lady Sharon. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though she had been yanked sideways, altering her trajectory at an astonishing angle, narrowly evading the bullet that had been shot from mere inches away. This unexpected maneuver caused her strike aimed at Angel to miss its mark. The instinctive warning proved remarkably astute. Had Angel attempted to block that punch with her left hand, she would undoubtedly have had her arm severed by the dagger that had been rendered invisible alongside Lady Sharon. At the moment of attack, the dagger, wreathed in dark flames, materialized from thin air, silently slicing past Angel before vanishing without a trace. It appeared that Lady Sharon had not truly approached unarmed. Rather, she opted for a dagger more suited to an assassin's stealth than the raucous firearms that would draw attention. Though the invisible weapon posed a formidable challenge to defend against, merely perceiving the dagger's shape and length significantly alleviated the pressure of close combat for Angel. As a fellow assassin, she harbored no fear, even in the face of an opponent of higher rank. Moreover, her peripheral vision caught sight of Leonard, who, with Dolly's assistance, had extricated himself from his bindings and was now aiming his pistol in their direction. Lady Sharon evidently recognized that Leonard, now freed from the invisible threads, had regained his ability to act. Her silhouette, now merely an outline, swiftly retreated a few steps, sidestepping the hastily fired bullet from Leonard. In the meantime, several tendrils of black flames materialized around her, tracing intricate paths as they hurtled toward Leonard and Dolly. Unable to continue firing, Leonard exhibited agility rivaling that of an assassin, swiftly enveloping Dolly in his arms and rolling behind a sofa to evade the impending onslaught of dark flames. The black flames struck the upholstery of the sofa with the force of bullets, yet did not ignite it. Instead, they dissipated rapidly, akin to phantoms that had never existed. Seizing the opportunity, Angel raised her gun once more, aiming at the silhouette of Lady Sharon, now adorned with phosphorescent powder, and fired the last 2 rounds from her magazine. However, Lady Sharon, endowed with the same premonition of danger characteristic of assassins, deftly evaded the bullets as if propelled by an unseen hand, dodging with a grace that made it appear as though she were being guided by an invisible force. The 2 bullets struck the wooden partition behind her, creating irregular holes in their wake. The invisible hand, it seemed, had also facilitated her movement. Angel pondered this revelation while tracking Lady Sharon's elusive form. In such a manner of mobility, long-range shooting was nothing more than a futile expenditure of ammunition. She discarded the empty revolver cylinder, ejected the spent cartridges, and cast aside the temporarily useless lady's pistol, swiftly reloading new bullets with her loader. Leonard, ever cooperative, began firing from behind the sofa to keep Lady Sharon at bay. Yet his shots proved equally ineffective. Once more, the black flames appeared beside Lady Sharon. She raised her hand, directing several flames toward Angel. Aware that these black flames could not penetrate solid objects, Angel swiftly overturned the nearby table, sending teacups and a kettle crashing to the floor, and crouched behind the table. She heard the sounds of the black flames striking the table, dissipating harmlessly without inflicting any damage. It appeared that the witch's extraordinary abilities were severely limited, far inferior to those of the nightmare. As she crouched behind the table, lost in thought, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through her, prompting her to leap forward. A moment earlier, her former position had been punctured by a transparent ice spike that pierced through the wooden table, the solid ice embedding itself in the surface while the tip punctured the carpet, unleashing a wave of frigid air that enveloped the surroundings in an icy chill. Under the influence of this chilling aura, Angel felt her movements become sluggish. She scrambled away from the frost-covered table, narrowly evading several black flames that flew toward her like bullets. Not far off, Lady Sharon brandished an ice spike conjured from thin air, surrounded by an even greater number of black flames, preparing to launch her next assault. Suddenly, the disarray of the reception room seemed to be swept by a chilling wind, causing the swirling black flames to freeze in mid-flight, while Lady Sharon's arm became frozen in place. Beneath the dimming glow of the phosphorescent powder, a figure gradually emerged. In stark contrast to the opulent and captivating socialite that Calderange remembered, the individual now before them wore a short-sleeved shirt and form-fitting leather trousers. One hand clutching a dagger engulfed in black flames, the other wielding a frost-laden spear. Her exposed arms and stunning visage bore an unhealthy pallor. A blend of fury and panic etched across her features, reminiscent of the night watchman ensnared just moments ago. Angel's mind raced as she turned her gaze toward Leonard, still hidden behind the sofa, who appeared equally astonished, before his eyes widened in realization as he glanced at Dolly Simone, who grasped the pendant tightly with her eyes shut. It seemed to be yet another manifestation of this medium's prowess. No longer distracted, Angel raised her fully loaded revolver, aiming at the now immobile and visible Lady Sharon, and pulled the trigger. This time, ensnared by the medium's powers, Lady Sharon had no opportunity to evade. The bullet struck her head with unerring accuracy, shattering not only her skull, but her entire form into an ice-like sculpture that disintegrated before it could touch the ground, dissolving into the air. The black flames that had encircled her lost their master, scattering chaotically and extinguishing upon colliding with obstacles. The large decorative mirror hanging on the wall shattered, splintering into fragments the size of fingernails, some clinging to the frame while others fell to the floor. Yet another mirror double. Angel's gaze swept across the reception room, spotting several other decorative mirrors of varying sizes, and promptly aimed her gun at one, shattering it with 2 quick shots. "Be careful," came Leonard's shrill warning from behind her. The dagger, ablaze with black flames, silently sliced through the space where Angel had just been, as Lady Sharon, now shrouded in the same dark flames, materialized behind her. Her complexion had returned to normal, indicating that the earlier binding effects had been lifted. The black flames had driven the spirit away. Dolly's warning arrived belatedly. "Give me 20 more seconds." In the corner of Angel's vision, Dolly abruptly tore the crystal pendant from her wrist, clasping her hands around it, her gaze deepening with intensity. As Lady Sharon prepared to continue her pursuit of Angel, she disregarded her immediate target, conjuring an icy spear in her hand and hurling it toward the medium in the midst of her trance. Angel swiftly discharged the remaining bullets from her revolver, accurately striking the airborne ice spear. The ensuing tempest of force shattered the ice into shards, some grazing Dolly's body, yet she remained motionless, as if merely touched by a summer breeze. "Reload," commanded Angel, discarding the spent cylinder and replacing it with fresh ammunition. Seizing the opportunity, Lady Sharon advanced 2 steps, her dagger trailing black flames as it lunged toward Angel. Bang, bang, bang. Leonard fired repeatedly, driving back the onslaught of Lady Sharon. In a bid to contain her, he burst from his hiding spot behind the sofa, emptying his magazine in a flurry of shots. As before, Lady Sharon utilized the invisible threads to maneuver, deftly evading every bullet. She regarded the advancing Leonard with a flicker of disdain in her brown eyes, and with a series of swift motions. Her alabaster arms conjured the invisible threads that ensnared him, causing his movements to falter and slow. Lady Sharon raised her dagger, poised to strike down the overconfident man, when her expression suddenly shifted, yanked sideways by the threads to avoid a bullet that had come from her blind spot. Dismayed by the thwarted ambush, Angel felt a pang of urgency. Lady Sharon possessed the instincts of an assassin, and with the control of the invisible threads, even a sneak attack from behind was bound to fail. The battle had raged on, 2 rounds of ammunition spent, and besides hitting the mirror double, Lady Sharon remained untouched. But how long had it been since those 20 seconds had begun? 7 seconds? 8 seconds? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Angel continued to fire, each pull of the trigger compelling Madame Sharon to evade in every direction. Bullets whizzed past her, failing to find their mark. Yet, her need to dodge left her no opportunity to conjure dark flames or an ice spear for a counterattack. As seconds ticked away, Madame Sharon's expression darkened, and she charged directly at Angel. With a resounding bang, Angel accurately struck the frantic Madame Sharon, but the subsequent sound of shattering glass made her realize she had been deceived once more. "Dolly." Angel sensed impending danger and quickly called out, glancing towards Dolly's position. A shadowy figure flickered into existence beside Dolly, revealing Madame Sharon's mirror double, still clutching the dagger wreathed in black flames, a victorious smile gracing her lips. Cloaked in black, Dolly remained with her eyes closed, her grip on the pendant tight, seemingly oblivious to the looming peril. Without hesitation, Angel raised her weapon, but only the crisp sound of a hammer striking the primer was heard. Her large-caliber revolver could hold only 5 rounds, and the bullet that shattered the mirror double had been the last. A gentle breeze swept through the room, akin to someone hastily passing by, sending a chill down Angel's spine and momentarily dulling her senses. She steeled herself and refocused on Dolly and Madame Sharon. The medium, Dolly, reopened her eyes, their depths transforming back to a jewel-like emerald green, while Madame Sharon's complexion took on the unhealthy gray hue once more, her raised dagger frozen in place, unable to strike. Chapter 18. The Death of Madame Sharon. Meanwhile, Leonard, who had been charging forward, broke free from the silken restraints, stumbling slightly as he regained his footing. Had barely 20 seconds passed? Angel inquired of Dolly, calculating that, at most, only half the time had elapsed. Madame Sharon had willingly taken a bullet, using her mirror double to position herself next to Dolly, assuming the still communicating Dolly would be defenseless. Yet, to her astonishment, Dolly had activated her medium's ability ahead of time, rendering Madame Sharon a mere fool in her own trap. "Ha! I deceived her. 10 seconds is all it takes." A faint smile broke through Dolly's pale face, which had been accentuated with eyeshadow and blush after 2 consecutive summonings. Throughout their exchange, Angel kept her focus, swiftly loading the final 5 rounds of storm convergence into the chamber as she advanced towards the frozen Madame Sharon. Suddenly, the first sound was not Angel's gunshot, but the shattering of mirrors, as Leonard grabbed a chair and began smashing the remaining decorative mirrors in the reception room. Once the mirrors lay in fragments no larger than a palm, Angel raised her handgun, pressing the barrel against Madame Sharon's forehead. The fury and fear etched on Madame Sharon's face abruptly gave way to tranquility. Her once rosy lips turned pitch black, and the brown of her eyes spread into the surrounding whites, resembling a placid lake. Black flames erupted from Madame Churin, enveloping her from head to toe, only to be quickly overtaken by frost that spread into blocks of ice, encasing her body like a frozen coffin. Invisible strands appeared in the air, wrapping around the ice, creating a cocoon-like form as the temperature plummeted, the entire room seemingly fast-forwarding into winter. In an instant, Angel, mistaking the sudden occurrence for another attack, instinctively stepped back to shield Dolly, while Leonard rushed in with the chair, encircling the cocoon. Yet the cocoon remained motionless, standing silently. Leonard frowned in confusion. Then his expression shifted drastically as he recalled something, urgently stating, "She is attempting to lift Madame Dolly's curse. We must kill her quickly." Angel promptly raised her gun and fired. A round of storm convergence struck the cocoon, successfully tearing through the outer strands, yet the solid ice thwarted further damage. The bullet left only a shallow blue mark after denting the ice. This was the nature of storm convergence. Continuous attacks at the same point would amplify the damage. "Wait, don't waste your bullets." Leonard intervened, turning to Dolly. "Madame Dolly, please find its weakness." Dolly nodded, her green eyes quickly shifting to a grayish hue, obscured by a mist, before becoming transparent. Fixing her unique gaze on the cocoon for merely a second, Dolly pointed to a height approximately at Angel's waist. "At this height, shoot straight. Her head is just behind." At that moment, the strands around the cocoon began to loosen. Perhaps in mere seconds, Madame Churin would be freed from the curse. Angel crouched slightly, lowering her gun, and aimed at the position Dolly indicated, pulling the trigger once more. Bang! The first round of storm convergence left a blue mark on the icy surface. Bang! Bang! The subsequent 2 bullets struck precisely at the marked location, their combined damage resulting in a small crack in the sturdy ice, revealing Madame Churin's pale forehead concealed beneath her brown hair. "Farewell, Churin Hoy. Go join Cole below." In her heart, Angel bid a silent farewell as she squeezed the trigger, unleashing the final round of storm convergence. It exploded from within, the cocoon of ice and strands shattering explosively, black flames surging forth and dissipating into the air. Madame Churin knelt where the cocoon had been, her stunning visage merging with Angel's memories. A large caliber bullet penetrated her forehead, exiting through the back of her head and showering the surroundings with a rain of blood. Her body collapsing listlessly to the ground, left with only half a head. Had the last bullet not dispatched Madame Churin, a far more arduous battle awaited them. Angel exhaled in relief, only then noticing her right hand, still clutching the handgun, trembled slightly. The repeated firing of the powerful storm convergence had taken its toll, even on a body enhanced by potions. Behind her, Dolly discarded all pretense and sank to the floor, her complexion ghostly pale and her eyes vacant, as if she might faint at any moment. Seeing this, Angel quickly teamed up with Leonard, helping the most crucial contributor of this battle to the only intact sofa in the room. "I'm fine, just a significant drain on my spirit. A brief rest will suffice." Though Dolly insisted she was all right, her pallid complexion and lips, devoid of color as if she had bled out, left Angel feeling concerned. She vacated her spot on the sofa, laying Dolly down comfortably to ensure she could rest properly. "How fortunate!" After a moment of silence, Leonard managed to utter a phrase. Angel paused, instantly grasping his meaning. "Indeed, it was exceedingly fortunate," she echoed in agreement. A Sequence 6 extraordinary individual, despite launching a surprise attack, had not only failed to eliminate anyone present, but had even been counterattacked and brought down, all due to Madame Churin's own lack of preparation. Had she come fully equipped, armed with a firearm, and decisively shot once the silken threads ensnared her victims, the gathered individuals, lacking a defensive ability as infallible as the mirror double, would have been at her mercy. Perhaps overconfidence, a hasty decision, or the desire to maintain her facade while discreetly eliminating Angel led Madame Churin to come armed only with a dagger, attempting to control everyone with invisible threads before stealthily eliminating her target and escaping. Unfortunately, while the collective strength of those present may not have matched hers, the synergy of their extraordinary abilities swiftly unraveled the threads binding them and launched a counteroffensive. Angel's suppression of stealth capabilities, Leonard's lullaby and combat support, and most importantly, Dolly's spiritual communication ability allowed for the successful incapacitation of Lady Churin on 2 occasions, ultimately providing the opportunity to end her life. Gazing at the slumbering Dolly Simone, Angel speculated that she likely possessed powers nearing Sequence 6. Otherwise, even with the assistance of others, It would have been exceedingly difficult to manipulate invisible spirits to control or curse sequence, says Lady Sharon. Regrettably, Lady Dolly's spiritual energy was depleted, rendering her incapable of communicating with the deceased Sharon, which might have revealed the motives behind her assault. Leonard, crouching beside Lady Sharon's lifeless body, furrowed his brow as he inspected her clothing pockets while wearing gloves. Aside from the now dormant dagger that once emitted black flames and a small mirror smeared with an unknown dark red liquid, he found nothing of significance. Spiritual communication? Is that possible with the dead? Angel inquired curiously. As a Sequence 7 spiritualist, Lady Dolly could retrieve substantial information from the deceased, provided that their time of death did not exceed 1 hour and their spirit remained unscathed by extraordinary forces. However, in her current state, she would undoubtedly refrain from pursuing such communication, as it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, it became clear that Spiritualist was indeed the name of Dolly's potion, classified as Sequence 7, which explained her ability to temporarily restrain Sequence 6's Lady Sharon. Angel noted the keyword loss of control in her mind. Had the act of killing Lady Sharon not achieved the intended silencing effect? This raised a question. Why had Dunsmith not considered including Dolly in their plans? Given that such a trait would be incredibly advantageous in capturing a desperate criminal like Lady Sharon? Upon voicing her concern, Leonard's previously tense expression relaxed, even revealing a hint of mischievous amusement. You're unaware of the captain's relationship with Lady Dolly, aren't you? How could I possibly know? Angel stammered, shaking her head in disbelief. Leonard cautiously glanced at the sleeping Dolly to confirm she remained undisturbed before continuing in a hushed tone. The commotion from downstairs interrupted Leonard's gossip. He instinctively recoiled, straining to listen and realizing it was not Dunn and his team, but rather several police officers questioning passersby. It seemed that nearby residents had reported the gunfire to the police, and Leonard recognized one of the officers as a familiar beat cop from the neighborhood. I'll head downstairs to deal with the police. We cannot allow them up here, just yet. Lady Sharon is quite the public figure in Tingen. It would be better to wait for the captain to communicate with higher-ups before disclosing her demise, he explained to Angel. She nodded in agreement. As Tingen's most renowned socialite, Lady Sharon had close ties with numerous dignitaries. News of her being not only an extraordinary being, but also affiliated with a witch cult would surely keep many of those individuals awake that night. Chapter 19. The Failed Night Raid. 1 hour prior, the Night Watch's horse-drawn carriage traversed the silent streets of Tingen's eastern district. Given the nature of their confrontation with an extraordinary being, Dunsmith had not permitted their usual driver, Cesar, to accompany the team. Instead, he had seated Fry in the driver's position, while he, Leoe, and Sigatin remained seated inside the carriage, taking turns wielding the sealing artifact to mitigate its negative effects. The artifact, known as Blood Vessel Thief, was classified as a Level 2 sealing object, denoting its dangerous nature, which required careful and restrained use. Its confidentiality rating was assigned to bishops and captains of the Night Watch team or higher. Only 3 such sealing artifacts existed within the Night Watch of Tingen, and the Blood Vessel Thief was deemed most appropriate for dealing with Lady Sharon. Resembling a thick, rigid blood vessel, it granted the wielder the opportunity to steal one ability from their target, even posing a risk to high-sequence powerhouses. When wielded by Sequence 8's Midnight Poet, Sigatin, the chances of successfully stealing Lady Sharon's invisibility, belonging to either Sequence 7 or 6, were considerable. Should the theft succeed, Lady Sharon would lose her ability for 10 minutes, while the wielder would gain formidable close combat prowess and the ability to become invisible, turning the Midnight Poet into a significant adversary for Lady Sharon. Of course, the potent capabilities of the sealing artifact came with equally perilous side effects, regardless of gloves or other protections. Anyone who touched it would gradually have their life force siphoned away. Initially, the effects were subtle, but prolonged contact could lead to noticeable deterioration within half an hour, even affecting those near demigod status at Sequence 5, who could endure less than 2 hours of continuous contact. However, through repeated testing by the Church, it was determined that if 3 or more individuals held the artifact simultaneously, the adverse effects could be significantly mitigated. Within the carriage, the group took turns grasping the thick blood vessel, each maintaining their hold for 3 minutes before passing it to the next person. Through this rotational exchange, even a Sequence 9 could avoid fatigue impacting their combat effectiveness within 2 hours, let alone any visible signs of aging. Dunn took hold of the Blood Vessel Thief from Leoe, and even with gloves, he felt a tingling sensation in the hand that touched the artifact, as if a faint current coursed through his body, though it was barely perceptible. He glanced outside, where gas lamps flickered along the pitch-black road, moving steadily behind them. In contrast to the chaotic harbor and the bustling yet orderly northern district, Tingin's eastern area appeared serene and tranquil, home to the city's affluent merchants and dignitaries, often residing in villas surrounded by gardens, an area characterized by low population density, yet high status. Turning past the upcoming intersection, they would soon reach Olsner Street. Dunn tapped on the mobile partition behind him, prompting Fry's deep voice from the front. "Captain, what is it?" "Stop at the intersection. Do not approach the target too closely." "Understood." As Fry complied, the horse obediently halted, positioning the carriage at a corner of the intersection. Dunn was the first to disembark, using the dim light of the gas lamps to survey Olsner Street. Leoe and Sigatin followed suit, while Fry, noting the absence of onlookers, casually secured the tether to a nearby lamppost. Not far from their position stood Lady Charon's residence, a modest two-story house concealed within a garden. According to their plan, Dunn was to utilize his nightmare ability to draw Lady Charon into the realm of dreams, even if she were not currently asleep, as a nightmare could induce slumber in the unprepared, swiftly ushering them into dreams, akin to lulling an infant to sleep. If any servants remained within the house, Dunn could also ensure their rapid descent into sleep, thereby avoiding their involvement in the ensuing conflict. Once Dunn succeeded, the other members of the Night Watch would swiftly infiltrate the residence, determining whether to capture or kill Lady Charon based on the circumstances at hand. Dunn contemplated that elimination would be preferable, given the comparable strength or even inferiority of his team in relation to her. The notion of capturing a seasoned extraordinary being was unrealistic. For such beings, binding their limbs posed little challenge, and even in a state of unconsciousness, they could potentially retaliate. Entertaining any notions of capturing Lady Charon could lead to her utilizing unknown abilities to escape or retaliate, potentially resulting in the deaths of his comrades. This was also the reason he had refused to allow Dolly to accompany them. Despite her repeated expressions of willingness to join the fight, he had resolutely declined her requests, leaving her somewhat downcast during the operational briefing. Dunn surveyed his team, noting Fry, Leoe, and Sigatin awaiting his orders. Their unwavering trust in him fueled his resolve to protect them at all costs. Freed from his somewhat chaotic thoughts, he handed the blood vessel thief, which he had held for 3 minutes, to Fry, softly instructing, "Prepare to commence the operation." The night watchman nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Dunn crouched beside the carriage door on the footboard, clasping his hands tightly and closing his eyes as the surrounding darkness seemed to deepen. The other 3 watchmen stood patiently to the side, knowing from experience that their captain could silently draw an extraordinary being into the realm of dreams in approximately 5 minutes. Subsequently, he would usher one of his teammates into the dream, signaling that they could initiate their assault. This was also the greatest limitation of the nightmare ability. To draw a similarly powerful, extraordinary being into a dream, one must also succumb to slumber. If the dream was interrupted, the target would awaken and consequently receive a spiritual warning. Yet within less than a minute, Dunn Smith opened his eyes in astonishment, rising to his feet. Facing his teammates' bewildered gazes, Dunn wore an odd expression, furrowing his brow as he explained, "There are only 2 maids in the residence, both ordinary folk, and I have put them to sleep. However, Mrs. Shireen is not at home. I inquired in the dream, and maid informed me that she left in a hurry half an hour ago. Could it be that Miss Granger is lying and Mrs. Shireen did not invite her here tonight?" With her raven hair and azure eyes, the slender-browed Leighton's immediate reaction was that they had been deceived by the so-called informant. "Angel Granger. That seems unlikely. Within my dream, there was also Dolly wielding the cup of truth. If she were to lie, it would be improbable for her to evade our scrutiny." Dunn dismissed this possibility. This did hold some merit. Dunn considered that given Mrs. Shireen's standing in Tingen City, the likelihood of being summoned to some prominent event on short notice was not insignificant. "What shall we do now?" The eyes of the group focused intently on their captain. Dunn Smith, rubbing his temples with his gloved right hand, he fell into contemplation. The group assisted one another in scaling the wall, climbing up to the balcony from the rear of the small building, entering Mrs. Shireen's residence from the 2nd floor. As Shiga helped the only non-sleepless member, Fry, ascend to the balcony, he whispered, learning of Mrs. Shireen's absence and the maids being asleep. The 4 watchmen did not conceal their presence, but instead strode forward with the familiarity of home. Based on the information gleaned from the maid in the dream, Dunn led the way directly to Mrs. Shireen's bedroom door. Casting a glance around, he noted that his companions were prepared. He turned the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. The curtains were drawn tightly shut, yet the gaslight remained lit. Illuminated by the soft glow, the opulence of the bedroom's decor starkly contrasted with the modest exterior of the small building. In the spacious center lay a grand bed, its velvet covers haphazardly piled to one side. The vanity against the wall was cluttered with various cosmetics, and jewelry boxes lay carelessly open, revealing glimmering treasures within. Delicate garments and stockings were casually draped over a rocking chair, while the half-closed wardrobe displayed an array of dresses in various styles. The air was thick with an intoxicating fragrance, heightening the senses. The most striking feature of the room was the full-length mirror positioned at the center of the carpet, its surface smeared with an unknown deep red liquid. Before the mirror stood a burned-out candle, surrounded by petals that Dunn did not recognize. "It appears to be a magic mirror for divination," came the hoarse voice of the coroner. Fry, like the medium Dolly, possessed considerable knowledge of divination and necromancy. The group immediately tensed, standing back to back and cautiously scanning their surroundings. A teammate's divination could aid them in anticipating forthcoming dangers, locating overlooked items, and even conversing with the deceased. But an enemy adept in divination often rendered their attacks anything but sudden. Diviners could easily detect ambushes or surprises, potentially turning the tables on the official extraordinary agent's endeavors. Could it be that Mrs. Shireen had foreseen the watchman's actions for the night and fled? While a retreat was acceptable, what was concerning was the possibility that she had utilized her divination to gain an intelligence advantage, subsequently laying a trap that would ensnare them as prey. Fry pressed his forehead, entering a trance-like vision to scrutinize the surroundings. There is no spiritual glow. She must have escaped. The group then relaxed. With Leighton furrowing his brow and muttering to himself, Mrs. Shireen would not engage in divination without cause. Who alerted her? However, at that time, the night watchman's carriage had been outside, and they had also intended to intimidate Angel Granger using their police authority. No, these justifications did not hold water. Why they felt their actions were so reasonable at the time? Then she must have questioned the mirror, asking whether Angel Granger had betrayed her, and where she was now, thus exposing them to her. Shiga mimicked the tone of a divination, gesturing before the mirror as he continued speaking. Dunn's expression froze. Chapter 20. Aftermath and Invitation. Zotland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. "So, it was you three who killed Mrs. Shireen?" Dunn Smith slowly inquired, surveying the chaotic reception room. The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, and the carpet was strewn with shell casings and shattered glass, leaving little room to step. The decorative mirror on the wall was reduced to a copper frame, with remnants of the glass resembling dog-chewed fragments. The formerly smooth walls were riddled with bullet holes, while frost-laden rifles embedded in the sofa and overturned coffee table had yet to thaw. A chill swept through the room, reminiscent of winter. The once warm and familiar reception room now lay before them like the ruins of a battlefield. At the center of the wreckage lay a corpse sprawled on the carpet, the upper body covered by tablecloth. The perfect curves of her chest suggested she was a woman, evoking a sense of longing to envision the beauty concealed beneath the fabric. However, the dried blood seeping through the tablecloth quickly extinguished any such thoughts for Shiga and the others. Only Dunn remained composed as he approached the body, squatting to lift the tablecloth for a glance. Indeed, it was thanks to Ms. Dolly's presence here that her necromancy successfully restrained Mrs. Shireen. Otherwise, we would never have had this opportunity, remarked Leonard, standing by the window. At that moment, the only intact sofa in the reception room had been offered to Dolly, and he felt too gentlemanly to compete with the weary angel for the remaining armchair, choosing instead to lean against the wall to rest. "Ms. Dolly is merely spiritually exhausted and resting. Aside from that, we can say we emerged unscathed," Leonard explained, noticing Dunn's gaze occasionally drifting towards Dolly, who lay on the sofa. "Huh? Yes, I was merely relieved that Dolly was not with us. Otherwise, it would have been just the two of you left to contend with Mrs. Shireen. By the way, where is Cohen? He didn't rush out from Charney's Gate to assist, did he?" Upon hearing the captain's abrupt change of subject, Leonard exchanged a knowing glance with Angel, clearly implying, "See, I told you so." The group received their orders and began to leave the reception room. Dunn stood beside the sofa where Dolly rested, listening as Leonard detailed the earlier battle, while his gaze occasionally flitted between Mrs. Shireen's corpse, the slumbering Dolly, and the resting Angel. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed at others. A figure entered, clad in a standard police uniform, adorned with 2 stars on his shoulders. Tall yet slender, sporting a short black beard. Upon noticing him, Dunn greeted, "Apologies, Victor, but I must trouble you again today. Seems like every time you're troubling me." Victor replied, stepping into the reception room and immediately echoing the sentiments of Bright, exclaiming, "What on earth has happened here?" "Well, last night we received a case forwarded from the precinct regarding Cole Granger residing on Daffodil Street, suspected to be linked to over a dozen murder and conspiracy cases." Dunn introduced the entire affair to Inspector Victor and guided him to the side of Lady Sharon's corpse, offering him a rather shocking revelation. Upon witnessing the dismal sight of Lady Sharon, with only half of her head remaining beneath the tablecloth, Victor's facade of composure finally crumbled, revealing a countenance akin to that of a man who had encountered a specter. Indeed, it was Lady Sharon, the very Sharon Hoy whom I had seen at the mayor's charity gala, where she had been the focal point of the evening. It was unfathomable that she was linked to a cult. Those old fellows would surely have nightmares upon learning this. One could only hope that their nightmares would not be plagued by the vision of Lady Sharon with but half a head. Dunn maintained an expression of calm as he made a macabre jest. "Victor, you're the first to learn this, aside from the involved parties, and I trust you comprehend the implications. Shortly, I shall assign 2 team members to accompany you to Lady Sharon's residence to search for evidence of her transgressions. Matters pertaining to extraordinary powers will be entrusted to them, while you may document the remainder in your report." Listening to Dunn Smith's words, Inspector Victor's pallid complexion swiftly regained its color, perhaps indicating that the prospect of impending accolades and power was the only remedy potent enough to dispel his fear. Angel observed coldly from the sidelines. It was evident that Inspector Victor frequently collaborated with the night watchman, privy to numerous secrets that ordinary citizens ought not to know. However, the revelation that a socialite of Lady Sharon's stature was, in fact, a high-ranking extraordinary being exceeded his imagination. Dunn adeptly seized control of the situation, achieving the desired outcome. "It appears you are more suited to the role of an instigator. But how shall we dispose of this corpse?" Upon returning to the entrance of the reception room, Inspector Victor seemed to recall this matter, halting his steps to inquire. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. It seems there will be much to attend to tonight." At the mention of mysterious powers, Victor's body stiffened, and after a brief farewell, he hastily exited the security company, his retreating figure suggesting he was being pursued by an unseen assailant. Dunn paid no heed to the hurried departure of Inspector Victor, instead continuing to fixate on the body of Lady Sharon, his concentration so intense that Angel almost imagined the figure lying there was Mrs. Daly. "Brett, cease your cleaning for the moment. Please prepare a cup of tea for the captain and us. After a long night, we are all parched," Leonard instructed Brett, who was still tidying up in the reception area. "Your excuse is rather transparent." Angel recognized that something was about to unfold that ordinary people should not witness, prompting Leonard to find an excuse to send Brett away. Nonetheless, this did not prevent her from delivering a scathing critique of the poor performance. Once Brett departed, Leonard approached the corpse of Lady Sharon, crossing his arms and bowing his head to observe. Although Angel did not follow, her gaze remained fixed on Lady Sharon, curiosity piqued. Under the scrutiny of the three, faint black luminescence began to emerge beside Lady Sharon's corpse, floating in the air like dust, moving without the aid of wind. This black dust gradually thickened, obscuring the body, and then, as if drawn together by an unseen hand, coalesced into a spherical object the size of an eyeball. No, it was indeed an eyeball, its milky white sclera laced with blood vessels, the pupil unshielded by an eyelid, staring roundly and slowly rotating, casting its gaze over Angel, sending a chill through her entire being. He retrieved an exquisitely crafted wooden box from the inner pocket of his trench coat, carefully placing the eyeball within before closing the box, at which moment the chill that had enveloped Angel dissipated. This brought to mind the gelatinous, mysterious substance left in the Cole family's basement on the night she had awakened in this world. Undoubtedly, this was the extraordinary trait left behind by Lady Sharon upon her death, classified as Sequence 6. Unlike the formless gelatinous extraordinary trait expelled during Cole's demise, Lady Sharon had produced an eyeball that seemed almost alive. Angel was uncertain which scenario constituted the norm, and thus chose to bury her confusion deep within her thoughts. She also played the role of a newly awakened extraordinary being, wisely posing a question. What is this? Is it some form of life? It is an extraordinary item left behind by an extraordinary being after death. Yes, if an ordinary person were to come into contact with it inadvertently, they could very well go mad or even perish on spot. This is precisely why I didn't allow the police to remove her body immediately. With the wooden box securely stowed, Dunn appeared to exhale in relief, relaxing his stance as he stood up beside Lady Sharon. I instructed Fry and the others to accompany Victor to search Lady Sharon's home, fearing that the police might inadvertently come into contact with extraordinary items while seeking evidence or other items of interest, potentially triggering further incidents. Over the course of a year, most of the mysterious events we have resolved were inadvertently triggered by ordinary individuals. Occurrences of extraordinary beings actively attacking, such as tonight, are quite rare, at least. We have yet to encounter such a case this year. Leonard interjected. Lady Sharon is deceased, yet Cole Granger remains unaccounted for. Tomorrow, I shall contact the sanctuary, reaching out to the penitent and the mechanical heart intention to jointly issue a warrant. Now, let us discuss your options moving forward. Options? Angel felt a twinge of confusion, raising an eyebrow in anticipation of Dunn's next words. For survivors of extraordinary events like yourself, particularly since this matter may involve a witch cult, we typically advise you to go into hiding, sever all ties with friends and family, and, under the church's arrangement, leave Tingen for another city, embarking on a new and secure life. Angel licked her dry lips. This was precisely her greatest concern. Dunn seemed pleased with her reaction, a smile gracing his face as he slowed his speech. The alternative is to join us and become a night watchman. Angel was taken aback. She had been in this world for less than a week, and the cascade of events left her little time to contemplate long-term arrangements, especially with Lady Sharon's invitation prompting her to consider abandoning her identity and residence to flee elsewhere. Although she ultimately resolved to confront it head-on, achieving a commendable outcome, she remained somewhat adrift regarding her future. Her identity had been fabricated for 40 pounds, and while the Wild Hearts hag had assured her there would be no issues, it might not withstand the scrutiny of a night watchman. Should she join the night watchman, she would inevitably face even more stringent examinations. Any misstep could expose her identity, with consequences ranging from imprisonment to meeting the same fate as Lady Sharon. Moreover, even if she declined to join the night watchman, would she truly escape official scrutiny? Following the Lady Sharon incident, it was certain she had made the list of the Night Goddess Church. Even if she relocated to another city, she would be awaiting endless surveillance and restrictions. Perhaps they even anticipated the witch cult to seek her out, hoping to trace the line further. As her thoughts swirled, Angel's gaze drifted to Leonard, who was watching the unfolding drama with apparent interest, recalling his earlier, seemingly casual discussions about joining the Night Watchman. It seemed he had already received word. Indeed, from an external perspective, joining the Night Watchman was undoubtedly the best choice, providing official status, lawful income, and the protection of extraordinary beings, far superior to living in obscurity for the remainder of her life. Regrettably, for her, fleeing might be the sole answer. Those who confront fear and forge ahead shall be rewarded. Did he or she foresee the choice now before me? After a moment's hesitation, under the expectant gazes of Dunn and Leonard, Angel finally spoke. What are the salary and benefits like? Chapter 21. Are you a newcomer too? Early the next morning, Angel was roused from her slumber by a loud knock at the door downstairs. Ugh! The room of Cole's sister, Lily Granger, had been tidied up, and the freshly aired bedding emitted a distinctive fragrance, enveloping Angel like gentle hands cradling her in bed. Even though the sun shone brightly outside, she had no desire to rise. Apologies, I'm coming in. The voice of the maid, Tromi, called from outside the window, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Cole harbored an unwavering trust in Tromi, even going so far as to provide her with a spare key to the residence, allowing her to enter freely to tidy up whenever he ventured out. Upon hearing rustling sounds from downstairs, Angel decided to bury her head beneath the covers for another hour. After all, she had traversed to a different world. She was no longer a member of the Temple Knights, required to attend morning prayers at the church each day. What was the harm in sleeping until the afternoon? Wait a moment. Hadn't she promised to report for duty as a night watcher this morning? Angel swiftly leaped from her bed, hastily dressed in her nightgown, and made her way downstairs. Tromi, clad in an apron with a dust cloth wrapped around her head, was startled by her appearance. Mr. Granger? Upon recognizing her visitor, Tromi's initial excitement morphed into disappointment. Oh, it's you. My apologies, Mississippi. It appears the rumors are true. He has truly gone missing. From this differential treatment, Angel speculated that Tromi might harbor feelings for her employer that transcended their professional relationship, though she had no further evidence to substantiate this notion. Noticing the growing sadness in the maid, she offered a few words of comfort, assuring her that even if Cole Granger was temporarily absent, she would continue to employ domestic help, and they could negotiate a pay raise. After much reassuring, Angel managed to placate Tromi. She hurriedly completed her morning routine, changing into a comfortable outfit before stepping outside. Having been transported to this era for nearly a week, Angel still struggled to adapt to women's attire. She opted for loose-fitting clothing that allowed for ease of movement rather than the dresses commonly worn by women of this time. However, even this simple outfit took half an hour to assemble. The preparations women undertook before leaving the house were excessively cumbersome. Yet, appearing disheveled and bleary-eyed at work was utterly out of the question. As she briskly walked toward the tram station at the street corner, she silently lamented the ordeal. Fortunately, the tram arrived promptly. She boarded, paid 4 pennies, and settled into a corner seat. By this time, the morning rush had subsided, and there were few passengers aboard. A middle-aged man across from her, engrossed in a newspaper, glanced up briefly upon her arrival, then returned his gaze to the pages, only to sneak another look with the corner of his eye. "Wait a moment," came a shout from outside, accompanied by the sound of leather shoes approaching. A man hastily entered the tram. "Scotland Street, thank you." The newcomer, clad in a tailcoat and silk top hat, resembled someone preparing to attend a ball. He fished a coin from his pocket and handed it to the conductor outside the window, letting out a deep sigh while wiping the sweat from his brow. What a bother to don such attire in this sweltering heat. This gentleman seems rather familiar. It appeared he had rented a house on Daffodil Street and moved to this neighborhood. Klein also spotted Angel seated in the corner. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, he chose to sit beside her. "Hello." Noticing Klein take a seat, Angel greeted him, and he clearly recognized her. Given that they would be colleagues, fostering a good relationship seemed prudent. "I am Angel Granger, and you must be Klein Moretti?" "Indeed." A newcomer at the Blackthorn Security Company? Angel's amiable demeanor eased Klein's tension, and they continued their conversation. Although discussing certain matters related to the arcane in a public tram was somewhat inappropriate, she managed to glean quite a bit about Klein's background. Klein Moretti was a graduate of the history department at Hoy University, with a brother and sister, most likely the 2 individuals she had encountered with him yesterday. He had recently become embroiled in an extraordinary incident, serving as the sole survivor of a tragic mass suicide, and had been recruited into the Night Watchers as a civilian staff member. Angel recalled Leonard mentioning a newcomer akin to him. Could he be the one? Surely, not all members of the Night Watchers came to be so through such circumstances. As they exchanged pleasantries, Scotland Street arrived. Klein bid farewell and exited the tram, adjusting his hat as he stood at the curb, taking a deep breath, only to notice Angel disembarking as well. "Miss Granger, you're alighting here too? Could it be?" Klein raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Indeed. I'm also headed to the Blackthorn Security Company, fortunate to be on the same route as you." The 2 entered the reception area on the 2nd floor of the security company, which had been transformed from a battleground the previous night to a pristine space. The blood-stained carpet had been removed, revealing the wooden floor beneath, and the only intact sofa remained, paired with a few eclectic armchairs to form a makeshift circle around a low round table of unknown origin. The reception desk, unable to be replaced, still bore the marks of 2 bullet holes on its exterior. A brown-haired girl sat behind the reception desk, fiddling with a coffee pot, the rich aroma of coffee wafting through the room. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up at the 2. "Good morning, Klein, and who might this be?" She greeted Klein first, then regarded Angel with a puzzled expression. "I am Angel Granger. Captain Dunn should have mentioned me." The girl's eyes widened. "It's you." "Yes. The captain said you would be coming today. He is waiting for you in his office." She set down the coffee pot, emerged from behind the desk, and guided them past the partition into a hallway, stopping at the entrance of one of 3 offices. She rapped on the door, announcing, "Captain, I brought the 2 individuals you mentioned." A deep voice resonated from within. Dunn Smith replied, "Come in." The girl refrained from entering, instead gesturing for them to proceed. Angel glanced at Klein, who stepped back politely, allowing her to enter first. "Dahlia left for Tingen early this morning," Dunn Smith stated as Angel closed the door behind her. His opening remark was unexpected, as it did not pertain to work matters. "I had thought she would take a few more days off," Angel replied, surprised. Dahlia had come to Tingen under pretense, and due to the case of Lady Sharon, she had lingered for an additional 2 days. This was already stretching her limits. She would need to prepare a report explaining this delay. A smile danced in Dunn's gray eyes. He clearly bore no displeasure regarding these trivialities. "She holds you in high regard, saying that if I hadn't already recruited you into the Tingen squad, she would have whisked you away herself." Cough. "Regulations are regulations. I cannot alter them. You may inquire with the other newcomer, Mr. Klein Moretti, who arrived even earlier than you and remains an informal member." Saying this, He retrieved 2 copies of contract from his drawer. Angel accepted the document and sat in the chair opposite Dunn, scrutinizing its contents. The contract was concise, outlining the terms of the agreement, including duration, salary, benefits, and obligations. Most of this had already been conveyed by Dunn when he invited her to join the previous night, with only the stipulation that she must await the church's approval to become a formal member added. At a glance, there were no unreasonable terms, save for the confidentiality clause, which was exceptionally stringent, allowing for direct judgment and punishment by the church without the need for prosecution in the event of a breach. However, considering the Night Watcher's unique nature, Angel could appreciate this level of caution. Well then, welcome to the Night Watchers, Miss Angel Granger. After she had secured the contract, Dunn rose and extended his right hand across the table. Angel smiled gently, standing as well to shake his hand. Thank you, Captain Dunsmith. After their handshake, they resumed their seats, but Dunn's next statement left Angel momentarily speechless. Your first task is to submit a batch of the bullets you used in yesterday's skirmish. What were they called again? Dunn shifted in his chair, making himself more comfortable. Indeed, I must submit this battle report next week. How many bullets do you think you can produce this week? Neither of them elaborated on the identity of those involved. Angel roughly estimated that she could produce about 5 bullets in an hour. However, based on her previous crafting experience, she realized that her spiritual energy would be depleted after creating a maximum of 20 bullets. If she concentrated on crafting once a day, she could manage to produce around 100 storm gatherings in a week. The process of creating the phosphorescent eruption was more intricate. The bottleneck was not her spiritual energy, but rather her inability to maintain prolonged focus. She estimated that she could only produce 10 in a day. Dunn nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a stack of notes from the drawer. With a flourish of the pen resting on the table, he signed a note, tore it off, and handed it to Angel. You shall present this note to Miss Rosen, who is on duty today, and she will take you to Old Neil to collect the necessary materials. You are to deliver 80 bullets to me by next Monday. You may determine the ratio, but both types must be included. Just the finished product is required, not the recipe or the method of production, correct? Suppressing her questions, Angel accepted the note, adorned with Dunn's ornate handwriting. There's an alchemical chamber in the basement that Old Neil usually utilizes. You may use it as needed. If any equipment is lacking, report to him, and we will ensure it is provided promptly. Dunn instructed meticulously. Of course, you may also craft in your own alchemical chamber at home. I merely require the results by next week. It seemed that their search had thoroughly scoured her home the night before. After all, she had entered the dream realm through the basement, and it was unlikely that Dunn, possessing the nightmarish ability, could be deceived. After careful consideration, Angel ultimately decided to create the required bullets in her own home rather than in the Night Watcher's alchemical chamber. Then hurry along, and please summon Mr. Klein Moretti for me. Dunn nodded, indicating his approval. Chapter 22. Old Neil, as Angel emerged from the room, clutching the contract and note. She found Klein Moretti engaged in idle chatter with Miss Rosen outside the door. The girl was stifling giggles behind her hand at their conversation. But upon seeing the door open, she awkwardly cleared her throat and feigned a serious expression. Klein noticed that Angel had concluded her discussion with Captain Dunn and asked with a smile, "All settled?" Angel nodded with a grin. "Yes. The captain has instructed you to enter." "Captain?" Klein paused, casting a glance at the contract tucked under Angel's arm, instantly comprehending the significance of the title. He extended his right hand toward Angel. "Congratulations. Are we colleagues now?" Without further pleasantries, Klein swiftly adjusted his attire, knocked lightly on the door, and only entered after receiving Dunn's consent. "That man is quite polite," Miss Rosen remarked. "The captain has asked me to collect some materials." The girl in the light green dress, with chestnut hair, seemed to awaken from a dream, responding with a few O's as she accepted the note. "You really have joined us, haven't you? I didn't expect that. I thought you were here for some personal matter with the captain." Her eyes darted to the contents of the note as she nodded and inquired further. "Yes, the contract has been finalized," Angel replied, raising the somewhat flimsy document. The girl looked up with anticipation, asking once more, "Is it an administrative position?" The moment the words left her lips, she seemed to realize their inappropriateness and quickly added, "I was just thinking that with an extra person, our scheduling would be easier." She waved the note in her hand to emphasize her point. Seeing Rosen's excitement, Angel could not help but chuckle. Though Captain Dunn seemed to have merely tasked her with crafting some special bullets for now, it was unlikely he would assign a newly minted extraordinary individual to a clerical role. Presumably, Once the captain submitted the report on the upcoming battle next week and clarified her identity, there would be further arrangements. Or perhaps he might uncover her masquerade and report her to the Tribunal of Arbitration. Rosen's expression shifted from eagerness to disappointment, realizing that Mr. Moretti was in an administrative role while Angel was not. As she began to speak, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Angel. Could it be that you are already an extraordinary being? Angel did not conceal the truth, knowing that they would likely be colleagues in the future and such matters would inevitably come to light. Yes, I've been one prior to this. Well, in your terms, an unofficial extraordinary being. Wow, that's impressive. Are you a sleepless or a seeker? The gleam in the girl's brown eyes mirrored that of a fan gazing upon their idol, filled with curiosity as she regarded Angel. An assassin. The pair fell into an awkward silence. That's quite impressive too. Oh, by the way, we still need to collect the materials, so let us go. The storeroom is in the basement. Miss Rosen awkwardly shifted the topic, holding up the note. Angel had initially thought she would enter the basement from the first floor, but to her surprise, Rosen led her directly to the end of the corridor and into an office against the wall. The room, devoid of any furniture save for a stone staircase leading downwards, was quite sparse. The two descended the spiral staircase, rounding two corners, until the sunlight above was completely extinguished, replaced by the soft glow of exquisite gas lamps illuminating the walls, casting shadows upon their feet. After what felt like an eternity of winding, they emerged from the staircase into a long corridor, and Angel estimated that they had descended at least 10 meters into the earth. The passage was paved with smooth stone slabs, lavishly adorned with numerous gas lamps on either side. Angel noticed the emblem of the Church of the Goddess of Night embedded in the walls, and despite having only known the crimson moon for a few days, she felt a profound tranquility wash over her. Upon traversing this corridor, they arrived at a junction where Rosen pointed out, ahead lies the Charney's Gate, currently manned by Mr. Fry. To the left leads to the Church of St. Celine, while to the right is the storeroom for materials, where Mr. Neal is located. The Charney's Gate was where Lady Sharon sought refuge during her attack. It seemed to house some significant extraordinary items, necessitating constant extraordinary oversight. Moreover, it was astonishing that the Church of St. Celine directly connected to the Night Watcher stronghold. No wonder they were an armed force directly under the church. By the way, you haven't team met Mr. Neal yet, have you? No, he is also an extraordinary being, a seeker of Sequence 9, but he is now quite aged and in poor health, no longer suited for field work, so he has transitioned to an administrative role, Rosen explained as they walked. Angel quietly noted the name of the potion, Seeker, which seemed to differ from the Sleepless, representing an entirely new pathway. The two arrived at a half-open iron door and knocked. A frail voice called from behind, "Enter." Rosen pushed open the door and stepped inside, with Angel following closely behind. The narrow room housed a set of desks and chairs, where an elderly man clad in a black robe sat, diligently perusing several yellowed pages, occasionally jotting notes in a nearby notebook. Behind him stood another tightly shut iron door. "Good day, Mr. Neal. This is our new recruit." Rosen politely greeted the elder, but faltered as she forgot to introduce Angel. Stepping forward, Angel offered a brief self-introduction, rescuing the flustered girl, who left in a hurry. Her face flushed after handing the note to the old man. Uncertain as to what rumors he had heard, Angel could only explain, "I was merely assisting. Most of the credit goes to Lady Deli, and I know, and that rascal Leonard mentioned it to me this morning, saying you utilized a special ammunition distinct from the demon-hunting bullets," old Neal remarked, extracting a brass shell from the pocket of his robe. Angel, illuminated by the flickering gaslight, recognized it as the storm gathering she had employed the previous day. He propped the shell upright on the table, tucked the note into his pocket, and retrieved paper and pen from the side. "It seems the captain has sent you to collect materials to continue crafting this type of ammunition?" Angel nodded. "Indeed. Next week, I am required to submit 80 of these bullets to him, which necessitates a considerable amount of materials. Considering the probability of failure, I will need at least 120 handgun bullets, preferably of the .045 caliber. Additionally, I require 300 grams of screen grass, 100 grams of luminescent lizard scales, 250 milliliters of alcohol, at least 500 milliliters of etching solution, and finally, 50 grams of star crystal." She had already calculated the necessary items during her journey, adjusting her requests upwards to account for the success rate and material loss. While auxiliary materials remained in the basement at home, the primary materials, which were costly, she intended to acquire directly. As it was for the public good, and she could not afford to spend too much of her own money. Old Neil dipped his pen in ink, writing down each item as Angel recited them. However, upon hearing the mention of star crystal, he paused his writing. Bullets are plentiful, and we have all the other items in the alchemy room, but star crystal, that is a primary ingredient for certain potions. I must make a trip to Charney's Gate. I hope there is still some left. With that, Old Neil stood up, retrieved a key from the drawer, and opened the iron door behind him, the sound of rusted hinges creaking following his entry. The friction of the drawer's opening echoed in the silence. Once the door behind him fell silent, Old Neil emerged, cradling several boxes of ammunition and using his foot to close the iron door. Seeing this, Angel stepped forward to assist, taking the ammunition boxes one by one and placing them on the table. Among them were 4 paper boxes and 2 smaller metal boxes. Here are 120 rounds of handgun ammunition. Old Neil indicated toward the paper boxes, and 20 rounds of demon hunting bullets. He pointed to the metal boxes. All of 4 caliber. I will fetch the other materials from the alchemy room. You may wait here. Angel nodded and opened the boxes for inspection. Inside the paper boxes were bright yellow copper bullets, similar to those she had used before, yet clearly of more refined craftsmanship, well-maintained, even exuding a faint scent of grease. The 2 metal boxes contained 10 intricately patterned silver bullets, resembling silver ammunition, though they might also be some kind of alloy. After examining the ammunition, her gaze drifted to a few yellowed sheets of paper set aside. Upon her arrival, Old Neil had been reading these pages, initially assuming them to be personal correspondence. She had no intention of scrutinizing them, but that fleeting glance left her momentarily stunned. Although the characters were distinctly separated, resembling a child's clumsy imitation, she instantly recognized that the angular symbols were from a certain Asian language, possibly Chinese or Japanese. But she could confirm with certainty that they were by no means representative of any script currently prevalent in this world. Chapter 23, Diary. In that instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Angel's mind. Had she miscalculated? Was this still Earth? Had some nation developed a writing system akin to that of her world prior to her transmigration? Or was it? She stifled her inner excitement, picking up the pages from the table, and asked Mr. Neil, "May I inquire what these are?" Realizing her voice had become somewhat hoarse upon speaking. Diaries? The diary of Emperor Rosal Gustav? Angel searched her mind for this unfamiliar name, quickly locating him within the memories of Cole Granger, as this figure was undeniably renowned, reaching a level of notoriety that was household knowledge. His remarkable feat of overthrowing the former rulers of the Intis Kingdom, serving as the governor of the Intis Republic, and subsequently transforming the Republic into an empire to claim the title of emperor, had already secured Rosal's place in history. Not to mention his invention of the practical steam engine, which ignited the Industrial Revolution, propelling the northern continent into an era of industrialization. Furthermore, he played a pivotal role in ushering in the colonial age in the southern continent, profoundly influencing modern world history. Memories of inventions, such as the tarot card and newspapers, evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity in Angel. Could this multifaceted emperor of the Intis Empire also be a transmigrator? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she quickly found more evidence, various novels, dramas, and famous quotes from different eras and nations, as well as innovations and improvements across diverse fields, all attributed to the same individual, which seemed utterly implausible. Coupled with the self-created yet recognizable characters before her, she could almost ascertain that Emperor Rosal was also a transmigrator from Earth, and very likely of Asian descent. Are you attempting to decipher these characters? Old Neil's inquiry broke through Angel's contemplations. She feigned nonchalance, waving the pages in her hand, shaking her head, and replied, "I am merely a bit curious. After all, it is the diary of the esteemed Emperor Rosal, I thought. Perhaps I might uncover some secrets?" Old Neil chuckled, shaking the keychain in his hand. As one of the most renowned figures of this era, his manuscripts have been studied by countless individuals long ago. Each independent symbol on a manuscript may represent a different meaning. Yet regrettably, no one has ever truly been able to decipher its significance. You may continue to attempt your interpretation here. I shall procure the materials for you. He seemed to doubt that Angel could glean anything from it, thus closing the iron door behind him as he exited the room. At that moment, she lamented that she was not Chinese, or at the very least, that she could have chosen a Chinese language course in her electives. These diaries might merely record mundane daily life, yet they could also conceal a wealth of knowledge and mysteries even. Gathering her thoughts, Angel began to commit the characters from the 3 diary pages to memory. Even if she could not decipher them now, she must at least remember them. Knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Angel from her intense memorization. Utilizing her extraordinary memory, she had already committed the text from the 3 pages to her mind and was in the process of verifying them when she heard Dunn Smith's deep voice from beyond the iron door. "Old Neil, are you in there? The captain has arrived in the basement." Did he not encounter Old Neil on the way? Angel set the diary down and opened the iron door to find Captain Dunn, clad in a black trench coat and top hat, standing before her. Upon seeing her, Dunn paused momentarily, puzzled, and inquired where is Old Neil. Angel nodded. "Yes, I have obtained the bullets. The remaining materials he mentioned need to be fetched from the alchemy room in Charney's Gate." She stumbled slightly over the unfamiliar term, nearly biting her tongue. "I just came from the alchemy room, so he must be at Charney's Gate," Dunn surmised, glancing at the ammunition laid out on the table before quickly making a decision. "Old Neil is likely occupied assisting Mr. Klein Moretti with potion concoction and may not have time to help you gather the materials. I will go over and collect everything for you. Please wait here for a moment." "Why does everyone keep leaving me to wait?" Angel frowned in thought. Wait, potion concoction? Klein Moretti? She recalled the shy young man who had shared a carriage with her to the Watcher's headquarters. He too was supposed to consume a potion to become an extraordinary individual. The memory of the potions consumed by Cole Granger was that they were prepared on-site and ingested immediately, yet neither Cole nor Angel had experience observing others take potions. Hearing that Old Neil was assisting someone in potion preparation piqued her interest. "May I observe? I mean, the process of potion concoction." Angel feigned disinterest in her casual inquiry, but the disarray of her words betrayed her true feelings. Dunn regarded her for a long moment, and just as she anticipated a refusal, his gray eyes shifted away from her. "Come along." He actually agreed. As the two made their way to the passage leading to Charney's Gate, a series of rapid footsteps echoed, and Old Neil appeared, clad in a black robe, carrying a wooden box from the other end of the corridor. At the intersection stood 2 individuals. One of them, seemingly startled, paused momentarily until he recognized the other before relaxing his demeanor. Angel took hold of the wooden box, lifting the lid to peer inside. The diminutive box was compartmentalized into several sections, with 2 glass vials containing what appeared to be alcohol and etching liquid. Neatly stacked in a corner were luminous lizard scales, and bundles of dried scream grass filled one compartment to the brim. A solitary glass vial contained star crystal, glimmering under the illumination, sparkling with celestial brilliance. She nodded, confirming that all was in order. "Diviner?" Old Neil echoed the term. "Ah, this must be for that little fellow. Klein, right? I never imagined he would choose this path. I thought he would opt for the insomniacs, although we already have quite enough of them here." Muttering to himself, he turned and walked toward the Charney's Gate. "Let us proceed to the alchemy room. Klein is waiting there as well," Dunn said to Angel as he watched Old Neil depart. "This is the alchemy room? But why is it concealed behind a secret door?" Angel inquired, following Dunn into the hidden chamber, examining the space illuminated by gaslight. "Old Neil has gone to fetch the potion's ingredients. I encountered Miss Angel Granger on the way and brought her along. Just a little observation," Dunn briefly explained, gesturing towards Angel. It was only then that Klein noticed Angel standing by the door. He adjusted his hat and greeted her. "Miss Granger, it is a pleasure to see you again." After their exchange of pleasantries, Dunn stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, "It is fortuitous that you two should meet. This gentleman is Klein Moretti, a local from Tingen and a graduate of Hoy University, who has recently joined the Night Watch after being embroiled in a mysterious incident last week." Klein offered Angel a faint smile, acknowledging her presence once more. "This lovely lady is Angel Granger, hailing from Silvars County, who has recently arrived in Tingen City and, like you, has chosen to become one of us due to her involvement in a mysterious event." Angel extended her right hand towards Klein, who hesitated for a moment before quickly raising his own to shake hers. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Moretti." "Likewise, Miss Granger," he replied. "This charming old gentleman, whom everyone calls Old Neil, is also known as the manager of the Night Watch warehouse, a seeker of arcane knowledge, and a voyeur into the darkness." He exaggeratedly raised the box he was holding. "To the ladies and gentlemen, I present the Diviner's Potion." A hush fell over the alchemy room. Chapter 24, The Diviner's Potion. Perhaps the impromptu performance did not garner the audience's approval, as the fervor of creation was extinguished by the silence. Old Neil's subsequent actions were executed with precision, his words accurate yet devoid of humor, seemingly a silent reproach to Angel and the others. "Miss Granger, please assist by lighting all the gas lamps and adjusting them to the maximum brightness. Mr. Moretti, kindly use the brush beside the iron pot to clean it, and while you're at it, please pass me the 3rd glass vial from the left on the table." Old Neil swiftly assigned tasks, and when it came to Dunn Smith, the latter shrugged and stepped back, indicating he would not partake in the potion's preparation. Very well, I shall handle the rest myself. Placing the small silver box next to the iron pot, Old Neil extracted a piece of yellowish-brown parchment. Angel noticed that it was inscribed with several lines of hermetic script written in ink resembling blood, appearing both perilous and enigmatic under the flickering gaslight. First, 100 milliliters of pure water. Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Old Neil casually poured some from the glass vial Klein handed him into the freshly cleaned iron pot. Angel frowned at the sight. She longed to remind Old Neil that a graduated measuring cup was nearby, yet she hesitated to interrupt. Klein, across from her, seemed to share the same sentiment. Their eyes met briefly before both shifted their gaze back to the busy Old Neil. Next, 13 drops of nightshade juice. Just one drop added to perfume while Old Neil retrieved a small brown bottle from the box and, using a dropper, added the liquid into the iron pot. A delicate fragrance wafting through the alchemy room. Midway through his introduction, he recalled his silent standoff with the others and abruptly fell silent. 7 leaves of peppermint, 3 drops of poison mushroom juice, and finally, 9 grams of dragon's blood herb powder. He glanced at the recipe on the parchment while retrieving various ingredients from the box, adding them progressively to the iron pot. These are auxiliary materials for the potion. Deviations in the order and quantity will not significantly affect the final outcome, of course. We generally do not allow for major discrepancies. After weighing the pitch-black dragon's blood herb powder, he poured it into the pot, stirring the mixture with a wooden spoon before continuing. The primary ingredients are crucial. These are extraordinary materials that must not exceed the prescribed weight, though they can be slightly under, but not too much, as either scenario could lead to failure in ascension or even death. Now we arrive at the critical moment. Angel focused intently, carefully observing Old Neil's next actions. He retrieved an opaque glass vial, charred on the surface, and took a pristine test tube, extracting a vial of azure liquid using a dropper. Lastly, 50 grams of star crystal. Coincidentally, we have exactly 100 grams in stock, and today, you 2 young ones will deplete it entirely. Old Neil presented the second extraordinary material, a piece of exceptionally pure crystal reflecting starlight, as if mirroring the entire cosmos. After confirming the weight of the star crystal on the scale, Old Neil carefully cut off a piece the size of a fingernail to avoid excess, then cast the entire piece into the pot. Like cold water splashing into hot oil, a sizzling sound erupted and steam billowed from the pot, filling the alchemy room. Angel, having moved closer for a better view, was engulfed in a mist, her eyes widening as she seemed to glimpse the starry expanse within the star crystal. For a moment, she feared the potion-esque creation had failed, but Old Neil, unperturbed, scooped up the now viscous deep blue liquid from the pot into a cup and handed it to the equally astonished Klein. Drink up. Your diviner's potion is complete. Klein hesitated, glancing at the cup, then at Old Neil. Do I drink it just like this? You may add a bit of Almir wine. It will enhance the flavor. Old Neil suggested, noticing Klein was still in a daze. If you are indifferent to taste, you can simply down it. This is merely a low-tier potion, requiring no additional rituals. In truth, the most challenging aspect for most was acquiring the potion's formula and the extraordinary materials, often referred to as the primary ingredients. As you have seen, the entire process of creation is not overly complex and even allows for minor errors. Once the potion is complete and presented before you, all that remains is he mimicked holding an imaginary cup, raising his hand to his lips in a gesture of drinking. Cheers! Seemingly inspired by Old Neil's revived humor, Klein's formerly tense expression relaxed. He raised the cup to his lips, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back, consuming the potion. Observing Klein's subsequent actions from an outsider's perspective for the first time, Angel focused intently. He frowned, refocused his gaze, shook his head a few times, and let out a low groan, akin to a drunken man awakening from a hangover. Is that it? Dunn Smith, leaning against the doorframe, appeared disinterested, squinting at Angel. Their eyes met, and Angel quickly averted her gaze. Is he watching me? In that instant, she realized how suspicious her actions must seem. Angel's long-buried apprehension resurfaced following the demise of Lady Sharon, prompting her to glance back at Dunn, only to find him diverting his gaze towards Klein and Old Neil, as though the previous scrutinizing glance had merely been a figment of her imagination. Was she overthinking? Or perhaps, due to her passive observation throughout the ordeal, having refrained from any impropriety, she had temporarily eluded suspicion? Meanwhile, Klein, with old Neil's assistance, was delving into a meditative state, conjuring imaginary objects to better comprehend the potency of the newly ingested potion, fundamental knowledge retrievable from Cole Granger's memories. Coupled with Dunn Smith's earlier fright, Angel felt there was little reason for her to linger any longer. Shaking the wooden box in her hand, she concocted a plausible excuse. The anticipated interrogation did not ensue. Dunn merely nodded in acquiescence. "Wait," a call from behind made her spine stiffen. "I forgot something." "What is it, Captain?" Dunn smiled. "I neglected to inform you that even when working from home, you must report to the office daily. Of course, you may skip on your days off." "Ah, so that was it." Angel felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Understood, Captain." Noticing Dunn seemed to have no further remarks, she retraced her steps down the stone-paved underground passage towards the crossroads. After taking only a few steps, Dunn's voice called out once more. "Hold on, there's one more thing." "Yes, what is it?" Recalling her neglected, well-worn revolver with nearly smooth rifling, Angel nodded. Fortunately, she was not detained further until she reached the crossroads. Chapter 25, The Second Tarot Gathering. Upon returning to the surface, Angel quickened her pace, almost fleeing from the Blackthorn Security Company. The primary reason, of course, was Dunn Smith's scrutinizing gaze in the basement, which made her acutely aware that she likely had yet to earn the trust of the Night Watchers. In fact, it was almost certain they did not trust her. It would indeed be remarkable if the Night Watchers, tasked with combating extraordinary crimes, would readily accept an unofficial extraordinary being into their ranks. Moreover, would they generously provide materials for her to exhaust her spiritual energy, crafting ammunition for submission? If this was merely to placate her, to prevent her from fleeing, then everything made sense. Angel was convinced that letters or telegrams requesting an investigation into her identity had already arrived at the Night Watch or police headquarters in the capital of the Kingdom of Ruin, Beckland. She pondered how efficient public institutions were in this age compared to the notorious hags selling false identities. Although Lady Sharon was dead and no one knew of the connection between Angel Granger and Cole Granger, if her fabricated identity were to be unveiled, the scrutiny would magnify the various inconsistencies surrounding her, inevitably exposing flaws. Her only hope lay in the conscience of the document forger, truly delivering her records to the Beckland archives within a week, as they had promised. Seated in a public carriage with her materials box, Angel gazed out at the bustling streets, and a thought crept in her mind. Perhaps she should flee once more? Upon arriving at 6 Daffodil Street, she retrieved her key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Tromi had already finished tidying up and left, though it seemed she had only just departed, as traces of her cleaning remained. The teapot had been inverted to avoid dust, and water droplets slid down under gravity, leaving a circle of dampness on the tabletop. In her study, Angel meticulously stored her contract before carrying the laden wooden box into the basement. The dim underground chamber was illuminated only by a sliver of light from the exit. Within, the furnishings remained unchanged from her last departure. Moreover, today was Monday, the day of the tarot gathering. The enigmatic fool, shrouded in gray mist, evoked a sense of mystery and pressure far surpassing anyone she had encountered in this world. Though Lady Sharon was formidable, her identity was not cloaked in mystery. Through Cole Granger's memories, Angel gleaned a general understanding of the assassin's capabilities across several lower tiers, which was pivotal in her ability to slay Lady Sharon with the Night Watcher's assistance. Dunn Smith and Dolly Simone, both extraordinary beings within the Night Watch, presented their unique abilities. The former, as the captain of the Night Watch in Tingeon City, possessed the nightmarish ability to induce dreams from afar, while the latter exhibited rapid control over opponents during the confrontation with Lady Sharon, rendering her vulnerable. Yet, these extraordinary capabilities fell within the realm of Angel's comprehension. And with her extensive combat experience from a previous life, she could identify numerous flaws in these individuals, should her own abilities advance further. Overcoming them was not beyond the realm of possibility. Only the mysterious fool eluded her understanding entirely. Perhaps, as he suggested, this was merely a whimsical endeavor. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, laden with questions and speculations, Angel watched as deep crimson light emanated from the teardrop-shaped mark in her palm, enveloping her. Just as in the prior week's gathering, the ancient bronze long table materialized before her, surrounded by a grand temple engulfed in ever-present gray mist. Aside from herself, 3 indistinct figures took their seats at the 22 high-backed chairs, their positions unchanged from last time. The enigmatic fool, cloaked in fog, sat leisurely at the head of the long table, one hand resting thoughtfully on his chin while the other rhythmically tapped the table's edge. Beside him, the long-haired girl, Justice, retained her characteristic curiosity, surveying her surroundings in disbelief at her return to this venue. Had one been able to discern her visage, it would surely have been alight with excitement. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," the enthusiastic girl greeted the gathering's initiator, subsequently turning to the other two with similar cordiality. Following the pleasantries, Angel first expressed her gratitude to the hangman. "Mr. Hangman, thank you for your assistance last week. My friend has received her identification." She refrained from mentioning Hag's sudden price increase, fearing that such trivial matters might tarnish her image at the gathering. "Not at all, though that fellow can be rather greedy. He fulfills his obligations once compensated. To be frank, I have collaborated with him before. The Beckland police have found no issues." Angel hoped that truly no issues would arise. Otherwise, she might find herself unable to attend the next gathering. "Mr. Hangman, have you received the blood of the ghost shark?" As soon as their exchange concluded, Miss Justice eagerly inquired about the outcome of last week's transaction. "Much appreciated. The item is perfect, according to last week's agreement. I shall disclose the formula for the audience potion. Last week, Miss Justice had exchanged the ghost shark blood for the hangman's audience potion formula, utilizing a transaction model guaranteed by the Fool, where Justice would first deliver the ghost shark's blood to a designated location before the hangman would verbally disclose the potion's recipe upon confirmation of receipt. It seemed the moment had arrived for the hangman to honor his promise. Earlier that morning, Angel had gleaned the diviner's formula from the night watch, and with the two intent on conducting their transaction publicly, her interest was piqued. The wise often say that sharing a single formula among many yields an abundance of formulas. Clearly, the hangman was familiar with similar adages, as he hesitated to recite the formula directly, instead glancing at Angel, while Justice, eager to purchase the formula, appeared indifferent to the prospect of third parties learning this knowledge. At that moment, the figure of the Fool, enshrouded in mist, shifted, and he lifted a hand resting on the table, gesturing forward. Before the hangman lay a curled piece of parchment and a steel pen, as if they had always been there, only now drawing attention. "It seemed that your transaction had encountered a minor complication." A somber voice emanated from the bronze table. "Mr. Hangman, attempt to grasp the pen. Envision the content you wish to inscribe in your mind, and imbue it with an urgent desire to write before you proceed. Thank you for your assistance." The hanged man tentatively reached out to touch the parchment and pen before him, confirming their tangible existence rather than mere figments of his imagination. Then lifted the pen, pausing for a moment to flatten the parchment. Could one truly be cautious amongst allies? As the indistinct parchment, shrouded in gray mist, rapidly filled with text under the hanged man's intent, Angel's careful thoughts burst like a pricked balloon, vanishing with a pop. After recording the potion formula that resided in his mind, the hanged man picked up the parchment, meticulously checked it, rolled it up, and gently nudged it forward. The parchment rolled a few times, gliding across the mottled surface of the bronze table to rest before Miss Justice, seated diagonally opposite him. Watching the potion formula, worth hundreds of pounds, roll past her, Angel felt an urge to intercept it, but considering the enigmatic powers of the Fool, the true master of this place, she refrained from such folly. She could only comfort herself with the thought that preventing a third party from reaping benefits without cost was essential for the longevity of the transaction. Miss Justice accepted the parchment, unfolding it to scrutinize it for an extended period, before raising her head with excitement to address the hanged man. "Thank you, Mr. Hangman. I have committed it to memory." Thus, the transaction was completed. Concocting a low-sequence potion was exceedingly simple. One merely needed to add the ingredients from the formula in order, bearing in mind that the quantities should be less rather than more. The hanged man imparted the knowledge of potion brewing to the evidently novice Miss Justice in mysticism, a topic he did not shy away from discussing in Angel's presence, especially since she had merely witnessed old Neil preparing the diviner's potion for Klein that very morning, coupled with her own memories of Corglanch, rendering her quite familiar with the subject. Miss Justice listened attentively, nodding as if she were a diligent student, even utilizing the steel pen provided by the Fool to jot down key points on the parchment, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a university lecture, which bored Angel considerably, particularly as she had already heard the content being taught. Feeling rather listless, she turned her gaze about, taking in the grandeur and mystery of the temple veiled in gray mist, the surrounding space seemingly stretching infinitely, yet obscured from clarity. Angel's gaze shifted to the head of the bronze table, where the master of this domain, Mr. Fool, lightly tapped the surface with the index finger of his right hand, as if his intangible gaze were fixed upon her. A sudden chill ran through her. Had her attempt to surreptitiously observe the potion formula been detected by this enigmatic being? Chapter 26. Does the Fool also need a diary? Klein Moretti, the Fool, quietly absorbed the mysterious knowledge being shared by Justice Audrey and the Hangman, committing these esoteric yet intriguingly engaging concepts to memory. Since the very first gathering amidst the gray mist, he had pondered how to facilitate fair transactions among the few present. The exchange of potion formulas between Justice and the Hangman served as an excellent initiation. However, with 4 individuals present, excluding himself as the organizer who had earned the trust of the others, any transaction between 2 of the remaining 3 could be eavesdropped upon by a third party, undermining the essential fairness of the exchange. Over time, the willingness to share and sell knowledge would diminish, as everyone would seek to benefit without contributing, leading to a stagnation in motivation for trade, rendering it unsustainable in the long run. During this tarot gathering, Klein conceived an effective solution to the issue of fairness. Upon entering the gray mist beforehand, he attempted to summon parchment and a pen to the bronze table, and, as anticipated, much like the initial summoning of the table and high-backed chairs, the parchment and pen appeared effortlessly in this gray mist space governed by his thoughts. The paper and pen he summoned required no personal inscription. As long as there was an urgent desire to write in his mind, the pen would automatically transcribe the content onto the parchment. Watching Miss Justice utilize the tools he provided to note the key points of the potion's preparation, Klein nodded in satisfaction. The gray mist obscured the sight of the others, yet he could see the contents on the parchment clearly. At this moment, the formula for the audience potion was firmly etched in his mind, perhaps serving as a form of commission for the platform. Klein cast a glance at the Queen, who had failed to intercept the information, noticing her gazing about in boredom, seemingly uninterested in the knowledge being imparted by the Hangman. This further solidified Klein's suspicion that she was an experienced, extraordinary being within the mystical realm, yet harbored a certain wariness towards others, often lingering at the periphery of the tarot gathering, only engaging in dialogue when it suited her needs. Conversely, Miss Justice appeared to be quite the opposite of the inquisitive, yet somewhat naive individual, embodying the demeanor of a noble descendant with ample resources but lacking social experience. Although she had once displayed panic upon her first arrival in the gray mist space, she was now the most at ease among them. Alongside the seemingly resourceful and enigmatic Hangman, and himself, the deliberately mysterious initiator, these constituted the members of the tarot gathering. While the circle was small, its members spanned the nation, their professions and social connections vastly differing, making it imperative to leverage this diversity for personal growth. An idea began to take shape in his mind. Knock, knock. The sound of tapping on the table interrupted the Hanged Man's monotonous lecture. The 3 turned their heads towards the source of the sound, witnessing the previously silent Fool lifting his right hand, having just struck the table to halt the Hanged Man's discourse. It is not about mastery, but digestion. It is not about excavation, but performance. The names of potions are not merely symbols. They are representations and keys to digestion. The Fool's deep, steady voice resonated. This corresponded with her memories of Corglange, even more succinct and precise, directly addressing the essence of the power inherent in potions. After all, Corglange had entered the extraordinary world under the guidance of the esteemed Mrs. Sherlin, who, despite her ill intentions, had proven to be a competent mentor, imparting considerable knowledge regarding potions. This included how to harness the power of potions and utilize their names effectively. Having wholeheartedly embraced the role of an assassin, he had successfully mastered the power of a Sequence 9 potion in less than 6 months, consuming a Sequence 8 potion to ascend to the rank of Inciter. Subsequently, he exploited his newly acquired extraordinary abilities to incite numerous nefarious individuals, committing several heinous acts, including the sensational case of the missing students from Tingen University. His actions aligning perfectly with the symbolism of the potion's name, much to Mrs. Sherlin's astonishment at his rapid progress. Upon entering this world, inheriting Corglange's memories, Angel had initially believed this knowledge to be common understanding within the extraordinary realm, only to realize that the Fool's casual mention held deeper significance. She glanced at the Hanged Man, who appeared frozen, his body rigid, as if he had just encountered something utterly inconceivable. Could this be such a clandestine piece of knowledge that even the seemingly well-versed Hanged Man was taken aback? However, Miss Justice, still struggling to comprehend the implications of this newfound knowledge, did not exhibit the shock or excitement typically associated with revelations of hidden truths. Instead, she tilted her head with curiosity as if encountering novel vocabulary. This comparison subtly affirmed Angel's advantage in esoteric knowledge. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the hangman finally regained his composure, hoarsely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your insight is as invaluable as my very life. This is merely an advance payment. I require you to procure the secret diary of Roselle Gustave, even if it is just a single page. The more diaries you retrieve, the greater the rewards." A diary? Is it yet another entry from the diary of Emperor Roselle? The recollection of the 3 pages of Roselle's diary that Angel had forcefully memorized that morning tightened her heart as if her innermost secrets had been laid bare. She lifted her gaze towards the fool, whose eyes swept over the members of the tarot assembly without lingering on her. A diary? So those symbols were indeed a diary? The hanged man murmured to himself, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. For now, let us consider it as a diary. Yet to Angel, this enigmatic being must have already deciphered the writings left behind by Emperor Roselle. After all, these were not mere self-invented mystical symbols, but rather a mature script derived from Earth, a culmination of wisdom forged through millennia of usage and evolution, forming a coherent system that conveys meaning with precision and conciseness. This also implies that it can be unraveled. Is it true that these symbols were invented by Emperor Roselle himself? Miss Justice inquired. Indeed, due to the legendary life of Emperor Roselle, many believe that this set of esoteric symbols was his own creation, concealing treasures and arcane knowledge he acquired in his later years. Scholars have also suggested that they possess ideographic characteristics akin to hieroglyphics, which can potentially be deciphered through frequency analysis given a sufficient sample size. Yet, after all these years, no one has truly managed to interpret the meaning of the text. We shall certainly meet your request. However, if the text or symbols are beyond our comprehension, how should we convey them to you? Should we send them to a specific location? The hangman also raised his query. Just then, a pristine piece of parchment materialized before them. "Ah, I see. We simply need to memorize the forms of those symbols and present them on paper as we did with the text earlier," Miss Justice exclaimed, seizing the paper and pen with excitement. "This is truly astonishing, despite having witnessed the hangman and Justice employ this method moments ago." Angel could not help but express her genuine amazement. The fool, seated at the head of the long table, seemed to chuckle softly as he explained, "It's a simple matter. I merely streamlined the process of transcribing the text into an impressionistic format for a quicker presentation. With this method, you can directly submit the memorized entries of Roselle's diary to me here. I am one who appreciates equivalent exchange. The advance payment I provided corresponds to 2 pages of the diary per person. Should you possess more, I shall bestow additional rewards." "Wait, don't include me in that. I already knew the information you just mentioned." Angel suddenly realized, feeling a sense of unease as she now owed 2 pages of the diary. But how could she dare to voice this? With unspoken anguish, Angel recalled the Roselle diary she had seen with old Neil. It seemed there were 3 pages? This would not only settle her debt to Mr. Fool, but also yield an extra page. From his implication, if she could provide him with more entries from Roselle's diary, there would be further rewards. With this thought, she felt fortunate to have memorized all 3 pages at old Neil's, even though she hardly understood the content. Yet, enveloped in this mysterious haze, she could leverage Mr. Fool's power to transcribe those square characters and earn his reward. However, Angel was not inclined to present the diary entries just yet, as it would be difficult to explain why she had memorized so much content and could easily attract the undue attention of the other 2. Observing the hangman and Justice, both expressing their commitment to seek out Roselle's diary, she resolved to determine how many pages to present during the next tarot meeting, based on the progress made by the other 2. Chapter 27. Intelligence Exchange. Upon receiving the task of collecting Roselle's diary, an eerie silence enveloped the misty space. It was the loquacious hangman who broke this tension. "It seems there are no other pressing matters. Why don't we share some insights and casually discuss recent happenings? Perhaps something that appears insignificant to one of us could be a vital clue to another." Excellent suggestion. Angel mentally applauded the hangman, as she had the same idea. If they could exchange information at the tarot meeting, they might gain another source of intelligence beyond the official channels of the Night Watch. Perhaps they could even engage in untraceable online transactions, akin to the dealings between the hangman and Justice concerning potion recipes. I believe this should become a staple of our gatherings. Miss Justice, filled with curiosity about the world of mysticism, concurred. Agreed. Even the fool nodded slightly in assent. Then let me begin, the hangman proposed, contemplating before slowly continuing. The self-proclaimed Admiral Ludwell, that notorious pirate, has recently resumed his explorations at the eastern edge of the Sunia Sea. Who is that? Angel asked, puzzled. She was aware that the seas off the coast of the Kingdom of Rune were rife with pirates, with black sails stretching from Plitz Harbor to the northern shores of the Barand Empire. They wreaked havoc on ports, severing trade routes, and often left passing merchant vessels in dire straits, even overpowering the naval fleets of various nations. However, when it came to specific pirates, she was at a loss. Is it the Ludwell who is one of the 7 pirate generals? The owner of the Black Tulip? Miss Justice seemed to recognize the name and inquired. Precisely. The hangman nodded. With no third party to continue the conversation, it appeared the dialogue had reached an impasse, just as the atmosphere grew awkward once more. The fool absent-mindedly traced the edge of the bronze table and casually murmured, as I understand it, the Mysterium has lost a manuscript belonging to the Antigonus family. What is that? Angel felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as the exchange of intelligence was far from what she had envisioned. After all, Colgrange was merely a self-taught, extraordinary being, and Angel's understanding of the extraordinary world, inherited from him, was not significantly greater than that of an ordinary person. Excluding her knowledge of potions, she was even less informed than Miss Justice, who could at least engage in conversation with the hangman. The hangman, seated across from her, seemed to chuckle softly before saying, I am genuinely curious about the reaction of the Church of the Night Goddess upon learning this news. The Church of the Night Goddess. At last, Angel heard a familiar term and immediately inquired, why do you say that? Shouldn't the Church have a particular reaction? Because that family was annihilated by the Church of the Night Goddess. As for whether it was at the twilight of the 4th epoch or the dawn of the current era, I cannot say with certainty. Currently, we are in the year 1349 of the 5th epoch. The twilight of the 4th epoch was over 1,000 years ago. An ancient family, obliterated a millennium ago, still tied to the Church of the Night Goddess. This merits attention regarding matters related to that family. No, this involves the Mysterium and a long-lost family. If one is unaware, it would be prudent to steer clear of such matters. Angel pondered the information she had received. Noticing that no one else was contributing, she said, now it's my turn. She carefully chose her words, striving to share information without revealing too much about herself. Recently, the witch sect in the Kingdom of Rune has been quite active. A Sequence 6 extraordinary being attacked the Night Watch's outpost in Tingen. My goodness, Sequence 6. Was anyone able to stop him? Miss Justice asked urgently. Though the hangman remained silent, it was evident that his attention was also fixed on Angel. Seeing that she had successfully piqued their interest, Angel felt a surge of pride in finally possessing information they did not know. Indeed, he failed. I heard that this extraordinary being was besieged by several Night Watch members and could not escape. Praise the goddess. Miss Justice murmured in awe. But perhaps realizing that such a sentiment might expose her beliefs, she swiftly shifted the topic. The witch sect? What is that? It is a secretive organization that venerates the primal witch. In general terms, it would be classified as a cult. Angel replied briefly, not out of reluctance to elaborate, but rather due to the limitations of her memory, which encompassed only a fragment of knowledge. She was aware that Lady Sharon belonged to a witch sect, which was officially classified as a cult, yet her understanding of their beliefs centered solely on the primordial witch. As for the sect's internal structure, its guiding principles, and even its active regions, she was utterly in the dark. It was said that the upper echelons of this sect were composed entirely of women. Many speculated that this was intrinsically linked to their veneration of the primordial witch. The hangman gradually added, I can elucidate this. For once one imbibes the potion from Sequence 7, it becomes impossible to avoid becoming female. Angel restrained herself from uttering these words, but cast a glance at her own body, or rather, at Colgrange, who had personally consumed the potion and was also among its victims. It is my turn now. Noticing that everyone else had shared their intelligence, Miss Justice finally spoke. Ever since the kingdom's defeat in the war along the Barandon coast, the king, the prime minister, and all officials have been under immense pressure, harboring a fervent desire for change. They perceive the current structure of the government as overly chaotic and inefficient. With each election cycle, the transition of parties resulted in a complete overhaul of personnel from top to bottom, creating a disarray that severely hampered efficiency. This not only contributed to the defeat in war, but also brought great inconvenience to the populace. She paused momentarily before continuing. Unfortunately, They have yet to find a viable alternative to this system. Upon hearing Justice's narrative, Angel quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Although she was unfamiliar with the political framework of the ruined kingdom, drawing comparisons to Earth's history made it evident that the chaos in governance stemmed from the absence of a stable cadre of civil servants. Why not retain the regular staff during the party transitions? Angel attempted to steer the discussion towards a more specific direction, but that is contrary to the vested interests of the victorious faction. Each party change is also a process of redistributing the spoils, Miss Justice countered, asserting that any proposal to alter this dynamic would be doomed to fail. Isn't it feasible to retain the civil servants? Allow the officials to be allocated within the party, enabling those who require experience and stability to remain neutral. The eyes of Justice brightened, as if she had unearthed the core of the issue. Angel gradually drew upon her recollections of contemporary administrative systems, articulating her thoughts with increasing fluidity. The civil officials, such as ministers and mayors, who handle governmental affairs, are the spoils of the winning party. Their positions do not engage with specific tasks. Infrequent changes would not disrupt the daily operations of the government. Meanwhile, positions that are more specific and complex, from high-ranking cabinet secretaries to clerks in county offices, could be filled by selecting the most suitable elites from the public through examinations, akin to university entrance tests. Once they pass these assessments, they could hold their positions long-term, insulated from the whims of party changes. Such examinations could be conducted regularly, gradually filling the kingdom's administrative roles and expanding in accordance with the kingdom's growth and vacancies. Once a stable team of officials is established, these exceptional individuals from the populace would ensure the kingdom's fundamental and relatively efficient operation, irrespective of which party is elected or who presides over them. Of course, the practical implementation would undoubtedly encounter myriad challenges, such as concerns over the fairness of examinations, bureaucratic tendencies arising from job stability, and the gradual redundancy of government employees. Yet, what did such theoretical discussions matter to the few present at the Tarot Club? Surely, no one here could influence the upper echelons of the kingdom to establish a civil service system for this world. Angel mused as she observed Miss Justice deep in thought. Perhaps only the enigmatic fool possessed such power, but he did not strike her as one to be distracted by mundane affairs. Regrettably, in her quest to articulate her thoughts, she had been a step too slow, only to find that others had preempted her. The fool, Klein, sat upright in his high-backed chair, wide-eyed in astonishment as he beheld Angel, the queen, who had answered Miss Justice's query before him. He pressed his lips together, opting to maintain his silence. It certainly sounds like a simple yet remarkably effective solution. Miss Justice diligently pondered Angel's words, her eyes gradually alight with realization. Drawing upon her elite education and the political knowledge gleaned from her family, she swiftly recognized the merits of Angel's proposal. Thank you, Miss Queen. Your suggestion has been immensely helpful. Of course, this is the essence distilled from over a century of governmental experience in the British Empire, which itself is rooted in the millennial-old tradition of civil service from the East. Angel felt a significant restoration of her confidence, which had waned due to her scant knowledge of mysticism. However, why was Miss Justice so elated, her joy rivaling that of receiving the audience potion? Judging by her eloquence and vivacious demeanor, she appeared to be around 18, the perfect age for university. Was this her university professor's assignment? While Angel pondered this, the deep voice of the fool reached her ears. Let us conclude today's gathering. Angel quickly rose, followed suit by Justice and the hangman. The three responded in unison. As you wish. She made a motion with her right hand, only to find that the pen she had stealthily held moments ago had vanished without a trace. How wondrous! It seemed impossible to carry items out. Could it be that this space was actually... Chapter 28. Enchanting Objects and Charms. You've been using that gun for at least 2 years, and it shows a lack of maintenance. The rifling is nearly worn smooth, rendering it a smoothbore weapon, and the mechanism and hammer are rusty. This will severely impact shooting accuracy and could even result in a catastrophic failure as a gun user. You must surely be aware of this? The aging Neil, clad in a black robe, remained seated at his weathered table, holding none other than Angel's .45 caliber revolver. He opened the cylinder, directing the gap toward the gas lamp on the wall, peering down the barrel. Angel, seated opposite him, felt compelled to defend her weapon, which had been reduced to mere scrap. This gun is secondhand. I acquired it in this condition. Had it been a new one, I would certainly have taken proper care of it, ensuring it didn't end up like this. What I mean is, you should have come sooner to swap it for a new one. Setting down the revolver, Neil cast a sidelong glance at Angel. his previously stern expression softening into a faint smile. He emphasized, "You're right. This morning, she had arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company, not only to fulfill Dunn Smith's daily check-in requirement, but primarily to exchange a revolver. Miss Granger, you wouldn't want to be stopped and questioned by officers while carrying a firearm on the street, would you?" Dunn had inquired while she was writing a note. "I was rather curious when you came to collect bullets last time. Why does a girl like you need such a large-caliber revolver?" Neil took the note, but did not immediately retrieve the item from the armory. Instead, he asked with a smile. The new revolver was crafted with even greater precision than Angel's previous one, its wooden grip meticulously polished, adorned with the police emblem, while the metallic parts gleamed in the flickering light of the gas lamp. The bullets included a box of standard pistol ammunition and a box of demon hunting rounds, neatly packaged in paper and metal boxes, just as before. Upon receiving the items, Angel signed her name in the record book Neil provided, marking the completion of the exchange. Will the old weapon be destroyed or stored? She inquired curiously as Neil placed her old revolver into a box beneath the table. Typically, we periodically turn them over to the Tianjin City Police, who dismantle and destroy the weapons to prevent them from falling into civilian hands or entering the underground market. Although civilian firearms have become rampant, this procedure remains necessary. Certainly, when it comes to extraordinary occurrences, damaged weapons are not included in this category. Occasionally, these weapons may become tainted by extraordinary powers, or even transform into extraordinary or magical items themselves. It is perilous to entrust them to the general populace. Hence, the church has designated individuals specifically trained to handle such matters. Angel grasped the crux of old Neil's words. Magical items? Any object that has been in prolonged contact with extraordinary characteristics may potentially evolve into an item imbued with extraordinary power, which we refer to as a magical item. Even a mere accidental touch with spiritual materials or the physical remnants of an extraordinary being can result in the creation of an extraordinary item possessing spiritual power. Leaning back in his chair, old Neil spoke slowly, akin to a teacher imparting wisdom. Most of these items merely acquire power without usability. Yet a small fraction may gain extraordinary characteristics, thus becoming magical items. It is said that within the church, there are artisans capable of actively combining ordinary extraordinary materials to forge weapons endowed with extraordinary abilities, extraordinary weapons. Filtering through the convoluted terminology and concepts, Angel seized upon the essential point in old Neil's discourse, extraordinary weapons. So, where might one procure such a weapon? She nearly blurted out. Old Neil squinted and chuckled. You wish to inquire where to obtain such a weapon, correct? Every vigilante who hears me speak of extraordinary weapons has posed this very question. My answer is, it is unobtainable. To my knowledge, the entirety of Tianjin's official extraordinary beings cannot muster a single extraordinary weapon. The fellows from the Mechanical Heart are different. They possess artisans who can craft weapons of lesser efficacy, but with considerably reduced danger. Perhaps you could venture into the underground market and spend a fortune in hopes of striking luck. Or seek out the artisans from the Church of Steam and Machinery to create one for you. Overwhelmed by profound disappointment, Angel picked up the pristine revolver resting on the table and sighed. It seems I shall have to settle for a regular revolver. At least it is free. Upon hearing this, old Neil burst into laughter. I do admire a young person who can find joy amid adversity. However, apart from extraordinary weapons, there are other simpler and more economical methods to enhance combat prowess. Noticing Angel's disappointment, old Neil continued. He reached into the inner pocket of his robe and retrieved a small silver disc, handing it over to her. Angel accepted it and examined it closely. The silver disc was thin, with intricate hermetic inscriptions engraved on both sides, an ancient script commonly utilized in mystical rituals. Complex symbols intertwined and adorned the entire surface of the disc. Merely holding it, she felt a profound, tranquil, mysterious power, reminiscent of the sensation she experienced when praying to the goddess in the Cathedral of the Night Goddess. This is a sleep charm. By reciting the activation incantation you have set, this one is in the ancient hermetic dialect of the night, and infusing it with spirit, it can be triggered. Its effect is to induce slumber in those nearby, akin to Leonard's extraordinary ability. Remembering how Leonard Mitchell recited poetry during his battle with Lady Sheeran, casting a drowsy spell, Angel nodded knowingly. This charm likely shares a common origin with the Sleepless Ones, possibly even directly deriving from the powers of the Night Goddess. Such pre-made charms can indeed enhance combat capabilities significantly, as they essentially replicate an extraordinary ability from a specific sequence. even if they lack lethal force. Their unexpected deployment can swiftly tip the balance in a seemingly equal confrontation. Although the sleep charm may not directly cause an extraordinary being to fall asleep, it can greatly impact battle between extraordinary beings by disrupting their thoughts for even a second or two. The method for creating charms is quite simple. Akin to the process of crafting special bullets, inscribe the incantation onto the substrate and infuse it with spirit. They maintain their efficacy for a limited duration, typically 1 to 2 weeks, but once expired, they can be recharged with spirit. Since you have experience in crafting special bullets, I shall not start from the basics. Take this charm, choose suitable materials, and replicate the incantation inscribed on it to create charms with identical effects. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Angel expressed her gratitude, having not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery. It's merely some foundational knowledge of mysticism. Coincidentally, I need to teach the newly arrived Mr. Klein Moretti these concepts as well. Right after divination. Ah, you two can study together. Klein Moretti. He just drank the potion in the alchemy room next door this week, becoming an extraordinary being. Angel recalled the moment she observed him consuming the potion. These past few days, she had been preoccupied with crafting storm-converging bullets and was constantly apprehensive about whether all of this was a test from the vigilantes. Thus she had not seen this new neighbor again. A knock echoed at the door, and both turned their heads simultaneously. A half-height top hat peeked through the crack, followed by the visage of a young man with short black hair. Apologies, but I seem to have heard my name mentioned. The newcomer was none other than Klein Moretti, whom old Neal had just referred to. Ah, just as we were speaking of you, I was preparing to carve out some time to teach you how to create charms. Miss Granger is quite interested as well. Old Neal displayed no embarrassment at being caught discussing someone behind their back. Have you come to collect the practice bullets? Klein already pushed the door open and stepped inside. Nodding, he replied, yes, thank you, Mr. Neal, the usual 30 rounds of standard handgun ammunition. All right, just a moment. Old Neal stood again and headed to the armory behind him to retrieve the bullets. Practice? Angel glanced at Klein, who was standing by the door, and inquired with curiosity. The young man, clad in a black waistcoat and topped with a hat, smiled and explained, it's a task assigned by the captain, instructing me to become familiar with using a handgun as quickly as possible. I now collect 30 rounds daily to practice at the shooting range. With her newly acquired revolver in hand, Angel felt a spark of inspiration. Is the shooting range nearby? Chapter 29, Shooting Practice. Upon leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Angel followed the familiar route taken by Klein Moretti to 3 Zoderland Street, a modest structure adorned with a weathered sign proclaiming the Zoderland Shooting Club. The shooting range, belonging to the Tingen Police Department, was located underground, significantly larger than the above-ground building, serving not only as a venue for police training but also open to the general public for target practice, charging an admission fee to subsidize the facility. Angel produced the police badge she had just received from old Neal, presenting her identity to the receptionist. The two were escorted by the attendant into the expansive underground chamber. Directly opposite the staircase was a lounge, lavishly illuminated by several gas lamps, offering complimentary tea. A corridor at the other end led to the shooting range, divided into several small rooms, some already marked as in use, with the occasional resounding gunfire echoing within. They chose the innermost vacant room, and the attendant assisted in setting up the target before departing, leaving both to place their boxes of ammunition beside their shooting stations. Ladies first, Klein loaded his bullets one by one into the revolver, spinning the cylinder, yet did not commence firing. Instead, he turned to Angel. Go ahead. I need to familiarize myself with the new gun. Angel politely declined, having just acquired the new revolver. She intended to first acclimate to its weight and feel rather than waste ammunition immediately. Klein nodded, gripping the weapon with both hands, legs slightly apart, maintaining a slightly bent posture, arms extended as he aimed at the target 15 meters away. A conventional aiming stance, a textbook approach, but lacking in spirit, Angel mused inwardly. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Angel glanced at the target, her enhanced vision allowing her to discern the bullet hole with ease, an 8 ring. After the shot, upon focusing again, she saw it was still an 8 ring. Wait, that was the impact point of the previous shot. Had he missed? Klein too felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Angel, resetting his grip and aiming posture, continuing to shoot until every bullet in the revolver was expended. The remaining few bullets did not stray off target, instead maintaining a commendable score of 7, 8, which appeared to reflect his usual shooting stance during practice, standard in action, yet somewhat rigid. Angel also retrieved the revolver she had recently acquired from old Neal. Initially holding it with both hands, experimenting with various stances to gauge the weight of her new firearm. After firing a few rounds with the empty chamber to test the trigger's resistance and travel, she proceeded to load the ammunition. While Klein took a moment to massage his arm muscles after firing 2 rounds, she approached the shooting position, stood sideways, and began aiming with both hands. Unlike Klein, who faced the target directly with his legs apart and arms extended to maximize stability and accuracy, Angel adopted a stance designed for close-quarters combat. Bang, bang, bang. With 5 consecutive shots, Angel made subtle adjustments to her grip based on the bullet impacts, emptying her magazine in one breath. She swung open the cylinder, pressed the ejector rod, and removed the still-smoking casings before assessing her results on the target. Out of 5 bullets, only the last struck the 10 ring, while the others clustered around the center, hovering around the 8 ring. A commendable performance considering her unfamiliarity with a new gun. Reloading 5 more bullets. She now held the gun one-handed at waist height, pulling the trigger repeatedly without aiming at the target. Klein, who was resting nearby, was intrigued by her unusual shooting posture and approached to inspect the target, raising his eyebrows in surprise upon seeing the bullet holes. "Miss Granger, was that a special technique you employed? I thought handgun shooting required." He mimicked the aiming position, drawing a straight line to illustrate the traditional method. "Indeed, that is the conventional way to aim," Angel acknowledged, reloading her ammunition. She then mirrored Klein's previous stance, aligning her body with the target, standing with legs apart, and raising the gun before her, ensuring her right eye, the sight, and the target formed a straight line before gently pulling the trigger. The shot rang out, adding another 10-ring hole to the target. Klein remained silent, aware that a counterpoint was forthcoming. "However, I believe the essence of a handgun is as a close combat weapon. During close encounters, such a deliberate aiming method is not only time-consuming, but also renders one vulnerable to the adversary's counterattack, making it impractical. In close-quarters combat, precise aiming is unnecessary. One simply needs to deliver the bullet before the opponent can react. This is merely my personal perspective and not necessarily definitive," Angel added. Noticing Klein's expression of confusion, she contemplated and decided to conduct a practical demonstration to validate her assertion. "Now, let us assume we are adversaries, standing 3 meters apart. If you draw your gun and aim at me, you win, while I must prevent you from doing so." She instructed Klein to face her and step back to the table against the wall. This modest shooting range was approximately 5 meters wide, and with the tables on either side, the space for standing was limited to around 3 meters, positioning them almost back-to-back against the tables. Klein stood upright with his legs slightly apart, flexing his right hand, his gaze fixed intently on Angel, who remained motionless. Swiftly, seizing the moment when his opponent was off guard, he unfastened his coat with his left hand while his right swiftly reached for the gun holstered beneath his left arm, drawing the pistol, a maneuver he had practiced earlier, albeit unsuccessfully. Of course, this time he did not need to pull the trigger, as the target was merely a colleague, and simply aiming sufficed. At the instant Klein drew his gun, Angel transitioned from stillness to action, lunging forward. With her relatively tall stature among her peers, she pressed her body against Klein's, her left hand gripping his wrist while her right hand drew her handgun, pressing it against his abdomen. A gentle squeeze of the trigger would suffice to send a large-caliber bullet into Klein's body. In a matter of seconds, the outcome was determined. "Ahem, Miss Granger. Might you step aside? There's no room to stand behind you," Klein said, his face flushed as he attempted to retreat, though the constricted range offered no escape. He found himself pressed against the table, his upper body leaning backward, prompting him to speak up. Even if Angel lacked the awareness typically possessed by a woman, she now recognized the peculiar nature of their positions and promptly released her grip, taking a few steps back. "Apologies," she said, turning her face away to avoid an awkward gaze and steering the conversation elsewhere. "You see, in close-quarter combat, there is simply no time to aim. If the gun is too far from the body, there's a risk of disarmament. In a life-and-death scenario, I wouldn't even need to close the distance to you. Before you could aim your gun at me, I could fire 3 shots." Klein nodded in agreement, though he believed that if they were a few more meters apart, he would have the opportunity to aim and fire. But in such a confined space, drawing from the underarm holster and raising the weapon to aim indeed proved too slow. "Now, let us switch roles. Considering you are not an assassin, we shall reduce our distance to 2 meters. The two adjusted their spacing, facing each other anew, the diminished distance nearly allowing them to touch with outstretched hands. As soon as they settled, Klein charged forward. Knowing that the potion of the diviner did not enhance his physique, to win this close combat challenge against an assassin, he had to catch her off guard. During his sprint, he refrained from drawing his gun, realizing from earlier failure that he could not match Angel's speed in retrieving her weapon from the holster. Instead, he needed to follow her example and subdue her hand that reached for the gun. Observing Klein's attempt to seize the firearm, Angel remained composed, stepping back with her right foot, drawing her pistol from the holster at her waist, and using her left elbow to block Klein's advance. Her right hand lifted slightly to chest level, the gun's muzzle aimed directly at Klein as he charged. By this point, Klein's outstretched hand barely reached Angel. But he had no chance to bypass her elbow and touch her weapon. You see, if I hold my gun this way, you have little opportunity to reach my weapon. Instead, you've closed the distance, allowing me to shoot without aiming, Angel explained, shaking the gun's muzzle for emphasis. Acknowledging he was now under the gun, Klein raised his hands in surrender. It seems your method of drawing the gun is indeed more practical, but is it possible to ensure accuracy when firing without aiming? Klein inquired, drawing his own handgun and mimicking Angel's grip, taking aim at a target 15 meters away. Unsurprisingly, he missed. This is a 15-meter target. For handgun shooting, it is already considered mid-range, so missing is quite normal. As she explained, Angel approached Klein and, holding her gun at waist height with one hand, fired 3 shots in quick succession, adding 3 more bullet holes of varying distances from the center to the target. But with a bit of practice, anyone can achieve this, which is entirely sufficient for combat at 3 to 5 meters. A bit of practice. Klein seemed to mutter something under his breath. Angel tilted her head in inquiry. Nothing, I was just saying. What if the target is several dozen meters away? For instance, an enemy armed with a high-pressure steam rifle 50 meters away? Then, of course, one should run as far away as possible. Do you really intend to engage him with a handgun? Angel regarded Klein with a look of disbelief, as though he had posed an utterly preposterous question. You make a valid point. After a moment's silence, Klein concurred. Chapter 30, Working Lunch. After exhausting all available ammunition, the two finally departed from the Zoltan Shooting Club. Klein wore an expression of rejuvenation, glancing around before producing a silver pocket watch from his pocket, opening it for a brief glimpse before snapping it shut with a decisive click. Working lunch? Angel echoed curiously, then suddenly realized, oh, you mean Old Will's restaurant. The Blackthorn Security Company lacks its own kitchen, yet due to the nature of the work, employees must procure their lunch and dinner within the premises daily. Consequently, the nearby Old Weir restaurant has undertaken the task of providing meals. Each day, at 10:30 in the morning, a waiter arrives at the security company to inquire who requires a meal order, delivering it at noon, while the time for ordering dinner is set for 3 in the afternoon. Angel recalls her first visit to the Blackthorn Security Company when the silver-haired Ms. Skyarton brought her a lunch, presumably ordered from Old Weir restaurant. Though modest in portion, it contained both meat and vegetables sufficient to satisfy her hunger. Do you resolve your lunch at the company every day? I recall you have more than just yourself at home. Why not dine there? Angel inquired with curiosity, being aware that Klein had an elder brother and a younger sister residing with him at 2 Daffodil Street. Moreover, the captain assigned me a special task, requiring me to patrol the vicinity each afternoon. Thus, it is more convenient to have lunch at the company. Now, they order lunch for me directly every day, Klein elucidated. Angel empathized, acknowledging that cooking for oneself is indeed quite troublesome. Excess food tends to spoil in this weather, while preparing too little is not cost-effective. She often resolves her dining issues outside as well, occasionally purchasing bread and preparing some hearty soup and salad to accompany it. In the sweltering summer, without a refrigerator, unless consumed on the same day, such food is bound to spoil by the next. The two had by then reached the end of the street, with the Blackthorn Security Company visible across the road. As she had not ordered lunch, the delivery from Old Weir restaurant would undoubtedly not include her portion, prompting Angel to decide against staying at the company and instead proceed as planned to find a casual restaurant on Iron Cross Street. Over the past few days, she had nearly explored all the eateries on Daffodil Street, and her search for food had expanded to Iron Cross Street. Fortunately, while Tingen City lacks distinctive culinary offerings, various regional restaurants line every street, and with attentive searching, she could invariably discover a satisfying meal. Well, these are indeed consumables. Recalling old Neil's earnest teachings, she found a justifiable excuse for her excessive consumption of ammunition. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, she pushed open the door to the reception room, where Rosen and Brait, seated on the newly acquired sofa, cast glances at the pair entering, their faces betraying unmistakable disappointment. I thought Old Weir's lunch had arrived, Rosen lamented, dressed in a breezy white dress. Why are they late today? Do not fret, Rosen. Perhaps they are overwhelmed. You know, the police station across the street has been working overtime lately, causing Old Weir's delivery business to flourish significantly. Brait consoled Rosen, as he too is one of the clerical staff at Blackthorn Security Company, having met Angel during her routine report yesterday. Klein hung his bowler hat on the coat rack, approached the sofa, and found a vacant spot to sit, jesting with Rosen. Perhaps we should compose a complaint letter to the restaurant. How could they allow our beautiful ladies to grow emaciated while feeding those rough men at the police station? Am I truly thinning? Upon hearing Klein's words, Rosen instinctively touched her abdomen, only to grimace and withdraw her hand. Her envious gaze swept over Angel. Oh, Angel, how do you maintain such a figure? Could you impart some wisdom to me? In a moment of contemplation, she managed to utter a few words. No, I meant. Oh, never mind. Rosen blushed, waving her hand, signaling that Angel had misunderstood her intent, though her eyes darted toward the other two gentlemen present, hesitating before dropping the topic. By the way, the captain just received a distress call from the Mechanical Heart, requesting assistance in investigating a case at Hoy University. Ms. Skyarton mentioned she is currently seeking material for her novel and has gone along as well. Brait interjected, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, gesturing toward the distant clock tower of Hoy University outside the window. In other words, the lunch they ordered may go to waste. It will be better to. His gaze shifted to Angel. Ah, indeed. Before the captain departed, he mentioned that the Mechanical Heart would be dining out after finishing up, so there is no need to reserve lunch for them. Angel, why not stay and have lunch? You can have both portions, Rosen chimed in. Angel calculated the time and nodded. Very well. Then I shall alleviate the burden of wasted food for the captain. Laughter ensued among the group. With the decision made to dine at the company, Angel no longer felt the urgency to retrieve ammunition from old Neil in the basement. Instead, taking a seat on the sofa, the four of them encircling the coffee table, sipping the coffee brewed by Rosen, and easing their empty stomachs with casual conversation. A murder occurred at Hoy University last night. That area falls under the jurisdiction of the Mechanical Heart, but they encountered some issues while questioning witnesses, necessitating the captain's involvement. Well, they might resolve it swiftly, Rosen explained. Such mutual assistance among the churches occurs frequently, though typically it is the captain who receives the invitation. Hoy University. Angel listened attentively to Rosen's words, glancing sideways at Klein, who appeared to be a graduate of Hoy University. Does this murder pertain to extraordinary powers? Klein, oblivious to Angel's gaze, was more intrigued by the case itself. Not necessarily. There may be some clues, or it could simply be the police's overzealousness. Most of the cases they present are likely false alarms, not involving the arcane. Yet every report still requires a night watchman or other representatives from the church in the corresponding area to investigate, Brait responded. Rosen abruptly covered her mouth mid-sentence. It's quite all right, Klein offered with a faint smile. A brief silence enveloped the reception room. Knock, knock. Observing that his hands were too full, he must have knocked with his foot. Brait rose from the sofa, amicably accepting the meal boxes from the waiter and placing them on a coffee table. I sincerely apologize for the delay in delivery, the waiter expressed, though his demeanor suggested otherwise, his face marked by sweat and the numbness of overexertion. You may settle the bill at your convenience when the delivery person returns this afternoon. Please enjoy your meal. As they watched the waiter swiftly depart, the group exchanged glances. It seems Old Weir Restaurant is indeed quite busy, Brait remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. I shall first deliver meals to Karen and old Neil. They are surely waiting impatiently. Please do not mind me. He separated a stack of meal boxes, taking 2 of them, and proceeded past the partition of the reception room toward the underground area of Blackthorn Security Company. Old Neil is in the armory. Is Karen guarding the Charney's Gate today? Klein queried as he and Rosen each took their meal boxes, unveiling their identical meal combinations. A palm-sized oat bread, mushroom cream soup, diced lamb, and a small dollop of cream. The faint aroma of oil wafted through the entire reception room. Ah, I feel as though I could devour 2 portions, Rosen exclaimed, her satisfied smile evident as she took a hearty sip of mushroom soup, expertly spreading cream on her bread and swiftly consuming the lamb. Appetite is indeed contagious. Witnessing Rosen's enjoyment stirred a similar sensation in the other 2, prompting Klein to pass his larger meal box, originally meant for Dunn, to Angel. Upon opening it, she discovered her lunch to be slightly more generous, featuring an additional half sausage and a heartier mixed soup. Following Rosen's example, as Angel prepared to indulge, a sudden knocking resonated from the main door behind her. Chapter 31, The Commission. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of persistent knocking echoed from outside the reception room door. She glanced at the meal before her, already disturbed, blinking as if trying to persuade herself. The grand door swung open from the outside, and a woman adorned in exquisite attire stepped inside, accompanied by a gentle voice that inquired, "Is this the Blackthorn Security Company?" Noticing 3 individuals gathered around a table in the reception area, their half-finished lunch spread before them, a hint of remorse flickered across her slightly plump visage. "I apologize for intruding upon your meal," she said. "Is this indeed the Blackthorn Security Company? May I inquire about a matter?" Upon receiving a confirmation, the lady exhaled a sigh of relief, her countenance brightening as she remarked, "I wish to entrust you with the task of locating a lost item." An entrustment? Angel's first reaction was a twinge of amusement. The night watchers were an extraordinary force armed under the church's jurisdiction, typically engaging with local police for assignments. But they were not akin to private detective agencies or mercenary groups. It seemed the lady had mistakenly come to the wrong establishment. However, she quickly realized that the woman might indeed be drawn to the Blackthorn Security Company's reputation. Observing the anticipation in the lady's eyes, Angel refrained from interjecting and shifted her gaze towards Roshan, curious about how the security company would handle such an inadvertent request. Roshan had already ceased her meal when a visitor entered the reception room. Upon hearing of the entrustment, she maintained her composure and replied in a businesslike tone. "The fees for locating lost items range from 10 to 50 pounds, depending on the complexity and urgency of the request. We will need detailed information about the item. If it was stolen, please provide the time and location of the loss. The more comprehensive the details, the greater the likelihood of recovery." Thus, it became clear that regardless of whether the item was recovered, the client would at least be required to pay a 10-pound fee. Listening to this seemingly stringent requirement, Angel turned her gaze back to the lady, only to find her not displaying any signs of discontent, but rather smiling. "That is a perfectly reasonable request. May I ask if you are able to accept the entrustment now? I can sign the contract immediately." Roshan appeared taken aback by the lady's swift agreement, her expression momentarily stiffening, but her excellent professional demeanor quickly regained control. "Please hold on a moment while I draft the contract. You may converse with our security personnel in the meantime." Reluctantly, she left her half-eaten lunch and briskly navigated around the partition at the back of the reception area, the sound of a typewriter soon echoing through the room. The lady settled into the sofa that originally belonged to Brett, elegantly positioning herself while her gaze assessed Angel and Klein, as if weighing who amongst them held the authority. Klein took the initiative, asking, "May I know your name? What item are you seeking?" "A gold ring," she replied. "It was stolen a week ago." Klein nodded, reiterating the key points from Mrs. Green's statement. "What other characteristics does the ring possess? If possible, it would be beneficial to elaborate on its significance to aid us in analyzing its potential whereabouts. Do you know where it is? If so, why do you need us to find it?" Mrs. Green retrieved a folded paper from her handbag and handed it to Angel. "This is a report from the private detective I hired, which he provided yesterday. He has already traced the whereabouts of the ring." Angel accepted the document, unfolded it, and spread it across the coffee table. Klein leaned in, intrigued. It was an investigative report from the Jules Detective Agency, detailing their inquiry over 3 days involving numerous witnesses and suspects, ultimately identifying the perpetrator of the burglary and determining the means of disposal. Upon reaching the report's conclusion, which indicated the disposal location as the Labor Mutual Aid Society in the dock area, and noting the average disposal time of 10 days, along with a red ink annotation suggesting gang involvement, Angel furrowed her brow. She raised her gaze to meet Mrs. Green's expectant eyes and inquired, "Given that you have already identified the suspect and the item's whereabouts, why not report this to the authorities? I would think the police in Tianjin would welcome such clear evidence." "The police will not intervene. These gangs have existed for years. Do you believe they are unaware?" Mrs. Green clearly harbored a deep-seated prejudice against the police, and then her tone shifted. "Moreover, I do not wish for the police to become involved. They always act ostentatiously, with inefficiency creating chaos in their wake. For the Blackthorn Security Company, the situation was similarly precarious. Initially, Angel assumed the task would involve tracing leads related to the stolen item or investigating suspicious individuals, only to discover that Jules Detective Agency had already completed those preliminary steps, leaving behind the most troublesome aspect. From her recollections of Colgrange, she knew that while Tianjin did not have overt gang presence like Beckland, various mutual aid societies and trade associations monopolized certain industries and low-end labor, forming quasi-legal organizations engaging in illicit activities. They collected fees, took commissions, organized labor, enforced industry rules. and even provided security services, readily pouncing on lucrative illegal enterprises. The scarcity of law enforcement led the Tianjin police to turn a blind eye to these gray areas. As long as no lives were lost or the matter did not involve the affluent, they dismissed the chaos. That is indeed a considerable commission fee. May I ask how you came to find us? Through recommendations from the detectives? Klein inquired. However, those security companies are entirely overwhelmed and unable to take on such tasks. After a series of recent violent incidents, including homicides and disappearances, wealthy individuals in Tianjin have completely hired out private detectives and security personnel. I approached you with a sense of hope. She replied. No wonder Mrs. Green had so readily accepted Roshan's stringent conditions upon hearing of their willingness to take on the entrustment, agreeing to sign the contract immediately, even offering to increase the fee on the spot. Unfortunately, that £100 would not be easily earned. Finding lost pets might be manageable, but recovering stolen goods already in the pockets of a gang posed a significant risk, potentially leading to disputes or even fatalities. Angel was uncertain of Captain Dunn's, or rather, the Night Watcher's perspective on such high-risk assignments, and thus hesitated to agree outright. Mrs. Green, we shall accept your entrustment. Shortly, Miss Roshan will present the contract for you to sign, after which the commission will take effect. Angel looked in astonishment at Klein, who had, unbeknownst to her, extended his left arm, a silver chain clasped in his hand, the end adorned with a yellow crystal. If your information is accurate, you should be able to retrieve the ring by tomorrow. Chapter 32. The Soothsayer's Divination. Have you so quickly adapted to the role of the soothsayer? After bidding farewell to the contented Mrs. Green and finishing their now-cold lunch, Angel reclined wearily on the sofa, her blood pooling in her stomach, and posed a question to Klein. This may very well assist in mastering the power of potions. After all, isn't a soothsayer meant to foresee? Klein sipped his coffee, smiling as he replied. To be honest, I plan to take on a part-time role at the Divination Club, primarily to monitor for any suspicious individuals, while also dabbling as an amateur soothsayer. This perfectly aligned with the rules of role-playing, as the soothsayer's archetype possessed convenient auxiliary abilities. However, other archetypes, such as assassin potions, faced extraordinary challenges in being played openly. Angel gazed at the silver chain subtly visible within Klein's left sleeve as he raised his coffee cup, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. One's success is not solely determined by personal effort, but is significantly influenced by the chosen path of potions. Earlier, when Mrs. Green was present, Klein had nonchalantly produced the yellow crystal pendant from the silver chain to perform a pendulum divination, leading Angel to wonder if he had forgotten the confidentiality protocols altogether. To my astonishment, Lady Green devoted her entire focus to persuading Angel to accept the commission, leaving no time to consider Klein's peculiar behavior. With the results of the divination in hand, Klein readily accepted Lady Green's request to locate the stolen ring. Although Angel found this somewhat perplexing, she refrained from voicing her doubts on the spot, trusting her companion instead. After subtly suggesting an increase in the fee, they finalized the contract at £120. At that moment, the pendant began to rotate clockwise at a languid pace, leading to the conclusion. There is danger, but it is minimal. This aligned with the findings of the Jewels Detective Agency, confirming that the ring had indeed been sold to the mob by the thief. It involved no higher-level powers. For the extraordinary, a regular mobster posed little threat. Certainly, had the divination indicated a grave danger, it would suggest that extraordinary factors were at play. Conversely, it was merely an ordinary theft. With the divination confirming the latter, I deemed it prudent to accept this commission, as the party had approached us via the Blackthorn Security Company, making it reasonable to assist both in maintaining this guise and aiding the general populace. Klein smiled slightly as he elaborated. Moreover, it would yield a handsome sum of £120. Angel supplemented his reasoning, contemplating the imminent financial reward. She turned to Roseanne, who was busy brewing a second pot of coffee, and inquired, by the way, Miss Roseanne, how will the income from this £120 be distributed if we complete the commission? According to long-standing protocol, half of the commission's remuneration was to be submitted to Madame Oriana as the team's funding, with the remaining half allocated among the participating members based on their contributions, typically resulting in an even division. Given the varying extraordinary abilities among members, contributions to combat or item retrieval would differ significantly. Thus, an equal split seemed the most equitable approach. Therefore, after submitting £60, would each of us receive £30? Angel calculated the potential rewards swiftly. £30 was equivalent to 10 weeks' salary for a night watchman, and it was said that after becoming a full member, it would double, amounting to 5 weeks' worth. Her gaze drifted to Klein, who appeared astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief at the prospect of receiving such a sum. Unfortunately, as Klein was not yet a full member, he would likely receive only 10%, which, after submitting half, would result in, The realization that the £30 had swiftly diminished to a mere £6 prompted Klein to voice his surprise. His reaction nearly elicited laughter from Angel. Yet she managed to maintain her composure, trained as she was. Observing his attire, he did not seem to be in dire need of funds. However, from their earlier conversation, she learned that Klein had a brother who worked overtime to earn money and a sister who was still in school. Perhaps the family's financial burdens were significant? Angel pondered this in silence. Wait, informal member. But I'm not a full member either, Miss Roseanne, Angel reminded her. Oh, you were already an extraordinary before joining the night watch. I assumed you. Roseanne exclaimed, raising her eyebrows in surprise. Which meant it was once again £30 each. Perhaps to prove his worthiness for that half of the earnings. An excited Klein immediately proceeded to conduct further divinations for Angel, while the mystically inclined Roseanne observed eagerly, and Bright, disinterested, busied himself organizing Madame Oriana's finance room. Gazing at the white paper detailing the ring lost by Lady Green, which was located at the Labor Mutual Aid Society in the dock area of Tingen, Angel was astonished. Was Klein truly a novice who had just become extraordinary? Klein closed his eyes, his lips moving as if silently chanting something. After a moment, he opened his eyes, watching the pendant rotate slowly in a clockwise direction. Confirming the accuracy, it seemed that the investigation report provided by Lady Green was indeed correct. The ring was at the dock area. Can we narrow the search further? Angel queried, her gaze scanning the investigation report for key phrases. I have some recollection of the Labor Mutual Aid Society. It is an office area converted from a warehouse, typically devoid of people, but with many rooms and a disorganized layout. Searching room by room would be exceedingly time-consuming, and once the staff were alerted, disputes could easily arise. We cannot raise questions. Only validate authenticity, Klein reiterated, brandishing a pen while a fresh sheet of white paper lay before him. Yet he did not write. Awaiting Angel to propose a question for divination. What about eliminating possibilities one by one? Trying a divination in each room? My spiritual capacity cannot support too many divinations. It might work if the location is small, but if the area is too large, I would be powerless. Klein dismissed this method, furrowing his brow in contemplation, as if resolved to a decision. How about this? I will accompany you to the dock area, and I will use a divining rod to locate the ring. He picked up a nearby staff and explained this method of divination to Angel and Roseanne. Unlike the pendulum method, which offers yes or no answers, the divining rod method requires one to silently focus on the object of divination, such as the location of Lady Green's lost ring. And when the rod is planted in the ground, the direction it falls indicates the general vicinity of the object. This sounds promising, even if the range is not precise. With multiple divinations, we could employ triangulation to compensate for the lack of accuracy. Angel felt somewhat tempted, yet after estimating the area of the dock warehouse, she shook her head. Its utility is limited. We have already confirmed that the ring is in the Labor Mutual Aid Society's warehouse, which is quite spacious. And your divination outside may lack sufficient accuracy. Then let us go inside. Klein seemed rather enthusiastic, rubbing his hands together as he proposed. That would not be theft, but rather robbery. Angel rejected the suggestion, asserting, I will act alone. My skills as an assassin are better suited for entering alone, and your presence would only risk alerting those gangsters. Before Klein could respond, she took the pen and swiftly wrote a sentence, placing it before him. Come now, diviner. I have already devised a plan. You should first attempt to divine this. Emphasizing his identity as a diviner, Klein could only offer a wry smile as he accepted the paper, glancing at it, which stated that Lady Green's lost ring was being carried by someone. The pendulum, rotating counterclockwise, yielded a negative result. The second inquiry, the yellow crystal pendant this time rotated in a clockwise direction. This indicated that the ring was being kept safely. After completing 2 consecutive divinations, Klein set down the pendant, pressing his hands against his temples to massage them before finally opening his eyes. I could manage 2 or 3 more divinations at most. I apologize, as I have just become a diviner, and consecutive divinations are quite taxing on my spiritual energy. No matter, that is sufficient. I've already obtained the necessary answers. Angel laid out the 3 sheets of paper detailing the divination results on the coffee table, using a pen to annotate each with the corresponding outcomes. Under the astonished gazes of Klein and Roseanne, she patiently explained, "First, we have confirmed that the ring is indeed located in the dock area at the Labor Mutual Aid Society, as indicated by Lady Green's information." She circled it on the first sheet, then marked an X on the second sheet, which negated the possibility that the ring was being carried by someone. Finally, she completed the last circle, indicating that it was being kept safely. Looking up at the two, she asked, "The gold ring that appears to be quite valuable, not being carried by anyone, yet kept securely, where should it be?" Chapter 33, Labor Mutual Aid Society. Riding the tram, Angel arrived at the dock area. Though referred to as a district, much of it actually lies in the suburbs of Tingen, where the Taysok River and the Hoy River converge outside the city. Flowing toward Beckland, an abundance of passenger and cargo vessels drift downstream, rapidly developing the docks in Tingen suburbs, creating a trend of integration with the urban area. Just before boarding the vehicle, Klein was still making his final attempts. "Is it truly unnecessary for me to accompany you? Do we not just discuss this?" Observing Klein's persistent eagerness, Angel shook her head. One could only blame the inefficiency of the Thin-Gen City Police, who had failed to earn the trust of the citizens, prompting them to seek the services of private detectives instead. Security companies had become the go-to for resolving such matters. Angel found a reasonable justification for her actions. What if the ring was not in the safe, or if there were no safe at all? Klein appeared somewhat hesitant. If she were to join him in the divination at the scene, the chances of locating the ring would surely increase. Even if they failed to find the ring, they could always return another time. This outing could merely serve as reconnaissance. However, if the two of them were discovered, there might not be a next time. Angel resolutely declined the request of the inept diviner to join her, realizing that her solo endeavor had a significantly lower risk of being detected. Bringing along a clumsy diviner would complicate matters excessively. The sailboats and steamers were docked along the riverbank, while a rudimentary crane tirelessly loaded and unloaded cargo. Laborers, pushing wheelbarrows, scuttled along narrow yet interconnected paths like a swarm of ants. The makeshift wooden pathways were pockmarked from their passage, with stagnant water and refuse mingling to create an unbearable stench in the open air. This was the area where the impoverished of Thin-Gen congregated, offering jobs that required only hard labor and providing cheap housing. Countless individuals who could not make a living in the urban center sought refuge here. It was also the part of Thin-Gen that the police were most reluctant to patrol. They would rather deploy an entire squad to protect a ball hosted by the mayor, forming long lines before the eyes of the affluent, than spend even a quarter of an hour patrolling the muddy paths of the docks. In truth, the Labor Mutual Aid Society, formed in the dock area, was initially intended to counteract the exploitation of workers by rival gangs. A group of dock workers, seeking to escape extortion and forced labor, banded together to use violence against violence, driving out other gangs that oppressed workers in this territory. Inévitably, corruption ensuite. They fell from grace, becoming the next oppressors. Of course, their actions mirrored those of the original gangs, monopolizing jobs, collecting protection fees, and trafficking contraband. However, they exhibited little malice towards their members. This was not due to any newfound sense of morality, but rather because there was simply no profit left to extract from the laborers at the bottom. The average weekly wage for dock workers was a mere 10 soulers. With inconsistent work, after rent and daily expenses, there was hardly anything left. Following the repeal of the Corn Laws, while the cost of living might slightly decrease, the influx of agricultural workers into the city would only intensify competition for the already scarce job opportunities, driving wages down further due to cutthroat competition. From his perspective, the Labor Mutual Aid Society, which monopolized most dock jobs, actually benefited workers by enhancing their bargaining power and preventing the devaluation of labor that would result from relentless undercutting. At least, from her vantage point amid the bustling scene, Angel discerned little evidence of rampant gang violence. Navigating along the riverside path while avoiding the throngs of people, Angel rounded a few corners and arrived at a cluster of warehouses. Once composed of wooden structures, this area had been reduced to rubble by a devastating fire a few years prior. The new buildings were constructed primarily of brick and concrete, starkly contrasting the low wooden edifices found in other suburban areas. Angel's objective was a 3-story warehouse, although its interior was only divided into 2 levels. The faade featured a row of double archways, behind which were various small compartments separated by brick walls. The ground floor housed goods, while the second floor was designated for office space. In Cole's memory, he had visited this warehouse twice and retained some recollection of its internal layout. Silence. Everyone silence. A middle-aged man, clad in worker's attire, shouted through a tin megaphone. Don't even think about it. You said the same last time. 2 days turned into 2 days. Get lost, you sycophant. We want to see the president. A few workers, evidently taking the lead, incited the surrounding crowd, which responded with fervor, their cacophony eclipsing the man's attempts to maintain order. Observing the man on the platform, drenched in sweat as he attempted to appease the agitated workers, surrounded by several burly individuals blocking the path of those rushing forward, Angel felt a spark of inspiration. Circumventing the clamor at the main entrance, Angel made her way to the rear of the warehouse. The surface of a newly erected building was already marred by peeling paint, revealing the underlying brick structure. It was evident that the proprietor did not concern himself with superficial aesthetics. Ascending the wall along the edge, she noted a row of narrow windows reaching up to 5 meters high, with the only available foothold being a series of protruding beams just below the windows. Even the most agile of assassins would struggle to scale the vertical 5-meter wall without assistance. Fortunately, the second floor served as office space, and several gas and water pipes ran vertically along the corners, entering the wall slightly below the window level. Thanks to the man on the podium shouting hoarsely and the workers' various tirades, the individuals near the warehouse congregated towards the main entrance. Seeing that the area was now deserted, Angel hesitated no longer. She approached the corner of the building, testing the strength of the pipe, and discovering it could easily bear her weight before climbing up. Using both hands and feet, the enhanced agility provided by the assassin's potion allowed her to swiftly reach the height of the second floor. Then, leveraging the horizontal pipe that penetrated the wall, she leaped onto the beam beneath the second-floor window. As she jumped, the screws at the junction of the pipe and wall emitted a concerning creak, causing her heart to tighten. Once she steadied herself and surveyed her surroundings, she found the rear of the warehouse deserted, and the workers further away were unlikely to notice her subtle movements. However, being at such a height posed the risk of being easily spotted by anyone glancing in her direction, compelling Angel to refrain from lingering. She tugged at the nearest window and discovered it was not secured from the inside. Gently, she opened one side and quickly peered into the room. Pressing her hands against the window ledge, she exerted force and flipped herself inside. The room was a modest file chamber, with wooden shelves against the wall piled high with document bags, ranging from newer leather to worn paper sacks, neatly organized in stacks. Near the door stood a set of desks and chairs, with a ledger spread open atop them, accompanied by a steaming cup of coffee. Perhaps fearing fire, the room was devoid of gas lamps, relying instead on the natural light from the 2 windows. Gently pushing open the door, she found herself in a long corridor that appeared to run directly through the center of the second floor, adorned with a few gas lamps along the walls. Although it was daytime, the corridor, with windows only at both ends, still required the gas lamps as the primary source of illumination. Every few meters along both sides of the corridor were identical doors, some ajar and others closed. The door she had just exited bore the sign for the document room. The entire second floor was eerily quiet, with only faint voices echoing from the excited crowd at the front of the warehouse. The workers were embroiled in a heated argument with the warehouse manager and his bodyguards. It seemed imperative to act swiftly, regardless of which side emerged victorious in the dispute. There was a possibility they would ascend to the second floor, and she needed to locate the safe and retrieve the ring before that occurred. Angel hastened down the corridor, glancing at the door signs. She opened any unlocked doors to peek inside, and for those that were locked, she gently knocked twice to ascertain if anyone was present. Progressing past the break room, lounge, and assistant's office, she encountered only a large man snoring on a couch in the lounge. Otherwise, she met no one else. Upon reaching the opposite end of the corridor from the central staircase, she searched through a few more rooms until she finally discovered a door plate reading President's Office. Gently pressing the brass doorknob, she felt a resistance. The handle did not budge. A surge of delight coursed through Angel's heart. It appeared that this was indeed the place. Chapter 34. The Search. The door to the President's office was locked, which aligned perfectly with Angel's expectations. Klein's divination had explicitly indicated that the ring was being securely stored. If the door had been left ajar with the ring carelessly placed on the desk, it would have raised her suspicions of a potential trap. She retrieved a set of rudimentary lock-picking tools from her pocket, a necessity for Call Granger as she navigated the underbelly of Tingeon City, engaging in acts of murder and theft. Compact and portable, she had always kept them on her person, though this was the first occasion she had employed them. The President's office was significantly larger than the other rooms, as evidenced by the considerable distance of the door from the entrances to adjacent chambers. Upon entering, She meticulously closed the door and locked it, ensuring that unless someone possessed a key, she would not be disturbed during her search. The office, devoid of occupants, had its curtains drawn tightly, allowing only slivers of sunlight to infiltrate the room shadows. However, her superior dark vision enabled her to discern every detail of the furnishings without igniting the gas lamp, as any light seeping through the door's cracks would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. In the center of the office stood a wooden desk, accompanied by a chair tucked neatly into its recess. The desk's edge was adorned with leather, secured by a row of decorative rivets. A small bookshelf occupied a third of the desk's surface, yet it bore only a few newspapers, suggesting that its owner was disinterested in cultivating an image of intellectualism. Behind the desk, a window with drawn curtains overlooked what was presumably the main entrance to the warehouse. The cacophony below was now distinct, with the profane shouts replacing previous pleas and warnings, indicating an escalation of prior conflicts. Against the wall by the window sat a solitary armchair, accompanied by a low coffee table, upon which a petite coffee pot and several overturned cups were haphazardly arranged. A black top hat, thick with dust, hung from the hat rack beside the sofa. Aside from this, the office was devoid of further furnishings. Even the commonplace file cabinet was absent, leaving only the oil paintings adorning the walls to add a splash of color to the otherwise austere environment. Rather than an office, the space resembled a private lounge for the guild president, furnished only with his necessities, even lacking a second chair for visitors. Angel approached the opposite end of the desk, flipping through the newspapers on the shelf. The stack consisted entirely of issues from the Tingen Daily, the topmost dated a week prior, featuring a front-page article about the son of Banker McGowan from Constant City, who had met his demise in a robbery in Tingen. Running her fingers across the surface of the desk, she noticed a fine layer of dust coating her fingertips. Clearly, the president had vacated the premises several days ago, and without a key, no one else could enter to tidy up. She pushed aside the chair and bent down to inspect beneath the desk, discovering 3 drawers on each side. Methodically, she opened each one, finding only a half-pack of cigarettes, approximately a pound in coins, and a heap of documents that held no significance for her. Surveying the room, she realized there were no other hiding spots apart from the desk. This was not what Angel had anticipated. She had initially feared that an abundance of furnishings would complicate her search for the ring. Yet the stark simplicity of the room proved equally vexing. She even pulled out a few drawers to check for hidden compartments, but to no avail. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the paintings on the wall. If she found nothing there, she would have to retreat. Both paintings were vibrantly colored oil works, their flamboyant style suggesting they were not the handiwork of a master, but rather cheap decorative pieces, reflecting the owner's contradictory desire for embellishment despite a lack of appreciation for art. The wooden frames were adorned with paint, with one frame noticeably chipped. Chipped paint? Angel approached that particular painting, running her hand over the damaged corner, and gently pushed it to the left. As anticipated, the painting pivoted at its upper right corner, revealing the wall behind it and a small cavity within. Indeed, this was a secret little vault. The owner had evidently removed the painting frequently enough to wear away the paint on the touch portion of the frame. Supporting the painting with one hand, Angel peered into the cavity, which was divided into 2 layers by a partition. The upper section contained several rings, a diamond necklace, and a stack of old pound notes, all of modest denominations. Below lay a leather-bound notebook. These were all easily transportable items. The small denomination notes would facilitate transactions, while the jewelry could be sold or used for bribery if necessary. It appeared this vault housed escaped funds prepared by someone. Securing the notebook under her arm, Angel grasped the jewelry with her free hand. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to take the stack of notes as well. She returned the painting to its original position and seated herself at the desk, spreading the items before her to examine them one by one. The ring sought by Madame Green was indeed among them, perfectly matching her description. It boasted a golden surface, though its hardness clearly indicated it was not pure gold. One side featured an oval-shaped flat surface embossed with the name Green in cursive, surrounded by stripes and symbols for authenticity verification. The other 2 rings were ordinary gold bands, albeit adorned with gemstones estimated to be worth around 20 pounds each, while the diamond necklace could fetch approximately 30 pounds. With a stack of old notes, the small vault contained over 100 pounds in value, and, astonishingly, it lacked any form of lock. The audacity of the president was remarkable. Perhaps he had intentionally employed the painting as a mere cover for the vault to facilitate swift access, rather than relying on complex locking mechanisms to safeguard his assets. Without hesitation, Angel pocketed the valuables. As she understood, while the Labor Mutual Aid Society may have refrained from murder, they were certainly no strangers to financial misconduct, as evidenced by the stolen ring from Madame Green's possession, indicating that these items were likely ill-gotten gains. Outside the window behind her, muffled shouts and cries of pain signaled that the confrontation outside had inevitably escalated into violence. She hastily opened the notebook she had found in the vault, preparing to conduct a cursory examination before making her exit. The leather cover was somewhat worn at the corners, yet the pages had seen little use. With less than a quarter filled, it appeared the notebook had been in use for many years, but its owner had only recorded significant matters. Angel skimmed through the entries at a rapid pace. Most of the content pertained to the gray market dealings of the Labor Mutual Aid Society, including the amounts paid in protection fees for industries in the southern district adjacent to the docks and the fates of smuggled goods. Crucial information regarding the society's illicit operations. Furthermore, did the Tinjin City police truly remain oblivious to these gray enterprises? Why engage in such folly and invite unnecessary trouble? Upon reaching the last few pages of recorded entries, she discovered some content that deviated from the others. That fellow contacted me again. This time, it was not merely a bribe, but also a threat. I have clawed my way up from the bottom. How could I possibly fear the threats of these shadowy figures? Today, we reach an agreement. The society need only arrange for the ships and workers. The rest is none of their concern. The police can't touch us here. This money is too good to pass up. After deducting the hush money for the families, a laborer can pocket 20 pounds. With the high turnover of the population in the dock area, who would even notice if a few individuals went missing? Next week, I'll make a trip to Inmat Harbor. If things go smoothly there, we can make a killing in Storm City too. Interspersed among these statements were details regarding the departure times of various ships. The arrival times were predominantly from the city of Limon in Jianhai County, traversing the Taesak River through Tinjin City and ultimately reaching Plitzport. How audacious was this fellow to document everything so openly? Angel found herself drenched in cold sweat upon realizing that the individual known as Jik was likely the president of the Labor Mutual Aid Society. Connecting the dots of the preceding text, she discerned that he was implicated in the nefarious trade of human trafficking. Although the northern continent had officially abolished the slave trade, it was rumored that numerous factories and plantations continued to covertly employ slaves for arduous labor. Where there are buyers, there are sellers. In the dark corners beyond the reach of sunlight, this trade had become even more lucrative due to its prohibition by law. According to the records, President Jik had initially been coerced onto the pirate ship, perhaps even unaware of the specific nature of the business, but was soon lured by the prospect of substantial profits and willingly expanded the operation. This was far from mere extortion or petty theft. Angel was convinced that if this notebook were to be handed over to the police in Tinjin City, the Labor Mutual Aid Society in the dock area would undoubtedly be dismantled in one fell swoop. Reporting this became an imperative. Most of the workers had vacated the scene, and the makeshift platform, made of wooden crates, lay overturned. Several burly part-time bodyguards bore bruises and disheveled attire, clearly having suffered considerable losses. However, judging by the expression of the middle-aged man they were protecting, the conflict appeared to have ended with a compromise from the workers, at least postponing the confrontation. Drawing the curtain, Angel surveyed the room, ensuring she had not overlooked anything. She then carelessly scattered the newspapers from her desk onto the floor, opened the drawer, and took all the loose change, creating the appearance of a burglary. Having completed her ruse, Angel grasped the notebook and briskly approached the office door. She paused to listen intently for any sounds outside, confirming the absence of footsteps or breathing before gently unlocking the door and turning the handle to pull it open. As the light from outside flooded in, a sudden intuition surged within her, a sense of impending danger enveloping her like a cascade of icy water, causing her foot to halt mid-step. A dagger shot through the light with lightning speed, aimed directly at her face. Chapter 35. Assassin Against Assassin. Prior to arriving at the dock area, Klein had performed a divination, foreseeing a degree of danger in Angel's journey, albeit not substantial. Nevertheless, her cautious nature led her to meticulously plan her route for infiltration, successfully avoiding detection while fulfilling Lady Green's commission. At the moment of her success, however, Angel inevitably let down her guard, and as she pushed open the door, she was entirely unprepared for a potential ambush. With one hand clutching the notebook and the other gripping the doorknob, the door swung wide open, and the interplay of light and shadow within the room, enhanced by the assassin's potion, disoriented her senses. The timing of the attack was nothing short of impeccable. Fortunately, as an extraordinary individual, her instinctive awareness provided a fleeting warning just before the assault, prompting a momentary hesitation in her step. When the hand wielding the dagger emerged from the shadows, she still had a sliver of space to evade. In her frantic state, Angel raised her left hand, attempting to block the path of the incoming dagger, while her other hand pushed the door in a bid to shut it once more, her body leaning back to counter the force of the attack. Yet, the assailant's strength exceeded her expectations. The sharp dagger sliced through the heavy covers and thick paper with ease, and the door she sought to close was thrust wide open, sending Angel airborne and crashing backward. In that fleeting moment, as the door swung open, Angel caught sight of her assailant, a figure cloaked in a hooded cape, their gaunt form outlined by tight black garb. In their right hand was an oddly shaped short dagger, the tip embedded in the notebook that had been cast aside. Before her enhanced vision could discern the face hidden beneath the hood, a searing pain struck her from behind, sending her body hurtling across the room to collide with the sturdy desk, producing a dull thud. Using the momentum from the impact, she rolled over the desk, finding herself on the opposite side. The hooded figure, undeterred by the failed ambush, swiftly discarded the notebook and lunged toward her, leveraging their left hand against the desk's edge in a gymnastic maneuver, while their right foot arced toward Angel with lethal intent. Unsteady, Angel had no choice but to retreat further, narrowly evading the strike as the desk was already close to the window. Taking a step back, she found herself pressed against the curtains, with no refuge in sight. However, this moment of evasion granted her precious time, as the hooded figure vaulted over the desk. She drew a double-edged dagger from its sheath strapped to her thigh, reversing her grip and slashing at her adversary. Caught off guard by her counterattack, the hooded figure faltered momentarily but quickly regained composure, raising their dagger to meet Angel's. The two blades clashed, and while the initial intent was merely to feint and create distance for a gun draw, Angel realized that the force of their parry was less than she had anticipated. Seizing the opportunity, she shifted her grip on the dagger to a more assertive hold, launching a series of thrusts from various angles. Though each was deflected by the hooded figure, the dynamics of their engagement had shifted, with Angel now in the offensive position. The tables had turned. The hooded figure could do little more than block her relentless onslaught. Sensing a reversal in the tide, the assailant managed to parry one of Angel's strikes before reaching into their cloak with their left hand, producing an object that they hurled toward her with astonishing speed, too swift for even her assassin's vision to discern. Fearing the nature of the projectile, Angel swiftly swung her dagger, forcing the hooded figure back, while she too exerted her legs to retreat, widening the gap between them. Several metallic clinks echoed as the object struck the ground, and her darkened vision scanned the floor to discover a few copper pennies rolling about. In her state of alarm, she had been outmaneuvered. Irritated, Angel resolved to pursue the assault once more, only to find the previously flustered hooded figure adopting a new stance, both hands firmly gripping their dagger and lunging at her with the same speed as their earlier ambush. This was a charge strike from an assassin. In that instant, Angel finally comprehended the identity of her opponent. They too were an extraordinary individual, having consumed the assassin's potion. The elixir bestowed upon the assassin the ability to channel all their strength into a single blow, explaining how they had sent her flying during the ambush at the door, while their power waned during her counterattack. Now, the hooded figure prepared to unleash this formidable ability once more. Angel, unwilling to confront the blow head-on, sidestepped to evade the lethal strike that combined both power and speed. As the assassin's outstretched hands reached their limit, she executed a swift kick aimed at their midsection. From her earlier skirmish, she had discerned that this assassin's combat experience was limited. Indeed, after the failed strike, the hooded figure found themselves incapable of effectively parrying her kick aimed at their lower body. Angel's boot made contact with her soft flank, sending them hurtling backward, much like she had moments before. The hooded figure crashed into the central desk of the room, their attempt to regain balance clumsily toppling a shelf of books before they rolled a couple of times, finally coming to a halt at the far side of the room. Damn it, clutching their abdomen, the hooded figure rose to their feet, uttering their first word since entering the room. They tightened their grip on the dagger, preparing for another assault, but as they lifted their gaze, they were momentarily taken aback. A revolver, notably larger than average, was gripped firmly in Angel's hand, the dark muzzle trained on them. "You two are an assassin, aren't you? Who sent you?" With the initiative regained, Angel inquired, cornering the hooded figure against the wall, knowing that a simple pull of the trigger could end the conflict. In this precarious situation, she sought to uncover her assailant's identity. skeptical that such an extraordinary individual could be affiliated with the Labor Mutual Aid Society. How could you, the hooded figure, whose extraordinary identity had been exposed, stood in stunned silence before swiftly regaining composure? Huh? So you two are one of them. No wonder you could evade my lethal strike. How did you come by the potion? Lethal strike? Your name is quite inconsistent with your actual prowess, she retorted. Moreover, with such a glaringly flawed attack. Even if I weren't extraordinary, it wouldn't pose much difficulty to counter. She brandished her revolver. It makes sense now why the warehouse of the Labor Mutual Aid Society coincidentally erupted in worker protests. It seems this individual masterminded it all from the shadows. Angel tightened her grip on the firearm, her thumb clicking the hammer into position, the faint sound causing the hooded figure to stiffen momentarily. I never contemplate such long-term matters. All right, I'll talk. The hooded figure finally conceded, pinching his dagger between two fingers to let it fall naturally to his side. As he pulled back his hood, a youthful and innocent face emerged, glistening with sweat from their earlier skirmish. See, there is no fundamental conflict between us. He smacked his lips and added, the ledger? I've searched this entire room. There is no ledger here. Could he possibly be referring to this notebook? The assassin, noticing Angel's movement, followed her gaze to the ground, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, disregarding the gun pointed at him, the young assassin lunged for the notebook, using both hands and feet. Bang! Angel pulled the trigger, but the opponent seemed to have activated his lethal ability, moving with a speed that far surpassed that of their previous fight, causing her shot to miss and instead puncture a cheap painting on the wall. With the gun discharged, Angel felt no hesitation. She aimed again at the fallen assassin, ready to fire once more. However, a glint caught her eye as the assassin, having retained his dagger despite being kicked, hurled it like a thrown knife in her direction. The hastily executed attack lacked precision, allowing Angel to evade the dagger with a sidestep, but in that fleeting moment, the assassin seized the notebook from the ground, rolling and reaching the doorway. Is he truly willing to risk his life for the notebook? In her moment of astonishment, the wounded assassin propelled himself out the door, rolling and scrambling with the force of the bullet wound, swiftly disappearing down the corridor, leaving Angel's third shot to again go astray. While lacking in combat prowess, his escape skills were both remarkable and substantial. Angel gazed in disbelief at the trail of blood splattered on the doorframe. She circled the desk and quickly approached the doorway, peering out to find no trace of the assassin. Yet, the once quiet corridor was now alive with sound, as shouts and hurried footsteps emerged from the staircase at its center. Drawing nearer. Over there, opposite the president's office. Don't let him escape. Crash. The sound of shattering glass accompanied the entrance of a middle-aged man, previously calming the protesting workers below, along with several henchmen into the room Angel had just vacated. The window had been smashed, the wind causing the curtains to flutter wildly, revealing an empty space within. He jumped out the window. We must hurry and pursue. A head leaned out the window, looking down. The president's office door had been forced open. They had to capture him, or else. Everyone calmed down. The middle-aged man, who had previously confronted the workers at the front door, bellowed, restoring silence to the room. This is a 5 or 6 meter drop. Who could jump without harm? The window was broken with a chair. He is misleading us. He must still be in the warehouse. Matt, take your men to guard the staircase. The rest of you, search each room with me. Perched on the rooftop, Angel listened to the chaotic footsteps below, and once she confirmed that everyone had vacated, she leapt down from the top floor. With her agility heightened by the assassin's abilities, her body floated gracefully through the air, landing delicately several meters away. As she burst into the room, the sounds of the Labor Mutual Aid Society's henchmen charging up the stairs echoed behind her. Knowing she couldn't escape their sight in the short term, Angel decisively smashed the window with a chair, creating a diversion before swiftly scaling up to the rooftop. Indeed, there were clever individuals within the Mutual Aid Society. The deliberately fabricated scene was soon uncovered, granting her the opportunity to slip away while they searched the warehouse. Yet, as thoughts of the enigmatic assassin flickered in her mind, the fleeting sense of triumph from her recent escape faded instantly. She tightened her trench coat around her and blended into the bustling crowd heading toward the public carriage station. Chapter 36, Pursuit. With her left hand tucked within the sleeve of her coat, she grasped the dagger left by the assassin, cautiously disembarking from the carriage. This posture was precarious, as one misstep could result in self-inflicted injury, but she could not afford to brandish a weapon indiscriminately on public transport, lest she attract unwanted attention or be compelled to disembark within mere stops. Seated on the reception room's sofa was the silver-haired, dark-eyed Sigaton. one hand clutching a palm-sized notebook while the other wielded a pen, meticulously jotting notes. Opposite her sat Roshan, her expression fraught with resignation. Evidently having just been pulled onto the sofa, a steaming cup of tea placed on the reception desk before her. Novel ideas? Gazing at the notebook on the table, Angel recalled Brett's earlier mention of novel inspirations during their lunch conversation, and understanding dawned upon her. Detective work, divination, deduction, these elements, woven together, would surely create an enthralling narrative. If a spectacular battle could be woven in at the climax, it would be perfect. Sigurt's eyes seemed to sparkle at the mere mention of novels. If it's convenient, could you share the process of divination with me? I've always found the principles rather elusive. Even old Neil is always so enigmatic about it. Of course. But first, I must meet with the captain. I have matters to report. Angel finally comprehended Roshan's earlier expression of exasperation. For the same sentiment now mirrored on her own face. If time permits later, I will elaborate further. The excited young writer scrutinized her for a couple of seconds, ensuring that Angel was not merely placating her, before nodding in agreement. All right, let's focus on the urgent matters. She gestured toward the partition of the room. The captain is in his office. He might be resting, so remember to knock. Thank you. Angel nodded gratefully. Come in. The door is unlocked. Came Dunn's deep voice from within. I haven't even knocked yet. Angel paused momentarily before pushing the door open. Dunn Smith was seated behind his desk, his trench coat draped over the back of his chair, a bowler hat casually placed on the desk, exuding a somewhat relaxed demeanor. Upon seeing Angel, he acknowledged her with a nod, inquiring, have you completed the assignment, or have you encountered any difficulties? You already know. Angel had prepared a detailed account, intending to introduce Mrs. Green's commission first, but Dunn's initial question derailed her plans. Roshan briefed me. Dunn replied with a smile in his gray eyes. As long as it doesn't interfere with your primary duties, I have no objections to new members taking on simpler commissions to expedite their integration into the work, though it's best to consult with others beforehand. He then shifted the topic. However, a commission worth £120 has even piqued my interest. It's only natural that you all would be eager. It seemed he bore no animosity toward her. Angel sighed in relief, extracting the dagger from her sleeve and placing it on Dunn's desk. She bypassed the preliminary details that the captain likely already knew, diving straight into the account of entering the warehouse. In the president's office of the Labor Mutual Aid Society, I discovered a notebook documenting various illicit activities within the organization. Besides some traditional gang dealings, it also contained evidence of their suspected involvement in human trafficking. Just as I was about to leave with the notebook, I was ambushed by an assassin. He was an extraordinary individual under the influence of the assassin's potion, and not merely a figurative assassin. Angel recounted the details of their battle meticulously. As she unsheathed the dagger, the languor that had enveloped Dunn Smith dissipated entirely. He straightened his posture, attentively absorbing Angel's account, his expression gradually turning grave. Are you certain that the hooded figure was an extraordinary individual under the influence of assassin's elixir, rather than merely an exceptionally skilled ordinary person? Upon concluding Angel's narration of the assault, he furrowed his brow, emphasizing the critical nature of this detail, which would determine whether the matter was to be entrusted to the police or handled by us. I can ascertain that, even without verbal acknowledgement, the abilities employed have revealed his identity, much like this. This was also the reason why an assassin must launch a charge strike with their entire body leaning forward. Naturally, Angel had no intention of fatally stabbing her captain, thereby incurring a bounty from the entire night church. After demonstrating the assassin's prowess, she stepped forward with her right foot, stomping down on the floor, skillfully arresting her body's momentum. At this moment, Dunn belatedly leaned back, seemingly preparing to evade an attack. I understand. He reestablished his seated position, arching an eyebrow. Is it possible that this assassin was also commissioned by Lady Green? Merely crossing paths with you? No, he was specifically after that notebook. Angel shook her head, refuting Dunn's suggestion. He would rather sustain injuries, even risk death, to seize the notebook from under my gun, disregarding the other valuables in the room entirely, not even inquiring about them. If that's the case, it's highly likely that he is involved in the population trafficking orchestrated by the Labor Mutual Aid Society. Dunn speculated, noting that their president had been absent for a week, possibly having encountered misfortune or fled. He is here to retrieve evidence. I share your sentiments, and there may indeed be a larger organization backing him. He is merely an executor, not a participant or leader in the human trafficking scheme, Angel added, attempting to consider the situation from the other party's perspective. Dunn Smith nodded appreciatively, a reasonable analysis. An extraordinary individual as superior, is likely also extraordinary. If we can locate this assassin, we might potentially dismantle the illicit organization behind the population trafficking in one fell swoop. Encouraged, Angel continued. I still recall his appearance and can render a likeness. This dagger might also yield some clues if Dunn, smiling, gestured for her to lower her voice. Apologies. I got a bit carried away. No need for concern. It's not a negative trait. I was the same way in my youth. But one must consider a myriad of factors now. You mentioned that most of the trafficked individuals in the notebook are from Zhonghai County. This requires the local police's collaboration to ascertain the number of missing persons. They must also issue the wanted notices. First, sketch the assassin's likeness for the police to print the wanted posters. We can have Old Neil handle the divination. I will retrieve the dagger shortly, hoping he can uncover more leads. Given that this case likely necessitated assistance from other jurisdictions, I must also inform the sanctuary, allowing them to decide when to initiate action. Dunn's deep, measured words gradually calmed Angel, revealing to her the complexity of the case involving extraordinary individuals. After all, the city of Tianjin, with a population of less than 200,000, housed three extraordinary armed factions, which, although nominally part of the same system as the police, often operated independently. Handling minor cases was manageable, but once cooperation was required, the ensuing coordination could become a significant headache. Fortunately, these challenges had capable individuals to shoulder the burden. With this thought, Angel felt a sense of relief. She took the pencil and paper Dunn had provided, and relying on her mental image, spent several minutes sketching the assassin's likeness. Though Angel had never studied art in her 2 lifetimes, her memories and body, enhanced by the elixir, allowed her to achieve commendable results. By the way, Captain, do we also need to surrender half of the other items acquired during the commission? She retrieved the ring belonging to Lady Green, along with other jewelry discovered, and placed them alongside a stack of approximately 20 pounds of old banknotes on Dunn's desk. Dunn Smith surveyed the spoils before him in silence for a moment before smiling and saying, "You could actually keep these items. Generally, other valuables acquired during a commission do not need to be surrendered unless they involve extraordinary powers. However, since you are so team-oriented, I shall pass these on to Mrs. Oleana, who will assess their value and retain half as the squad's operational funds." Roshan never mentioned this. She consoled herself internally as the remaining half amounted to 60 pounds, which was quite substantial. Chapter 37, A Test. In the following days, Angel's daily routine became quite structured. Each morning, she reported to the Blackthorn Security Company as usual, practicing shooting at the Zotland Shooting Club on Zotland Street No. 3 with Klein, expending the practice ammunition allocated to her daily, before heading to Old Neil to learn about divination and ritual magic. For dinner, Angel would opt for restaurants she had not previously visited, relishing new culinary experiences, which were among the few pleasures she had in the absence of social and entertainment activities. After nightfall, she would attempt to craft talismans using the leftover scraps from bullet production, though her success rate was dismally low, treating it as a means to hone her skills. Angel and Klein's first commission was deemed a success, yet their investigation into the mysterious assassin and the organization behind him had made no discernible progress. On the day, she sketched the assassin's likeness. Dunn Smith had the Tianjin City Police plaster wanted posters throughout the city, offering a substantial reward of 100 pounds for any key information or assistance in apprehending the target. Regrettably, this generous bounty remained unclaimed. Angel even suspected that the assassin had already fled Tianjin City, particularly since he had sustained a gunshot wound during their confrontation, which would hinder his recovery in the short term, not to mention that his face had been seen. If I were him, I would do the same, Angel contemplated, placing herself in the assassin's shoes. The divination conducted on the dagger he left behind yielded no results either. Old Neil attempted both dream divination and spirit summoning rituals. The former allowed a glimpse into the sought-after content through brief sleep, while the latter employed ritual magic for similar effects. Both methods, however, ended in failure. Old Neil speculated that the results of the divination had been deliberately obstructed, as the assassin had employed some form of counter-divination technique, rendering their efforts ineffective. The group discussed and concluded that this was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere assassin, implying that there were likely more extraordinary individuals backing him, possibly even mid-tier powerhouses. Dunn Smith also harbored doubts regarding Lady Green's identity. He requested relevant information from the police to ascertain any connections between her, the enigmatic assassin, and the wild, extraordinary individuals behind him. Lady Green's full name was Elna Green, and her husband was the founder and largest shareholder of the Tianjin City Green Printing Company. Vincent Green 1 month prior, on a fateful night, Vincent Green's carriage had plunged into a river under the cover of darkness, resulting in the immediate drowning of both Mr. Green and his personal attendant, with only the coachman narrowly escaping the calamity. In the days that followed, he had been burdened not only with drafting reports to the sanctuary, but also with liaising with the Tianjin City Police and several church factions. Even though nightmares required little sleep, the sustained mental and physical strain had begun to overwhelm him. By now, it was already Monday morning of a new week, the day on which Angel was to deliver the special bullets she had crafted. Upon entering Dunn Smith's office, carrying the small wooden box that had previously contained her materials, she found her captain unusually reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Was this truly unexpected? Upon hearing Dunn's account of Lady Green's identity and the circumstances surrounding her husband's demise, Angel expressed her disbelief. From the testimony of the coachman, it was revealed that due to poor visibility during the night, when encountering another carriage, the horses of Mr. Green's carriage were startled and bolted forward, plunging directly into the river at a street corner. The coachman, preoccupied with his own escape, only reached the shore to find the carriage entirely submerged. By the time the police arrived, they could only recover 2 bodies. The other carriage, which was also investigated, was a hired vehicle carrying 2 students from the University of Tianjin, who had no motive for foul play. It was merely a coincidence. Dunn extracted a document from the file and handed it to Angel. The deceased was a devotee of the god of steam and machinery. Hence, the mechanical heart was involved in the investigation, issuing a brief report that deemed there was no supernatural intervention in the matter. What I mean is, it doesn't necessarily implicate a supernatural being, but could there not be someone else involved? Perhaps a hired assassin? Angel perceived Dunn's, or rather, the official Extraordinary S limited perspective. Was it truly the case that the absence of extraordinary powers equated to the absence of murder in this world? The case was closed, with the Tianjin police concluding it a tragic accident. Dunn shrugged, stating that he found no flaws upon reviewing the file. The intriguing detail emerged thereafter. The Greens had no children or direct relatives. According to kingdom law, upon the death of Mr. Vincent Green, his shares in the printing house and other assets exceeding 15,000 would be inherited by Elna Green. However, she needed Mr. Green's ring. Upon hearing this, Angel experienced a moment of clarity. Dunn nodded with a smile. Indeed, although under inheritance law, Mrs. Green could unconditionally acquire all assets, there were significant conflicts between her and the other shareholders regarding the management of the printing house. If Mrs. Green wished to sell her shares and leave with the money, she required that ring. No wonder she didn't even blink at the mention of needing 120. It was all connected to a staggering sum of 15,000. Precisely. It was merely a coincidence. Dunn concurred, adding that the Labor Mutual Aid Society could not escape scrutiny. Their current president, Jig Houghton, had set sail for Inmat Harbor a week prior, and a warrant had already been issued there. To avoid alarming the quarry, the Tianjin police would not take action against the Mutual Aid Society until Houghton was apprehended. Once he was captured, they should acquire substantial information regarding the assassin and the organization behind him. For now, all they could do was wait. Angel casually glanced over, quickly averting her gaze, her heart racing. The topmost document was an identification proof bearing her name. It was needless to say that it was undoubtedly the one purchased for 40 from the Wild Heart. Of course, her own copy still resided at her home on Daffodil Street No. 6, while the one Dunn retrieved must have been obtained from the police department of Bakerland. This is your identification information, which I requested from the Bakerland Parish, and they retrieved it from the police department. He pointed to the leftmost identification proof, speaking slowly, before his finger moved to the second sheet filled with text. This summarizes your involvement in the disappearance case of Kalbranger and the murders he committed. Angel's gaze swept over the letter. Although the text was inverted, she could still roughly discern Dunn's handwriting. Finally, there was the report detailing the incursion of the Night Watcher's base and the subsequent fatality, authored by Leonard. You may review it, and if there are any questions, feel free to raise them. Dunn pushed the third sheet toward Angel, who quickly flipped it over for a swift read. Well written, I have no further comments. After perusing Leonard's masterpiece, Angel rotated the letter 180 degrees and returned it to Dunn. Is there truly nothing else? Dunn did not take the combat record, but instead pressed his hand down on the other 2 sheets, his gray eyes quietly fixed on Angel, with a pointed implication. There is nothing else. Ah, well, that is good. Having completed this exchange, he lifted his gaze once more to meet Angel's stern expression. No need to be anxious. I have already telegraphed the cathedral regarding this matter, and they have, in principle, agreed to your transition into a formal member. These documents are merely procedural. Captain, is it truly appropriate to be so casual about this? Furthermore, when you asked if I had anything to add, was that merely a test or a casual inquiry? By the way, although I have already discerned your intentions, I still require formal confirmation. Placing the sealed document bag aside on a wooden box filled with special bullets, Dunn straightened his posture, his expression serious, and slowly spoke. Miss Angel Granger, do you wish to formally join the Tinjin City Night Watchers, becoming one of us? This entails an official status, along with enhanced salary and benefits, but it also signifies an obligation to contend with danger and madness at all times, even to the point of sacrificing your life. Your salary will be immediately doubled, half funded by the church and the other half by the Ahawa County Police Department, and you will become a probationary inspector of Ahawa County. Once you join, you will be bound not only by contracts and laws, but also by the church's decrees. Any attempt to leave without the squad's approval will be regarded as desertion. You may wait for the cathedral's approval before making your final decision. Chapter 38. Hesitation. As Angel exited Captain Dunn Smith's office, she felt a dizzying sensation envelop her, despite having burned the midnight oil the previous night to complete the storm convergence. Depleting her spiritual reserves, she sensed that this was not the primary reason for her disorientation. Captain Dunn's probing had instilled a flicker of doubt within her. Considering the situation from the perspective of a night watcher, it seemed almost fanciful that a mysterious, wild, extraordinary like herself could earn trust in less than 2 weeks. Certainly, acquiring a potion from the witch cult's Lady Sharon, only to betray her by reporting to the official extraordinary, had irrevocably antagonized the witch cult, leaving her with no refuge. Thus, joining the Night Watchers for self-preservation was quite reasonable. Conversely, could this not also be a scheme of the witch cult? A ploy to wedge a wedge into the Church of the Night Goddess? However, sacrificing a Sequence 6 powerhouse seemed an overly steep price for such a scheme. Yet the crux of the matter lay with the Night Watchers and how the Church of the Night Goddess perceived this incident. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Angel vacantly made her way to the reception area. Today, Rosen was off duty, and Bright was substituting for her at the reception desk. Unlike Miss Rosen, who enjoyed brewing a pot of coffee and reading the newspaper, Bright was a man of action, diligently ensuring the reception area remained spotless and addressing the other night watchers with a more formal tone. He resembled a steward more than an administrative staff member. Good morning, Miss Granger. The weather is quite pleasant today. Upon seeing Angel emerge from the partition, he set down his broom and greeted her with a smile. The morning papers are on the coffee table. The coffee will take a moment. Good morning, Mr. Bright. Angel returned the greeting to the middle-aged man with a bushy beard, scanning the reception area and noting the absence of others. Mr. Klein Moretti is off duty today, Bright preemptively stated, believing he had guessed whom Angel was inquiring about. No, I'm not. Angel shook her head, then chuckled to herself. Her recent routine had become rather predictable, practicing at the shooting club with Klein every morning. Had that led others to misconstrue her intentions? Thank you, I understand. Now that she was here, she decided to descend the stairs to the basement to collect training ammunition from old Neil. This had nearly become a daily ritual. How many times had she ventured into the basement? Was she truly willing? Upon reaching the crossroads of the underground passage, Angel did not turn right toward the armory, but rather paused at the intersection. Utilizing the dim corridor leading to the Charney's Gate as a backdrop, she mentally sketched a simple table, listing the drawbacks of formally joining the Night Watchers on the left and the benefits on the right, with a dashed line separating them. This is the cognitive method she habitually employs when confronted with challenges. It is preferable to inscribe her thoughts on paper, yet lacking the necessary materials. Angel resorts to mental deliberation. The first word she inscribes in the left-hand column is loss of freedom, according to Dunn Smith. Formal members of the Night Watch are forbidden from leaving the city of Tinjin without consent, which means they are confined to their designated jurisdiction. It stands to reason that obtaining such approval would be fraught with complications, leaving her with little choice but to spend the majority of her time within this constrained area. To stray from this would be tantamount to defection. Next, she notes supervision as her second entry. Although she can presently sense Dunn Smith's wariness towards her, it may simply be a reflexive behavior, at least, aside from a few sidelong glances and probing remarks. Dunn's demeanor resembles that of a captain eager for the inclusion of new members. However, once she becomes a formal member, she may find herself scrutinized by the entire Church of the Goddess of Night, including the enigmatic oversight of the sanctum. Can her hastily constructed identity withstand the Church's thorough investigations? She does not believe that the organization's extraordinary armed forces, the Night Watch, maintain a lenient stance on membership. Whether stemming from the desire to control extraordinary individuals or to deter defection, the internal scrutiny will only intensify post-acceptance. Should any anomalies arise after her induction, the consequences would be far more severe than mere dismissal. Angel recalls a bounty notice she had seen a few days prior, concerning an archbishop who had defected 3 years ago, taking with him critical artifact from the church, one of which she believes was referred to as Zon. However, this individual was a high-ranking archbishop, while she, as a mere subordinate, would likely be dealt with summarily, unworthy of even making it onto the church's wanted list. Redirecting her thoughts, she fills in the third word in her mental chart, danger. This was also explicitly mentioned by Dunn Smith. As a formal member of the Night Watch and an expert assassin, she will inevitably be involved in combating extraordinary criminals and various esoteric incidents, likely on the front lines. The risks are glaringly apparent. Regular criminal cases are managed by the Tianjin City Police, with only severe cases or those involving extraordinary elements being transferred to the Night Watch and other church armed forces. This implies that the lower difficulty tasks have already been filtered out, leaving her to confront only high-stakes, high-risk assignments. Any case involving extraordinary beings would be at least of Sequence 9, the very tier she occupies. Reflecting on the ordinary commission she received last week, where she encountered another Sequence 9 assassin, she realizes that if she formally joins the Night Watch, she will frequently face such adversaries, perhaps even formidable foes like Lady Sharon. A Sequence 6 powerhouse, necessitating a collaborative effort among several Night Watch members to secure victory. Should she falter, she is no more resilient than an ordinary person. A bullet or a dagger could swiftly extinguish her life, although Dunn, Leonard, and others seem to lead mundane lives akin to civil servants. Angel learns from Roshan that within the 3 major churches of Tianjin, there are almost annual sacrifices or instances of individuals losing control. Roshan's father, a formal member of the Night Watch, perished in the line of duty 5 years prior. Given that there are only 6 formal members of the Night Watch in Tianjin, with the Punishers and the Mechanized Heart having a similar count, this mortality rate is staggering. And then there's the potential for loss of control. Angel adds yet another entry in the left-hand column. This risk is not exclusive to joining the Night Watch. Any extraordinary individual, whether during the consumption of potions for ascension or in the heat of battle, could inadvertently come into contact with mysterious artifacts or stimuli, leading to a potential loss of control and resulting in a state of mental demise, transforming into a monstrous entity. According to Dunn Smith, a quarter of the extraordinary incidents handled in Tianjin each year involve individuals losing control. After some contemplation, Angel decides to strike this entry from her list. Even if she does not formally join the Night Watch, the possibility of losing control will always accompany her as an extraordinary being. Categorizing it as a risk tied to joining the Night Watch would be unjust. Contemplating her potion sequence, Angel fills in the final entry, limitations on power enhancement. The Church of the Goddess of Night possesses a comprehensive potion pathway leading from Sequence 9 to Sequence 1, commencing with the Sleepless, the very path occupied by Dunn, Smith, and Leonard Mitchell. The primary reason most members of the Night Watch choose this sequence is straightforward. As long as they diligently complete their tasks and contribute to the Church, they need not worry about securing subsequent potions. The Church also has some incomplete sequences, such as the Gravedigger from Flay and the Diviner from Klein. Yet the Assassin pathway lacks any subsequent potion formulas. As an established extraordinary being, should she consume potions from other sequences, regardless of their level, it would inevitably lead to loss of control, an unequivocal dead end. Of course, having inherited the memories of Cole Granger, she is already privy to the potion formulas for the Insider of Sequence 8 and the Witch of Sequence 7, and with the right timing, she could fully harness the power of these potions before contemplating ascension. However, all of this hinges on how she justifies the acquisition of these subsequent potion formulas. If she were a wild, extraordinary being, solitary and unencumbered, she could patiently gather potion materials and ascend at her leisure. Yet, upon joining the Night Watch, any changes in her abilities would be impossible to conceal from her close-knit teammates. She would either remain at Sequence 9 or risk exposure while pursuing further ascension. Both options fraught with considerable peril. It may be prudent to consider the benefits. Angel stifles her impulses and shifts her focus to the right side. Chapter 39, Decision. Briefly meditating to clear her mind and avoid being swayed by negative emotions, Angel turns her attention to the advantages of joining the Night Watch, which are certainly plentiful. According to Dunn, the salary for formal members is double her current earnings, amounting to £6 per week, surpassing an annual salary of £300. This figure excludes any bonuses earned from her recent commission for Mrs. Green. Moreover, the weekly salary will gradually increase based on tenure. In this era, an annual income exceeding £300 is quite substantial. Regular laborers earn around £1 per week, while temporary dock workers, engaged in unstable employment, earn even less. Should she decline formal membership, not only would she forfeit the £6 weekly salary, but she might also lose the current £3 compensation as an informal member. Relying solely on her inheritance from Cole Granger, which amounts to just over £200, would hardly sustain her for long, especially considering the costly materials required for her ascension potions. Even the potion for the Insider of Sequence 8 requires primary materials that exceed her entire fortune. Of course, should she leave the Night Watch, she could seek alternative employment to sustain herself rather than depleting her resources. Her marksmanship is exceptional, and her close-quarters combat skills are commendable. She could easily become a standard mercenary. It is said that security firms and private detectives throughout Tingen are exceedingly busy, making this an opportune time to join. Alternatively, she could emulate the illustrious traveler, Emperor Rossel, and profit from the advanced knowledge and concepts residing in her mind. There exists a possibility of striking it rich overnight. After a moment's hesitation, she inscribes the first word on the right side, stable income. In addition to financial remuneration, the benefits afforded to members of the Night Watch have been profoundly felt during her recent days. Merely the hundreds of bullets she has expended during her shooting practice over these past few days would easily amount to several pounds. Not to mention the free access to the shooting range facilitated by her badge. Others must pay 3 shillings per hour for such use. Additionally, weapons are provided at no cost. A revolver alone would typically cost £3. From what old Neil has indicated, as long as a weapon shows even slight signs of wear, it can be replaced free of charge, resulting in significant savings. Should she become a full-fledged Night Watcher, she would also attain the status of a trainee inspector, a title that resonates with considerable authority. This distinction would undoubtedly prove advantageous in her everyday life and in mediating common disputes. Merely brandishing her badge would inherently position her as a paragon of righteousness in the eyes of the public. Furthermore, various materials for practicing esoteric rituals are largely accessible for requisition. This time, in the production of storm convergence and phosphorescent eruption bullets, the success rate exceeded expectations, resulting in a surplus of materials that, if converted to cash, could rival a stable income. Moreover, it is rumored that death comes with a substantial compensation. Yet, without any kin or close ties, what relevance would such a compensation hold for her? Angel recalled Cole's sister, who was attending university in Beckland, the nominal cousin Angel Granger. If she were to sacrifice herself in the line of duty, the compensation would likely be bestowed upon her, wouldn't it? Setting aside this rather morbid thought, Angel filled in the third word, safety, corresponding to the danger on the left side. This was not a contradiction. Indeed, joining the Night Watchers entailed risks. But she had not forgotten that she had slain Lady Sharon and was already marked by the witch cult. Lady Sharon had also disclosed to Cole Granger the scale of the cult, revealing the existence of more than one extraordinary of Sequence 4, which denotes demigod-level power. The fact that she was still alive suggested that her adversaries were perhaps preoccupied with more significant matters than her, rather than her situation being devoid of peril. As one of the most notorious cult organizations on the northern continent, the witch cult engaged in activities that included, but were not limited to, the assassination of political figures, sacrificial rituals, and mass slaughter, all of which placed them firmly on the blacklist of every righteous deity's church. Even if a high-ranking member of the witch cult sought to eliminate an officially recognized extraordinary, they would need to weigh the repercussions carefully, ensuring her safety would be significantly enhanced. At the very least, in the face of pursuit, having a cadre of extraordinary allies would be far superior to standing alone. The combined might of several low-sequence extraordinary could surpass that of a single mid-sequence extraordinary, as evidenced in the confrontation that led to Lady Sharon's demise. Speaking of other extraordinary, Angel was suddenly reminded of the incantation crafting techniques that old Neil had imparted to her, as well as the divination lessons promised by Klein. Extraordinary of different sequences could not only collaborate in combat, but also complement each other's knowledge of the arcane. Originally, Cole Granger, as an assassin, could only impart knowledge pertaining to assassination and incitement, thus confining her understanding to a narrow scope. However, within the Night Watchers, A multitude of extraordinary from diverse backgrounds could share resources and access internal documents of the church, unveiling a trove of esoteric knowledge that would otherwise remain elusive to outsiders. Reflecting on the hanged man's eloquence at the tarot meeting and contrasting it with her own ignorance during their exchanges, Angel entered the fourth keyword, esoteric knowledge, into the form. Now, each side bore 4 keywords, creating a balanced and aesthetically pleasing symmetry. Equally, in the scales of her heart, both choices weighed heavily. She found herself once more confronted with the decision she faced on the day she received Lady Sharon's letter. Should she decline to join the Night Watchers and once again face this vast, unfamiliar world alone? Or should she embrace membership and fight alongside those whom she had gradually come to know? Her gaze wandered between the 2 paths at the crossroads, unable to reach a resolution. Having spent over 10 days in this world, she had acquired her identity, a temporary occupation, vanquished her most formidable foe, and forged numerous friendships. Yet, this was not her home. Her true home lay in Liverpool, England, not in the town of Tingen in Ahova County. She was a modern individual of the 21st century, not a denizen of this enigmatic steam age. But how to embark on the journey home left Angel in a quandary. She had meticulously studied the life of Emperor Rosel Gustav, the most renowned monarch of the 5th epoch, who was suspected, rather confirmed, to be a time traveler. His life a grand tapestry of adventure. Thus, the remaining course of action could only be sought within the realm of the arcane. Perhaps there existed records of time travelers among the various churches, or methods for traversing to other worlds. Should she choose this path, joining the Church of Righteous Deities would undoubtedly be an auspicious beginning. Accumulating contributions and ascending the ranks would grant her access to these hidden truths. Alternatively, she could seek out other living time travelers. If there was one, then surely there would be others. She could publish a missing person notice in English in the newspapers, purchasing a large ad space adorned with a prominent nuclear radiation warning symbol, or incorporating references that only modern individuals would comprehend. Anything that bore no connection to this world would surely attract the attention of latent time travelers. If such a course were to be pursued, leaving the Night Watchers and regaining her freedom would be the wisest choice. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma once again. Adding new keywords had not rendered Angel's decision any easier. She sighed and resolved to first collect her bullets from old Neil before making a final determination. "Is it you, Angel?" "Come in." As she pushed open the door to the armory, old Neil was clad in his customary robe, seated at the table, engrossed in the pages of Rosel's manuscript. Several papers marked with symbols adorned the table, and a pot of coffee, exuding an intriguing aroma, was steaming invitingly. Not lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Here to collect today's bullets, are you? Just a moment while I finish these symbols." He took a pencil and began doodling on a blank sheet, transcribing several characters from the manuscript. Angel recognized one character that seemed reminiscent of the sun, or perhaps a date, though she could not be certain. Her understanding of Chinese was limited to a handful of fashionable characters seen in advertisements or famous quotes tattooed on celebrities. Faced with the sea of square characters, she could only lament her ignorance. After inscribing several Chinese characters with an artistic flair, old Neil exhaled, set down his pencil, and looked up at Angel. "Is Klein out with you today?" He craned his neck to peer behind her, only to discover that she was alone, and with a hint of confusion he inquired, "Aren't you usually together?" "Oh, I remember now, he is off today." Dusting off the pencil shavings from his robe, he rose and swiftly retrieved a set of keys. Entering the armory at the back, "The usual?" he inquired. 30 rounds of standard pistol ammunition. No need for a signature, as you're the only one using this caliber. He paused. "By the way, Klein mentioned you have a keen interest in divination. I taught him just last week. And you're welcome to join us when you have the time. But you've been practicing shooting with him every morning, I hear, and even taught him a few tricks? I think it would be prudent to ask him directly. This young man learns quickly, and being a diviner, he might teach you better than I can." Old Neil chuckled lightly, returning to his scribbles of Chinese symbols. "Thank you. I'll take the opportunity to ask him," Angel replied, her mind preoccupied with the weighty decision of her future. Hesitant to make any commitments in the face of such uncertainty, she could only respond perfunctorily. "Wait a moment, I need to add another person. What set do you want?" In recent days, Angel had been dining at the Old Vale restaurant delivered by the Blackthorn Security Company during lunch, becoming familiar with the other Night Watchers, particularly with Sigatone, who often engaged her in conversation during meals to gather material for her work. Aside from Klein, Sigatone had become one of the members she interacted with most frequently. "Oh," the silver-haired lady let out an exaggerated sigh, feigning sadness. "Yes, off today. Aren't you going to eat here? I knew you first." "Stop, hold on." Angel interjected hastily. "You're the third person to mention Klein today. Can we not dwell on this topic? But Leonard is off today, too." Sigatone flashed a sly smile. "Isn't that a bit of a giveaway?" "Aye." She coughed awkwardly. Once again, it was the waiter from the Old Vale restaurant who came to her rescue. "Albeit not by design. If I don't place an order, I shall take my leave," she mused. It was only then that both realized the presence of an outsider. Angel shook her head, reiterating, "I will not be dining here at noon. There is no need to include my portion." The news had spread with astonishing rapidity. It was indeed necessary to exercise caution. This was not a clerical matter. Once one commits, well, you understand. Shijia originally intended to say more, but upon observing Angel's melancholic expression, she merely clicked her tongue and refrained from adding pressure. Noticing the rare white hair of Shijia Taeyong, Angel felt a stirring within her and inquired, "Did you also hesitate before becoming a formal member?" "I endured a full year of nightmares, reliving that moment each day. When he asked me if I wished to ingest the potion and become an extraordinary being, a formal member, I acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. I naively believed that becoming extraordinary would grant me the strength for self-preservation and the ability to protect others. A rather cliché rationale, wouldn't you say? Like a plot from an unreadable, mediocre novel." Angel keenly sensed that Shijia Taeyong had omitted some details, yet she remained silent, simply listening. "I believe one need not choose the most suitable path, but rather select one that will not engender regret for the alternative," Shijia concluded. "Since then, I have not suffered a single nightmare. I think with a bit of revision, this could very well serve as the plot of a bestseller," Angel jested. "Just be cautious not to breach regulations and divulge the secrets of the Night Watchers and the Church. Fear not. I can always feature the Punisher or a member of the Mechanical Heart as the protagonist." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Alas, such a choice may lead to future regrets, yet opting otherwise might result in immediate remorse. Pondering Shijia Taeyong's advice, Angel sighed as she made her way to the public carriage station at the street corner. Under the midday sun, Angel found it increasingly difficult to visualize the fictitious form in her mind, yet she extended her right hand, inscribing a single word in the air, a word visible only to her companions. Chapter 40. The preparation diary with determination solidified. Angel felt the oppressive gloom that had lingered throughout the morning dissipate. Even the disheveled attendant on the public carriage now appeared somewhat more agreeable, though it would be even more delightful if he refrained from charging a fare. "Daffodil Street," she stated, handing over 3 copper pennies to the fare collector before finding a corner in the carriage to settle into. She was aboard an untracked public carriage, drawn by 2 horses, accommodating approximately 20 passengers, including the top of the carriage. The advantage of a fully loaded carriage was that it would not stop unless passengers disembarked, with a red cloth hung by the door indicating that only alighting was permitted. However, the downside was that the cramped cabin left passengers jostling against one another, swaying with the carriage as it navigated the winding roads, and the sweltering summer heat created a peculiar odor within. The dismal conditions even led Angel to ponder the feasibility of hiring a carriage, but after a brief calculation of costs, she dismissed the thought. The fare for a hired carriage was 4 times that of the public one. Even a daily round trip between Zotellin Street and Daffodil Street would exceed 10 souls per week. Although her weekly salary as a formal member of the Night Watchers could rise to £6, such transportation costs would be burdensome. Consider it akin to taking the bus. A little crowding is tolerable. Angel shifted slightly in her corner, moving closer to the window for a breath of fresh air. She cast her gaze across to the opposite seat, where another passenger, equally squeezed, wore a resigned expression. He had a charming round face and appeared to have just come of age. Upon sensing Angel's gaze, the round-faced boy looked up, offering a shy smile, which was soon extinguished by the jostle of the passengers next to him. Thank goodness the ceiling of the public carriage is too low to sell standing tickets. Otherwise, it would be twice as cramped, Angel mused inwardly. Only when several passengers alighted at Iron Cross Street did the atmosphere within the carriage lighten somewhat. The round-faced boy disembarked there as well, and Angel found herself inexplicably reminded of someone familiar. Where have I seen him before? She wondered. She had previously mocked the gentlemen who, in their pursuit of decorum, donned formal attire even in the sweltering heat. How ironic, she mused, for now I too venture out similarly attired, to conceal her face, which bore the marks of a witch's potion, and to evoke envy from her peers such as Roshan. Angel now donned a long coat and even wore a hood in crowded places. Though Tenjin City was not a low latitude, it was July, and the post-noon sun could be oppressive. To cope, Angel's strategy was to minimize her outings. Upon reaching the bathroom, she shed her garments into the laundry basket, gathered her flowing golden hair into a bun, and took a cold shower. Having lived in this body for nearly 2 weeks, Angel no longer fumbled with her eyes closed, even while bathing, gazing into the half-length mirror at her flawless feminine form. The initial shyness had vanished, leaving her in awe of humanity's remarkable adaptability. Shifting her focus from her neck down, she dried her body with a towel and donned a light indoor dress before approaching the desk in her study. Prior to commencing the afternoon's tarot meeting, Angel needed to undertake an important task: the forgery of Emperor Roselle's diary. To call it forgery was somewhat misleading, as the content of the diary was authentic. However, she planned to expand a portion of it, transforming 3 pages into 4. This was not a matter of altering the diary's content. Someone unfamiliar with Chinese could not accomplish such a complex task. This batch of diaries, observed from Old Neil, likely originated from various transcribers, as evidenced by the differing font sizes across the 3 pages. 2 pages exhibited wider spacing and larger print, while the other page featured delicate handwriting with a significantly higher density of text. Of course, to the uninitiated, these mysterious Roselle symbols might suggest that varying sizes implied specific meanings, akin to how a palm-sized holy emblem would possess greater potency than one the size of a fingernail. Yet, upon realizing this was merely a form of writing from the homeland of the time, Traveler Roselle, Angel understood that text size depended solely on the skill of the initial transcriber. The diary's owner would not record their sentiments using inconsistent font sizes. This afforded her the opportunity for forgery. She intended to transcribe from memory the 3 pages of the Roselle diary onto paper, rewriting the information-dense page in the same font size as the other 2, thereby extracting additional content for her diary. Mr. Fool had merely stipulated that each person submit 2 pages of the diary, without specifying word count or line length, which bolstered Angel's confidence in her approach. After all, the diaries circulating in the world were primarily copies. The reproduced replicas, regardless of content density, were beyond the control of the tarot meeting members seeking the diaries, and the Fool would not penalize them for this. Perhaps the hangman and justice received even less content than I did, Angel reflected, soothing her somewhat guilty conscience. She picked up a pencil and began to recreate the neatly structured square characters from her memory onto the white paper. After several adjustments to the font size, she successfully transformed the 3 pages of the diary in Old Neil's possession into 4 pages. Though the final page contained only about 3/4 of the content, it could still be deemed a full page. Had I not been an extraordinary being with a memory far superior to that of an ordinary person, I would truly struggle to retain so many unfamiliar characters, Angel lamented, gazing at the unevenly scrawled Chinese characters. Since she was unfamiliar with these characters, she had practically drawn the content of those 4 pages. After conducting a thorough review to ensure there were no discrepancies with the text she remembered, she exhaled in relief and set down her pencil. Thus, she had completed the task assigned by the Fool and exceeded expectations. He requested 2 pages of the diary, and she had produced 4. Certainly, Angel is not prepared to submit everything in one go. She intends to observe the progress of the other 2 before deciding whether to submit a portion or the entirety. After all, the opportunity to uncover the diary is rare, and retaining a page or 2 for the next exchange of knowledge would be the wisest course of action. As the hands of the pocket watch hanging on the bookshelf pointed to 3 in the afternoon, a familiar crimson glow enveloped Angel. The deep red faded and smoke arose, as Angel, like before, found herself instantaneously at the gathering venue of the Tarot Society. The relative positions of the attendees remained unchanged. To her left sat Miss Justice. Opposite her was Mr. Hangman, while at the head of the long table, shrouded in denser gray mist than usual, was the initiator of the meeting, Mr. Fool, rendering his figure almost indiscernible. His power had certainly intensified, or perhaps it had merely been restored. Angel pondered. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to refer to the Fool with divine reverence. "Congratulations, Miss Justice. You have now become an extraordinary being," the Fool proclaimed, first congratulating Justice, seemingly able to discern whether one held the status of the extraordinary. Angel gazed in surprise at Justice to her left. Hadn't she just acquired the potion formula for the audience from the Hangman last week? To gather all the materials and successfully concoct the potion within merely 7 days, thus becoming an audience member? It was known that the primary materials for all potions belonged to the realm of the truly extraordinary, being not only exorbitantly priced but also rarely found in common marketplaces. The Church of the True God might stock some for the promotion of its members, while ordinary individuals, upon acquiring such materials, would either use them promptly or exchange them for pounds, seldom choosing to retain such precious resources. Reflecting on how effortlessly justice had assisted the hanged man in locating the extraordinary material he required, 100 milliliters of ghost shark's blood, Angel realized she had underestimated this Na'vi girl. She stifled the impulse to activate her spiritual sight to observe Miss Justice. Even outside this gray mist realm, only the residual power that spilled forth upon consuming the potion could be perceived through spiritual sight. Moreover, casually activating such sight is a grave taboo among the extraordinary, especially with a mysterious entity like the Fool nearby. A careless glance could lead to disastrous consequences. Thank you, Mr. Fool and Mr. Hangman, for providing an accurate potion formula. It was indeed swifter than I anticipated, the hangman remarked calmly. Is the friend you mentioned called Pound? Miss Queen, I also appreciate your suggestion last week regarding establishing an officer examination to filter long-serving officials, which garnered considerable support from several members of Parliament. Though, given the efficiency of the kingdom's government, these proposals may not evolve into policy for another 6 months. After expressing her gratitude to the Fool and the hangman, Justice turned back to Angel, nodding slightly with a note of joy in her voice. What? Parliament's approval, government policy? Were we discussing key politics last week? Isn't that your university assignment? Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Russell's diary? Chapter 41, The Role of Play. Upon hearing the Fool's inquiry, Angel felt as though an invisible hand was tightening around her chest, and her heart began to race. This tension partly stemmed from the diaries she had tampered with, and while the Fool likely wouldn't concern himself with such trivialities, it did not mitigate the panic and excitement that surged within her when deceiving a mysterious entity. Another reason for her unease lay in her uncertainty regarding the rarity of Russell's diary. Perhaps 2 centuries had transformed the notes of an emperor into a ubiquitous national puzzle. Yet this evidently conflicted with the Fool's urgent desire for the diary. A more plausible scenario was that these notes circulated solely within major churches and esoteric organizations. Did her easy acquisition of the diary pose a risk of exposing her identity? I have found 2 pages of Emperor Russell's diary. I also possess 1 page. Yes, please proceed. With the Fool's succinct words, parchment edged with curls, and a pen brimming with ink materialized before the other 3. The parchment gracefully bore the square characters left by the time traveler, Emperor Russell, in this world. To avoid revealing her familiarity with the Chinese language, she deliberately crafted the characters in an unusual manner, some delicate and exquisite, others wild and unrefined, mixing up several character sequences as if they originated from different scribes, pieced together onto a single sheet, presenting the 2 pages of the diary through this miraculous means of pen without paper. Angel set down her pen and lifted her gaze, noticing that the other 2 had also completed their tasks. As it had appeared, the parchment before her vanished in an instant, reappearing at the far end of the long table in front of Mr. Fool. His figure, still obscured by the mist, remained indistinct, yet his hands cradled the diary as he began to read, while the others held their breath, fearful of interrupting his reading. He indeed recognized the script. Although Angel had long surmised that the Fool's purpose in having everyone collect Russell's diary was for the sake of reading. Thus he must possess some understanding, if not mastery, of the script, witnessing him peruse the diary page by page, reading words that did not belong to this world, stirred even more questions within her. Or perhaps he too is. The Fool's reading grew increasingly rapid, consuming the last 2 pages in less than a minute. He then set down the parchment and lifted his gaze, scanning each of the other 3, lingering momentarily on Angel, leading her to believe that her act of tampering with the diary had been discovered. Apologies, I became somewhat engrossed. The Fool's deep voice resonated through the mist, prompting a sigh of relief from Angel. With a hint of lightness in her tone, she replied, I hope to learn some of the diary's contents from you someday. Here, everything can be exchanged, yet everything also requires a price. Continue to search for the diary for me, and perhaps I will make available some information that you can safely learn. Justice and the hangman both expressed their commitment to assist the Fool in gathering more of Russell's diaries. Mr. Fool, Miss Queen, Mr. Hangman, I happen to have 3 questions I wish to pose. After reseating herself, Justice, now an audience member, eagerly initiated her inquiry. If the answers hold significant value, please inform me of your needs. and I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Ah, it has come to the inquisitive Miss Justice's questioning time again. Knowledge sharing among the members of the Tarot Society should not be as one-on-one as last time's potion formula exchange, should it? Angel felt a surge of joy within. Casting a furtive glance at the fool, who remained non-committal and did not conjure any new parchment, seemingly unwilling to interfere with Justice's inquiries. She nodded to Justice. Please proceed. The hangman also leaned back in his chair, adopting a posture of attentive listening. For my first question, I seek a detailed understanding of the meaning of playing a role. After consuming the audience potion, I sensed that the lingering spiritual influence of the potion quickly faded. Is it because I have been continually playing the role of an audience? In a previous tarot meeting, the fool had succinctly reminded everyone that the mastery of the potion's power hinged on the act of role-playing, with the essence of role-playing rooted in the potion's very name. You have recognized that the potion's name is the key to role-playing, indicating that you have grasped some of the principles, yet it is still insufficient. Drawing upon her recollections of Colgrange's summary on potion roleplay and the teachings of Lady Sherlin, Angel patiently elucidated the essential points for mastering, or in the fool's terms, digesting, the potion. When consuming the potion, you must have felt a mysterious gaze that ordinary individuals cannot perceive, as well as enticing whispers of madness in your ears. It was only through subsequent meditation that those whispers began to dissipate. Justice solemnly nodded before continuing. This is the effect caused by the conflict between the residual spirit of the extraordinary substance and your own essence. Through meditation, one can temporarily suppress this influence. However, the spirit of the potion itself does not vanish. It resides within you like a foreign entity, ready to erupt at any moment when your spiritual energy is depleted or when you encounter mysterious forces, leading to chaos. The purpose of the impersonation technique is to gradually eliminate these residual spiritual influences and to fully master the power of the potion. To employ a more vivid metaphor, the potion resembles a heavily fortified villa, with the power we seek controlled by its owner, to breach the numerous barriers and eliminate the target. The most effective approach is to masquerade as the owner, deceiving the villa's guards and successfully dispatching the objective. This analogy was used by Lady Sherlin when teaching the impersonation technique, carrying a sanguinary essence derived from her assassin background. Since the original author has passed away and cannot assert their rights, Angel boldly appropriated it. However, the guards are astute. To fool them, one must perfectly embody the appearance, attire, and behavior of the villa's owner. Otherwise, any reckless attempt to enter would only result in being recognized and attacked as an enemy. Thus, the potion's name is indeed a characteristic of the villa's owner. Ms. Justice suddenly grasped the concept. Precisely. When you flawlessly impersonate and infiltrate the villa to eliminate the target, you will experience a profound sensation of having completely assimilated the potion, a feeling that is difficult to articulate. You will understand it when the time comes. At this juncture, Angel intended to describe the sensation of fully assimilating the potion in a more concrete manner, but despite her efforts, she could not find appropriate words and was left to explain vaguely. Miss Queen, what price must I pay for this answer? Angel pondered. She realized she currently lacked any urgent needs. The formulas for the Sequence 8 Insider and Sequence 7 which potions resided in her mind. While the primary materials were challenging to procure, they were not immediately required. Gold pounds were indeed valuable, but her savings were ample and she had a stable income source. So she was not in want. Moreover, discussing money at such an extraordinary gathering felt like it would lower the prestige of the Tarot Society and Mr. Fool. After much contemplation, she concluded that what she truly needed was a weapon imbued with extraordinary power, akin to the extraordinary weapon that old Neil had mentioned, one that was likely unique in the entire city of Tingen. I seek a channel through which to purchase or custom-make an extraordinary weapon, preferably located near B-Clan. If this channel is of high value, I can cover the price difference. She limited her search to the vicinity of B-Clan to avoid exposing her long-term presence in Tingen and to prevent the other party from offering locations outside the borders of the Rune Kingdom. Although she suspected that the hangman had some understanding of her identity, given that her current identity information was processed by someone he provided, she remained cautious. Extraordinary weapons. Ms. Justice's words were laced with hesitation, indicating her knowledge of extraordinary items and weapons was even more limited than Angel's. The hangman, who had been silently observing their exchange, suddenly interjected. I can't provide such a channel as a token of gratitude for the impersonation technique. Angel had always perceived the hangman as a shrewd businessman who would never allow himself to be at a disadvantage. This impression was solidified during their first gathering when he presented a deal that satisfied everyone. Thus, she was taken aback that he would now voluntarily request compensation, indicating that the impersonation technique had significantly benefited him. And in Mattport, in the Oak District on Golden Avenue, there's a shop owned by a craftsman named Covey. He often has extraordinary weapons for sale, and if you cannot find a satisfactory one, you can pay extra for a custom order. Rest assured, this is a legitimate channel, but you should prepare a substantial amount of gold pounds, as these items do not come cheaply. This time, the hanged man did not mention any introductions from the captain, suggesting this was not a personal connection. In Mattport, Angel visualized a map of the area surrounding Tingen. Mattport is situated on the coast of East Chester County, east of Tingen, and can be reached in about 4 hours by steam train, making it a port city comparable in size to Tingen. The medium, Diley Simone, also serves as a night watchman in that city. Unfortunately, as she was about to become a formal member of Tingen's Night Watch, it seemed unlikely she would have the opportunity to leave Tingen for Mattport in the near future. Moreover, judging by the hangman's tone, the price of an extraordinary weapon might exceed 200 or 300 pounds, necessitating time to save money. Thank you. This information is invaluable to me. Regardless, she expressed her gratitude to the hangman for providing the channel, acknowledging that her financial predicament was her own issue, not his. Well, this cannot be considered my compensation, Ms. Justice remarked. Sitting adjacent to each other, Angel could vaguely discern her movements through the gray mist, and it appeared she had made a firm resolution as she clenched her fist. How about this, Miss Queen? If you encounter any difficulties while purchasing an extraordinary weapon, particularly regarding funding, I can provide a portion. The limit would not exceed 500 pounds, she added, perhaps feeling that an unrestricted check might seem excessive. This amount is already equivalent to the price of the Sequence 9 potion formula and its primary materials, just for a bit of knowledge. Miss Justice, how wealthy are you? Angel felt compelled to reassess Justice's financial situation. Chapter 42, Ritual Magic. With the three-way transaction complete, Ms. Justice eagerly posed her next question. May I inquire about the subsequent potions for the audience? What are their names, and where might I find clues to their formulas? That extends beyond my realm of knowledge. Angel subtly shook her head. She turned her gaze to the hanged man, who had provided the audience potion, hoping he would offer an answer. The hanged man did not disappoint her. I can answer that question without requiring compensation, as it was I who guided you toward the audience pathway. The subsequent potions for the audience are Sequence 8, Mind Reader, and Sequence 7, Psychologist. You will need to find a way to acquire the specific formulas from the Psychological Alchemy Society. I merely learned the names of the potions from one of their members. Could you introduce me to that member? Justice asked earnestly. Unfortunately, he is currently at the bottom of the sea near Sunia Island. I personally sent him there. A momentary silence enveloped the gray mist as Justice opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. The Psychological Alchemy Society, Mind Reader, Psychologist. Angel mentally noted these keywords. The potion names within the audience pathway maintained a thematic consistency, all relating to psychology, and even the name of the corresponding extraordinary organization closely aligned with the essence of the potions. In contrast, the assassin pathway seemed disjointed. While the Sequence 8 Insider could be considered somewhat relevant, as they were experts in instigating tragedies and bloodshed, the Sequence 7, which appeared entirely out of place, with no discernible connection to the preceding potion. Of course, based on Lady Shellen's actions, it was unlikely that the witch and the subsequent sequences were merely model citizens. While Angel analyzed the potions of the assassin sequence, Justice and the hangman continued their discussion. The latter believed that members of the Psychological Alchemy Society might congregate in large cities, influencing the actions of the kingdom's upper nobility through the audience pathway's abilities. But he could not ascertain any more specific targets. Given his somber tone, it was clear that the submerged Psychological Alchemy Society member was likely a tight-lipped individual. The fool, who had been silently observing their exchange, appeared to have no intention of adding anything. Justice, feeling regretful, had no choice but to abandon her inquiries. This is the last question. Her tone suddenly softened, as if she were somewhat shy. If a common animal, say a dog, were to consume a Sequence 9 potion, what would occur? Ms. Justice, that line of thought is quite perilous. Angel gazed at Justice in astonishment. The question she posed was undoubtedly purposeful, perhaps intending to administer the only audience potion she knew to some dog. To my astonishment, Justice has become so affluent that she is prepared to use potions worth several £100s for animal experiments. Or perhaps she intends to administer these potions to the animals first, verifying the authenticity of the formula before using it herself? This does seem plausible, as the wealthy tend to value their lives, and Miss Justice's character would likely refrain from using humans as subjects for experimentation. The hangman shook his head. I, too, have not. Angel was about to agree, but suddenly recalled the earlier discussion with Dunn regarding the Labor Mutual Aid Society in the Dock District of Tingen, which was involved in human trafficking. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Have you heard of the human trafficking, or rather the slave trade, in the Kingdom of Ruin?" Slave trade? The entire northern continent has already prohibited human trafficking, Miss Justice retorted with curiosity. If anyone is found daring enough to engage in such illegal dealings, they should be reported directly to the police or the church, correct? Apologies, but we are the police and the church, and we are currently in quite the quandary. Angel wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, glancing at the hanged man, hoping that this captain, who traverses various seas, might possess some knowledge. With the indigenous tribes of the southern continent having been plundered, it seemed as though a voracious buyer was consuming these slaves, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon where the trade of population was only outward, with no influx. Such complex matters should be left for the Church of the Goddess of Night to ponder. Their followers are widespread across the kingdom, with night watchmen stationed in every city, making investigations more convenient in collaboration with the police. Angel mused silently, expressing her gratitude to the hanged man and indicating that she had no further questions. The three exchanged glances, each adopting a posture of waiting for the fool to announce the end of the meeting. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded on the table from the head of the long table, accompanied by the fool's deep tone. "Since everyone has finished their discussions, I require your simple cooperation for a matter." The last time he made a simple attempt, he pulled all three into the foggy space simultaneously. What might it be this time? Angel glanced nervously at her companions. Although the fool had not posed any harm to them during the 3 tarot meetings and had even provided considerable assistance, divine will is inscrutable. Who could predict whether this simple cooperation would lead them to undertake something perilous? Fear not, it is merely a trivial matter. If successful, you will be able to request leave in advance during any untimely circumstances every Monday afternoon. This was precisely what they had hoped for. Miss Justice, who had been tense until now, finally relaxed her posture as she looked at the fool. "What must we do?" The hanged man asked cautiously. "Quite simply, you may attempt a ritual magic during your free time. It need not be overly formal." The fool introduced a straightforward ritual magic to the three, instructing them to arrange 4 new sandalwood-scented candles around the altar, placing seafood paella, white bread, fenebrat dough, and Dixie pies in a clockwise manner, starting from the lower left corner, followed by creating a wall of spirituality with a ritual dagger. "May I ask?" Justice began to speak, but cut herself off. "No worries, Miss Justice. Feel free to ask if there is anything unclear. I have mentioned that your cooperation is essential." The fool replied amiably, akin to a university lecturer. "How does one create a wall of spirituality?" Justice's query seemed to catch the fool off guard, as he fell into a rare silence. The hanged man, acting as a half-mentor guiding Justice towards becoming extraordinary, meticulously explained how to use a dagger or ritual knife to channel one's spiritual power during meditation to create a wall of spirituality, isolating the ritual environment from external influences. Upon seeing Justice nod in understanding, the fool continued to elaborate on the ritual magic that required their cooperation. After establishing a sealed environment with the ritual dagger, they were to mix moonflower, gold mint, deep sleep flower, golden bergamot, and rock rose to extract an essential oil to be dripped onto the candle flames, then recite the incantation. Fool of a time not belonging to this era. Mysterious sovereign above the fog. The yellow-black king who wields good fortune. Listening to the fool recite the incantation in a deliberate manner for the sake of their memory, Angel's eyes gradually widened, her heart stirred by tumultuous emotions. "I beseech your aid. I implore your favor. I request that I be granted a good dream. Deep sleep flower, O herb of the red moon, please impart your strength to my incantation. Golden bergamot, O herb of the sun, please impart your strength to my incantation." Regardless of the tumult within the hearts of those at the table, the fool continued to recite the entire incantation in his deep voice, smiling as he inquired at the end, "Have you all committed this to memory?" "Ah," Miss Justice exclaimed, "yes, I have memorized it." Angel and the hanged man quickly affirmed as well, the latter even showcasing his parchment where he had recorded the incantation. In the eyes of the three, the fool's image at the head of the long table had transformed completely from mere moments ago. His demands were not to be trifled with. Excellent. By the latest, I expect you to complete this ritual by Wednesday of this week. Seemingly satisfied with their attitudes, the fool nodded and continued. Thus, today's gathering comes to an end. How'd I end up entangled with a deity again? In her panic, she hastily grabbed a sheet of white paper, determined to transcribe the ritual magic and incantation imparted by the fool while her memory was still fresh. Fool of a time not belonging to this era. Mysterious sovereign above the fog. The yellow-black king who wields good fortune. In a manor within the Queen's district of Beakland. And aboard the ghost ship upon the Sunius Sea. The same incantation also found its way onto the pages of 2 other Tarot Club members. Chapter 43. The Dragon's Bar. Following the fool's directive, the ritual magic experiment must be conducted by Wednesday at the latest. Though the materials required for the ritual were not expensive, their variety was considerable. Angel organized the inventory in the basement of her study, realizing that she would need to venture to the underground market once more to procure the necessary supplies. The largest underground trading market in Tingen is located within the Dragon's Bar in the Dock District. Before joining the Night Watchman, Angel had thought this trading market was merely a secret spot whispered among enthusiasts of the occult and certain wild, extraordinary individuals. However, upon learning about it from the likes of Old Neil, Leonard, and Shiga, she discovered that the Dragon's Bar had long been exposed to the scrutiny of official extraordinary beings. In fact, places like the Dragon's Bar were established with the tacit approval of the Church's extraordinary individuals, serving to regulate the trade of most hazardous items and extraordinary materials rather than allowing it to develop chaotically. With this understanding, Angel felt no psychological burden about visiting the underground market. After all, seasoned night watchmen like Old Neil frequented the Dragon's Bar for supplies. So what harm could there be in preparing for her ritual magic? As night fell, she hired a 2-wheeled carriage and headed directly to the Dock District. Considering the time required for procurement, Angel did not have the carriage wait, but instead paid the driver and let him depart. She adeptly navigated past the guards, weaving through what seemed to be an unending boxing match and billiard players who were, in reality, protecting the hidden doors, and entered the underground trading market through the lengthy passageway. During her first visit to the Dragon's Bar, Angel had been focused on crafting special bullets to combat Lady Shurin. Her purpose clear and her time limited. This time, however, her mindset and objectives were different, allowing her to meander through the underground trading market leisurely, selecting the materials needed for the ritual magic while simultaneously broadening her horizons. The building housing the underground market was essentially a separate structure backing the Dragon's Bar, appearing to be a repurposed warehouse, with a height exceeding 4 meters and an area of approximately 500 square meters. The administrators had organized fixed stalls in rows, with pathways in between for people to traverse, resulting in a bustling yet orderly throng of traders. As Angel meandered through the stalls, she swiftly discovered items that piqued her interest. A disheveled youth sat on a small round stool, his head drooping as if he were on the verge of slumber. Before him lay an array of exquisitely crafted glass vials, alongside a heap of fabric bags of varying sizes, some of which had toppled over, revealing their contents. Angel recognized the moonflower among them, which she desperately needed. "Do you sell essential oils made from various herbs?" she inquired, leaning forward to pick up a glass vial, no larger than her thumb, with a metallic cap sealing its contents, a pale yellow liquid. "Isn't perfume just plant essential oil? It's merely more fragrant than what you produce." As she removed the metallic cap, a pungent aroma wafted forth. "Ah, peppermint," she noted. "Of course, it's not the same. Perfume is merely a cosmetic. Essential oils can be used for medicinal purposes and more." The boy's face flushed crimson as he fervently retorted, abruptly halting mid-sentence to glance around before continuing. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Each vial of essential oil is 5 sol, but if you purchase more than 3, I can offer a 10% discount." "Is it truly that expensive?" Angel raised an eyebrow. Given the intricate process and cost of raw materials for essential oil production, along with the necessary extraction equipment, she didn't genuinely consider it exorbitant. She merely felt compelled to negotiate. "The price is set by my master. He insists that if it doesn't sell, we cannot lower the cost." The boy maintained a stern expression, embodying a stance of unwavering resolve against bargaining. Yet he quietly added, "If you buy 3 or more, I can offer an additional 5% discount." Sensing that further negotiation would yield no greater concession, Angel nodded in agreement. "Very well at that price. I shall take peppermint and moonflower." She promptly listed the essential oil she required, intentionally adding 2 other types to obscure the specifics of her ritualistic needs. To her surprise, The boy's stall boasted an impressive variety of essential oils, and he adeptly selected each requested vial, placing them into a delicate fabric bag. The vendor he referred to as Old Man cheerfully accepted her payment and handed the boy a large bag of unidentifiable herbs. So, this is what they call profit margin. Watching her expenditure on a few vials of essential oil transform into a quantity of herbs capable of yielding several times more essential oil, Angel was introduced to the exorbitant profits of underground transactions. Yet, lacking professional extraction equipment, even if she purchased the herbs, she could only steep them in alcohol for a slow, inefficient extraction, a process fraught with the risk of impurities, rendering them unsuitable for her ritualistic purposes, thus allowing the boy to pocket the difference. Adjusting the bag in her hand, Angel chose not to dwell on the matter. If completing the fool's task merely required spending a few pounds, the expense was not overly burdensome. Continuing past several stalls hawking materials and finished goods, she arrived before a middle-aged man engaged in promoting various talismans to other customers. For those extraordinary individuals capable of crafting their own charms and amulets, purchasing such talismans, fabricated from flawed esoteric knowledge, held little significance. What captured her attention was the sandalwood candles displayed in the corner. These candles, unlike ordinary ones made from animal fat, possessed a luminescence and slender form that distinguished them from the rest. What is it? The man looked at Angel with a puzzled expression, following her gaze toward the candles. Are you interested in purchasing candles? No, I don't sell those. I need them for making talismans. You might want to consider these talismans instead. He retrieved a silver talisman adorned with intricate cutouts and feather-like embellishments that had not sold earlier and presented it to Angel. Cinque sole. Without even glancing at the talisman, Angel stated her price directly. That one is 6 sol. 5 sol can only buy the ones over there. The man seemed oblivious to her intentions, still fiddling with the silver talisman. I mean the candles. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he seemed to grasp her meaning. He glanced at the talisman in his hand, then at the bundle of candles in the corner, hesitating for a moment. All right, they are yours, he sighed, conceding to the transaction. Ordinary candles typically cost about 2 pence, even if sandalwood candles were priced several times higher. Purchasing a bundle of 10 would not exceed 2 sol. Angel, however, acquired them at over a 100 markup, undeniably breaching the man's psychological threshold. He dejectedly tossed aside the silver talisman and handed her the bundle of candles. Unexpectedly, my first successful sale today involves reselling candles, he remarked, accepting her 5 sol note with a hint of self-deprecation. Perhaps selling candles proves to be a more lucrative endeavor than crafting talismans. Not anticipating that her eagerness to acquire the candles would dishearten the vendor, Angel offered a sympathetic smile. I apologize, I simply have an urgent need for these candles. It's not that your talismans aren't worth the price. These, she pressed her tongue against her back teeth, activating her spiritual vision to scrutinize the dull talismans, contemplating how to begrudgingly praise them. Suddenly, she sensed a disturbance of spiritual energy behind her, as if her intuition urged her to be wary of that direction. Disregarding the disheartened, middle-aged man, she turned to look behind her. Sitting against the wall between 2 rows of stalls was a frail young man, clad in the typical attire of dockworkers, linen shirt and blue-gray trousers, his wrinkled clothing suggesting they hadn't been laundered in quite some time. His vacant eyes gazed skyward, lips moving as if muttering something inaudible. Passers-by seemed accustomed to his presence, choosing to ignore his peculiar behavior, merely steering clear to avoid contact. Who is that? Angel inquired, pointing at him, addressing the middle-aged man who was still polishing the talisman. Reactivating her spiritual vision, Angel scrutinized the deranged young man, but found no further revelation. Perhaps only a clairvoyant or diviner adept at spiritual sight could discern something, she mused, licking her teeth before deactivating her vision, dismissing the young man from her thoughts. She even encountered the round-faced, bashful man she had seen earlier during her public carriage ride, who was now negotiating over an intricately designed, splendidly crafted ritual dagger. From the vendor's initial reluctance to his eventual compliance and continuous nodding, it appeared that the young man, seemingly just of age, held the reins of the negotiation. Noticing Angel's gaze, the round-faced young man turned his head, seemingly recognizing her as well. He exchanged a few words with the vendor, smiling, before approaching her with the dagger in hand. Beautiful lady, we meet again. Beautiful lady, we meet again. The round-faced youth, likely no older than 18, could still be considered a boy. Despite his ordinary linen shirt and coarse trousers, Resembling a typical dock worker, he exuded an air of elegance in his demeanor, coupled with his bashful and youthful visage, endearing him to Angel. "Hello, I remember seeing you on the public carriage this morning. I didn't expect to encounter you again so soon. Perhaps fate has brought us together once more. I am Triss. I've been working at the docks lately. I believe this is the first time I've seen you at this market." The boy named Triss introduced himself, adding, "I might be mistaken, but a lady such as yourself is certainly unforgettable. I reside on Daffodil Street and seldom venture into the dock area. Today marks my second visit here to procure materials, specifically some ritual candles." Triss observed the bundle of candles in her hand and nodded knowingly. "Sandalwood candles. Those are in high demand and often out of stock. You're quite fortunate to have found so many, though they are a bit pricey," Angel lamented, recalling the premium she had paid. However, learning that such candles were hard to come by offered her some solace. "You seem knowledgeable about the esoteric?" she asked, intrigued by Triss' quick recognition of the candle type. "Indeed, mirror scrying, magical rituals, tarot divination, though not fully understood, often finds me wandering through this marketplace, merely eavesdropping on snippets of knowledge. Could you elaborate on the magical rituals? I am preparing to embark on such an endeavor, yet I remain uncertain about the specific steps." Angel, in alignment with the conversation, nodded in agreement. "You have indeed come to the right person." The round-faced youth drew forth the intricately designed ritual dagger, unsheathing it with a flourish, tossing the hilt skyward. And, in a moment of deafness, as Angel instinctively recoiled, he caught the descending blade with its scabbard. After performing this juggling act, he continued, stating that one must first acquire a dagger or a small knife intended for magical rituals akin to mine. A table knife will suffice, preferably crafted from silver. Of course, its purpose is not to sacrifice livestock. The rituals of today have shed such sanguinary practices. The blade is merely employed to inscribe symbols and request for the ceremony, whether upon a table or the ground, in a serene and pristine environment. For candles should be arranged in a square formation, with your request etched in Hermes' tongue at the center, followed by a prayer to the divine. By the way, what is your faith? Upon hearing Triss' description of a standard ritual rather than a more formalized form of magical practice, Angel quietly exhaled in relief. "It will be best for you to pray to the goddess of night. This will enhance your chances of success. Remember, do not invoke deities of unknown origin, for this could lead to anything from ritual failure to misfortune, or even life-threatening circumstances," Triss warned with a grave expression. Unknown origins. Angel recalled the temple shrouded in gray mist, the enigmatic Fool, and the Tarot Society. Indeed, the Fool perfectly embodies the title of an unknown deity. "Thank you. I am aware of these taboos, and they align with what I have gleaned from my readings. I shall not attempt this lightly. Yet, it is regrettable that I have already been ensnared by misfortune," she silently added within her heart. Observing Angel's compliance, Triss revealed a gentle smile. Continuing his exposition on the varieties and essentials of magical rituals, his words clear and concise, accompanied by gesticulations akin to a university lecturer expounding from podium. Angel listened patiently, comparing it with her own studies in true ritual magic. She discovered that the rituals Triss was familiar with, despite lacking the delineation of the ritual space via a spiritual barrier and the explicit invocation of a deity, bore striking resemblance to the ritual magic she had learned from Old Neil. It appeared that even though the church strictly regulated esoteric knowledge over the years, a modicum of superficial understanding had permeated the populace. Although they lacked extraordinary abilities and their unorthodox rituals were unlikely to yield results, a significant number of individuals, through sheer happenstance, might inadvertently direct their rituals towards some powerful entity, thus triggering various esoteric phenomena. According to internal statistics from the Night Watchers, 1/3 of the incidents involving extraordinary forces in Tinjin City were instigated by these ordinary citizens, who, though only superficially knowledgeable about the arcane, dared to experiment boldly. The church's official extraordinary agents strive to control underground markets like the Dragon's Den to regulate esoteric knowledge and mitigate such occurrences. Yet, the effectiveness of their efforts was undeniably limited. Perhaps he has succeeded? As this thought emerged, Angel could not refrain from voicing her inquiry. "Mr. Triss, it seems you possess considerable insight into magical rituals. May I inquire if you have had any successful experiences?" Well, Triss' awkward expression already provided an answer. "You know, establishing a successful connection with those mysterious entities through magical rituals is immensely challenging." "Ah, well, that is reassuring. What do you mean?" "I mean, The ritual's failure is preferable to encountering some unknown, unpredictable entity. At worst, it would only result in a waste of time and materials. Observing Triss' astonished expression, Angel felt compelled to clarify. Triss furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding in agreement. You are right. Wasting time is certainly preferable to squandering one's life. He then shifted the conversation, continuing, however, I believe I am on the cusp of success. Perhaps I merely lack a stroke of luck or sufficient devotion. Or perhaps the materials I am using are too inexpensive. Coincidentally, you have several sandalwood candles here that would be quite suitable for magical rituals. If I were to use them, perhaps this time the ritual could indeed succeed, and my home is merely a 5-minute walk from here. Triss did not elaborate further, but his eager, fervent gaze fixed upon Angel. With over 30 years of male experience from her past life, how could she not comprehend the underlying implications of his words? Undeniably, Triss' understanding of esoteric knowledge, combined with his endearing round face and graceful demeanor, might have persuaded Angel. Had she been merely an ordinary woman with a fascination for the arcane. However, when he extended the invitation, Angel's instinctive intuition, honed from her assassin's training, suddenly alerted her to a hint of danger. This intuition was faint, far less intense than the immediate sense of a dagger falling as she stepped outside. Yet it lingered beneath her conscious awareness, a wariness of the irrationality of the current situation, accompanied by a vague sense of familiarity. Indeed, irrationality. Although Angel could not ascertain how he had achieved this, perhaps through his eloquence or appealing appearance. Having succeeded numerous times before, he was undoubtedly experienced. Nevertheless, this did not prevent her from resolutely declining once she discerned his ulterior motives. Seemingly unprepared for the sudden turn of events, Triss raised a hand in surprise, as if to retain her, but ultimately only opened his mouth without uttering a word. Under the cover of night, a pair of vigilant eyes were fixated on the entrance of the Dragon's Den. The throngs of patrons entering and exiting the bar did not capture his attention until a round-faced youth, dressed as a dock worker, emerged from the establishment, at which point he relaxed his demeanor as though the task had been accomplished. The round-faced youth, Triss, glanced around to ensure no one was watching him in the darkness, and noticing that the guards at the bar had begun to doze, he strolled leisurely toward the warehouse across the street, slipping into a narrow alleyway. I thought you had been captured after all this time. A cloaked figure, lurking in the alley, complained as he took the bag from Triss without inspection, slinging it over his shoulder. The crimson moonlight illuminated his face beneath the cloak, revealing the mysterious assassin recently sought by the Tingen City Police. Somehow, he had healed his injuries in a matter of days, moving without any sign of hindrance. I decided to prepare to flee the day I was wanted, but Mighty's insisted I complete one last task just this week, and then I will leave immediately. That Mighty's. She has no regard for her subordinates. You had best be cautious. If you sense anything amiss, leave Tingen at once, lest you fall victim to her schemes. Upon hearing the cloaked figure mention his new superior, Triss could not hide his disdain, and a hint of scorn emerged on his shy, round face. Were it not for the untimely death of Madame Shireen, who had guided him into the world of the extraordinary, leaving him without a lead on the subsequent potion formula, he would have no desire to associate with this notorious sorceress. The mere thought of the potion sent a jolt of discomfort through Triss. When he learned the name of the instigator's subsequent potion for Mighty's, he could hardly believe his ears, and the malicious taunts from the other party only deepened his unease. Thus, when he encountered a beautiful lady at the underground market of the Dragon's Den, whom he had a fleeting acquaintance with during the day, he could not resist approaching her, even employing the instigator's linguistic charm. Unexpectedly, she appeared innocent and endearing, yet remained highly cautious. The moment Triss revealed his true intentions, she regained her composure, decisively rejecting his invitation and hastily departing from the Dragon's Den. In the chaotic underground market, he dared not pursue her further, ultimately resigning himself to defeat. Reflecting on what might be his last opportunity for advancement, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. In any case, I will be returning to the underground market in the coming days to procure materials. Perhaps I might encounter her again? The agile instigator and assassin swiftly departed the alley, cloaked by the cover of night. Chapter 45. The Instigator. Deep Sleep Flower, followed by Rock Rose. Angel meticulously blended several essential oils, and after thoroughly shaking them in a transparent glass vial, the ritualistic oil manifested a delicate shade of azure. Surely, this concoction cannot be toxic? She cautiously uncapped the vial and inhaled its fragrance. The blended oils emitted a refreshing aroma, intermingled with a familiar hint of mint, along with an entirely new scent that did not belong to any of the individual oils. It seemed harmless, though the peculiar color was disconcerting. Apart from its use in ritual magic, it would be prudent to store it securely. She placed the vial in a high alcove on the bookshelf, alongside a bundle of expensive sandalwood candles, and covered it with a few books to ensure that its presence remained concealed from prying eyes unless the shelf was disturbed. Since the ritual magic imparted by the fool required not only oils and candles, but also 4 distinct foods arranged in a square, Angel planned to procure fresh ingredients the following noon before attempting the ritual. With this significant issue resolved, a weight lifted from her heart. She was reminded of another matter that troubled her: the round-faced boy, Triss, whom she encountered at the Dragon's Bar in the underground market. Naturally, should a conflict arise, Angel believed that, as an assassin, she possessed a modicum of self-defense capability, unless, of course, the adversary was also an extraordinary individual. Is he truly extraordinary? What's the matter? Do you know him? The captain of the night watch, Dunn Smith, inquired curiously of Angel. It was Tuesday morning, and most members of the night watch had gathered in the reception room of the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor. Dunn was displaying an internal wanted poster featuring a sketch of the individual in question, showcasing a round face adorned with a bashful countenance. Likely around 18 or 19 years old, precisely the Triss Angel had encountered the previous day. I visited the underground market in the Dock District yesterday. Yes, the one behind the Dragon's Bar, while procuring items for training ritual magic, and I happened to speak with him, initially believing him to be merely an ordinary individual with a casual interest in mysticism. Yet, Angel explained to the captain and the others how she came to know this fugitive. It was astonishing that such a young person could be responsible for the calamity aboard the Clover. My heavens, that was dozens of lives lost. It was an act committed by an extraordinary individual, and he appears scarcely of age, Roshan exclaimed, flabbergasted, as she perused a copy of the Tinjin Daily from 2 days prior, which prominently featured an account of the disaster that befell the Clover at sea. This ill-fated passenger ship first encountered the self-proclaimed king of the 5 seas, the pirate Nastor, who plundered its treasures and subsequently experienced an internal strife, resulting in fierce conflicts among the crew and passengers, escalating from verbal disputes to violent brawls. Although the rational passengers ultimately triumphed under the captain's leadership and survived, many lives were tragically lost amidst the chaos in the boundless sea. The Tinjin Daily's commentary deemed it a grotesque conflict erupting among survivors in an extreme situation. However, the wanted poster from within the Night Goddess Church indicated that this tragedy was orchestrated by an extraordinary individual. Had Klein not sensed something amiss while assisting the survivors with divination, the police might have aligned their views with those of the Tinjin Daily. Dunn added, "It appears that engaging in some side ventures indeed provides valuable insights for our work." Leonard glanced at Klein, who sat in the corner, smiling knowingly, as if implying something. Klein stared intently at the wanted poster, his brow furrowed, lost in thought, recalling the charming demeanor and graceful actions of the young man she had encountered yesterday. Angel found it difficult to reconcile him with the perpetrator of the Clover disaster. Although Triss had exhibited a hint of concealed malice during their final exchange, it suddenly struck Angel. She finally recognized the source of her sense of familiarity with Triss. It was not that she had seen him before, but rather that his mannerisms felt eerily familiar. He is an instigator. Angel slowly articulated the name of the potion, realizing that it was no wonder she had felt at ease during her brief conversation with Triss, as though she were speaking with an old friend. It seemed that the instigator's linguistic charm had indeed worked its magic. His name is Triss, an instigator of Sequence 8, and it is plausible that he hails from the Knowledge Society, adept at inciting emotions through his rhetoric, exacerbating conflicts, and inciting discord. The encounter with pirates was an unfortunate incident, but the subsequent violent clashes among the passengers and crew were undoubtedly incited by Triss. He vanished after disembarking at Inmat Port, but survivors have reported sighting him in Tinjin. Remember his appearance. If you encounter him alone on the streets, do not provoke a direct confrontation. As the instigator of Sequence 9 is an assassin, Dunn cautioned, glancing at Angel. Indeed, once an assassin ascends to the next sequence, their inherent extraordinary abilities are significantly enhanced, and their close combat prowess rivals that of many Sequence 7 extraordinary individuals. Angel nodded in agreement with Dunn's admonition. "So, how shall we deal with this, Triss?" Siggath asked, having been quietly listening and contemplating until now. "I have previously outlined the assassin's skills to you, if in a confined space or narrow alley. My advice is to fire at him to deter him, and then flee immediately. Under equal sequences, do not engage him in one-on-one combat. Angel attempted to place herself in the shoes of her opponent, analyzing the strategies for combat against an assassin. If in an open area, employing ranged weaponry would suppress the assassin, rendering their agility and close-quarters combat capabilities ineffective. Even a few ordinary police officers could likely subdue him with firearms from a distance. Therefore, the key is to avoid close combat, ideally overwhelming him with numbers. Klein, who had been engrossed in studying the wanted poster, looked up and summarized. The assassin is also skilled at concealing themselves. If you encounter him and lack confidence, it is best not to display hostility, lest he manage to escape. Notify us promptly. The Punisher, an extraordinary individual with a mechanical heart, or contact the nearest patrol officer, Angel added thoughtfully. Dunn Smith's expression grew serious, as he emphasized. The fact that he dares to come to Tingen City after committing such a heinous crime suggests he may intend to continue his nefarious activities here or contact his superiors. Should he become alert, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate him again. Thus, it is to our advantage that we have identified Triss as an instigator and have not yet initiated a widespread manhunt. Angel's encounter with him at the Dragon's Bar in the Dock District indicates that he likely requires certain urgently needed materials. He may very well appear again today, presenting us with the optimal opportunity for capture. He surveyed the members of the Night Watch in the reception room, swiftly assigning tasks. Leonard, you and I will take a carriage to the Dragon's Bar in the Dock District immediately. Cohen will keep watch at the Janus Gate for you. Angel, take the wanted poster and head to the police station across the street to inform them to dispatch a team to assist in the capture. Dressed in plain clothes and armed. Sidgath, accompany her. Once you gather your people, you will lead the operation. Triss has seen Angel, so she cannot accompany you. Klein, remain here. Should you require assistance, summon old Neil to join you. The Night Watch members called upon nodded in understanding, while Klein, assigned to stay behind, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained. Those proceeding to capture are all sleepless individuals, at least sequence 8 extraordinary beings. Angel surveyed the crowd, swiftly discerning the ingenuity behind Dunn's arrangement. Even when encountering the instigator, Triss, alone, the sleepless, skilled in close combat, would still possess the capability to engage. Once hostilities commenced, the police would converge on the scene, making it exceedingly difficult for the assassin to escape the encirclement, even if they were adept at evasion. Should they manage to delay until Dunn could unleash his nightmarish abilities, Triss would find it nearly impossible to flee. Angel had only crossed paths with Triss, and if she were to venture into the Dock District, being spotted by Triss would likely arouse suspicion, allowing the latter to escape before the area was sealed off by the official extraordinary and the police. Moreover, Klein, as a diviner, currently lacked the combat prowess that surpassed that of an ordinary individual, making him a potential liability in frontline confrontations. She pondered the reason behind Dunn Smith's grand mobilization of nearly all the on-duty watchers to apprehend an instigator fleeing from another city. Notably, the image of the previously wanted instigator, Korglander, had been posted throughout Tingen for 2 weeks. Yet Dunn had shown little concern for his whereabouts since the demise of Lady Sharon. Unless, of course, he suspected a connection between Triss and other extraordinary beings. Perceiving Angel's lingering doubts, Dunn began to elucidate. The instigator Triss likely belonged to the enigmatic organization known as the Cognizant Society, notorious for orchestrating blood-soaked incidents akin to the Alfalfa incident. Recently, the church had been investigating a labor mutual aid society potentially involved in slave trafficking, which may also have ties to them. Capturing Triss could yield significant clues through dream manipulation or spirit communication. How did the Labor Mutual Aid Society come into play? This implied that the assassin might very well hail from the Cognizant Society, much like the instigator Triss. This organization seemed to operate in tandem with the witch sect, gathering together extraordinary beings of the assassin pathway. Yet considering that extraordinary beings in this world ascend through potions, it was not difficult to comprehend why those of the same pathway would band together. Gazing at the sleepless preparing for departure before her, Angel felt her conjectures were inching closer to the truth. Chapter 46. A Failed Capture. On the streets leading to the Dock District, a hired carriage raced forward. To avoid detection by the instigator Triss, the two watchers opted not to utilize the police-marked four-wheeled carriage, instead securing a random hire from the street. Listening to the driver's occasional shouts from outside, Tingen's watcher captain, Dunn Smith, cast his gaze toward Leonard Mitchell seated across from him. Given that their target was merely an extraordinary of Sequence 8, They had not employed sealing items as they had during the capture of Lady Sharon, relying instead on the abilities of a few watchers and conventional weaponry. Dunn was not preoccupied with organizing his sidearm like Leonard. In fact, he had seldom engaged in combat with a pistol lately, carrying it more as a deterrent against ordinary folk. Since ascending to Sequence 7 as a nightmare, his combat method had evolved closer to that of a true extraordinary, relying on the extraordinary abilities conferred by potions rather than physical strikes or weapons. Leonard finished loading the last set of rounds into the magazine and stowed it in the left pocket of his trench coat for easy access. Once he completed his preparations, he raised his gaze to Dunn, appearing somewhat puzzled. "Captain," he hesitated before speaking, "why haven't you brought Miss Granger along?" Although we possess an image of the instigator Triss, she has seen him in person. If Triss dares to reappear in the underground market, only she could swiftly identify him. Conversely, Triss had also seen her. A person who had declined an invitation just yesterday would surely raise suspicions if they suddenly approach you today, would they not? That is not a valid reason. Leonard's expression grew serious. She could easily serve as an observer from the shadows, or even remain in the main hall of the dragon's lair, monitoring the entrance without needing to draw close to the target. The moment Triss reveals himself, we could act. Do you still harbor doubts about her? Do you not? Dunn leaned back in his seat, adjusting his legs for comfort. A fledgling assassin, having recently joined the ranks of the extraordinary, had reported her mentor, the very extraordinary who had guided her, only for that mentor to inexplicably burst into the Watcher's precinct and meet an untimely death. After gaining entry into the Watchers as a reward for this act, she had subsequently encountered 2 more assassins and the instigator through various clues, attempting to direct our attention towards the cognizant society. Was this mere coincidence, or was there an ulterior motive? Indeed, to Leonard's surprise, Dunn did not refute him, but rather nodded in agreement. Daly also provided me with a detailed account of the battle. She specifically emphasized how Miss Granger saved her twice. Moreover, she happened to encounter Triss at the dragon's lair. Had she not mentioned it, we would have remained oblivious to the matter. Pursuing conventional methods of capture would render it nearly impossible to apprehend an assassin of the hidden pathway, just as we have been unable to glean any leads on another instigator, Korglander, for nearly 2 weeks, with even our divination attempts failing. At the very least, she has been diligent in her efforts against criminal extraordinary beings. Then how? Leonard found himself increasingly perplexed. Dunn Smith lowered his voice, seemingly to avoid the driver overhearing. My suspicions do not lie with her as an individual, but rather with a peculiar attitude from above. You see, I only yesterday investigated Miss Granger's background. I transmitted the details of her encounter with Sharon to the cathedral and simultaneously submitted an application for her formal membership. Leonard leaned closer, intrigued, as if they were conspiring in secrecy, whispering in the dimly lit carriage. For weeks? Or 5? Leonard blushed slightly. That had been 3 years ago, when he had just become an extraordinary, and his first task was to accompany Dunn in apprehending cultists conducting nefarious rituals in secret. Unfamiliar with the extraordinary powers, not only did he lose track of the target, but he nearly fell into a river, which severely tarnished his reputation, resulting in the cathedral delaying his application for a month before granting approval. While this was certainly due to his deliberate concealment of shortcomings, it underscored the cathedral's stringent vetting process for those joining the Watchers. Even authority over the distribution of Sequence 9 potions could be delegated to a captain, while formal membership awaited the cathedral's sanction. So was approved? Leonard raised his eyebrows, incredulous. Dunn nodded. Klein Moretti, who joined at the same time, is still not a formal member and must await the delivery of sealing item 2. 049 from the Beckland Diocese. And only upon locating the notes of the Antigonus family will he achieve the requisite contributions for formal membership. The stark difference in treatment between the 2 new members was evident, even though Angel Granger had assisted in eliminating the Sequence 6 Sharon, who had already been confirmed as a member of the witch sect. Their reactions appeared excessively strange, as if he struggled to find the words to describe the cathedral's too hasty decision. Leonard interjected, "It's as if they were already anticipating your telegram application." Indeed, Dunn opened his mouth, intending to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately echoed Leonard's words, affirming, "Exactly, as if they had been awaiting my telegram." Yet how did this relate to your refusal to allow her to participate in the capture operation? Seeing that the captain did not harbor suspicions about Angel herself, Leonard curiously inquired, "It can't possibly be for the sake of protecting her, can it? Did I not mention? Her presence could easily alarm the target, prompting Triss to flee prematurely." Dunn Smith's gray eyes twinkled with amusement, as though the earlier hushed discussion had occurred in a dream rather than reality. Then why go through all this? Leonard stared in disbelief, still feeling that the captain was withholding something from him. As they stared at each other, the carriage came to a gradual halt with a sigh from the driver. The small window at the front of the carriage was drawn open, and the driver's indistinct voice inquired, "Gentlemen, the road ahead is blocked. If you wish to reach the Dragon's Den, you must proceed on foot. Or do you have other destinations in mind?" Noticing the two men clad in trench coats, whispering furtively within the carriage on a sweltering day, he suspected they were not of the most respectable sort and wished to avoid being caught by the police. Thus, out of professional courtesy, he broached the subject. "What? Blocked?" Leonard exclaimed, disregarding the driver as he flung open the door and leapt from the carriage, with Dunn following closely behind. They circumvented the vehicle and gazed towards the Dragon's Den. The entrance, which had appeared relatively tranquil during the day, was now besieged by a throng of individuals, with more continuously emerging from within, only permitted to pass after being scrutinized by two armed men stationed at either side of the doorway. It seemed that the crowd consisted largely of traders expelled from the underground market, who, despite their dissatisfaction, complied with orders under the threat of firearms. Moreover, several burly figures loomed above, clad in standard uniforms and burdened with grayish-white mechanical boxes, for which protruded pipes connected to intricately designed rifles. The gunmen occupied a commanding height, their hawk-like gazes scanning the surroundings, occasionally directing their weapons towards the crowd, effectively enhancing compliance. "High-pressure steam rifles?" Leonard murmured, realizing the magnitude of the situation. "It's over. Triss must have fled." Ignoring the throng of individuals already screened at the bar's entrance, he scanned the vicinity, attempting to identify his elusive target. Yet, deep down, Leonard acknowledged the futility of his efforts. Were he in Triss' position, having fortuitously escaped the Dragon's Den, he would surely flee as far as possible, not daring to linger. Dunsmith appeared more composed than Leonard. Upon catching sight of an acquaintance at the bar's entrance, he strolled over with his hands tucked into his trench coat pockets, though the furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Dunn's inquiry, an elderly man with brown hair turned to face him, his blue eyes lingering on Dunn for a few seconds before recollecting his identity. "Ah, it's you, Dunsmith. Long time no see." He pondered the only plausible reason for the chaos enveloping the underground market, compounded by the presence of high-pressure steam riflemen. Triss must have recognized the issue. A contact had likely been surveilling him before he made his escape, vanishing before the main force could arrive. The old man spat in frustration, eyeing the crowd at the bar's entrance, unsure if the informant was among them. If only he had informed me or the Punisher, I could have dispatched someone to keep an eye on things. Now, what could screening ordinary citizens do? Triss is likely long gone from the dock area. Perhaps due to their differing statuses, Swain, the proprietor of the Dragon's Den, could express his frustrations, while Dunn, as the watcher, needed to focus on the case at hand. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Was Triss negotiating before his escape? Have you questioned those who dealt with him?" "I, too, was once in this line of work before my retirement and had already made inquiries." Swain shook his head, revealing a lack of useful leads. He was merely seeking to procure shadow lizard scales and golden mandrake flowers, juice included. None of it qualifies as extraordinary. Dunn contemplated the implications. Perhaps it was for some ritualistic preparation. Had Triss committed the alfalfa incident in haste, only to arrive in Tingen to continue his malevolent endeavors? Or perhaps Dunn's thoughts turned to the instigator's capabilities, leading him to a bolder hypothesis. Triss had incited the passengers aboard the alfalfa to slaughter one another, fulfilling some condition for advancement, all while preparing for his next series of elixirs. Chapter 47. The Ritual's Success. In the basement of 6 Daffodil Street, Tingen City, Angel donned a simple black robe, carefully cradling a platter of fennel pasta as she descended the stairs. The basement was illuminated by several candles and an oil lamp, and she navigated around clutter beside the stairs to reach the center, where a square wooden table had been relocated from the living room. On the table, 3 corners were already adorned with seafood paella, white bread, and dissy pies. The fennel pasta she held was the final dish required for the ritual, freshly delivered for the Silver Crown restaurant at the street corner, still exuding warmth and an enticing aroma that tempted her taste buds, despite having just dined for lunch. This was a sacrificial offering for the ritual. She must not partake. Resisting the urge to slurp the juicy noodles, Angel placed the platter in the remaining corner of the table and picked up the parchment in her hand to verify the correct arrangement of the 4 dishes. In clockwise order, there were seafood paella, white bread, and fennel pasta. After confirming the arrangements were complete, She noted that although the dissy pie had lost its initial warmth and the previously purchased white bread had begun to dry and wrinkle, it should not detract from the ritual's efficacy. Next came the essential oils: moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden bergamot, and rock rose. Sandalwood candles had been prearranged at the four corners of the table, next to the four dishes, to prevent any accidental disturbances from toppling the candles. She had previously secured them with wax from another candle that had been burned, lighting the four sandalwood candles with matches. She utilized coarse salt and clean water to sanctify her carving knife, circling the makeshift altar with it, channeling the invisible force that erupted from the blade's tip to create a spiritual barrier isolating the altar from impurities. Within the confines of this spiritual barrier, the square table seemed to transform into a sealed space, effectively excluding all disturbances and unclean forces. Angel meticulously dripped the mixed essential oils onto the flames of the four candles, and with the hissing sound of the liquid instantly evaporating, a faint fragrance permeated the basement, mingling with the existing scent of sandalwood, adding an air of mystery to the ritual. Licking her lips, Angel, clad in her black robe and hood, resembling a cultist, bowed her head and recited the incantation she had long since memorized in Hermes' tongue. "O fool of Ur, sovereign of the mists above, ruler of good fortune, I beseech your assistance. I implore your favor. Please bestow power upon my incantation." With a thought, she raised her right hand to gaze at her palm, where the once invisible teardrop-shaped mark imprinted after the first tarot meeting reemerged, glowing with a deep crimson light. Had the ritual succeeded? Angel promptly closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and whispered a prayer. "Esteemed fool, I have completed the ritual you commanded. Might there be further instructions?" After a moment of silence, she cautiously opened her eyes to observe the wooden table and the food. Everything remained unchanged upon the makeshift altar of candles. The gentle breeze had dissipated, and all seemed as it was. Daring not to move hastily, she continued to stand before the altar until the four candles had burned halfway down, the scent of sandalwood growing increasingly rich within the basement. Shaking her head, she extinguished the candles and began to gather the now-cool food. The underlying reasons were undoubtedly rooted in the delicate interplay of cooperation and competition among the various churches. In summary, the three official extraordinary factions in Tinjin City, the Watchers, Punishers, and the Mechanical Heart, maintained a cooperative relationship, each belonging to one of the three major divine churches of the Rune Kingdom: the Goddess of Night, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Steam and Machinery. They managed supernatural cases within their jurisdictions according to the principles of their respective congregations, seldom interfering with one another. However, the Alfalfa incident, involving numerous victims, entangled many believers from all three churches, and in such a complex scenario, the customary protocol dictated management according to territorial jurisdiction, with the Watchers overseeing the Golden Polonia district of Tinjin City. In the West and North districts, the Mechanical Heart governs the university area, while the Punisher oversees the outskirts of Tinjin and the East District. The South District and the dock area are under the jurisdiction of the Punisher as well. The instigator of the brutal infighting among the passengers of the Alfalfa, known as Triss, has been cited in the dock area. Ordinarily, it would fall under the purview of the Punishers of the Storm Church. However, the Mechanical Heart has its own reasons for involvement, particularly since the majority of the victims aboard the Alfalfa were devotees of the God of Steam and Machinery. Furthermore, the informant who reported Triss' reappearance is a subordinate developed by the Mechanical Heart. Consequently, upon receiving this tip-off, the Mechanical Heart swiftly dispatched a squad of extraordinary individuals, even bringing along a contingent armed with high-pressure steam rifles, vowing to apprehend the audacious wild extraordinary who dared to attack their followers. To their dismay, the instigator Triss was exceptionally vigilant, departing the scene before they could encircle him, leaving the Mechanical Heart's forces empty-handed. Their frustration directed toward the ordinary patrons of the Evil Dragon pub, as they repeatedly compared appearances and inquired for leads. Why not try divination? Leonard shook his head in disapproval of this method. Among those present were members of both the Mechanical Heart and the Punishers, including several seasoned, extraordinary individuals adept in the art of divination. Two of them attempted the practice, but alas, both efforts proved futile. Perhaps the clues were too scant, or perhaps other extraordinary beings were interfering with the results. Another instance of divination interference. Regardless, this attempt to rouse the snake has rendered the official extraordinary's plan to capture Triss, before the wanted notice was disseminated, a complete failure. Next, They would simply conduct widespread searches based on the wanted notice, hoping to uncover a lead on Triss' whereabouts. Otherwise, they might end up like his predecessors, whose names still lingered on the wanted list, fading into obscurity. With the hope of capturing Triss extinguished, Angel lost interest in continuing to wait. As a newly official member, she was not required to stand vigil at the Charney's Gate overnight. Her current work hours were quite flexible, and recalling that she still had to complete the task assigned by the Fool for the day, she found an excuse to leave the Blackthorn Security Company. Taking advantage of the lull before the midday dining rush, she procured an assortment of necessary provisions and successfully completed the ritual in the basement. This was a charm derived from the dominion of the Goddess of Night, with effects akin to the power of slumber invoked by Leonard during the battle against Lady Charon. Due to the overlap with the powers of the Night Watchers within the Sleepless Order, it was seldom utilized among them. However, for an assassin lacking such extraordinary capabilities like Angel, it served as an excellent enhancement of her combat prowess. The silver square, the size of a playing card, was intricately engraved on both sides with esoteric symbols representing the Goddess of Night, along with elaborate hermetic incantations. This complexity was one of the challenges in crafting the charm, as evidenced by the various perforation marks on the discarded silver plates nearby. With the successfully created charm, Angel could feel the tranquil, profound power that embodied the Goddess of Night. By infusing her own spirituality into it and reciting the activation incantation, the charm would unleash a force that would render nearby beings into slumber after a few seconds. Chapter 48. The Temple's Approval. At number 2 Daffodil Street, the study on the second floor of the Moretti family's rented home. Klein Moretti cautiously employed a silver knife to establish a wall of spirituality, sealing the room to prevent his forthcoming actions from affecting his older brother Benson and younger sister Melissa in the adjacent room. During the day, he had sensed 2 invisible forces enveloping him, reminiscent of his previous experience using the transmigration ritual to enter the gray mist space. Accompanied by a chorus of ethereal whispers and the appearance and disappearance of 4 black spots on his hand. Reciting the incantation he had memorized by heart, he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived at the Temple of the Fool. The gray mist space remained unchanged since his last visit, but amidst numerous deep crimson stars, 2 of them emitted a peculiar radiance. Was it the hangman, or perhaps the other 2 ladies? Klein pondered, extending his spirituality to connect with one of the twinkling stars. The images and sounds contained within immediately flooded his mind, accompanied by distant, indistinct pleas as hazy visions unfolded, as if veiled by a shroud of mist. He beheld a young woman clad in a black robe, standing in a modest basement, facing an altar adorned with 4 candles and 4 offerings, her hands clasped together in silent invocation. Judging by the surrounding environment and the glimmer of golden hair peeking from beneath her hood, Klein deduced that she was a member of the Tarot Society, the Mist Queen. Success. This self-created ritual magic indeed pointed towards him, directing its focus upon the Fool. A surge of elation coursed through Klein, as the triumph of the ritual magic affirmed his authority within the gray mist space, bolstering his confidence for subsequent actions. I understand now. I understand. Compared to directly entering the temple in the gray mist from the physical realm, this feedback that affected her own life instilled a far greater sense of trepidation. Undoubtedly, this was an immensely powerful entity. Even if not a deity, it was close to such stature. Had she become the initial devotee of this formidable presence? Uncertainty lingered as to whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet Angel soon found solace, for resistance was futile, and thus she could only. Ah, Angel, you're just in time. The captain of the Night Watchers, Dunn Smith, emerged from the partition of the reception area, finding her stirring her coffee while gazing vacantly at the empty sofa ahead. He greeted her, stating, "The temple's approval has arrived." Dunn succinctly articulated his purpose. Casting a glance at Roshan, who was feigning engrossment in a newspaper behind the reception desk, yet occasionally stealing glances in their direction. "Let us continue this in my office. Roshan, if Klein arrives, have him come to my office as well." The seemingly focused Roshan nodded eagerly, watching as Dunn and Angel disappeared behind the partition in succession. She was acutely aware that the Night Watchers held numerous higher-level secrets that she, as a clerical staff member, was not privy to, yet she couldn't help but strain to listen for any conversations emanating from the depths of the room. Unfortunately, the sound of the door closing left her disheartened, lowering her head in disappointment. "Please take a seat." Upon entering his office, Dunn promptly settled into a high-backed chair. After Angel closed the door, she did not hesitate to sit opposite him, awaiting him to resume the previous discussion. setting down the telegram. Dunsmith's expression turned serious as he spoke. As a formal member, your weekly salary of £3 will be immediately doubled to £6, and it will increase progressively with your years of service. You will also obtain the status of a probationary inspector for Ahova County. I trust you're already aware of the regulations you must adhere to. Last time, I mentioned you could wait for the temple's response before making a decision. Now, what is your choice? Congratulations, Miss Angel Granger. You are now our formal member. Dunsmith revealed a familiar smile, extending his right hand, which Angel met with her own in a firm handshake. Formal members are required to take turns at the Charney's Gate, with 1 day off per week, which they may choose themselves, though it is preferable to establish a fixed schedule. The roster for this week has already been set, so you need not take your turn yet. However, we have other tasks scheduled for today, and you may be required to remain here to handle any emergencies that arise. Following a brief formalization ceremony, Dunsmith swiftly resumed his role as the captain of the Night Watchers, issuing commands regarding the tasks at hand. Moreover, now that you are a formal member, I can disclose certain matters. Old Neil once mentioned that the caliber of the ammunition for your pistol differs from that of others, complicating logistics. I recommend you standardize your ammunition as soon as possible. Shortly, you will go to him to collect a new pistol, but for now, you may keep the one you currently possess until you are accustomed to the new weapon. Upon hearing Dunn's words, Angel felt no surprise. She had previously overheard Old Neil mentioning this issue when she collected her ammunition. However, due to her established habits, she had not given it much thought. Now that she had become a formal member, it seemed time to adapt and integrate into the collective. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Upon seeing the captain nod in agreement, she prepared to exit the office, but just as she took a couple of steps, an anticipated voice called out from behind. Wait a moment. Indeed. Captain, are you perhaps exhibiting signs of premature aging? Did I forget to mention that formal members are required to independently complete a task to earn the recognition of their comrades? Noticing the other party shake their head in ignorance, Dunn smiled and continued, generally, I would assign tasks involving extraordinary factors. But considering your remarkable performance in handling Lady Sharon's attack, I believe a regular task will suffice. Rest assured, this is not an official regulation and will not affect your evaluation within the Night Watch. It is merely a requirement within our Tenjin squad. All right, Captain, is there anything else? Angel discreetly noted this entry task, deciding to inquire with other team members when time permitted. Nothing more. You may leave now. Truly, there is nothing else, he said helplessly. Angel navigated the familiar path to the armory, where Old Neil was not engrossed in the study of the few diaries of Emperor Roselle this time, but instead was brewing his hand-ground coffee using an old set of cups. Upon hearing that she had come to exchange for a small-caliber revolver, Old Neil smiled wryly and explained, I merely suggested it when Dunn went to the police station to collect the bullets for the next quarter. I was not complaining about the logistical difficulties. You are entirely free to continue using your original caliber weapon. That is quite all right. I have been wanting to make the switch for some time, Angel replied disingenuously, for the decision to change firearms was already set in stone. Though she felt a tinge of regret, it was unnecessary to let Old Neil think it was his oversight that led to this outcome. Moreover, from a perspective of logistical management and mutual ammunition support in combat, the advantages of using weapons of the same caliber were evident. Initially hesitant to switch from her accustomed .045 caliber pistol, Angel now saw the opportunity to adopt the same weapon as her fellow night watchman as a welcome change. Seeing that Angel was unperturbed, Old Neil let out a sigh of relief, retrieved the key to the armory, and quickly produced a brand new revolver. Perhaps as compensation, it came with 2 full boxes of standard ammunition of the same caliber, along with 10 rounds of demon hunting bullets housed in a metal box, a corresponding shoulder holster, and a quick loader. The aesthetically exquisite silver bullets bore intricate patterns and were said to possess effects similar to Angel's homemade special bullets, albeit lacking the enhancement for repeated attacks, instead offering additional damage against spiritual entities. You need not return your old firearm. Consider it a secondary weapon during the transition period. Last time, you exchanged your old gun for a new one, which technically did not count as acquiring your own weapon. This time, you are being compensated, Old Neil said as he handed the revolver and all accompanying accessories to Angel, watching her sign her name in the logbook. No, well, thank you. Once I become accustomed to this new gun, I will return the old one. She tested the grip of the new revolver, opened the cylinder, and methodically loaded it with .038 caliber bullets. This revolver could hold 6 rounds, one more than her previous large caliber revolver. which might require some time to adapt and avoid the habitual action of reloading after firing 5 shots. The shoulder holster was not quite fitting, and Angel turned her back to adjust it for a while before securing it in place. She then inserted the new gun into the holster, pressed the remaining bullets into the quick loader, and finally bid farewell to old Neil as she exited the armory. A synchronized cadence of footsteps approached from the direction of the Charney's gate, and she turned to observe a rather comical scene. Chapter 49, Sealed Object 2, 049. As the group drew nearer, Angel recognized that the leader was none other than Dunn Smith, the captain of the night watch, who had just been in the office upstairs, followed by the impassive midnight poet, Leonard Mitchell, and the hesitant diviner, Klein Moretti. The trio surrounded 2 unfamiliar night watchmen, one of whom, a stern-faced man, carried a black iron box, engraved with the crimson crescent moon representing the goddess of the night. The other night watchman, a woman approximately 30 years of age with striking features, donned a masculine shirt and trousers akin to Angel's, though her awkward arm positioning detracted from her androgynous beauty. As Angel observed the group, the female night watchman's arm hesitated mid-motion, her steps slowing, and then, as if activated by a switch, she halted entirely, her expression vacant and her gaze unfocused, falling behind the mechanical dance troupe. Leonard, passing by her, noticed the change in her demeanor, halted, and gently nudged her shoulder. As if awakened from a dream, her movements became fluid once more, and she quickened her pace to rejoin the group. The others appeared to be accustomed to this phenomenon, showing no signs of surprise or alarm. As this peculiar troupe drew closer, Angel felt her scalp prickle, and her heartbeat quickened, an urge to distance herself from these individuals overwhelming her. "I was just about to look for you. It seems this will save some effort," Dunn Smith, leading the mechanical dance troupe, said, maintaining the repetitive bending of his right arm. One of the other members, originally scheduled for the operation, had to leave Tingen urgently. "Prepare yourself. You will join the team for the upcoming." Before he could finish, Dunn experienced a similar episode to the earlier female night watchman. His bent right arm frozen midair, the unuttered words halting abruptly. Klein, standing behind him, paused momentarily, preparing to pat the captain's shoulder. But the impassive stranger beat him to it, gently pushing Dunn from behind. This slight nudge seemed to restore the rusty machine, allowing his movements to smooth out. And the final word escaped his lips: operation. Now Angel understood. This group appeared to be affected by some mysterious force, occasionally succumbing to a state of physical rigidity and speechlessness. They incessantly waved their arms, aiming for their companions to notice their peculiar condition at the earliest opportunity. A mere gentle touch from another would swiftly restore them to normalcy. As for the source of the mysterious power, the 3 familiar night watchmen from Tingen possessed no such abilities, and the woman bore no items in her hands. It seemed that the influence stemmed from the last individual, who was carrying something special. "Time is of the essence. Let us speak as we walk." Dunn gestured towards the box held by the scarred man. "Borja is carrying a unique magical item, Sealed Object 2, 049. It affects those around it, prioritizing targets within 5 meters, inducing the same stasis phenomenon I just described regarding Laura." He pointed to the previously affected female night watchman, "and as long as a companion lightly touches you, the effect will be dispelled. Fortunately, the influence of 2,049 is limited to 5 meters, affecting only one individual at a time, and only the 3 closest individuals are likely to be targeted. You must follow our lead, mimicking this arm-bending motion until the task concludes. If you find yourself affected by 2,049, we will promptly awaken you. Likewise, should any of us fall victim, we will need your assistance." Angel nodded in understanding, mimicking the movements of the others, raising her left arm and performing the arm-bending motion in sync with the group. Becoming the 6th member of the mechanical dance troupe, the group then resumed their march, walking 2 by 2 towards the exit of the basement. Having been part of the night watch for over half a month, Angel had also taken the opportunity to learn a considerable amount about mysticism from old Neil during her leisure time, gaining a certain understanding of sealed objects, which necessitated careful management and control due to their inherent negative effects. Most of these extraordinary items are a fusion of the remarkable traits of deceased extraordinary beings and certain objects, along with portions of mutated extraordinary biological tissues. Once the Church determines that an item is excessively perilous or possesses overwhelmingly negative effects, it will seal it and assign an appropriate code. The designation 2,049 refers to this sealed object within the Night Church, with a first digit indicating the level of danger, ranging from 0 to 3, where a lower number signifies higher danger. A rating of 2 suggests that the risk is not particularly high, even within the confines of the Charney's Gate in Tingen City. It is likely that several such items exist. However, a lower danger rating does not imply the absence of danger. Judging by the earlier reactions of those affected, it is evident that 2049 must be carried by multiple individuals in tandem. Should a bearer become isolated, the latent dangers of the sealed object will manifest. Angel is uncertain what the adverse effects of bodily rigidity might culminate in if not alleviated by others. Yet even a brief delay can transform into a fatal complication during combat. This realization clarifies why Dunn Smith required her presence in the team. The evident negative effects of this sealed object necessitate their cooperation, evidently to exploit some trait of the object, be it for combat or for retrieving individuals or items. Yet the occurrence of battles or other hazards is highly probable. If anyone succumbs to the lethargy induced by 2049, they must have teammates nearby to awaken them immediately. Otherwise, that individual risks becoming a stationary target. According to Dunn's explanation, this sealed object preferentially affects the 3 individuals closest to it, necessitating that a trio be designated to protect the item during combat. Otherwise, more distant teammates become the targets. In such circumstances, the more combatants available, the better. After a designated participant withdrew for personal reasons, Dunn sought out Angel to fill the gap. Leonard Mitchell nodded, swiftly surpassing the group in a few strides, ascending the stairs and disappearing from sight, all the while maintaining a comically exaggerated arm movement despite his urgency. We head directly downstairs and take a carriage to the home of Riel Bibber. We should be able to obtain further clues there. Dunn issued the next command, and the others silently nodded, maintaining their repetitive arm movements as they navigated around the reception room's sofa towards the front door. Just as the formation shifted, Angel observed that Borges, who was carrying 2049 ahead, suddenly slowed his movements. Although he continued to advance and bend his elbows, it resembled a slowed video recording, rapidly approaching a standstill. This unfortunate soul. Angel prepared to give him a gentle push, only to discover that her own movements were equally unresponsive. Her bent right arm refused to extend, let alone reach Borges in front of her, and her legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, her thoughts becoming sluggish. While the sounds of footsteps and the street noise outside grew increasingly muted. Could it be? She caught sight of Klein entering her field of vision, his movements unfolding like a frame-by-frame animation as he approached and gently nudged her shoulder. In an instant, Klein and Borges regained their fluidity of motion, and the auditory frequency around her returned to normal. Her arm, which she attempted to straighten, finally rose forward. It turned out that it was not Borges who had been affected, but herself. Angel's thoughts, now agile once more, grasped the terrifying power of 2049. Witnessing the night watchwoman Lorota and Captain Dunn succumb moments ago had merely struck her as somewhat amusing, yet experiencing this stultifying sensation firsthand was profoundly alarming. Angel could scarcely fathom how long such a state would last if no one were to awaken her, and whether it might escalate to a complete cessation of all movement and thought, ultimately rendering her a mere statue. Contemplating this, she felt her back soaked with cold sweat. Chapter 50, Riel Bibber. Hey, don't be nervous. Is this your first mission? A melodious female voice resonated from behind her, and Angel turned to see the accompanying Lady Lorota. Her right hand continued its rhythmic stretching, while her left comfortingly patted Angel's shoulder. You seem quite stiff. Are you all right? I'm fine now. I was just a bit shaken. Angel quickly denied any notion of unprofessionalism. Lorota stepped forward, walking alongside her toward the staircase, allowing her right hand to rest while her left continued its exercise. Do not worry, 2049 is merely a level 2 sealed object, not particularly dangerous. Although its effects are silent and severe, we have devised effective countermeasures. As long as we act collectively as we are now, there is no need to fear its harm. As if in protest to her assessment, the iron box carried by Borges ahead suddenly began to thump rhythmically, as though something inside were forcefully striking the walls. Startled, Angel nearly drew her revolver to fire at the box. It occasionally does that. However, rest assured, it does not increase its danger. Lorota explained, somewhat awkwardly. Even with countermeasures, this sealed object remains exceedingly perilous. Why is it included in today's mission? Angel inquired, perplexed. The full name of this sealed object is the Antigonus Puppet. Its sole function is to locate any items or individuals associated with the Antigonus family. Antigonus? Angel felt a sense of familiarity with the name, as if she had heard it recently. Ah, the Antigonus family journal. Was that not the one Mr. Fool mentioned at the tarot meeting, the one lost by the Esoteric Society? The Hanged Man subsequently elucidated the connection between the Antigonus family and the Church of the Night Goddess, explaining that the former had been annihilated by the Night Goddess over a millennium ago, vanishing into the annals of quaternary history, thus harboring a deep-seated enmity towards the Church. How could a puppet designed to seek out the Antigonus family exist among the Church's sealed object reserves? As her thoughts raced, Angel glanced at the iron box held by Borges. Thump, thump, thump. The five of them clumsily descended from the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. And due to crowding on the stairs, within that brief minute, the 2049 Antigonus puppet triggered 4 negative effects in succession, apart from Lorota and Dunn. The remaining 3 were all affected, with Borges, who was carrying the box, being controlled twice. Fortunately, everyone maintained their repetitive arm movements, allowing their companions to promptly notice when impacted by the negative effects and awaken them by patting their shoulders to dispel the rigidity. While 2049's properties prioritize the closest 3 targets when surrounded by multiple individuals, it remains prudent for 2 people to provide mutual support while driving. Borges nodded, leading the way into the not-so-spacious carriage, with Angel following closely, inadvertently colliding with the now sluggish Borges, thus alleviating his negative state as well. This effect is occurring too frequently. It seems to manifest approximately every 20 seconds. Angel frowned as she gazed at the iron box emblazoned with the emblem of the Night Goddess, from which the sounds of knocking continued to echo, indicating the restlessness of the puppet within. The 4 of them took their seats, the 2 ladies on one side and the gentleman on the other. Borges placed the box on the floor of the carriage, centrally positioned between them, ensuring that 2049 was enveloped by their presence, thereby minimizing the likelihood of negative effects impacting Dunn and Leonard, who were outside the carriage or passers-by. Leonard took the reins, and the carriage wheels rolled over the cobblestones, swiftly advancing forward. Where we headed? Angel gazed out the window, her eyes tracing the shifting scenery as the carriage rolled on, attempting to observe the pedestrians left behind by the vehicle. She sought to ascertain whether they had succumbed to the adverse effects induced by the artifact until she confirmed that it would not interfere with their intended target outside the carriage, at which point she curiously inquired. The taciturn, scarred man, Borges, remained silent, fixated on the box at the center of the carriage, occasionally glancing at the other 3, ever ready to dispel their negative states. The home of Reelbeber. This was the last place mentioned in Antigonus's notes. Indeed, it was the location discovered by your diviner. In truth, the revelation that Reelbeber was Mr. Neal's doing. I merely happened to trigger my intuition and detected something amiss. Klein explained, his hand, which had been gesticulating, suddenly slowed. His gaze unfocused as he became momentarily frozen in place. Beside him, Borges nudged him with his elbow, alleviating the negative state. And upon seeing Klein exhale with relief and lower his arm, he spoke in a low, indifferent tone. Humility is a virtue, but excessive modesty is not. After uttering this, Borges fell silent, resuming his previous immersion in the task at hand. Of course, he too was soon favored by Antigonus, becoming momentarily stagnant, and was awakened by the overly modest Klein. The carriage traversed the streets of Tingen, swiftly arriving before a 3-story edifice, where Leonard reined in the horses, bringing them to a halt. We have arrived, Klein stated succinctly. Borges nodded, grasping the 2049, and descended from the carriage first. Angel followed suit, surveying the building before her. The 3-story structure resembled the street-side apartment buildings she had encountered in her past life, with the entrance centrally located and identical suites flanking either side. Clothes were hung out to dry from the windows of the 4 households on the 1st and 2nd floors, indicating long-term occupancy, while the window on the right side of the 3rd floor bore a yellowish seal affixed from the inside. It appeared that was the target for today. Dunn and Leonard also exited the carriage, and the 6 of them regrouped, stretching their arms in unison, their movements unceasing. Occasionally, passers-by glanced their way with curiosity or caution, instinctively altering their path to avoid the group. Even the typically taciturn Borges, who seemed indifferent to such scrutiny, could not tolerate it. The group swiftly vacated the street, ascending the staircase of the apartment building and soon reaching the 3rd floor. The entrance to Reelbeber's residence was similarly sealed by the police, bearing the signature of a certain officer. Dunn Smith unceremoniously tore it down, produced a key, and unlocked the door, gesturing for Borges, who was holding the 049 Antigonus puppet, to enter first. A foul odor wafted from within as he stepped over the threshold with the iron box. And, at that moment, a series of knocking sounds erupted once more, intensifying in fervor. Watching the iron box, which was being knocked from the inside and shaking uncontrollably, Angel cautiously took a half-step back, glancing at Dunn and Leonard, who seemed to have anticipated this and displayed no signs of surprise. Wait. They are affected by the negative effects. Upon noticing their trembling arms suddenly slow, Angel realized the situation. Not bothering to dwell on why the 2049 could simultaneously affect two individuals, she quickly extended her hands, pushing Dunn and Leonard to awaken them. Is this confirmation? Is the conclusion drawn from the simultaneous effects on the two individuals due to the artifact? It appears that upon encountering a descendant of the Antigonus family, or even a hint of their essence, it becomes agitated. It turns ferocious, and the consequences are evident, Loretta explained nearby. This artifact can become agitated? Does it possess its own consciousness? Klein inquired with curiosity. The knocking from the iron box positioned at the center of the carriage grew more fervent, as though a beast were about to leap forth from within. Leonard and Dunn remained at the driver's seat, the latter peering through a small window at the front of the carriage, awaiting further actions from the 2049. Borges fumbled to disengage the mechanical switch on one side of the iron box, simultaneously nullifying the spiritual restraints surrounding it. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the carriage, and in that moment, the knocking ceased, plunging the previously lively carriage into silence. In the next instant, the lid of the box was pushed open from within, the rusted hinges emitting a disconcerting creak as a brown arm emerged from the box. The arm, no longer than 5 centimeters, with fingers the thickness of a pencil, clung to the edge of the iron box, dragging itself out entirely, tumbling over the box's side and landing on the floor of the carriage. A puppet, no larger than a palm, materialized before them. As it lifted its head, the puppet's neck twisted, surveying the 4 individuals in the carriage before breaking into a wide grin, its mouth curving upward like a circus clown against the backdrop of face paint. Chapter 51, Sudden Attack. Under the gaze of the puppet, Angel felt a flicker of fear arise within her, a primal instinctual dread of the unknown. However, she swiftly suppressed her emotions, continuing to move her arms, recognizing that this was the most effective way to counteract the 2049. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Loretta's arm suddenly halting midair. She hastily reached out to assist, only to find her thoughts freezing in an instant. Her outstretched hand moved in her line of sight like a slideshow, frame by frame, yet at a painfully slow pace, as if it would never reach its destination. The current negative effects were stronger than before. This thought flashed through her mind. Across the carriage, Klein and Borges were on high alert, extending their hands to alleviate the stasis afflicting Loretta and Angel. The negative impact of the 2049 intensified. We must locate Reelbeber swiftly and reseal it. Loretta, now freed, exhaled in relief and made the suggestion. Standing at the center of the carriage, the 2049 Antigonus puppet observed the humans around it preparing for action. It retracted its previously grinning mouth, restoring the bizarre expression it had worn upon emerging from the iron box. Slightly tilting its head, it chose a direction and began to slowly move toward a corner of the carriage. Knock, knock. Borges rapped on the carriage and extended his hand out the small window, pointing toward the direction the puppet faced, saying, "It has moved, heading that way." Leonard outside nodded, and moments later, the carriage resumed motion, veering off the street into a narrow path toward the direction selected by the puppet. Borges occasionally called out directions, assisting Leonard in steering the carriage. It appears this is the true purpose of the 2049. Angel watched as the Antigonus puppet continuously adjusted its direction during the carriage's journey, ultimately aligning itself with the front of the carriage, indicating that their current trajectory was in complete agreement. It seemed it would not maintain control over the same individual continuously, but now it could control 2 targets, prioritizing the one it found most distasteful given the circumstances. Angel mentally noted the targets selected by the 2049, attempting to discern a pattern. Just as Borges' shoulder was nearly bruised from the incessant tapping, the carriage finally entered the dock area, arriving at a cluster of dense warehouses. After confirming several directions, the group pinpointed a gray-white warehouse nestled deep within the buildings, a place rarely frequented, unlike the bustling warehouses near the Taysok River. He resecured the mechanical switch, infusing the artifact with the essence of the goddess of night, sealing the artifact within the box. During this period, the 2049 exhibited a remarkable spirit of resistance, managing to control Borges 5 times. The others in the carriage were not spared either, with Klein, the closest to Borges, being chosen 3 times. However, with 4 individuals in the carriage, they helped one another and successfully completed the resealing of the 2049 without incident. Once the box was lifted again, Borges let out a long sigh of relief. The primary target of 049 was to inflict damage, and throughout this journey, his shoulder had been patted no less than 20 times, leaving him in a state of torment. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, he naturally wished to exhibit the most enthusiastic demeanor. "Let us proceed. We shall disembark." He eagerly grasped the box containing the Antigonus puppet and hastily exited the carriage. Leonard tethered the horse to a lamppost by the roadside, and the others followed suit, alighting from the carriage. Strangely, too, 049 seemed incapable of exerting negative effects on creatures other than humans. The horses pulling the carriage sneezed and idly awaited by the lamppost, entirely unaffected by the sealed object. The group of 6 reformed their ranks, their arms swaying as if enchanted, making their way toward the warehouse where Riel Bear was concealed. It was a bustling time at the docks, yet this warehouse, distanced from the riverbank, was devoid of workers. Aside from the faint cacophony carried by the wind from afar, an eerie silence enveloped the area surrounding the warehouse. Angel remained vigilant, sensing that she was being watched since disembarking, yet after a thorough scan of her surroundings, she found no trace of any observer. Something felt amiss. After much deliberation, she resolved to voice her concerns. If she were mistaken, it would merely impede their operational efficiency. Yet if indeed they were being followed, it could herald an impending confrontation. Dunn's gaze met hers through the rhythmic motion of their arms, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "It is indeed too quiet, but we have the diviner." Lorota and Leonard stepped aside, positioning themselves beside Borges, distancing Klein from the influence of 2049. The diviner, Klein, unfurled the pendant bound to his left wrist. The silver chain dangled, and the yellow crystal at its end moved erratically. As the oscillations subsided, he closed his eyes to meditate, softly intoning, "Danger lies within the warehouse ahead." After repeating the divination 7 times, the yellow crystal pendant began to rotate in a consistent clockwise motion, its amplitude increasing, exhibiting a force strong enough to seem as though it were pulling Klein's arm along with it. There was danger, and it was significant. Exiting his meditative state, Klein opened his eyes and regarded the pendant in his hand, his complexion pale, uncertain whether it was the toll of the divination or if the outcome had taken him by surprise. The others exchanged glances before directing their attention toward the warehouse ahead. Thud, thud. Borges struck the iron box of 2049 again, seemingly reminding them that they were approaching Riel Bear's location. Leonard and Dunn furrowed their brows in thought for a few seconds before resolutely declaring, "You, an Angel will find a way to ascend to the roof from the back of this building. If there is indeed danger within the warehouse, I require your long-range cover." He gestured toward a 2-story abandoned residential building to their right, its street-facing wall adorned with shattered window panes, leaving only the wooden frames partially obscured. A pipe protruded vertically from the side, suggesting that scaling the roof would not pose a challenge. Importantly, the other side of the residential building connected to a row of warehouses. If they could ascend to the roof from there, they could traverse along the top floor, bringing the entire expanse of ground before the warehouse within the range of their firearms. If Klein's divination proved accurate, sending the 2 of them to the roof for support was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Leonard, having come to this realization, nodded and turned to Angel, who showed no sign of dissent, before waving his hand and leading the way. Were they not concerned that the 4 of them, accompanied by 2049, were in peril? Suppressing the unease in her heart, she confirmed the presence of her sidearm in its holster and her pistol at her thigh, then hastened to catch up with Leonard. Upon reaching the side of the residential building, Leonard had already grasped the exposed pipe, using both hands and feet to scale the second-floor balcony approximately 3 meters above the ground. With a deft flip, he vaulted over the precarious wooden railing, landing securely on the inner side of the balcony. It seemed Dunn's choice to send Leonard to scale the building was well-founded. As a midnight poet, an upgraded member of the Sleepless Sequence, his physical coordination and close combat prowess rivaled that of an assassin. Although lacking the specialized skills of an assassin, the simple act of climbing over walls posed little difficulty. Noticing Leonard had secured his footing, Angel followed suit, ascending the pipe. Compared to their infiltration of the Labor Mutual Aid Society's headquarters just a few days prior, this mere 3-meter ascent to the balcony was decidedly easier. Utilizing the pipe for leverage, she propelled herself upward, grasping the balcony's protruding floor with her feet, executing a backflip to land atop it. The balcony likely led to the second-floor bedroom of the residence, where the large windows had lost their glass, exposing the disarray within. The two had no time to admire the dilapidation of the dock area. They continued their ascent toward the rooftop. This time, Angel took the lead, placing one foot atop the precarious wooden railing while the other pushed off the ground. Her lithe form leaped upward, effortlessly seizing the edge of the roof. Unlike the slanted roofs commonly found in urban residential buildings, those near the warehouses and the dock area were flat, designed as platforms for drying laundry. It was afternoon, and sunlight bathed the roof, with small puddles reflecting the light, revealing some moss beneath the surface. The staircase leading from the second floor to the roof was obscured by a rudimentary awning, creating the only shaded area atop. Turning back, Angel intended to assist Leonard, who was preparing to climb, when a series of loud gunshots erupted from the direction of the warehouse. Bang! Bang! She instinctively glanced toward the sound, but the roof obstructed her view, allowing her to faintly hear shouts from that direction, as though the group of four had encountered an ambush and was engaged in a desperate struggle. Leonard, poised to ascend the roof, also heard the gunfire. He had already placed a foot on the railing, but could no longer focus on climbing, his eyes widening in alarm as he inquired anxiously. "It seems a battle has erupted ahead, yet I cannot discern the specifics." Angel recognized that remaining in place was futile and swiftly made her decision. Without waiting for Leonard's response, she drew the new revolver from her armpit and sprinted toward the source of the gunfire. Chapter 52, The Tuxedo Clown. Scatter and keep your distance from it. Guard it well. Borges hurled the 2.049 Antigonus puppet into the open space directly in front of the warehouse, the iron box skidding several meters across the gravel surface before coming to a halt. Borges promptly positioned himself approximately 10 meters away from the sealed object, standing guard with his weapon at the ready. A swiftly approaching fireball, grand in its approach yet devoid of any lethality, had disrupted the formation of the four, compelling him to adhere to the prearranged combat strategy by casting the sealed object beyond its influence. After all, its mission had already been accomplished, and its area of effect spanned merely 5 meters, leaving it unattended posed no issue. Dunsmith and the Sequence 8 gravedigger Larota, who had journeyed from Beckland, quickly drew their pistols, preparing for battle, while Klein, taken aback by the sudden assault, was momentarily dazed until Larota yanked him away from the center of the street. However, after a brief adjustment, he regained his composure and joined the fray, firearm in hand. Their objective was the mysterious assailant capable of casting fireballs, who had struck the team while Klein was divining whether threats lurked nearby. Apart from launching fireballs as an attack, the assailant had yet to reveal themselves, but this posed no challenge for Dunn. Gripping his gun with one hand, he gently stroked the corner of his eye with the other, half closing his eyelids as he swiftly entered a state of nightmare. Behind him, Klein, who had just caught up with his firearm, felt an unusual wave emanating from their leader, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against his face or the warm sunlight of the afternoon lulling him to sleep. In an instant, his previously tense demeanor relaxed, and all he desired was to find a bed and enjoy a good night's sleep. Wait, they were on a battlefield. Beside him, Larakta also shook his head, attempting to stave off sleep, which made him care less about his own lapse in composure. Even his teammates were afflicted by the nightmare. Dunn found himself unable to escape the oncoming fireball directed at him. In a corner of the open space, amidst a chaotic pile of debris and wooden crates, the previously empty ground suddenly rippled, like the air shifting between warmth and cold, and then a figure emerged beside the crates. It was a man adorned with a silk top hat, his tall and slender frame rendering the ill-fitting black tailcoat he wore akin to a mere shawl. His face was obscured by a thick layer of white makeup and painted with red and yellow hues. Resembling a clown from a circus who had surreptitiously donned the proprietor's full regalia, absurd and laughable. At that moment, this clown appeared dazed, his arms dangling limply, as if he had already succumbed to slumber. The night watchers had no time to mock their adversary's attire. Borges swiftly raised his firearm, aiming at the suddenly appeared clown in the tailcoat, while Arakta, gripping a gun in one hand and a fist in the other, propelled herself forward with determination, not to fire, but to deliver a powerful punch towards the clown's seemingly unresponsive eyes. With a resounding crash, akin to thunder, the clown in the tailcoat, struck by Larakta's forceful blow, shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground before vanishing without a trace. About 3 meters behind her, the clown's silhouette re-emerged from the shadows. A comical grin plastered across his face, his hand raised high as he snapped his fingers. Snap! A ball of flame erupted from his fingertips, rapidly expanding into a fireball the size of a basin, hurtling swiftly toward Larakta's back. The female grave digger, realizing her initial strike had been in vain, quickly deduced that her target was merely an illusion. As the temperature behind her soared, she hesitated not for a moment, executing a forward roll to evade her original position. She utilized the wooden crates for cover against the approaching fireball. With a puff, the fireball vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving behind only a wisp of black smoke, reminiscent of the ashes left after paper burns. Having momentarily driven Larakta back, the clown in the tailcoat stepped forward, preparing to pursue, but suddenly his expression tightened, retreating instead. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out as Klein and Borges, positioned not far away, took aim, with one of them puncturing the wall behind the clown. Observing the enemy's heightened vigilance, Klein gripped his pistol tightly, preparing to fire again. The clown in the tailcoat raised his hand once more, snapping his fingers again. This time, however, the sound that followed was not the flare of flames, but a sharp crack akin to the discharge of large-caliber ammunition. Klein, instinctively alerted by his senses, ducked slightly and crouched down as a bullet whizzed past overhead. What was that? Air bullets? Had it not been for his instinctive warning, that invisible shot might have claimed his life. Cold sweat dripped down Klein's brow as he abandoned the attempt to aim precisely. Instead, he employed the rapid-fire technique he had learned from Angel, positioning his gun at his waist, aligning it roughly, and swiftly pulling the trigger to unleash a barrage of bullets. The sound of gunfire mingled with Borges's precise shots. However, before the clown's eerie movements, they achieved no hits. The drowsy waves surged once more, enveloping the open ground before the warehouse. The clown in the tailcoat hesitated, seemingly on the verge of drifting back to sleep. In the corner of his vision, Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead, eyes shut tight, exerting his nightmare-inducing abilities to their fullest. Be careful. Boom. Boom. The sound of gunfire erupted simultaneously from behind Dunn. Angel had arrived from the rooftop, and as she cast her gaze down upon the battlefield, she realized that the confrontation was nearing its climax. Dunn Smith, a formidable individual of Sequence 7, had directly entered a state of nightmare, affecting the clown in the tailcoat, plunging him into a half-dream, half-awake stupor, rendering him dazed and unable to evade attacks. Angel gauged the distance, although her vantage point was excellent. She was still too far from the clown to ensure a decisive shot. Moreover, she observed Larakta had regained her footing, weapon in hand, advancing toward the adversary. If Dunn could maintain his control for a few more seconds, the other night watchers would surely dispatch the foe. Just then, from beside the warehouse where Real Bieber was concealed, a shadowy figure emerged from the rooftop of a two-story building similar to the one she occupied. The assassin's keen eyesight allowed Angel to discern the target instantly, a dock worker, also adorned in clown paint, with both hands raised, aiming a gun at Dunn Smith below. Be careful, she shouted in warning to her teammates below while raising her revolver, unable to take the time for precise aim, and instead relying on a rough estimate to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! The gunfire rang out almost simultaneously. Fortunately, Angel's reflexes proved superior. Her bullet struck the dock worker first, blossoming a spray of blood from his shoulder. The pain and shock of the impact thwarted the assailant's intention to assassinate Dunn Smith, the bullet whizzing past the night watcher captain and embedding itself into the gravel below, leaving a shallow crater. The unexpected attack interrupted Dunn's actions, invigorating the clown in the tailcoat, who regained clarity in his eyes. He raised his left hand to block Larakta's powerful punch and snapped his right hand's fingers again. Snap! A torrent of flames burst forth from beneath his tailcoat, prompting Larakta to retreat and abandon her assault. In the distance, Borges fired 3 shots. The bullets pierced through the flames but failed to strike the clown, merely dispersing the bizarre fire and leaving behind only a trace of dust. Snap! Snap! The clown reappeared atop the crates, firing invisible bullets through the air towards Borges. The latter, realizing the threat as the clown's fingers pointed in his direction, rolled away, successfully evading the retaliatory strike with a series of swift movements. What should have been a swiftly concluded battle became ensnared in a stalemate. Chapter 53. Encountering the assassin again. Regrettably, it had only struck the shoulder. If I had used my original pistol from the outset, that shot would have surely struck true. Angel held her original 0. .45 caliber revolver, cautiously advancing toward the position of the assailant. In her hasty attempt to fire earlier, she had only grazed the opponent's shoulder, and as she prepared to take another shot, the assailant had decisively rolled away, disappearing from the rooftop. To prevent any further complications, Angel immediately pursued the figure over the gap between the neighboring rooftops, quickly arriving at the ambush site. Clearly, the shoulder wound did not impede the assailant's speed. As only a small pool of drying blood remained on the rooftop, the individual now vanished without a trace. Dunn pressed his fingers against his forehead once more, seemingly about to cast his nightmare abilities anew. Klein and Borges occasionally fired to cover Larocta, preventing the clown in the tailcoat from even having the opportunity to unleash his invisible bullets. In the distance, Leonard approached the main group with his weapon drawn. Once he joined the fray, the tide of battle would surely turn in their favor. Just then, the familiar warning from her instincts, which had saved her life multiple times, echoed in Angel's mind as the shadow cast by the sun beneath her feet began to shift rapidly. Someone was behind her. With no time to turn around, she took a bold step forward, simultaneously twisting her right hand holding the gun behind her, firing blindly. This impulsive action saved her life. The assailant, clearly unwilling to exchange blows, evaded her shot by twisting his body away as her gun was leveled at him, the malicious strike missing its target. The attacker was a man cloaked in a black cape with a hood, his emaciated figure concealed beneath the tight black attire. The dagger he wielded glinting ominously in the afternoon sun. It was the very assassin Angel had encountered last week while stealing the ring from the Labor Mutual Aid Society. Originally, she had thought he had fled Tingen City, only to find herself face to face with him once more in the Dock District. "Is it you?" "It's you." Both Angel and the assailant were equally astonished. "Are you an official extraordinary?" The hooded assassin murmured. "No wonder Jick has been missing for so long. It turns out he was captured by you." In response, Angel fired a bullet without hesitation. This time, facing the firearm, the assassin seemed prepared. She no longer evaded indiscriminately as before, but skillfully utilized her agility to dodge the gun's aim while attempting to close the distance to Angel. After avoiding the initial onslaught, she coolly took a single shot, forcing her opponent to leap continuously, rolling and dodging the bullets, expending stamina. She swiftly drew a dagger from her waist, ready for close combat at any moment. The remaining 4 bullets in her gun dwindled rapidly, and upon hearing the crisp sound of the hammer striking the cartridge, the hooded assassin's eyes gleamed. She propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at Angel with great force. Discarding her revolver, which she had no time to reload, Angel gripped her dagger with both hands, advancing rather than retreating, initiating a charged strike against the assassin. In their previous encounter, she had already discerned that this fellow assassin, also of Sequence 9, lacked not only the battle experience to match her own, but even fell short in physical prowess. This was rather counterintuitive, for it is generally understood that male strength surpasses that of females, even when both have undergone the enhancement of potions. Despite being equal in sequence, Angel found herself superior in strength. The only explanation she could conceive was that her body had been enhanced beyond the typical limits of an assassin. After all, Corgland had consumed a potion of Sequence 7, which just before his demise, and prior to that, his body had been fortified by a Sequence 8 Instigator's potion. With a resounding clash, their daggers met, the force of their simultaneous charged strikes erupting at the point of contact, sending sparks flying, visible even under the sunlight. The advantage in strength allowed Angel to effortlessly deflect the incoming dagger. With a slight exertion, she redirected the hooded assassin's weapon aside and lifted her right foot, executing a sweeping kick aimed at the assassin's waist. The soft impact reverberated as the unprotected waist, devoid of muscle or bone defense, elicited a muffled grunt from the assassin, who was sent flying like a sandbag, her dagger clattering to the ground. Soaring several meters away, the body did not descend in a parabolic arc, but rather seemed to lose weight abruptly, hovering about a meter off the ground as it continued to drift away. This was the assassin's lightness. Taking advantage of her buoyancy and the force for being kicked, the hooded assassin noticed Angel drawing another handgun and let out a strange cry, releasing her ability and crashing to the ground, narrowly escaping the first bullet. Bang! Bang! The relentless bullets pursued the hooded assassin, who was clumsily fleeing on hands and feet. As he rolled toward the protruding smoke vent in the ceiling, Angel finally aimed at him, who was now too weak to alter his trajectory, and pulled the trigger. Click! The sound of an empty chamber rang out, and Angel paused in disbelief. Didn't this revolver contain 6 bullets? When she recalled that she had fired once to save Dunn, she realized the assassin had concealed himself behind the brick-constructed smoke vent, vanishing from sight. This guy truly can escape. Cocking the hammer to ready the handgun, she cautiously approached the smoke vent. Although the assassin possessed the ability to camouflage himself in shadows, under the afternoon sun, he could hardly utilize such powers. And his other skills were of no aid in hiding. He must still be lurking behind the smoke vent as long as. Just then, Angel heard a low, oppressive murmur in Hermie's tongue. Frost. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the cornered assassin Randy, backed against the smoke vent and with no means of retreat, gritted his teeth and retrieved the talisman that Midas had given him before the operation. Had he heeded Trist's advice to leave Tingent City, he would not have been ensnared in the affairs of the Mystic Society and the official extraordinary beings. Clenching the silver disc, roughly the size of a folded playing card and adorned with intricate patterns, Randy infused his dwindling spirit into it, rendering it frigid, before uttering the incantation to activate the talisman. Frost. Observing the silver disc turn black, the dormant frost power within surged forth. He flung the talisman towards the approaching official assassin, while simultaneously drawing a backup short dagger from his lower back. Weaker in strength and lacking in combat experience, Randy had consistently found himself at a disadvantage in their encounters, and now he was cornered. However, once the frost talisman took effect, he would not be without opportunities. Bang! The gunshot echoed, seemingly right beside him. Accompanying the sound was a wave of frigid air. The talisman had detonated prematurely, yet the opponent would also be affected. This was his only chance for retaliation. The shot was precise, but ultimately inconsequential, merely wasting 2 rounds of ammunition. From the earlier skirmish, Randy had deduced that the opponent's revolver was an uncommon 5-shot model. If he could deplete her remaining 2 rounds, then his opportunity would arise. Gritting his teeth, he darted from the opposite side of the smoke vent, rolling to evade the anticipated gunfire. The frost talisman enveloped the rooftop in a thick mist of condensation, and through the veil, he could vaguely see the beautiful assassin holding her handgun at the ready. Randy bolted towards her, taking 2 steps before suddenly changing direction. Bang! The last bullet from the opponent also missed. Observing the panic on the female assassin's face as she prepared to retreat and create distance, Randy's heart surged with joy. With daggers in hand, he activated his most vital ability, Death Strike. The dagger pierced through the air, propelling Randy's body toward her. Success. Just as the exhilaration of a successful assassination coursed through Randy, he was met with a chilling spiritual warning, colder than the frost that enveloped the surroundings. In what felt like slow motion, Randy witnessed the terror in the woman's eyes fade, replaced by an unsettling indifference. No longer retreating, she extended her left arm with astonishing strength, thwarting his grip on the dagger, and the revolver, which should have been empty, pressed against his chin as he lunged forward. The sound of the hammer striking the primer and the searing sensation on his jaw were the final signals his brain received in this world. Chapter 54. The Mutated Bee-Bear. Having successfully lured out and eliminated the hooded assassin hiding behind the smoke vent, Angel exhaled in relief. During the recent reloading, a plan had crystallized in her mind, one balanced precariously between risk and reward. The 0.45-inch handgun she had previously used only contained 5 bullets, and the new 0.38-inch revolver had the same count before reloading. She intended to exploit this illusion to lure the hooded assassin into attacking her, thereby swiftly concluding the confrontation. Unexpectedly, the simple-minded assassin fell for the ruse, charging at her without hesitation after she deliberately expended 5 rounds, attempting to strike while she was seemingly unarmed. He met his end as the last bullet pierced through his chin and exited the top of his skull, rendering him lifeless. Angel pushed aside the hooded assassin's body, which lay with wide-open eyes, refusing to close in death, his powerless form collapsing to the ground. The youthful face hidden beneath the hood faced the sky, the lifeless eyes reflecting a glimmer of light under the blazing sun, as if life still lingered within. Exiting the still chilling area, she arrived at a corner of the rooftop, overlooking the vacant space below where the night watchman had recently battled the tail-coated clown. At this moment, an unattended ceiling object labeled 2049 lay in the center of the open area, the iron box emitting rapid knocking sounds, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction at being overlooked. Yet the surrounding night watchman had no time to attend to it. Lorota had retreated from the warehouse wall to the opposite end of the open space, alongside Borghese, both aiming their handguns at the warehouse's main entrance. Dunn, Klein, and Leonard stood on the other side, forming a triangular formation with Lorota and the others, likewise vigilant with their firearms. The tail-coated clown had vanished without a trace. Angel furrowed her brow, gazing down at the peculiar scene. Could that fellow have concealed himself within the warehouse? Bang! A deafening roar erupted as the wooden double doors of the warehouse blasted open, splintering into countless fragments that scattered across the vacant ground. Through Angel's enhanced vision, it became apparent that the wooden debris was interspersed with remnants of human tissue. To refer to it merely as tissue would be an understatement. It was in fact dismembered human remains, shattered into unrecognizable chunks. The flesh mingled with the splinters of the warehouse door, revealing a grotesque tableau of mixed red and yellow muscle, fat, dark red viscera, and pale, blood-tinged bones. Among the relatively intact parts hung half of a dockworker's gray uniform, an indication of the worker who had gone missing after a failed ambush on Dunn, only to be injured by Angel. It appeared that this individual had stealthily infiltrated the warehouse, intending to outpace the night watchman and locate the Antigonid family notes belonging to Ryder Beebear. Yet, in mere minutes, this living being had been reduced to fragments, violently expelled from the warehouse. Who, or what, could have torn him asunder in such a manner? Beneath the glaring sunlight, even the assassin's dark vision failed to discern the interior of the warehouse, but a grayish-white figure soon squeezed through the gaping doors, revealing a towering form exceeding 2 meters in height. This entity, though maintaining a semblance of humanity, had limbs that curved grotesquely backward, its body oozing a viscous, translucent liquid. The ends of its ribs were fractured, protruding through the skin, and its skin appeared waterlogged and creased, in stark contrast to its grotesquely swollen body. The singularly normal head tilted skyward, its mouth agape, spilling forth a mixture of bloodied saliva and shredded muscle tissue. It seemed apparent that the dismembered dockworker was the result of this monster's handiwork. As human tissue tumbled from its maw, a porcelain denture fell among the deformed teeth, standing out amidst the grotesque spectacle. This was Ryder Beebear, now utterly out of control, accompanied by the sudden acceleration of the pounding sound at 2049, Leonard shouted. Upon hearing his call, Ryder Beebear's elevated head mechanically turned towards the group, its murky eyes seemingly unfocused yet accurately directed towards them. Bang! Bang! Without Dunn needing to issue commands, several individuals had already drawn their weapons and fired. 2 bullets struck the only remnant of Beebear's human form, its grotesque head, piercing through the skull with ease, leaving finger-width holes. Yet, aside from oozing a grayish fluid, the mutant Beebear remained unfazed. It lumbered forward, dragging behind it a trail of viscous secretion. Leonard and Klein retreated while firing, their shots hitting the misshapen body of Beebear. But the caliber of their ammunition was no more than a mere tickle to the towering monstrosity, merely eliciting more gray fluid without hindering its advance. The others also fired from the periphery, yet whether from the side or the back, their attacks proved futile. Viewed from above, it appeared that the monster Beebear was pursuing Leonard and the others, but Angel keenly observed that its trajectory did not lead directly towards the night watchman. Rather, it was aimed at the center of the field, towards 2049, the Antigonid puppet. Be cautious. Its target is the sealing artifact. Angel alerted the others below, simultaneously raising her weapon to fire a demon-hunting bullet that accurately struck the top of the mutant Beebear's head, exiting through its neck on the opposite side. Lorata, it appears to be an undead. You must quickly identify its weakness. Leonard, attempt to restrain it. Upon hearing Angel's warning, Dunn quickly reacted, shooting the iron box containing the puppet, sending it flying several meters away while swiftly issuing commands. Lorata lowered her weapon, pressed her hands over her eyes, and swiftly entered the undead's vision, utilizing the abilities of a gravedigger to search for Ryder Beebear's vulnerability. The midnight poet, Leonard, began reciting a well-memorized poem. The Peril of Fear, the Scarlet Hope. The mutated Beebear had approached 2049, but upon witnessing the sealing artifact being shot away by Dunn, its simplistic brain drove its twisted limbs to change direction and pursue the iron box instead. As the poet's recitation filled the air, a soothing force spread forth, causing the 2-meter-tall monster to slow its pace as if on the verge of slumber. A fireball, the size of a basin, materialized from the corner of the clearing, wobbling towards Leonard, who was reciting the poem. Moments later, ripples disturbed the air, revealing the slender figure of the tailcoat-clad clown. Get out of the way, Klein shouted. Leonard caught a glimpse of the fireball, targeting him, and had no choice but to interrupt his poetic incantation, rolling away from the fireball's trajectory. Angel, from her elevated position, opened fire several times at the tailcoat clown, but the agile jester evaded the bullets with an odd contortion of his body, his painted face still managing to offer a mocking grin. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, flames erupted from various parts of his body, dispersing the fire and smoke, during which the figure vanished once more. However, this brief delay allowed the once drowsy Ryer bee-bear to regain its momentum. It raised its head, its mouth gaping wide with bloodied saliva, emitting a silent wail. A chilling wave swept across the scene, striking first at Lorada, whose eyes had turned colorless as she sought the monster's weakness. She staggered back, 2 steps retreating, automatically exiting her spiritual sight state. Leonard, having dodged the fireball and intending to continue reciting his poem, leaned back as if struck by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes. The others, positioned further from Bee-Bear, felt the effects less acutely, but even Angel, perched atop the building, experienced a sharp pain in her head, her limbs growing numb and her vision blurring. The monstrous roar had dealt a grievous blow to the night watchman. The mutant bee-bear lowered its head once more, its murky eyes fixating on the distant 2049, shambling steadily toward the iron box. Control it. I've identified its weakness, Lorada exclaimed, quickly re-entering the unique spiritual sight of the grave digger, this time managing to shout her discovery in mere seconds. Observing Leonard struggling to rise, Dunn wasted no time, pressing his finger to his brow, closing his eyes, and allowing the nightmare's intangible wave to emanate from him, faster than the midnight poet's recitation. The mutant Ryer bee-bear's twisted limbs ceased their movement, its eyes unseeing of the nearby 2049, and its disproportionately large head slowly drooped, succumbing to slumber. Lorada cast aside her firearm and charged at the motionless monster with bare hands. Executing a slide, she skidded under the creature, delivering a lightning-fast punch that splattered dark red fluid from Bee-Bear's groin onto herself. She paid no heed to the mess, forcefully yanking out a mass intertwined with a section of intestine, swiftly retreating from beneath the creature. In her grasp was an ancient tome, stained with slime and blood. Precisely the objective of the night watchman, the notes of the Antigonid family. On the rooftop of the warehouse, amidst the rippling air, the tailcoat clown reappeared, grinning widely, his finger extended towards Lorada, who clutched the notes and was fleeing from the mutated monster. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The clown's upper body remained still while his waist twisted as if devoid of bones, evading the incoming bullet. He glanced towards a neighboring rooftop, where a female night watchman aimed her weapon at him, smoke curling from its muzzle. The clown's grin widened, and with a peculiar expression, he disregarded the threat of the gun and leapt from the warehouse roof. Angel fired 2 shots in pursuit of his silhouette, seemingly hitting the target, yet failing to halt the adversary's advance. The Joker executed a roll upon landing, a flare erupting once more as he evaded a bullet shot by Borja, his body reappearing amidst the smoke mere meters away, now only a few strides from Loretta, who clutched the notebook. A piercing scream resonated through the air. The hollowed-out real Biber seemed to awaken from his slumber, howling in agony, his body radiating a blinding light as if ignited from within. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The distorted monstrosity exploded into fragments. Chapter 55, The Joker. Angel stood in stunned silence, gazing at the desolate space below. The battlefield, once chaotic yet comprehensible, now lay in utter disarray. The towering real Biber, over 2 meters tall and weighing an estimated 300 kilograms, had detonated after Loretta extracted the Antigonist notebook. His grotesque flesh shattered more thoroughly than the dockworker he had ripped apart. Countless pieces of meat, entrails, and viscous substances surged forth with a violent shockwave, engulfing everyone present. The tuxedo-clad Joker, attempting to seize the notebook, faced the explosion head-on and was instantly propelled backward. However, what crashed into the warehouse wall was a flaming paper figure, and under the flames, the Joker had vanished without a trace. The other night watchman fared no better. Dunn, having approached real Biber to subdue him, was thrown several meters away by the shockwave, colliding with a nearby wooden crate, his body twitching momentarily before collapsing. Leonard's situation was the direst. As he attempted to control real Biber with the Midnight Poet's abilities, he was injured by the wailing, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, incapacitated on ground. He had been blasted to a corner of the open space by the explosion, fresh blood pooling around him. Klein, positioned farthest from the epicenter of the blast, seemed relatively unscathed, struggling to rise from the ground, shaking his head in a bid to regain consciousness. Quickly assessing the situation, Angel leaped from the rooftop, descending gracefully like an assassin, resolved to assist the gravely injured Leonard first. She had not forgotten the tuxedoed joker who had managed to escape. However, this adept fugitive should have sustained injuries as well, and had yet to appear to snatch the Antigonus notebook. Ah, the notebook. Her gaze swept across the ground, littered with shattered flesh and entrails, and discovered the ancient, mysterious tome, now stained with real Biber's bodily fluids, lying quietly beside a mutilated arm, resembling something a dog had gnawed upon. Was it the dockworkers or real Bibers? Suppressing the rising urge to vomit, Angel turned her attention to Klein, who stood nearby, seemingly frozen in shock. Klein, protect the notebook. I'll check on Leonard. The dust-covered Klein, his tattered bowler hat and coat appearing as if he had just emerged from a storm, stood motionless, his eyes vacant, his legs contorted in an odd pose, as though he were a dancer paused mid-performance. Could it be? She noticed sealed object 2. 049, the iron box containing the Antigonus puppet, lying less than a meter from Klein's feet. Perhaps due to Dunn's earlier shooting and real Biber's cataclysmic explosion, the box had sustained a significant crack, and the puppet's small, cloth-wrapped hands were clawing at the fissure, as if eyes within were peering out at the world. Had Klein been ensnared by 2. 049? For how long? Angel bit her lip in frustration. When she had looked down from above, she had mistakenly believed Klein was dazed from the shockwave of the explosion. Little did she know that this unfortunate soul had been caught within the 5-meter effective range of 2. 049 due to the blast. The pressing question now was whether there was still time to rescue him. Disregarding the need to assist the severely injured Leonard, Angel strode directly towards the immobilized Klein, halting approximately 6 meters away from 2. 049 and about 5 meters from Klein. She recalled the changes in sealed object 2. 049 when it sensed the presence of the Antigonus family heir in real Biber's home. Now, in a place saturated with real Biber's essence 2. 049 was undoubtedly still in a frenzied state, meaning it could control 2 targets simultaneously. Though eager to save him, risking her own safety would be futile. Currently, she was the only one capable of action. If she carelessly ventured into the effective range of the sealed object, she might become the second sacrifice before she could even save Klein. The only viable course of action was to find a stick exceeding 2. 049's influence range to prod Klein and awaken him. No, there was also that tuxedo joker. As this thought crossed her mind, she seemed to hear the faint, secretive sound of footsteps. Yet, aside from herself and the rigid Klein, there were no other figures standing nearby. It appeared the tuxedo joker had activated his ability to conceal himself. Was he preparing to strike her? Or was he targeting Klein, who was as good as a living target? Angel gripped her gun with one hand, her mind racing, her eyes scanning the direction of the footsteps. The notebook, the Antigonus family's notebook, the tome that Loretta had extracted from real Biber's body, captivated her attention. The tuxedo joker seemed to be aimlessly provoking the night watchman, yet his true objective had always been this book. At this moment, she cursed herself for not having stayed up late to craft a few phosphorescent projectiles. Had she brought such specialized ammunition for dealing with invisible foes, she would not have found herself in this precarious situation. Alas, regretting now was futile. She could only fire 2 shots based on her intuition, aiming in the general direction of the footsteps and the notebook. Bang! Bang! As expected, this blind shooting had little chance of hitting its mark, but the 2 shots successfully halted the Joker's advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Angel dashed toward the Antigonus notebook. Disregarding the repugnant, viscous liquid of red and yellow covering its cover, grasping it firmly. Less than 5 meters ahead, the air shimmered as if heated, like an invisible curtain being drawn back, revealing the Joker's gaunt figure. To call him the tuxedo joker was no longer fitting. He resembled a beggar who had stumbled upon tattered garments. His attire, once suitable for a high-class soiree, was now tattered and torn from the prior explosion. One sleeve completely missing, revealing a form-fitting white shirt stained with specks of blood. His silk top hat was nowhere to be found, and the clown makeup on his face was now marred with red streaks. At this moment, his mouth was drawn down in a scowl, rage evident in his eyes, which were emphasized by the crimson paint, fixed intently upon Angel. Snap! With a click of his fingers, invisible bullets materialized, hurtling towards her at a velocity rivaling that of physical projectiles. Bang, 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 as shots rang out one after another. Angel finally understood the helplessness experienced by the night watchman who had battled the Joker before, even at a distance of less than 10 meters. He could twist his body or leap to evade the bullets aimed at him with perfect precision. Was it his reaction speed? Or perhaps a special ability bestowed by some potion? Fortunately, the mere presence of her firearm deterred the Joker from pursuing further. He veered away from the effective range of 2:49, tracing an arc away from Angel. Did he comprehend the sealed object's effects? Click. The trigger clicked empty. Having exhausted all the bullets, and Angel still failed to land a hit on the nimble Joker. With one hand clutching the notebook, she could not reload. So she discarded the empty gun and drew a backup pistol from her armpit. However, this delay allowed the Joker to maneuver around the influence range of 2:49, positioning himself behind Klein. Now the two stood in a straight line, encircling the effective range of 2:49, with Klein in a state of complete stagnation at the center, separated by a distance of 10 meters. Angel attempted to circumvent Klein, but the Joker was highly alert, immediately mirroring her movements, hiding behind Klein's form. The two individuals resembled cowboys poised for a duel, inching around Klein while continuously adjusting their positions in search of an opportunity. My sole task is to retrieve that notebook. Toss it to me, and I shall depart immediately. The Joker's voice, slightly high-pitched, wafted through the air. You still have ample time to save him. This is a matter of necessity. Your superior won't hold it against you. How can you assure me that after acquiring the notebook, you won't eliminate us? Angel feigned hesitation, her feet in constant motion as she attempted to maneuver around Klein, seeking a vantage point to strike. I cannot guarantee that, but I can assure you of another point. If you do not promptly hand over the notebook, I shall eliminate this fool first and then engage you in a fair duel. The Joker raised one hand to adjust his top hat while snapping his fingers, causing an invisible bullet to strike the ground at Klein's feet, creating a shallow crater. Unfortunately, the elusive hat eluded his grasp, rendering his dramatic gesture rather absurd in execution. This position can at most hit his hand, and, given his vigilance, it is nearly impossible to land a shot. Angel observed the Joker's futile attempts to shoot from behind Klein, each effort thwarted by the lack of opportunity. If only someone else could assist. If you kill him, I will immediately toss the notebook beside the box. You shall not lay your hands on it. While feigning compliance with the Joker, Angel cast a furtive glance around, noting several injured sentinels either unconscious or moaning, with no one available for immediate support. At that moment, she noticed Klein's once vacant eyes seemed to regain some spark as he blinked at her. Can someone affected by 2:49 still blink? As she pondered this, Klein subtly twitched his mouth, seemingly wary of the Joker behind him, his movements so slight that only the keenest observer, like Angel, could perceive it. Could it be that he had shaken off the adverse effects? Though the means of his recovery eluded her, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to break the stalemate. How about this? I will drop the notebook at his feet. You assist me in rescuing him, and then you can take the notebook and leave. To divert the Joker's attention from Klein's apparent revival, Angel proposed this suggestion casually. Do you take me for a fool? Should you dare to do that, I will immediately put a hole in his head. The Joker seemed incensed, raising his right hand, pinching his thumb and middle finger together, preparing to unleash an invisible bullet. Klein, his back turned, blinked again, then shifted his gaze to the ground beneath him. He signaled for the utilization of the ceiling object 2:49. Realizing the implication, Angel acted without hesitation, tossing the antigonous notebook toward Klein's feet, just as 2:49 activated. Klein simultaneously crouched down, narrowly evading the Joker's irate shot aimed at him. The sounds of a snap and the discharge of a revolver resonated simultaneously, as both invisible and tangible bullets soared over Klein's head. The former grazed Angel's left shoulder, piercing her trench coat and leaving a trail of blood, while the latter penetrated the Joker's right chest, creating a grotesque wound that traversed through and through. What a scoundrel! How had he managed to awaken? The Joker's eyes widened in shock, momentarily abandoning his assault on the two. He clutched the wound on his chest with one hand, wiping away the fatal injury as if it were a mere stain, revealing a gruesome gash beneath. With his other hand, he snapped his fingers, seemingly conjuring flames between his fingers. Failure was imminent. Escape was now the only option. Antigonus, the only remaining eye capable of movement, shifted towards the ground, where the iron box that had been several meters away now loomed beside him, its cracked surface revealing a pair of pitch-black, soulless voids staring back at him. Chapter 56, concluding the battle. With a swift motion, Klein, having rolled out of 2049's influence, felt the adrenaline dulling his pain receptors as the searing sensation in his left shoulder finally registered. Ignoring the still bleeding wound, he approached the area 5 meters away from 2049 and the Joker, who was under its control. The sealing object had just demonstrated its formidable power. After Klein crouched, he executed a circular kick, sending 2049 hurtling towards the Joker. The moment the Joker entered its range, he was immediately subjected to its negative effects, unable to execute even a snap. Angel had no desire to experience this effect herself. She positioned herself outside the sealing object's influence, raised her firearm, and aimed at the Joker, who was now rigidly maintaining a comical pose, one hand resting on his shoulder while the other pinched together his thumb and middle finger. His eyes tracked Angel with excruciating slowness before the light within them faded, rendering him unresponsive to external stimuli. Dunn and the others had not informed her of the state one would enter under complete control of 2049. It could be that one remained in the same pose until death or became a puppet of Antigonus, fulfilling its quest for the lineage of its family. Yet, she dare not take that risk. With this realization, Angel unhesitatingly aimed for the Joker's head rather than any non-fatal areas. Prior to pulling the trigger, she glanced at Klein beside her. Seeing no objection from him, she decisively squeezed the trigger. Had the situation been ordinary, Angel would have first targeted the chest for a higher hit rate before following up with a shot to the head. However, the Joker now resembled a living target, and she fired directly at his head, unleashing 2 consecutive shots. Just as the Joker had threatened her earlier, to put a hole in Klein's head. The demon-hunting bullets certainly lived up to their price. The .038 caliber boasted ample power, with the 2 rounds piercing the Joker's forehead, leaving 2 finger-sized bullet holes. Upon exiting through the occipital region, the wounds had expanded to the size of 2 fists, obliterating a significant portion of the occipital bone and taking with it a considerable amount of brain tissue. Without needing to check, Angel was well aware that this fiend was beyond salvation. 2049 appeared uninterested in lifeless targets. As the Joker's now lifeless body succumbed to the absence of the sealing object's adverse influence, collapsing to his knees and leaning forward, his body crumpling to the ground as dark crimson blood mingled with the sand, rapidly staining the earth beneath him. Accompanying this was the wave of relief flooding Angel's mind. From Corglan's memories, she learned that this was not the serene comfort of vanquishing an enemy, but rather the digestion of the assassin's potion. This sensation had also emerged when she eliminated Lady Sheeran. Yet at that time, she had been too preoccupied with the recent battle to contemplate it. However, after consecutively slaying 2 extraordinary beings today, her instincts informed her that the potion within her might be on the verge of complete absorption. Yet, the role of the assassin should not be so straightforward. Temporarily setting aside her doubts, Angel turned to Klein, who was staring blankly at the deceased tuxedo-clad Joker before averting his gaze, his brow furrowing in apparent discomfort. "Are you injured?" she inquired, reloading her pistol with curiosity. Klein shook his head. "I merely feel a bit disoriented. It's my first time witnessing a corpse up close." He cast a wary glance toward 2049 beside the Joker's body. "Earlier, when under the influence of the sealing object, I genuinely believed I would perish right then and there. Fortunately, it seems that the Joker shot at my feet and the sand splashed onto my leg. Perhaps that was the reason I awakened from the adverse effects. Could physical contact truly awaken him from 2049's control?" Angel regarded Klein with curiosity until he nervously averted his gaze. "Let us just proceed. We should check on the captain and the others." Angel ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter further, though she was indeed quite curious about how Klein managed to extricate himself from the control of 2049. In any case, the reason he provided was certainly not the actual cause. However, with other night watchers sprawled on the ground in dire need of rescue, she could only defer her inquiries until a later time. After all, once they had rescued everyone, the notebook and the sealed items would be within their grasp. Steering clear of the epicenter of the explosion, Angel approached Leonard, who was groaning and just beginning to open his eyes in a distant corner of the clearing. Seeing Leonard, though bloodied, had regained consciousness, she exhaled a sigh of relief. During the few tense moments of wits against the clown, she had been genuinely fearful that her comrades might succumb to their injuries. Yet it appeared that regardless of which potion they had consumed, all had conferred some degree of fortification to their bodies. Although they were in disarray, some teetering, others bleeding from their noses and mouths, they were all still alive. Observing Klein assisting Dunn Smith in an attempt to rouse him from his daze, and in another direction. Borgia struggling to rise while presenting a small vial to the prostrate Loretta, she extended her hand toward Leonard. "Do you require assistance?" The poet with emerald eyes lay on the ground, his gaze unfocused, as if awakening from a deep slumber, eventually settling upon Angel S.'s face. What was happening? Did Riel Bieber explode? It seemed he was only now recalling the events leading to his unconsciousness, as he reached out toward Angel, slowly inquiring. "Yes, you all were knocked out by the explosion, but fortunately, there appears to be no immediate threat to your lives. At least I believe not." Angel grasped Leonard's hand, yanking him upright. He swayed unsteadily for a moment before finding support against a nearby wooden crate. Removing his tattered gloves, Leonard retrieved a cerulean metal vial from the inner pocket of his coat, shaking it gently before uncapping it, preparing to down its contents. However, noticing Angel's curious gaze upon the vial, he hesitated and lowered it. "Are you injured? If it's serious, I can share some with you. If you can still move, it's best not to drink it. The side effects are quite severe." "What kind of medicine is this?" Angel inquired, genuinely intrigued. She had noticed that Borgia had also handed Loretta a similar vial, suggesting it was a commonly used remedy among the Night Watchers. Perhaps the brief period of their acquaintance with Dunn or Old Neil had not afforded her sufficient insight. The Goddess Gaze, a standardized potion produced by the Church. It possesses certain healing properties, but its primary function is to exploit the body's latent potential, maintaining optimal combat readiness. However, once its effects wear off, one's condition deteriorates significantly, necessitating timely treatment. Leonard patiently elucidated, delicately cradling the blue vial as if it were a precious artifact. For the injured Night Watchers, the Goddess Gaze was indeed a treasure. This aligned with her earlier conjecture that this body still retained a considerable portion of the powers of a Sequence 7 witch. Leonard consumed the entire vial of the Goddess Gaze in one swift motion, visibly revitalizing his spirit. The pallor from blood loss faded, replaced by a flush of color that seemed a tad excessive, akin to the flush from vigorous exertion. Hearing a somewhat familiar term, Angel curiously countered, "The Mysterium Society?" An ancient organization, established in the Quaternary, associated with the fallen nobility of the Solomon Empire. The notebook we are seeking is one they inadvertently lost. Leonard's expression turned serious. They lurk in the shadows, rarely leaving a trace, yet when they strike, they can be exceedingly troublesome. The fellow in the tuxedo who initially ambushed us and later harassed us during the battle with Riel Bieber, his face smeared with grease paint, is indeed a member of the Mysterium Society. He is likely a mid-sequence individual possessing bizarre abilities. Given our current condition, we would likely suffer losses against him. If he were to seize the notebook, today's mission would be in vain. Mid-sequence. So he must be at least an extraordinary being of Sequence 7. Angel recalled several mid-sequence extraordinary beings she had encountered. Dunn Smith, Deli Simone, and the deceased Sharon Hoy, all of whom wielded various formidable and enigmatic abilities. It seemed the tuxedo-clad clown, as another mid-sequence entity, also possessed numerous peculiar extraordinary powers. Among those she had witnessed were the ability to shoot invisible bullets with a snap of his fingers, to appear and disappear amidst flames, to stealthily move while concealing his form, and to transform into a paper figure to evade damage when propelled by an explosion. Ultimately, he had even managed to shift a fatal wound from his chest to a non-lethal position on his shoulder with a mere swipe of his palm. Had he not been entangled with Klein at the boundary of 2049 for the purpose of seizing the Antigonid family's notebook, he would undoubtedly have evaded death with ease. By the way, regarding the notebook, did you locate where it fell? Ms. Loretta had already retrieved it from Riel Bieber, but it now lay within the control range of the sealed item. We need to call someone else to help us retrieve it. Following Angel's gaze, Leonard looked toward the cracked iron box at the center of the clearing, and sure enough, he spotted the ancient, stained notebook not far from it. Nearby lay the tuxedo clown, contorted in an undignified posture, with his knees bent and rear elevated, his upper body sprawled on the ground. Who was that person lying nearby? He was affected by 2049. No, he has already. Leonard quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that his companions were all present before squinting to observe the corpse beside the sealed item. If the Mysterium Society member you mentioned is indeed that tuxedo clown, then we need not worry about him returning. Angel gestured towards the clown's lifeless body. He is deceased. Chapter 57, Cleaning Up the Aftermath. Draped in a tattered coat, his disheveled black hair bearing the marks of the explosion, and his body contorted into an odd position. Leonard found it impossible to connect this corpse to the elusive mid-sequence, extraordinary being from before. Dead? How can that be? Astonished that the tuxedo clown, who had previously navigated the gunfire of numerous night watchers with such ease, had now become a lifeless form, Leonard wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, intending to approach for a closer inspection. Be cautious, too. 049 is nearby. Do not draw too close, Angel warned. 049. So he was affected by the negative effects of the sealed item, which prevented his escape. Leonard frowned, pondering aloud. He tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before continuing. But he is a member of the Mysterium Society. He should be well acquainted with the Antagonid puppet. How could he have wandered into the influence range of a sealed item? Even we wouldn't make such a basic mistake. He certainly understood the sealed item well and had been avoiding its area of effect, but like us, he had a mission to accomplish. His goal was to seize the notebook, which is why he lingered on site. Klein and I collaborated, using this to force him into the negative effect range of 049. Angel did not conceal the crucial assistance Klein had provided in eliminating the tuxedo clown, but refrained from mentioning his ability to independently dispel the influence of 049. After all, this was merely her observation, lacking concrete evidence, and could only be set aside for the time being. Besides, who didn't harbor a few secrets? Angel noticed Klein, who was assisting Dunn while rummaging through his pockets, and remarked, "It seems Klein is also searching for the goddess gaze. Do you still have any left?" "None. Each person was allotted only one vial. Did you think it was some cheap commodity?" He turned to check on Borja's group, suggesting if they shared a vial, they might have some left. He approached the duo of Beckland Night Watchers, who were now helping each other to stand, while Angel moved alongside Klein to assist him in propping up Dunn. "Captain, there's no blue metal vial in his inner pocket," Klein stated after searching all of Dunn Smith's pockets, failing to locate the described cerulean metal vial. "It's possible I may have forgotten to bring it. No matter. I will rest for a bit. You all go and find the notebook." Dunn spoke slowly and deliberately, propped up by the support of the two individuals beside him. One hand pressed against the ground while the other gingerly touched the back of his head, where a noticeable bump had formed from the recent explosion. "I forgot to bring the medicine. This is the captain I am familiar with." "You are? Miss Granger?" Had he sustained a head injury that affected his memory? Angel glanced towards Klein, finding a similar concern mirrored in his eyes. Fortunately, Leonard swiftly approached from the direction of Borja, clutching a sky-blue metal vial containing the goddess's gaze. "Thank goodness I arrived in time to snatch half a bottle from Lady Loretta," he remarked, "but this quantity should suffice." "Captain, I hope you don't mind?" Dunn accepted the potion handed to him by Leonard, disregarding the fact that the metal container had been previously used by others, and raised it to his lips, drinking it in one swift motion. In mere seconds, the confusion in his gray eyes began to dissipate. Whether the headache had eased was uncertain, but he no longer clutched the back of his head. "I apologize for forgetting to bring the medicine," he said, shaking his head, without relying on assistance. He stood up and surveyed the scene, quickly assessing the situation. "I failed to anticipate that the uncontrolled Riel Bebo would explode after the notes departed from its body." And with such immense force, he frowned as he gazed at the scattered remnants of Riel Bebo, then shifted his focus to the sealing artifact 049 and the Antigonus notes nearby. As for the extraordinary individual from the Mysterium, he gestured towards Angel and Klein. Dunn raised an eyebrow, recognizing the tattered remains of the tailcoat clown's corpse in the vicinity. "Well done, but I expect a detailed account of how you achieve this later." Only after regrouping with his fellow watchers did they dare to approach the negative effect zone of 049. Unsurprisingly, the area was littered with dismembered fragments of Riel Bebo, and the sealing artifact remained in a state of rage. Dunn and Borja, who ventured within a 5-meter radius, were immediately beset by the adverse effects, their limbs gradually slowing and succumbing to a state of lethargy. Klein and Leonard, who followed closely, promptly patted their shoulders, dispelling the control. The Antigonus puppet had nearly extricated itself from the cracked iron box, its arms, wrapped in brownish cloth strips, flailing towards the nearby Antigonus notes. During this brief interval, 049 managed to ensnare 4 more individuals, though the vigilant watchers assisted one another in breaking free from its grasp. Securing the iron box's lock, Borja reactivated the emblem of the goddess of night upon it, creating an invisible barrier that isolated the cracked iron box from spiritual interference. Sighing in relief, Borja remarked to the now quiet 049, "Let us keep it at a distance for now. We have much to do." Captain Dunn Smith commanded as he picked up the filthy, antigonous notes that had fallen to the ground, dusting off the dirt from the cover before opening the black hardcover and flipping through its pages. Quickly confirming the authenticity of the notes, he closed the cover and, disregarding the grime, tucked the notes under his arm. The less injured Loretta stood guard outside the sealing artifact's effect range, preventing anyone from approaching the scene. The remaining individuals accompanied Dunn into the warehouse from earlier to search, but unfortunately, the dimly lit space revealed nothing of particular note aside from a pile of mangled human remains. It appears there was more than one victim, Leonard stated, feigning calmness, though his pallor clearly indicated that his condition was not merely due to blood loss. The others shared similarly grim expressions, as the pervasive stench of decay made lingering unpleasant. What were we searching for? Klein inquired, puzzled. Extraordinary substances left behind by Riel Bebo, or rather, materials, Leonard replied, kicking aside a dirt-encrusted chunk of flesh. He must have been attempting to ascend using the power of the notes prior to his mutation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, certain parts of his body would accumulate extraordinary power upon his death. Much like Lady Sharon before, Angel interjected, recalling the mysterious object resembling an eye that appeared beside Lady Sharon's corpse. Do mutated monsters also exude extraordinary characteristics upon death? Precisely, Dunn Smith responded, abruptly striding forward and squatting beside an open space, prompting the others to gather around. Among the various remnants of Riel Bebo lay a palm-sized, grayish-white substance, eerily reminiscent of the fluid expelled from the mutated creature when struck by a bullet, though it appeared more compact, with a rough surface riddled with crevices, akin to an enlarged walnut or, perhaps, a shrunken brain. This must be it. Dunn attempted to grasp the grayish substance with his gloved right hand, but while it seemed solid, it behaved like a liquid, quickly spreading out and dripping between his fingers before congealing again. Does anyone have a cigarette case? Or a bullet box? After several unsuccessful attempts, he looked up at those around him. Angel, having just received a metal box for storing demon-hunting bullets from old Neil that very morning, promptly produced it and handed it to Dunn. With a container now available, Dunn carefully pinched the grayish substance again, tossing it into the metal box before it could drip away. After securely stowing away the box containing the extraordinary material from Riel Bebo, Dunn stood again, addressing the group, particularly the newly joined Angel and Klein. Should you encounter similar matters during a mission, or if you happen to slay an extraordinary being, do not overlook these materials. They may serve as significant components rich in spiritual essence or clues to the case. However, should an ordinary person come into contact with them, it often signifies another incident involving extraordinary powers. Angel's breath hitched as she recalled the assassin she had slain earlier on the rooftop. Due to the urgency of the situation, she had not had the opportunity to deal with the corpse, which now lay abandoned to the sun's merciless rays. Chapter 58, Deception. Following Angel's indication, Leonard and Borja quickly located the assassin's corpse. The deceased assassin indeed matched the appearance on the wanted poster. He had been shot in the jaw, the bullet traversing his brain, resulting in instant death. We also discovered these on the rooftop, Leonard stated, handing Dunn a glossy, grape-sized or resembling an eyeball. Angel felt a resemblance to the primary ingredient of the assassin's potion from her memories, though not entirely consistent. Borja, meanwhile, held up a dagger and a dull silver shard. The former was a common double-edged short dagger, its handle significantly worn, yet the blade was meticulously maintained and remarkably sharp. The latter was etched with various hermetic incantations and symbols, its material no longer gleaming pure silver, but rather resembling oxidized tin. This should be the talisman used by the assassin. The incantation he recited to activate it was hermetic frost, capable of plunging the surroundings into extreme cold, impairing mobility within a radius of fewer than 10 meters. Angel explained as she accepted the silver shard. Frost, Dunn repeated, recognizing it as a spell likely crafted by another extraordinary being for the assassin's use. The Mysterium's extraordinary members had not displayed similar abilities in previous battles. He seemed more adept at wielding illusions and fire in combat. Indeed, it is likely a witch or a higher-tier extraordinary being. Lady Sharon had previously employed the power of frost in battle, though it is also possible that other tiers possess similar abilities, Angel analyzed. She had nearly confirmed that this stemmed from a witch's capabilities, suggesting that a mid-tier extraordinary being was likely backing this assassin. The witch cult? Leonard quickly deduced. Not necessarily, but this warrants reporting. Dunn contemplated for a moment before taking the used talisman from Angel's hand for a closer examination. Gathering the extraordinary items left behind by the assassin along with the silver coins, the group meticulously combed through the entire area once more. Yet they found no additional useful clues or possessions. By this time, it was already afternoon, and numerous residents and dockworkers were moving about outside the warehouse. The fierce gunfire and explosions from the earlier battle had drawn the attention of many nearby inhabitants. However, the dockworkers, who were accustomed to the hardships of life, were not foolish enough to approach the warehouse out of curiosity. With Leonard at the wheel, Angel Duncline and Borgia sat inside the vehicle surrounding 2049. After reactivating the seal on the iron box, the Antigonus puppet would no longer control two individuals simultaneously, allowing them to engage in intermittent conversation amidst their sluggish state. Surprisingly, it was Borgia, who had been taciturn during their earlier encounter, that broke the silence. Angel had always perceived him as such, yet now it seemed that his silence was merely an instinctual response from this scarred night watchman when faced with unfamiliar colleagues. "I'm quite curious. How did you manage to dispose of that clown from the Order of the Secret? That fellow seemed to move with ease amidst the hail of bullets, and I even suspected he might be of Sequence 7. Borgia appeared to have contemplated this question for quite some time, and after placing 2049 in the center of the vehicle, he immediately posed it. "Angel, why don't you share your account first?" Dunn chimed in. It was indeed reasonable for them to question how two Sequence 9 individuals, one of whom lacked any direct combat capabilities, could have jointly subdued an extraordinary being who was likely of Sequence 7. Angel had no intention of concealing the sequence of events. The clown from the Order had sustained significant injuries and was preoccupied with thoughts of seizing the notebook, which led to his lapse in focus, allowing 2049 to take control. There was nothing in this that her teammates could not know. The only concern lay in. She glanced at Klein, who sat across from her, his expression calm as he stretched his arms, seemingly oblivious to the matter at hand. Their captain had already lost consciousness upon landing, and Leonard was in the worst condition, only recovering after her assistance. Larota and Borgia had also fallen on the opposite side of the open space and had been unable to rise. After assessing the risks, Angel decided to help Klein conceal the information regarding his ability to independently dispel the negative state imposed by 2049. Having prepared a rough outline in her mind, she began recounting the events to Dunn and Borgia. That clown from the Order used Klein's body as a shield and demanded I surrender the notebook. I attempted to bypass Klein to attack him, but he was incredibly agile and highly vigilant, and I could not land hit, despite the obvious prelude to his attacks. Did you two find yourselves in a stalemate? Dunn inquired, no longer bending his arm, as if he had discerned something amiss. Angel nodded. Stalemate was unfavorable for him. After all, you could regain your senses at any moment and join the fray. He grew increasingly desperate, demanding a hand over the notebook, threatening to kill Klein otherwise. I thought to buy some time, so I threw the Antigonus notebook towards Klein, hoping that the collision with an external object might awaken him. In the worst-case scenario, the notebook would be protected within the range of 2049's effects, preventing it from being easily seized by the Order. From this point, Angel's account diverged from the actual events. She hoped Klein would be sharp enough to pick up on her lead. She looked at Klein, who appeared to be deep in thought, his outstretched right arm gradually coming to a halt. No, he is affected by the seal and has entered a sluggish state. Dunn pointed out the flaw in her narrative. But this thrown object is different. Angel interjected, blocking Borgia's attempt to touch Klein, gesturing towards the Antigonus notebook resting on Dunn's lap. Dunn glanced at Klein, who had succumbed to rigidity, and nodded thoughtfully. He picked up the notebook and gently tossed it onto Klein's lap. Like those who had previously been awakened through direct contact, Klein's previously motionless arm resumed its normal movement, his gaze returning to clarity after a moment of confusion. Yes, indeed, at that moment, Angel revived me with the notebook while behind me. The infuriated extraordinary from the Order was preparing to kill me with those invisible bullets, and 2049 was right beneath my feet. He naturally continued the conversation. Excellent, you connected well. Angel mentally commended Klein for his quick wit. The subsequent account was narrated by Klein, and until Angel decisively shot the affected clown from the Order, it remained true to the actual events. The fact that Klein had freed himself from the influence of the sealed object was tacitly interpreted as a testament to the uniqueness of the Antigonus notebook. Then, it seems your luck is quite remarkable. If the Antigonus notebook had been unable to dispel the effects of the Antigonus puppet, Mr. Moretti would have likely perished under the Order's gunfire. Borgia remarked, quietly listening to their exchange. Klein forced a grim smile. I have always been fortunate. But surely you do not rely solely on luck? Dunn turned to Angel, his gray eyes revealing not doubt, but certainty. Indeed, I sensed something amiss when Railbeaver approached the sealed object 2049 several times. He was entirely unaffected by its effects. It was until I grappled with the clown from the order over the notebook that I inadvertently entered the range of the sealed object while holding the notebook. Yet I was not controlled by the frenzied sealed object, which confirmed my suspicions. Angel had indeed speculated about the notebook's ability to resist the effects of 2049, but she had not dared to test such an unreliable hypothesis during battle. The actual confirmation of the notebook's effects occurred when Dunn boarded the vehicle with the notebook in hand. From that moment, Dunn had not been affected by 2049, while the other three had been repeatedly controlled several times. However, since Dunn himself had verified the notebook's effects, she did not mind subtly deceiving her captain to help her new teammate conceal his secrets, provided that Klein's secrets would not pose a threat to herself, the night watchman, or other ordinary individuals. At least for now, Klein seemed to be a diligent night watchman, even though he had not been officially appointed. He had already participated in several missions, and it was said that his contributions were significant in locating the Antigonus notebook. Chapter 59, Completion of Digestion. Larota and Borja, the two night watchmen from the Beckland district, would depart from Tingen tomorrow, taking 2049 and the Antigonus notebook on the earliest steam train to Beckland. Due to the nature of the sealed object, 2 more members of the Night Watch would be sent from Beckland tonight to assist. This newly initiated extraordinary night watchman seemed to harbor many secrets, having been influenced by the sealed object 2049 during today's operation, yet managing to break free from its control without external assistance. Although Angel had concealed this matter from Dunn and the others, it did not mean she could readily accept it. Perhaps she should find an opportunity for a detailed conversation with him. Unfortunately, by the time they left the Blackthorn Security Company that evening, she had not found a chance to speak with him privately. Of course, Angel held some doubts regarding the accuracy of the information relayed by the gossip-loving Miss Rosen. After all, facing death for the first time on the battlefield, one could understandably exhibit a degree of discomfort. During her previous life, when she first witnessed a human die before her eyes, her reaction was far worse than Klein's. The more one kills, the more accustomed one becomes. Upon reflecting on this, Angel became acutely aware of her current identity as an ordinary individual who has recently ascended to the ranks of the extraordinary. She found herself exhibiting a rather unsettling calmness in the face of combat and killing. Although the other night watchers seemed to harbor no suspicions, it might be prudent to concoct some excuses as a facade in the future. Initially, she had presumed these costs were merely for her to bear, but she learned from Leonard that damaged attire and items incurred during missions could be reimbursed, provided they did not exceed reasonable prices. The term reimbursement, a creation of the great Emperor Russell, resonated with an enchanting allure. The crimson moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie red glow upon the streets of Tingen. Having resided in this world for half a month, she had grown accustomed to the moonlight, which was unlike that of Earth, no longer feeling the dread and unease she had initially experienced. After conducting her customary inspection of the paper wedged in the door, confirming that no intruders had trespassed, Angel felt at ease as she entered the living room. She carelessly tossed her newly purchased garments onto the sofa, igniting the gas lamp on the wall, allowing the warm light to dispel the chill within the room. Only at this moment could she afford to relax her mind and reflect upon the 2 battles she had engaged in that day, as well as the myriad of questions that plagued her thoughts. The combat itself was rather unremarkable. Although Angel was merely a Sequence 9 assassin, she had inherited the entirety of her previous life's combat experience. She firmly believed that her skills in battle were not inferior to those of the lower, and even mid-series extraordinary individuals. Perhaps the only deficiency lay in the extraordinary abilities bestowed by potions. Recalling the enigmatic capabilities of the Tuxedo Joker from the Secret Society, she instinctively clenched her fists. In comparison to Dunn Smith's nightmares and Dolly Simone's spirit communication, Angel deemed this potion sequence, which possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities along with agile movement, to be the most fitting for herself. Regrettably, no prisoners had been left alive to ascertain the sequence of her adversaries. He had perished, ambushed by another assailant, whose face was smeared with strange paint. Whether it was a peculiar trait of the Secret Society or a requirement for the role remained unknown. Of course, once a sequence is chosen, it cannot be altered, extraordinary individuals consuming potions from other sequences would only spiral into chaos or even death. Now that she had embraced her role as an assassin, there was no turning back, no alternative path to tread. Furthermore, upon her promotion to witch, the assassin sequence would grant her access to a plethora of formidable abilities, controlling frost and fire, becoming invisible, casting curses. The attempt on her life by Lady Sharon, a Sequence 6 assassin who infiltrated the Blackthorn Security Company, exemplified the extraordinary path of an assassin. In terms of agility, she may not rival the Tuxedo Joker, who could vanish and reappear in an instant through fire, yet her offensive capabilities undoubtedly surpassed his. Their first encounter had transpired in the Labor Mutual Aid Association warehouse in the dock area, where Angel had been commissioned to stealthily retrieve a ring, crossing paths with him as he sought to steal the chairman's ledger. Their second meeting occurred today, again in the dock area, where this assassin had been covertly trailing the Night Watcher team, attempting to seize the lost Antigonus family manuscript, while the Tuxedo Joker engaged the main forces. Another gunman disguised as a dock worker sought opportunities to slay or injure the Night Watchers. This assassin evidently had his own mission, perhaps to assist the Tuxedo Joker in snatching the manuscript or to lie in wait for an opportune moment to strike. Unfortunately, when he encountered Angel upon the rooftop, he was outmatched and met his demise at her hands. Had Angel not provided cover for the main forces below, Dunn could have been injured in the gunman-s assault, and without the Sequence 7 nightmare to control the mutated Real Beber, that singular threat might have sufficed to decimate the entire Night Watcher team. Naturally, the mutation of Real Beber into an uncontrollable beast must have taken the secret society by surprise. The panicked gunman, fleeing into the warehouse, perhaps in a desperate attempt to secure the manuscript, had instead become prey, devoured by Real Beber. While the Tuxedo Joker distracted the Night Watcher team during their battle with Real Beber, his actions seemed to reflect spontaneous decision-making rather than a predetermined plan. Had they been plotting this from the outset, they would not have appeared so beleaguered. The sole lingering question remained: was this assassin merely a lackey of the secret society? Or did he represent a collaboration between the witching sect and the secret society? If the witching sect were indeed involved, it would signify that, following Lady Sharon's demise, they had once again extended their reach into Tingen. 3 extraordinary individuals had already fallen at her hands. Lady Sharon was confirmed as a member of the witching sect, and today's assassin bore a charm crafted by a witch, likely indicating a connection to the witching sect. The secret society appeared to maintain close ties with them. The Tuxedo Joker, an extraordinary member of the society, had also perished at the hands of his own weapon. Conjecturing that she had likely been marked by the witching sect, a chill crept down Angel's spine. In her prior anticipations, she had believed that after joining the Night Watchers, these unofficial extraordinary individuals would exercise caution in her presence. However, the brazen assault by the secret society against the Night Watcher team today revealed that they could not be gauged by ordinary reasoning. One could not rule out the possibility of another daring individual emerging from the witching sect, akin to Lady Sharon, willing to trespass into the Night Watcher's base. The only path to enhance her survival lay in swiftly augmenting her own strength. The most direct means of achieving this was through the use of potions for advancement. The formula for the next sequence of the assassin, the Instigator Potion, resided in the recesses of Angel's mind. Although the primary ingredients were costly, they were not insurmountable to procure. If necessary, she could even apply through the church's channels, as long as she could swiftly assimilate the current sequence-s potion. She recalled the exhilaration she felt after slaying the Tuxedo Joker earlier that day. It resembled the sensation she had experienced during her memories of Cordlander's portrayal of an assassin, where each successful assassination allowed her to digest a portion of the potion within. Yet, there was a subtle distinction. According to Lady Sharon's teachings to Korg, and Korg's reflections during his role as an assassin, the digestion effect of the potion was most potent when the assassin executed a planned, premeditated kill. However, Angel's elimination of the Tuxedo Joker did not truly constitute an assassination. At best, it could be described as a counter-assassination. Yet, the process of digesting the potion within her body was undeniably real, indicating the success of her portrayal. Was it possible that assassination was not confined to active murder, but that surviving and retaliating against a premeditated attack could also fulfill the role of an assassin? Lady Sharon had secretly infiltrated the Night Watcher stronghold, attempting to assassinate the defector Korglander, only to be thwarted when he detected her invisibility and joined forces with the Night Watchers to eliminate her. An unnamed assassin lay in wait atop a rooftop, prepared to strike down a solitary member of the Night Watchers, yet was forced into a desperate situation, revealing his cover and meeting a swift end. The tuxedo Joker toyed with the Night Watchers, mere steps away from seizing the manuscript, only to be thwarted by a binding object, ultimately falling to the hands of two Sequence 9 individuals. To lie in wait for an opportunity, to disrupt the plans of others, and to dispatch one's adversary amidst their shock and regret. Could this not also define an assassin? The most astute of assassins can emerge in the guise of their target. At the moment of this realization, Angel felt as if she heard the shattering of glass containers echoing in her mind, as something within her rapidly dissolved and expanded, filling her torso and limbs. A spiritual sensation stirred, as if some entity were observing her from outside the window. Yet, all that lay beyond was the foreboding street, shrouded in ominous red moonlight. The ethereal disturbance seemed but an illusion, and the ephemeral sensation within her quickly dissipated. Her assassin potion had been fully digested. Chapter 60, bidding farewell to the binding object. The speed at which she had digested the assassin potion was entirely beyond Angel's expectations. Based on the information she had gleaned through subtle inquiries with other Night Watchers, it typically took over 3 years for a Sequence 9 extraordinary individual to fully master the power of their internal potions. This process required a profound understanding of the potion's properties, along with a modicum of talent and fortune. Most extraordinary individuals remain confined to Sequence 9 for the entirety of their lives, finding it arduous to progress further. However, mastering the art of role-playing alters the narrative. Lady Sherlin imparted the nuances of this craft to Corglange without reservation, sharing considerable insights into the assassin's role. Even so, it took Korg approximately 6 months to transition from a Sequence 9 assassin to an instigator, during which he adeptly played the assassin's role to eliminate no fewer than 10 targets. According to Lady Sherlin, this was already indicative of exceptional talent. As for myself, Korg perished in the early hours of June 28th, and I traversed into this world around the same time, assuming the identity of Angel Granger, a Sequence 9 assassin. Today is July 12th. In a mere fortnight, I have assimilated the assassin's potion and am poised to ascend to Sequence 8. Angel harbors no doubt that if a potion for instigators were before her now, consuming it would instantly elevate her status. Even with the assassin's experience of Korg Granger at my disposal, this is astonishingly swift. She does not attribute this phenomenon to the so-called benefits of being a transmigrator. Rather, the issue likely resides within her own physique. Perhaps this body has previously and wholly digested the assassin's potion, or maybe Korg's past portrayals still bear fruit. These possibilities are traceable, yet remain uncertain. Angel pondered repeatedly, but failed to arrive at a definitive conclusion, thus setting these queries aside. It was then that she recognized the significance of a mentor in the arcane arts. Even a seemingly malevolent extraordinary like Lady Sherlin could significantly benefit Korg with just a modicum of guidance. Among the extraordinary individuals Angel has encountered, only the Watchers possess the expertise to address her inquiries, and she cannot afford to expose her secrets to their scrutiny. Perhaps raising these questions at the tarot gathering would be prudent. Ms. Justice, who has also just become extraordinary, may not be of much assistance, but Mr. Hangman appears to be an erudite individual. Though reticent, a suitable exchange of interests might sway him. The members of the tarot gathering are strangers to one another. Even if she were to reveal her secrets, it would not impact her reality. She murmured to herself. If all else fails, she could always enlist Mr. Fool as help. With a mind teeming with questions, Angel arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company the next day, where she encountered the Becklin Watcher team, who had emerged from the basement and were waiting in the reception area. As stoic as ever, Borja held a metal box labeled 2049, its damaged sections affixed with deep crimson seals inscribed with intricate prayers in black ink, indistinguishable from a distance due to the similar colors. Flanking him were 2 unfamiliar men, uniformly attired in dark brown trench coats and half-top hats, their bulging waists suggesting concealed firearms. They resembled bodyguards, solemnly sandwiching Borja in the middle, their seriousness amplified by the potential addition of sunglasses. Unfortunately, the raised arms engaged in stretching exercises undermined the gravity of their presence. The 2 men must have arrived from Beckland to provide support. With no steam trains operating at night, Angel was curious about their mode of travel to Tingen City. Sequence 8's gravedigger, Larota, appeared visibly bored as she trailed behind, seemingly having had a restless night, yawning with one hand, clutching a small wooden box while the other was engaged in stretching. Upon seeing Angel enter the reception area, Her demeanor brightened, her eyes sparkling as she bypassed the other three to approach. Angel initiated a greeting. Fortunately, two more teammates had arrived yesterday. Otherwise, she would have had to borrow two individuals from them to escort the sealed object. The radius of the 2049's effect is approximately 5 meters. In public spaces, particularly on crowded trains, it could easily influence nearby civilians. Thus, at least 3 individuals were required to minimize the impact, and considering potential unforeseen circumstances during the journey. Traveling in a group of 4 was indeed the optimal choice. However, maintaining this arm position from Tingen to Beckland would be quite the challenge. Observing the other 3 casually stretching their arms, she felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, they had sufficient personnel. How did you all arrive? She inquired, recalling that when she encountered them yesterday, it was only Lorota and Borja. Of course, we came in a group of 3 to escort the sealed object. However, upon our arrival in Tingen City, the cathedral urgently summoned El Hassan, as there were pressing matters requiring assistance at Inmat Harbor. Had it not been for your own personnel shortages, the team in Tingen City might have dispatched someone to provide support as well. Inmat Harbor? Angel noted this name she had heard several times before. The medium, Delissimone, was a member of the Watcher team from that port city. Mr. Hangman had also mentioned a craftsman there whom he knew well, from whom extraordinary weapons could be procured. Beckland lies to the southeast of Tingen City, forming an approximately equilateral triangle with Inmat Harbor directly east of Tingen City. The necessity to mobilize personnel from Tingen City to Inmat Harbor for support, rather than dispatching directly from Beckland, raised questions. Was it due to a shortage of personnel in Beckland, or was El Hassan of particular significance? She habitually engaged in a mental brainstorm, yet her current grasp of information was too scant to derive any useful conclusions. Concerned that she might be affected by the 2049, Angel extended her hand to assist. Noticing the other 3 Beckland watchers had already reached the doorway, she hastily added a farewell and hurried to catch up. Farewell. Have they left? Seeing that only Angel remained in the reception area, he emerged from behind the partition, hands in pockets, wearing a light-hearted smile. Fortunately, the captain sent a telegram to Beckland yesterday, requesting 2 more watchers for support. Otherwise, I would have had to endure the embarrassment of being surrounded by other passengers on the train with my arm raised. Damn, my arm is still sore. Perhaps accompanying Miss Lorota to Beckland wouldn't be so bad. It could be considered a business trip. I have yet to visit the capital of the ruined kingdom. They say the city has a population exceeding 1 million. The newspaper claims it has surpassed 5 million, Leonard corrected. It is the largest city on the northern continent, and possibly on par with those in the southern continent. Its area larger than the combined size of 10 Tingen cities. It is indeed worth a visit, provided you're unconcerned about the dreadful air quality there. However, as for Lorota, he smirked, his green eyes lingering on Angel's upper body for several seconds before continuing. Did you know? Yesterday, the captain mentioned Ms. Lorota, saying she had just healed from her injuries and was already out seeking information about the CAFS in Tingen City. As she has 3 favorite things: sweets, coffee, and maids. Maids? Angel repeated, perplexed. Just moments ago, Lorota had mentioned something about CAFS and maids in Tingen, which she had taken to mean an unpleasant encounter in a CAF, not delving further into it. Now, Leonard's strange reference to the term left her puzzled. Indeed, you are familiar with maid CAFS, aren't you? The kind she prefers are well endowed. Stunned into silence for several seconds, Angel finally comprehended the implications behind Leonard's words. Could it be that the usually languid Ms. Lorota, who claimed to be a sharpshooter but preferred close combat during fights, had such inclinations? I'll go fetch Roseanne and the others from the 3rd floor. Oh, and one more thing, the captain mentioned that if you arrived, you should stop by his office. It seems there is a bounty to collect regarding yesterday's battle. A bounty? Watching Leonard's retreating figure toward the stairs, Angel was once again taken aback. Chapter 61. Klein's Invitation. Knock knock. Angel rapped on the office door. Come in, came Dunn's somewhat muffled voice from the other side. Angel opened the door and stepped inside, where Dunsmith sat in his armchair. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and a black waistcoat, his head bowed as he wrote something. A trench coat and a top hat, typically worn on outings, hung on a nearby coat rack. Upon hearing the arrival, he glanced up, set down his fountain pen, and reclined slightly, stretching his body. Encountered the Borgias, have we? He inquired with a hint of amusement, as if fully aware of the situation. Yes, I bid farewell to Lady Loretta. She even extended an invitation for me to visit Beckland when I have the time. Loretta is somewhat unique, but you need not concern yourself overly with that. Noticing the peculiar expression on Dunn's face, he pressed his fingers against his forehead, offering a wry smile as he clarified. Nevertheless, she is a dependable ally. We shall frequently collaborate with the Becklin Parish, and you will come to understand that they are trustworthy individuals in combat. Captain, there is no need to emphasize the combat aspect, Angel interjected, eager to return to the matter at hand. So, Captain, may I inquire as to why I have been summoned to your office? To alleviate this awkwardness for both parties, Dunn swiftly articulated, yesterday during the mission, you were attacked by an armed man in the dock area. In self-defense, while retaliating with your legally carried revolver, you inadvertently killed him. Dunn seemed to recall the reason for Angel's summons. Picking up a file from the desk, he opened it and adopted the tone often used by officers. After Fry dealt with the corpse, it was handed over to the Tingon City Police. Upon comparison, they confirmed that he is indeed the assassin wanted for human trafficking and attempted murder last week in the dock area. This is merely a code name. His true identity is still under investigation, though prospects appear dim. Recently, there have been frequent personnel changes among the kingdom's upper echelons, leading to some chaos in household registration. Old files lack physical descriptions, and new records are updated at a sluggish pace. Apologies for digressing. In any case, the police have confirmed that the deceased is indeed the individual from the wanted notice, thus the bounty of £100 will likely be available in a few days. As Dunn muttered to himself, he handed the open file to Angel, who discovered it to be a formal certificate issued by the Tingon City Police. Apart from some commendatory remarks, its contents aligned with what Dunn had conveyed. Is this not somewhat hasty? Angel remarked, her face betraying her astonishment at the certificate of justifiable homicide she now held. Lady Sharon, the jester of the Mysterium, was killed after attacking an official night watchman. Given that there were numerous witnesses and first-hand experiences, there were no grounds for objection. However, this nameless assassin, whose identity remains undisclosed even in death, was essentially convicted by your own actions. He was wanted and subsequently killed by you after a brief encounter at the Laborers Mutual Aid warehouse. He had not interacted with any other officials, merely attempting to seize your ledger before falling victim to your counterattack. Of course, this individual was evidently a seasoned assassin, and the blood on his hands likely rivals that of Colgrange. He deserved his fate. However, the potential to exploit the loopholes within the official extraordinary system allows one to easily label others as criminals, subsequently eliminating them for bounty rewards. What troubles you? Dunn inquired, observing the myriad expressions crossing Angel's face. You dispatched him single-handedly. According to protocol, half the bounty will be allocated to the Squad's communal funds, while the remainder, should you require it urgently, can be collected from Madame Oleana later. No, I simply, after a moment's hesitation, Angel voiced her thoughts. Upon hearing her question, Dunn chuckled softly. You see, this is our other public identity. The title of inspector is not confined to church archives, but is also recorded within the police department. Half of your salary is funded by them. Thus you are, in essence, one of their own. This grants us the authority to utilize the police system in tracking wanted criminals. Although these powers are subject to various constraints, this warrant was issued after thorough scrutiny, confirming the Laborers Mutual Aid's involvement in human trafficking. However, this does not imply the absence of restrictions or consequences. Should it be discovered later that you lied in regard to pursuing him, manipulating the church or police system for personal gain, you would face appropriate penalties, ranging from demotion to referral to the sanctuary for further judgment. Having finished his explanation in one breath, Dunn rubbed his temples. Noting Angel's stunned expression as he added with a smile, you need not worry excessively. The extraordinary items left behind by his death indeed prove he was an extraordinary individual. And given that he attacked your kind, his demise was entirely justifiable self-defense. Upon absorbing Captain Dunn's elucidation, Angel grasped the church's, or rather the official extraordinary organization's, stance on such incidents. If she were to indiscriminately kill an ordinary person on the street or utilize the church or police system against them, she would likely find herself summoned to the sanctuary's tribunal by the following day. Yet, eliminating an unofficial extraordinary being, like the three she had dispatched, would only bring her accolades, not reproach. By the way, regarding unofficial extraordinary beings, what are the true identity of that jester? Angel recalled the extraordinary individual who had perished by her hand the previous day, a suspected member of the Mysterium with potential Sequence 7 abilities, and inquired further. Leonard followed up with the police department last night and confirmed their temporary base in Tingon City through their rented carriage, but they were quite cautious, swiftly retreating after the mission failed without uncovering further valuable clues. I had old Neil attempt a divination, but the results were akin to those regarding the assassin. Either the clues were too scant or they can interfere with the divination. Dunn shook his head, harboring limited expectations for the subsequent outcomes. As a secret organization established since the previous era, their operational capacity was fitting for their identity. If a single extraordinary being's death led to the capture of other members, it would be utterly unreliable, imperiling their survival over millennia. As for the divination, after old Neil's prior failure concerning the assassin, she had little hope remaining. However, Klein, the diviner, seems to possess a notably high success rate. Could it be related to the name of his potion? Why not let Klein give it a try? As the thought of another diviner in their squad crossed her mind, Angel curiously posed her question. Perhaps due to previous experiences, he was startled upon seeing the jester's corpse yesterday, and forcing a divination might carry the risk of losing control. I didn't let him attempt it. So Roseanne was indeed telling the truth. I shouldn't have doubted her expertise in gossip. Angel mentally apologized to Roseanne, shifting the conversation back to Dunn. Were these experiences related to having encountered similar deaths before? Were they friends or family? It is a more intricate matter. You may wish to inquire with him directly, though it would be best not to do so in the coming days. Dunn appeared somewhat hesitant, ultimately opting to refrain from pursuing the topic further. In any case, this was his first close encounter with the act of killing an enemy. Although he did not wield the weapon himself, experiencing such turmoil is entirely understandable. By saying that, you make me, the one who actually pulled the trigger, appear inexplicably cold-blooded, Angel remarked, observing Dunn's amused expression as he looked at her, seemingly implying something unspoken. Cough. Actually, I did not sleep well last night, nor did I eat properly, worrying about potential retaliation from the Mysterium, and am under Dunn's scrutinizing gaze. She found herself at a loss for words. Knock, knock. Just as the two fell into a thoughtful silence, a knock echoed from the door. Captain, Miss Roseanne said you were looking for me? It was Klein's voice. The sudden appearance of the person in question dispelled the awkward atmosphere between them. Dunn's lips curled into a smile as he addressed Angel. Let us leave it at that for now. When you step out, please invite him in. Upon receiving the captain's order to leave, she hastily exited the room. Outside stood Klein, clad in a black coat and somewhat ill-fitting trousers, leaning on a cane. Compared to the tailcoat he wore yesterday, this slightly worn formal outfit rendered him more reserved. Recalling her own muddy and tattered appearance from the previous day, Angel surmised that he had taken his suit to the tailor for repairs. Upon noticing Angel, Klein paused momentarily, then performed a gentlemanly bow. Good morning, Miss Angel, he greeted. Good morning. The captain is inside. He instructed you to go in directly, Angel replied, returning his salutation. Klein seemed to have more to say, but upon hearing Dunn waiting for him inside, he merely twitched his lips, nodded silently, and passed by Angel to enter the office, closing the door behind him. Rather than leaving the corridor, Angel leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, waiting. In just a few minutes, Klein emerged, spotting Angel leaning against the wall. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. The two did not converse at the threshold of Captain Dunn's office, but instead walked in unison to the far end of the corridor. The sound of Mrs. Orellana's typewriter filtered from another office with the door closed, effectively masking the other sounds outside, while Miss Rosen's mutterings from the reception area suggested she was engrossed in reading the newspaper. Did you need something from me? Angel inquired first. Klein hesitated for a moment before nodding as if he had come to a decision. Yes. May I ask if you're free this Saturday evening, July 14th? Saturday? The day after tomorrow? I should be available. Due to her doubts about Klein's ability to extricate himself from the control of 2049, Angel had been seeking a chance to speak with him privately these past few days. Now that he had extended the invitation, she readily accepted. However, Klein's subsequent words took her by surprise. Wonderful. I have reserved a table at the Silver Crown restaurant for 6 o'clock this Saturday, the one on Daffodil Street. Klein spoke rapidly, as if afraid that slowing down would diminish his courage to continue. You know, my family just moved to Daffodil Street at the beginning of the month, and we've been looking for an opportunity to celebrate. They're all free this Saturday. You saved my life during the operation yesterday, and I thought. He seemed to believe he had made his intentions clear and did not elaborate further, instead looking at Angel with anticipation. Under his gaze, Angel felt somewhat bewildered. She had assumed Klein's invitation was for a more intimate conversation, perhaps to divulge secrets of her own. She had even steeled herself to listen to a carefully concocted lie. To her astonishment, the invitation was for a family celebration instead. With Klein's siblings present, discussing mystical topics would be utterly impossible. Of course, it was also possible that he was using this opportunity to extend an invitation and would seek a private conversation after the celebration. After all, given her current gender, A young man inviting her alone could easily be misconstrued as having ulterior motives. Reflecting on this, Angel hesitated over whether to accept the invitation, but seeing Klein's hopeful expression, she nodded. Very well, I shall be there on time. Chapitre 62, Urgent Mission. Having impulsively accepted Klein's invitation, Angel soon found herself regretting the decision. It was not the candid meeting she had envisioned. However, since she had verbally agreed, Angel did not intend to retract her acceptance. Convincing herself, it was merely a social engagement among colleagues. Following the resolution of the Antigonus family notebook incident, the Night Watch team in Tingen found themselves at a loose end. Aside from routine patrols and assignments, most members were lounging in the break room or reception area, either reading newspapers or engaging in idle chatter. Not wishing to waste time idly waiting, Angel descended to the station's basement to procure some alchemical materials and pistol ammunition from Old Neil. In the dimly lit alchemical chamber, she began crafting special ammunition. Since joining the Night Watch and being issued demon-hunting bullets, her need for storm convergence ammunition had diminished, although the latter boasted superior penetration and damage. Its production was time-consuming and labor-intensive, consuming valuable extraordinary materials from the warehouse. Consequently, she had rarely crafted them in recent days. Conversely, she felt an urgent need for phosphorescent bursts, having recognized their utility during her battle with the tailcoat-clad jester. In this world of extraordinary beings, the ability to conceal oneself was not uncommon. She had encountered it with Lady Sharon the Witch and the unknown jester of indeterminate sequence. Having prepared her materials in the alchemical chamber, Angel adeptly began crafting phosphorescent bursts. She heated the bullets to melt the adhesive, removed the bullet heads, and emptied the casings of their propellant for initial surface treatment with wax. Then, she meticulously inscribed intricate runes and prayers with a ritual dagger, finally marking them with the emblem of the Goddess of Night. Although the Church of Night had yet to require her to submit her method for crafting special ammunition, merely collecting a portion of samples, Angel still took the initiative to prepare ahead. Thus, she employed localized Hermetic script instead of English prayers. Soaking the treated casings in a prepared etching solution, the acidic liquid swiftly corroded the unprotected grooves, creating deep recesses. By filling these indentations with the essence of screaming grass, she could produce charms capable of storing spiritual energy. After successfully creating a batch of etched casings, Angel mixed the luminous lizard scale powder, calcium carbide, and propellant, refilling the casings. The bullet heads could not be made of hard copper or lead, but instead were crafted from a similar substance to the propellant, combined with wax to form soft tips. Upon firing, these heads would quickly ignite in the air, exploding and scattering phosphorescent powder across the area, revealing any hidden foes. The spiritual energy required for crafting the phosphorescent bursts was not substantial, yet the process was intricate and the success rate low, especially during the casing's rune inscription and etching phases. A moment's inattention could render an entire casing useless, necessitating a complete restart. Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with the working environment or the multitude of distracting thoughts swirling in her mind, a pile of discarded casings had already accumulated nearby, with only a scant few successfully completed, most of them small caliber. However, she still had several 0.45-inch bullets remaining and managed to craft a few larger caliber ones. Hearing faint voices from outside, Angel instinctively tilted her head to listen. The ritual dagger trembled in her hand, carving an unsightly scar across the emblem of the Scarlet Moon, causing yet another treated casing to be rendered unusable. As the voices grew closer, she sighed inwardly, realizing she would likely be unable to continue her work today. She poured the now murky etching liquid down the drain, discarded the wasted casings and materials into the trash, and organized her equipment. Carefully wrapping the completed phosphorescent bursts in oiled paper, she stowed them in a metal ammunition box, massaging her slightly aching shoulders as she left the alchemical chamber. Indeed, two individuals stood outside, the voices she had heard earlier belonging to them. Clad in a trench coat and adorned with a silk top hat was Dunn Smith. Noticing someone exiting the alchemical chamber, he nodded at the other figure, a middle-aged man dressed in a black clerical robe. "I understand," he said. The man remained silent, merely making several gestures with his right hand across his chest, tracing the Scarlet Moon before bowing his head and departing in haste. "Who was that?" Angel inquired, watching the man head in the opposite direction toward the underground passage. "That direction leads to the Church of St. Selena. If the church has urgent matters but cannot reach us, they will send telegrams to the church, and someone will come and notify us. There's an urgent mission." Just now, the church sent a telegram. However, our receiver sometimes malfunctions, and we often miss messages, so they sent it to the Church of St. Selena. Dunn extended his hand to remove his top hat, tucking it under his left arm, revealing meticulously styled chestnut hair. His gaze wandered, as if contemplating something profound. When his eyes refocused on Angel, he continued, "By noon tomorrow, you must reach in Matport at 26 First Avenue in the Golden Apple District. That is the base of the night watch team in Matport. It is easily located right across from St. George's Church. Upon your arrival, seek out the team leader, Burkle Clement, who will instruct you on the next steps. Just follow his orders. In Matport? En urgent mission? Very well, I understand." She nodded, recognizing that as a newly appointed member of the Night Watch, she had no authority to refuse an order. However, Angel could not resist posing a question. "But why me?" Dunn appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. He waved his hand dismissively and strode toward the exit of the underground passage, with Angel trailing behind him. The labor cooperative in Tingen has made progress in the case of human trafficking, which traces back to in Matport. The specifics were not detailed in the telegram, but it requires a significant number of personnel to partake in the operation. The InMat team is similar in size to ours. Even if they mobilize everyone, it will not suffice. Thus, not only Tingen, but also several neighboring cities with night watch teams have dispatch personnel. As for why you were chosen, Dunn turned his head slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This case was initially uncovered by you, so naturally, the credit should be yours to earn. Seeing the skepticism on Angel's face, he added, "Of course, there is another reason. The majority of the night watch consists of awakened from the sleepless and gravedigger paths, and they require some diverse abilities. That makes more sense. Within the Tingen Night Watch, both Angel and Klein, who were not new recruits, comprised a total of 7 awakened. Aside from the Seeker, Old Neil, who had transitioned to a civilian role. The rest were exclusively from the sleepless and gravedigger paths. This was undoubtedly related to the inheritance of extraordinary powers from the Church of the Night Goddess. But the bias in potion selection was also evidently pronounced. It could be surmised that the distribution of paths among the Night Watch teams in other cities would not differ significantly from that of Tingen, and sending another individual from the same path would indeed be of little utility. I understand, but with such a cross-regional case, assembling a makeshift team of unfamiliar Night Watch members for cooperation, what guarantee is there of combat effectiveness? It would be wiser to establish a dedicated team in advance to handle such tasks. Your insight is commendable. There indeed exists an elite unit within the Night Watch, characterized by their conspicuous crimson gloves, which we commonly refer to as the Red Gloves. That is all I can disclose. The rest you may inquire about from Clement upon your arrival in Matport. He retrieved his hat from under his arm and placed it atop his head. They require you to arrive within 24 hours, that is, by noon tomorrow. You may depart in the afternoon, but I recommend that you prepare adequately and set off early tomorrow morning. The necessary ammunition and supplies can be collected from the armory. It will be preferable to utilize their resources once you reach in Matport. As Dunn offered some tedious reminders, Angel nodded repeatedly. Noticing he had no intention of ascending the stairs, she took it upon herself to head upwards towards the ground level. 3, 2, 1. She deliberately slowed her pace, mentally counting down. Wait. As anticipated, Dunn's voice echoed from behind. "Captain, is there something else?" He hastily pressed his hat down and turned towards the Charney's Gate. Chapter 63. On the Journey. The following morning, Klein Moretti was roused from his slumber by a series of knocks at the door. Clambering out of bed, he glanced at the pocket watch on his table, revealing it to be precisely 7 o'clock. Melissa was preparing breakfast for the family, while Benson was in the washroom attending to his morning routine. He rubbed his somewhat puffy eyes and proceeded to open the door. Standing at the entrance of 2 Narcissus Street was his colleague, Angel Granger, a fellow newcomer to the Night Watch. The beautiful blonde woman bore an apologetic expression as she addressed him. "I'm sorry, but I want to be able to make our appointment on Saturday." Still not fully awake, Klein took several seconds to comprehend her words, staring blankly before responding. "What?" It was then he noticed a leather suitcase beside Angel, and that she was not adorned in her usual trench coat, but rather a long cloak with a hood, beneath which she wore casual attire. "After you left yesterday morning, the captain informed me of an urgent mission requiring my attendance." Angel bore a wry smile, gesturing towards the eastern side of Narcissus Street. "He instructed me to pack my weapons and personal belongings overnight, and to take the steam train to Matport early this morning." Klein's gaze shifted in the direction she indicated, where the rising sun cast a gentle glow over the entire street, towards the direction of Matport. approximately 4 hours away from Tingen. The woman before him lowered her gaze in contemplation, as if deliberating whether to disclose the details of the mission. Klein stood at the threshold, the height difference of the stairs obstructing his view of her expression. However, Angel soon lifted her head, her deep purple eyes meeting his. She refrained from detailing the specifics of the mission, only stating that it was a large operation, with night watch teams from Storn, Preeyes Port, and even Beckland mobilizing. The Tingen team was also to send personnel, but they were currently short-handed, so they could only send her alone to participate. So many night watch teams have been deployed? Upon hearing several place names, Klein mentally sketched out a map of the Kingdom of Ruin, realizing that several major cities east of the Tasik River were included. But this seems terribly inefficient. Drawing a few night watch members from each city to form a temporary team. What combat strength can they possibly possess? Having mentally criticized the organizational capabilities of the Night Watch, Klein noticed that Angel had already retrieved her suitcase, prompting him to speak up. Angel seemed momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. All right, please hurry to the steam train station. I can pay double the fare. Having already delayed a considerable amount of time in bidding farewell to Angel, she risked missing the first train to Inmatport. If she missed it, the next train would not depart until the afternoon, arriving at the destination well into the night. To ensure timely arrival, she promised to pay double the fare, which instantly delighted the coachman, who eagerly nodded, assuring her of his familiarity with all the shortcuts in Tingen and the speed of his horses, guaranteeing a timely arrival at the station. Wait, hold on a moment. Take this with you. I just finished making it. Klein extended his hand, presenting a silver pendant. At the end of the slender silver chain dangled a maple leaf-shaped charm, intricately engraved with elaborate inscriptions and patterns, all written in Hermes script. This is a talisman? Angel raised an eyebrow, inquiring with curiosity as she took the pendant. Upon activating her spiritual sight, she noticed the object emanated a distinct spiritual glow, indicating it was indeed imbued with spiritual essence. Yes, I hope it will ensure your safe travels. Thank you. Angel expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Moreover, the inscriptions and patterns on the talisman were far more intricate than those of a mere spell, clearly reflecting the creator's considerable effort. Not wishing to slight Klein's kindness, she unfastened the clasp at the end of the silver chain, wrapping it around her neck, parting her long hair behind her to fasten it. Once the maple leaf charm was tucked into the front of her attire, she adjusted it to ensure it lay centrally. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Klein's face had turned slightly red, and she suddenly realized that her actions might have been somewhat improper. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she donned her hood, tightened her cloak, and once more expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the talisman. I will carry it with me. The long yet piercing whistle of the steam locomotive pierced the air as the colossal train, forged from iron and steel, belched forth plumes of gray smoke. With the steam from the boiler propelling it forward, it began its slow journey eastward. Angel arrived at the platform with merely 5 minutes to spare, presenting her ticket before boarding the train bound for Inmateport. Should she miss this train, she would have to wait until the afternoon for the next one to the same destination, thereby jeopardizing her scheduled arrival time with the night watch team at the port. Even with the first train, the time left for Angel was exceedingly brief. There was no direct railway from Tingen to Inmateport. The train would detour northeast to Stone City, where it would pause momentarily before continuing to Inmateport, making the entire journey nearly 4 hours long. The anticipated arrival time at Inmateport was projected for 11 a.m., leaving her with less than an hour to reach the night watch team as headquarters. Gazing out at the low-lying houses receding in the distance and feeling the vibrations of the wheels traversing the gaps in the tracks, Angel settled into her designated seat, placing her suitcase beneath her feet, finally releasing a breath she had been holding in due to her hurried journey. Initially, she had ample time to catch the train, but a last-minute decision to inform Klein of her inability to attend the dinner the following evening had led her to knock on the door of number 2 Daffodil Street, causing a significant delay. Nonetheless, even if she had missed this train and delayed her arrival at Inmateport, she would not regret her impulsive action. After all, she had received a gift. She absent-mindedly touched the pendant at her chest through her clothing, justifying the time lost, then pulled her leather suitcase onto the table, unfastened the clasp, and half-opened the case to reconfirm its contents. The suitcase was modest in size, primarily accommodating 2 sets of clothing, along with a spare revolver and most of her ammunition, as she had opted to carry only her main weapon in a shoulder holster and a dagger at her waist, along with 12 rounds of ammunition, coupled with the 50 pounds she had temporarily obtained. All her cash was with her, not merely out of a sense of unease about leaving money at home during a prolonged absence, but also to seize the opportunity to procure some ingredients for the promotion of an instigator's potion in inmate port. Furthermore, she recalled the address of a craftsman once provided by the hangman. Should the opportunity arise during this trip to inmate port, she intended to inquire about the price of extraordinary weapons. It was supposed to be like this. Last night, while packing her belongings, she had remembered the forgotten extraordinary trait and resolved to bring it along to ask about it in inmate port or to offer it to the craftsman for the creation of extraordinary weaponry. However, upon retrieving the iron box from a hidden compartment in her study and opening it, she discovered that the jelly-like, purplish-red substance had inexplicably vanished, while the revolver, which had been rendered inoperative, had undergone a peculiar transformation. Taking the iron box out of her suitcase and placing it on her lap, Angel cautiously opened the lid. As she merely cracked it open, a rich wave of bloodied aroma surged forth, and peering inside, she saw that the revolver, once crafted from brass, was now entirely blackened. Even the damaged hammer had been replaced with an unknown substance, rendering it whole once more. She could feel a stinging sensation in her eyes merely by observing the weapon without the need for enhanced vision. Undoubtedly, that extraordinary trait had fused with the revolver. Recalling the mysterious whispers and the scent of blood that accompanied her first encounter with the extraordinary trait, Angel arrived at this conclusion. According to old Neil, this revolver should have transformed into a magical item, possessing a portion of the extraordinary trait's capabilities along with its inherent negative effects. Yet, lacking the requisite knowledge, she was presently unable to wield this weapon, its functions and negative effects remaining a mystery. Merely drawing it could cause those nearby to frown in search of the source of the bloody scent. Perhaps only the craftsman in inmate port could provide answers to these queries, or even discover a means to safely utilize this revolver. Watching as the suburban houses outside gradually morphed into pastoral fields, Angel suddenly felt a swell of anticipation for this journey. Knights and Assassins. Chapter 64. Inmate Port. Upon arriving in Stone City, the capital of East Chester County, Angel glanced at her pocket watch, noting that nearly 2 hours had elapsed since departure. Would they truly arrive at inmate port on time? Worrying, she clutched her watch and surveyed the bustling crowd outside. Stone City, smaller than Tingen, boasted a resident population of fewer than 100,000, yet its picturesque scenery, nestled between mountains and water, made it a favored spot for the aristocracy of the Kingdom of Ruin to acquire property and vacation. The train would linger in Stone City for about 20 minutes, during which half of the passengers in Angel's carriage disembarked, only to be replaced by a thrice greater number, quickly filling the compartment to near capacity. A man in his 30s, clad in a brown waistcoat over a white shirt, took a seat across from her, his coat draped over his right arm, while his left hand bore a finely crafted suitcase. Although Angel did not smoke, she bore no opposition to others indulging in the habit, especially since smoking was not prohibited in public spaces. Noticing the man discreetly stow away his cigarette case, she offered a polite smile in gratitude. Inmate port? As Angel focused on the diminishing crowd outside, she failed to notice the man inquiring about her until he repeated himself, drawing her attention back to him. Yes, on business. Ah, me too. It seems our paths align perfectly. After all, wasn't this train destined for a singular endpoint? Did he expect otherwise? The man appeared oblivious to Angel's impatience, continuing to chatter. I visited inmate port numerous times. Unlike Plitz Port, it is far removed from the tumultuous seas and lacks the savage temperament of the southern continent. Instead, it exudes an inland charm, in architecture and cuisine alike. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of timely arrival, the man's incessant prattle no longer grating on her ears. Nonetheless, she donned her cloak's hood as a subtle protest against his verbosity. Thanks to the elevation between the two locations, the steam train, racing forth, finally arrived at inmate port station shortly after 11 a.m. As the train came to a halt, while other passengers busied themselves with their belongings, Angel grasped her suitcase and exited the carriage. To facilitate cargo transfers, inmate port steam train station was situated not far from the harbor area. Upon stepping outside, a gust of sea breeze, laced with a briny scent and dampness, enveloped her, an experience starkly contrasting with the stifling confines of the carriage, prompting her to squint and smile as she inhaled deeply. First time in inmate port? Just around the platform, you'll see the sea. Judging by the weather, there haven't been any major waves lately. I recommend you take a look at the shore. The familiar voice of the man from Stone City trailed behind her, nearly causing Angel to lose her composed smile. Thank you for the recommendation, but I have other plans. Farewell. to prevent the overly familiar man from pursuing her further. She promptly hailed a hired carriage, climbing in without inquiring about the fare. Golden Apple District, First Avenue, yes. St. George's Church, please hurry. After stating her destination, she secured her suitcase and peered out the window toward the station's exit, observing the man, now clad in his coat, pacing outside and scanning the surroundings. Yet he failed to notice the carriage that had already begun to move. The road surrounding the bustling train station, laden with heavy cargo vehicles, had been worn unevenly, and as the unyielding carriage jolted over the potholes, Angel endured a rather uncomfortable ride. Thankfully, upon entering the Golden Apple District, the road quality improved significantly, widening considerably, and the surrounding buildings transitioned from lowly warehouses and apartments to aesthetically pleasing and functional shops or standalone residences. It appears that the Golden Apple District of Inmat Harbor and the Northern District of Tingen are quite similar, both affluent areas, which explains why the church is situated here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at St. George's Church. The carriage came to a halt at the driver's call. As Angel alighted, she was greeted by a structure slightly smaller than the St. Selena Church in Tingen. Perhaps due to its age, it lacked buttresses to reinforce its outer walls, and the bell tower stood independently from the main body of the church. The stained glass on the exterior had faded somewhat, eroded by the relentless sea breeze over the years. While Angel observed the church, the driver eagerly assisted her in unloading her suitcase from the carriage, then stood by, awaiting payment. Estimating the distance from the station to the church at approximately 2-3 kilometers, Angel surmised that, given the prices in Tingen, the fare should not exceed 1 suler. She retrieved a suler from beneath her cloak, along with a handful of pennies, casually inquiring, "How much is it?" "A total of 3 sulers, madam." "All right, how much?" She gazed incredulously at the driver, who, though confident, avoided her eyes, asserting a total of 3 sulers. "Am I being taken advantage of as an outsider? You can either take this 1 suler or—" She shook her badge. "We can head to the police station across the street and calculate the fare properly." The driver's eyes quickly filled with panic at the sight of the badge. "What? You're a police officer? I sincerely apologize. I miscalculated earlier. It's not 3 sulers." "Then let's recalculate. Is 1 suler sufficient?" Yes, it's enough." The driver took a step back, seemingly contemplating an escape, but after a moment of steeling himself, he accepted the 1 suler from Angel's hand, jumped back onto the carriage, neglecting to close the door, and with a crack of the whip, hurriedly departed. Little did she expect that her first exercise of police authority would be used against herself. She promptly picked up her suitcase and strode towards the 3-story building directly opposite the church. Unlike the somewhat concealed Blackthorn Security Company, the Night Watchman's precinct in Inmat Harbor boldly displayed a plaque for the Silver Bullet Detective Agency beside the open front door from which the sounds of conversation emanated. Ascending the steps and standing before the entrance, Angel rapped on the inward-opening wooden door. "Come in." A languid female voice called from within, sounding vaguely familiar. "Ms. Dolly?" As she entered the brightly lit hall, Angel immediately spotted Dolly Simon, who was dressed like a medium, seated on a high-backed sofa in the center of the room. Legs crossed, a thick book resting on her lap. Upon hearing her name, Dolly looked up toward the door. "Angel Granger? I can't believe they sent you. I thought Mitchell would be coming. The captain mentioned that there were too many sleepless ones here and that we needed some extraordinary talents from other avenues." Encountering a familiar face upon her arrival eased Angel's anxiety considerably. She surveyed the hall, noting that the entire first floor had seemingly been transformed into a literary salon, divided into 3 areas centered around sofas and coffee tables. Dolly's previous resting spot was partitioned by a screen, and numerous bookshelves lined the walls on either side. A gas lamp overhead emitted a steady glow, illuminating the room, which, despite the closed curtains, felt remarkably bright. Besides the 2 of them, 2 men sat in a corner on a sofa, engaged in a hushed conversation. The voices Angel had heard outside were emanating from them. One of the men, with dark hair and slightly darker skin, merely glanced up before returning to his conversation with indifference. The other man, whose gray hair was casually adorned with a fedora resting on the coffee table, faced away from the door and did not even turn to look. "These are the night watchmen from Plitz Harbor who have come to assist. They arrived early this morning by boat. I'll introduce you shortly," Dolly explained quietly as she followed Angel's gaze toward the 2 men. Angel accompanied Dolly around the hall's partition, ascending the staircase to the 3rd floor. Pausing briefly on the 2nd floor, she glanced in, which appeared to be the office space for the Inmat Harbor team, with a row of offices lining the corridor. most of which were closed and silent. I wonder if they have an underground area like the Charney's Gate. Moreover, the precinct and the Church of the Night Goddess face each other across the street, so there should be some secret passage, but as an outsider I shouldn't inquire. Moving through the second floor, the two women arrived directly at the residential area on the third floor. This level mirrored the style of the second, featuring a continuous corridor flanked by doors on either side, with a staircase continuing upward but locked at the top by an iron gate, likely leading to the rooftop. 302, 304, 306, this is the one. Dolly turned on the gas lamp in the corridor and walked to the door marked 306, producing a set of keys from beneath her cloak. She selected one and unlocked the door. The room was dim, the curtains drawn, and as Dolly fumbled for the gas lamp switch, Angel had already discerned the furnishings within through her dark vision. Two single beds were separated by a lone nightstand, with two wooden-backed chairs and a matching coffee table positioned by the window. A desk and wardrobe were against the inner wall, and the washroom was to the left upon entering. It feels just like a standard hotel room. Looking at the familiar setup, Angel couldn't help but recall the various hotels she frequently stayed at during her past business trips. What do you think? The living conditions here are far superior to those in Tingen, aren't they? Dolly boasted, hands on her hips from behind. Chapter 65, The Sleepless Team. You are Angel Granger, the assassin from the Tingen team, correct? The man before her was approximately 40 years old, with short, light red hair, standing over 6 feet tall, his broad shoulders straining against the fabric of his shirt. Most striking was his square face, which bore burn scars covering nearly 1/3 of its surface. Extending from his chin to the left side of his cheek, the discolored new skin contrasting sharply with his otherwise fair complexion, further distorting his already unremarkable features. Having consumed only a piece of bread for breakfast before departing from Tingen, Angel now felt the gnawing emptiness of her stomach, twisting and contorting in dissatisfaction. Yet, seeing the other night watchmen seemingly indifferent to their hunger, she hesitated to suggest they dine first, opting instead to pour herself a cup of tea from the kettle in the corner to quell her empty belly. Indeed, I am Angel Granger, a member of the Tingen Night Watchman team, an assassin of Sequence 9, reporting for duty. Excellent. At least you're not one of the sleepless ones or a corpse collector. The red-haired man nodded, settling into the sofa opposite Angel, his robust frame causing the furniture to creak ominously, raising concerns about its durability. You may have heard of me from Dunsmith. My name is Burkle Clement. Like Smith, I'm also a nightmare. You may call me Captain Clement or simply Clement. It was evident he too belonged to the sleepless sequence, though Angel felt no surprise. The concentration of sleepless ones within the Night Watchman was rather excessive. Clement nodded, his gaze sweeping across the other occupants of the room. The two night watchmen from Plitz Harbor had ceased their murmured conversation, with the sun-kissed man now brewing coffee, its rich aroma filling the air. With Angel representing the Tingen team, the Silver Bullet Detective Agency had gathered night watchmen from all the major cities in the southeastern region of the Ruined Kingdom. Of course, excluding the B-Clan team. They were delayed by other matters, and one T be able to arrive today. Tomorrow seems unlikely as well, Clement declared loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Some of you have seen me before, some have only heard of me. I am in the same position. So let us begin with me. Please introduce yourselves, your name, your team, and your potion sequence. He proceeded to reintroduce himself in the format he had described, subsequently directing his gaze toward Angel across the room. Angel Granger, from the Tingen team, Sequence 9. Assassin. It seemed that the attention of the other night watchmen also shifted toward her. Rising to her feet, Angel delivered a brief address. As soon as the name of her potion sequence escaped her lips, she sensed the astonishment in the gazes of several individuals. Initially, she failed to comprehend the significance of these looks, but as the others began their own introductions, she quickly grasped the situation. The man with brown skin and black hair, comfortably seated on the sofa with a coffee cup, set it down, stood, and proclaimed in a booming voice, Morrow from the Plitz Harbor Night Watch team, the Sleepless. He gestured toward the man beside him, who was hanging his coat over the back of the sofa. The latter nodded in acknowledgement. This is Brandon Bolo, also from Plitz Harbor, Sequence 8, Midnight Poet. The last to arrive, yet the first Angel had encountered, was the man who had incessantly chattered on the train. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, approached from the window, and took a seat on another vacant chair, speaking slowly in a tone reminiscent of reciting poetry. Rupert Norman. From the Storm City team, Midnight Poet. This lady has already met me on the train. Daly Simone, a medium from Inmat Harbor, Sequence 7, was the last to introduce herself, her voice laced with a languid quality. As the introductions concluded, it came as no surprise to Angel that, apart from herself and Daly, the entire hall was filled with extraordinary individuals who had taken the sleepless path. The team from Beckland had yet to arrive, but recalling her encounters with Larota and Borja, Angel surmised that they were likely to comprise extraordinary beings of the sleepless sequence, possibly even entirely so. It was no wonder that Dunn had not dispatched any other seasoned extraordinary individuals, opting instead for her, a fledgling novice representing the Tingen team, for support. Otherwise, this large team could find itself in an awkward predicament of having a singular capability. Before the Beckland team arrived, the group was permitted to move freely, although they were instructed not to leave the urban area of Inmat Harbor and to report any absences exceeding 4 hours to him in advance. Angel had intended to find an excuse to sneak out before arriving in Inmat Harbor, but to her delight, the management here was rather lax. She turned to Daly, who had remained silent beside her, inquiring about the market for extraordinary materials in Inmat Harbor. Extraordinary materials? Are you planning to create charms yourself? Daly raised her eyebrows, adorned with blue eyeshadow, in curiosity. Not charms. I intend to craft some special bullets similar to those I used last time. Additionally, I wish to explore how the trading market here differs from that of Tingen City, perhaps acquiring some practical extraordinary items. Extraordinary items are not so easily procured. They are typically snatched up before they even hit the market, Daly remarked. You can head to Pitt Street in the port area. There's a bar called the Carrion Bird. Just tell the bartender you wish to access the underground market, and he will guide you on how to proceed. Is it really that straightforward? No code or secret passage? Angel asked curiously, as this diverged from her understanding of underground trading markets. We don't have as many rules as Tingen City, and the official extraordinary personnel in Inmat Harbor are chronically understaffed, allowing these behaviors to go largely unchecked. For instance, some clandestine gatherings, such as the Divination Seeking True Society or Tarot Club, exchange various folk esoteric knowledge. If they were in Tingen City, they would likely be forcibly disbanded by the Night Watch or other official extraordinary beings. But in Inmat Harbor, there is simply no manpower to manage them, unless they cause a real disturbance. Tarot Club? Angel felt her heartbeat slow momentarily. Maintaining a facade of calm, she patiently listened, and when Daly paused to sip her water, she casually inquired, Tarot Club? It sounds like a gathering of tarot enthusiasts. What do they do? I'm not entirely sure. Clement investigated them last week, using the method to confirm they weren't engaging in any nefarious rituals or serious crimes, and then he ceased further tracking. I've heard they refer to each other using tarot card titles, such as the Fool or the Hangman. The names of the gatherings aligned, as did the code names. On the surface, there appear to be no issues. Angel was nearly certain that what Daly described was the very tarot club she had participated in multiple times. Could it be that the Hangman resided in Inmat Harbor and had inadvertently drawn the attention of the Night Watch? Recalling his speeches at the tarot club, which often revolved around Pliz Harbor and Storm Sea, and the craftsman positions he provided were also in Inmat Harbor, Angel concluded that the Hangman Daly spoke of was indeed the one she knew. However, as a member of the tarot club, she could not idly stand by while extraordinary beings monitored them, and she bore the obligation to prevent discovery by the official extraordinary personnel, ensuring they did not collectively face exposure. This sounds quite intriguing. I've recently developed an interest in tarot divination. Where might I find them? She suppressed her inner urgency and casually raised her teacup. Daly cast a surprised glance at Angel. I never expected you to be interested in such an organization. ISNT Old Neil in your team, knowledgeable about divination? And I've heard that the recently escaped Klein has consumed a potion and become a diviner. He should be able to teach you as well. However, if you truly wish to find them, head to the market at the Carrion Bird. A member of the Tarot Club frequently purchases various amulets and ritual materials there. She is a young girl who refers to herself as Justice, which is also a tarot card. Everyone in the market probably knows her. Just ask around. Now, aside from Mr. Fool, it seemed that all the members of the Tarot Club had appeared in Inmat Harbor. Angel wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead. Chapter 66. Shadows of the Tarot Club. Expecting her outing to not exceed 4 hours, Angel did not inform Clement of her destination, but merely exchanged pleasantries with Daly before departing the Silver Bullet Detective Agency. She had initially planned to visit the craftsman's location provided by the Hangman to ascertain the purpose of the mysteriously extraordinary revolver in her possession. However, upon learning from Daly that the Night Watch had begun monitoring the Tarot Club, she decided to first investigate that matter. The port area was adjacent to the steam train station and not far from the Night Watch base. However, since Angel was unfamiliar with the streets of Inmat Harbor, She opted not to attempt walking there and instead hired a carriage, just as she had upon her arrival. This time, she inquired about the fare in advance. Nibbling on a fish cake purchased from a street vendor before boarding, she gazed out at the swiftly passing streets. The aroma of the fried fish paste mingled with potatoes filling the air, while the salty sea breeze wafted through the carriage, evoking memories of her homeland. As the second largest port city in the Kingdom of Rune, Inmat Harbor handled a significant volume of maritime commerce. As the carriage traversed through the Golden Apple District and Oak District, gradually entering the port area, warehouses and processing plants began to replace residential buildings and shops. Naturally, busy workers and towering piles of goods were in abundance. Regrettably, the nearby sea was not the elegant indigo hue one might expect, but rather a murky green, tainted with various floating debris, oil slicks, and overgrown microorganisms. If one had come to Inmat Harbor to admire the sea, disappointment would surely follow. Observing the chaotic port docks, Angel shook her head in disdain, paid the driver, and made her way toward the Carrion Bird. Compared to the various bars hidden in the dim corners of Tingen City, the practitioners of Inmat Harbor were evidently far bolder. The Carrion Bird occupied an entire three-story building, with nearly all the windows on the first and second floors flung wide open, allowing unabashed shouts and angry voices to pour out, while the third floor was mostly concealed by curtains, creating a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere below, perhaps due to the frequent reception of tourists from various locales. The guards at the entrance are attired quite formally, their tailcoats and top hats rendering them more akin to attendants of an upscale club than mere gatekeepers. The attendants swung open the door, welcoming Angel inside, and the cacophony that had previously been discernible from outside surged toward her like a tidal wave. In one corner of the room, a space was cordoned off with fencing, seemingly designated for boxing matches. However, this sport was not particularly favored in Inmat Harbor. Instead, most tables were adorned with playing cards, where patrons imbibed beer while engaging in various games of chance, often wagering cash. It appeared that this establishment resembled more of a casino than a bar. Moreover, they were not fond of unwelcome interferences. Rather than boxing matches, card games, universally recognized, were the favored form of gambling here. Angel glanced over the numerous tables of gambling, surveying the scene, but did not encounter any individuals or items of interest. Thus, she made her way toward the bar at the center of the venue. What shall I drink? The prices hung outside the bar, and those not crossed out indicated availability. However, if one desired a cocktail, patience was required. I'm heading to the underground market. How do I get there? Angel bypassed the price list, following Dolly's advice to directly inquire about the location of the underground trading market. You should have mentioned you weren't buying drinks sooner, came the response. It's right next to the back door. Go up the stairs, and you'll find it on the third floor. Thank you. Understanding his sentiment, Angel placed 2 pennies on the bar, successfully winning over the bartender with her kindness before proceeding toward the back door of the bar. The back door was securely locked with iron chains, with a few independent washrooms to the left and to the right, a carpeted staircase snug against the wall. An odd arrangement, likely a later addition. Ascending the staircase, the second floor revealed 2 corridors extending to either side, each corner draped in crimson carpeting, adorned with exquisitely crafted wooden doors that were either ajar or closed, the noise emanating from within rivaling that of the ground floor. Paying little heed to the private booths, Angel continued her ascent to the third floor. The underground market, situated at the pinnacle of the bar, occupied the entirety of the floor. However, perhaps due to the hour being too early for traditional trading, there were only about 20 individuals present, most displaying their wares on makeshift stalls or tables. While a handful of visitors, sharing her intentions, meandered among the goods, occasionally inquiring about prices. 2 guards, yawning, stood at the stairway's entrance, appearing to share the sentiment that the current crowd posed no significant threat of disturbance. Unlike the unabashed entrance, the surrounding windows were drawn with curtains, casting the room in a dim atmosphere. The flickering gas lamps on the walls and support columns cast a faint glow, draping the trading crowd in an air of mystery. Utilizing her night vision to survey the trading market, Angel found no sign of misjustice. After several exchanges at the tarot gatherings, even with the mysterious gray mist obscuring her vision, she had memorized the height, build, and hairstyle outlines of Justice and the Hangman, although they had never formally met. She was confident in her ability to recognize them upon sight. Perhaps the individual in question was not, as the rumor suggested, perpetually stationed in the market, but rather simply coincidentally absent during her visit. Contemplating at the staircase for a moment, she resolved to inquire with someone for clarification. She approached a merchant selling a variety of common materials, squatting before the stall, feigning interest in the goods, and casually picked up a bottle of pale yellow powder, asking, "What is this powder?" The stall owner, a middle-aged woman bearing the marks of time, managed to smile upon the arrival of a customer. "This is mummy powder, procured from Beckland. It has become quite fashionable among the aristocracy there, for both men and women. Once used, you shall. You'll find out for yourself. This bottle contains 10 grams and is just 10 pounds. The price was nearly equivalent to that of star crystal, the primary ingredient for potions, which could also be utilized in the crafting of various ammunition with special effects and charms. Moreover, based on the stall owner's description, it seemed this substance possessed some particular efficacy. Suppressing her curiosity, Angel set down the bottle of mummy powder and picked up several scales bound with twine. Are these scales from a glow lizard? How much for the lot? After inquiring about the prices several times, Angel had a rough understanding of the market rates in Mad Harbor. Items suitable for crafting charms or various rituals, due to their high circulation, were priced nearly identically to those in the underground market of Tingen City, while rarer goods seemed to be arbitrarily priced, some so inexpensive that they sparked her interest in reselling, while others were exorbitantly priced, as if the seller had no intention of parting with them. The middle-aged woman grew somewhat impatient with her incessant questioning. Observing this, Angel purchased the glow lizard scales, and, while the seller packaged them, casually asked, "I hear there's a young woman who calls herself Justice, who has an affinity for acquiring peculiar items. I have something of value to sell. Is she currently here?" Following the direction of the middle-aged woman's pointed hand, Angel noticed a blackboard approximately 3 meters wide hanging on one wall of the room, 2/3 of which was filled with writing in various styles, some elegant, others bold, evidently penned by different hands. After thanking the woman, she approached the blackboard to read the inscriptions, urgently seeking a vast array of herbs, price negotiable, willing to establish a long-term partnership, Sunday at 10 p.m., selling 2 bottles of aphrodisiac, 5 pounds each, guaranteed effectiveness, available every afternoon. It appeared that this blackboard functioned as a bulletin board for the entire trading market, enabling sellers to publicly seek buyers or solicit leads, with time and location details included for interested parties to connect. After examining all the information, Angel finally discovered what she had been seeking. The familiar names and materials caused her to momentarily catch her breath. She had memorized the complete formula while assisting old Neil in preparing the diviner's potion for Klein, and both primary ingredients were listed on the board. This prompted her to once again question Justice's identity. Miss Justice from the Tarot Gathering had successfully ingested the potion a week prior, transforming into an observer. This fact had been confirmed by Mr. Fool. So, was it indeed she who sought the diviner's potion ingredients in the trading market at the Scavenger's Tavern? Or had Justice acquired another potion formula through different channels, aiding others in locating the necessary materials? After a brief moment of hesitation, Angel seized a piece of chalk from beside the blackboard and inscribed a message in the blank space, selling a small quantity of star crystal. Available Friday evening from 8 to 10 p.m. Today it's all gone. Chapter 67. The Craftsman of Mad Harbor. The intent behind her message regarding the star crystal sought by Justice was not entirely for the purpose of fishing for information. In addition to ascertaining whether this Justice was indeed the one from the Tarot Gathering, Angel also intended to sell the remaining star crystals she possessed. The 50 grams of star crystal she had procured for creating that batch of storm-converging ammunition for the church had exceeded expectations in production success, leaving her with a significant surplus. Coupled with her previous low-cost acquisitions in Tingen City's Dragon Tavern trading market, she now possessed enough star crystals to craft nearly a complete diviner's potion, even if it fell short by a small margin. If this reputedly generous buyer were to offer a reasonable price, she would not hesitate to part with them. With ample time remaining, she resolved to meet the craftsman of Mad Harbor, as introduced by the Hangman Oak District, Golden Avenue. Adjacent to the port area, the Oak District served as Mad Harbor's industrial zone. Despite its proximity to the coast, the plumes of smoke rising from various factories during the day enveloped the area in a seemingly perpetual haze. Arriving via hired carriage on Golden Avenue, Angel immediately spotted the towering clock tower of the Church of Steam and Machinery, reaching toward the heavens. Perhaps it's the particularly low-hanging clouds here. Perhaps the workers in Oak District seldom hire carriages for their travels. Thus, the coachman who conveyed her was not well acquainted with the area, only delivering her to the intersection rather than directly to KVS Watch Shop. Angel was left to navigate the streets in search of the gear and wrench grocer, the workers' lodge, and the lubricant pub. as she passed by the names of various establishments rich in local character. She was on the verge of entering a random shop to inquire for directions when she finally spotted the sign of KV's Watch Shop hanging in a corner. It was a quaint little establishment nestled between two elegantly adorned storefronts, occupying merely a third of the width of the neighboring shops. The glass door, barely wide enough for a single person to enter, appeared to have accumulated a layer of grime from neglect, confirming the shop's name with meticulous attention. Angel gently rapped on the door. Knock, knock. The door was unlocked. A somewhat hoarse female voice emanated from within. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside, revealing a shop of approximately 30 square meters, with a trapezoidal shape that widened towards the back. By the street-facing window stood two glass display cases, housing over a dozen watches and pocket watches, haphazardly arranged and coated in a thin layer of dust. The gradually expanding walls were adorned with clocks of various designs. A woman about 30 years of age and clad in a durable khaki coat was on tiptoe, carefully removing a stylish wall clock and squatting to place it into a wooden box nearby. At the far end of the room stood an iron door, securely locked at that moment. Next to it was a solid wood table, upon which a gas lamp cast its light through a set of optical lenses. Seated at the table was an elderly man with graying hair, meticulously examining a pocket watch through a monocle. It appeared this was the craftsman KV. Angel maneuvered past the busy woman and approached the elder, smiling as he lifted his gaze upon hearing her footsteps and inquired, "Greetings. May I ask if you are Mr. KV?" The elder regarded her with a puzzled expression, shook his head, adjusted his monocle, and resumed fiddling with the pocket watch. What was this? Had the hangman overlooked certain steps, necessitating a password to gain entry here? "I am KV. What is your business?" "I am in search of the craftsman KV." The woman stepped forward from the shadows, a cryptic smile gracing her face as she allowed the gas lamp's glow to illuminate her, repeating, "Indeed. I am a craftsman KV. What brings you here?" Realizing she had gravely erred in identifying the person she sought, Angel felt a pang of regret, yet maintained a composed demeanor as she continued. "I apologize. I thought you were, that is not unusual. Many newcomers make the same mistake." KV seemed accustomed to being overlooked, nonchalantly shaking her head, her long brown hair cascading in waves. "Now, what is your purpose? Surely, you're not here to purchase a pocket watch." With KV swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand, Angel exhaled with relief. Retrieving from beneath her cloak a box containing the peculiar revolver, she unlocked the clasp before KV, prying open the lid just a crack. An immediate wave of sanguinary aura filled the room. The revolver, previously damaged and rendered inoperative, had seemingly reacted in an unusual manner alongside an extraordinary piece, transforming into its current state. After a brief introduction, she extended the box towards KV. He suppressed a self-deprecating expression and received the iron box with a serious countenance. Fully opening the lid, the once broken large-caliber revolver now appeared entirely black, glimmering under the light as if its material had morphed from metal into an unknown animal shell. The potent scent of blood emanating from this mysterious substance. Furrowing his brow, KV observed it for a moment before returning the box to Angel, gesturing for her to take it. He then produced a wooden-handled magnifying glass, disregarding the wafting odor of blood. As he leaned closer to examine the black revolver with great scrutiny, Angel held the iron box with both hands, hardly daring to move. However, the visible gases that swirled from the box began to permeate the air, gradually filling her nostrils with the heavy scent of blood, as if an invisible hand were covering her mouth and nose, making it difficult to breathe. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor drew her attention, and she glanced back to see the elder she had mistakenly identified as the craftsman had risen from his seat. He removed his monocle, his vigilant eyes assessing the two of them, as his right hand fumbled beneath the table to retrieve a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun. Instinctively, Angel reached for her own firearm, but noticing that the elder had not raised his weapon, but instead gripped it cautiously with the barrel pointed downward, she refrained from making any hasty movements. "All right, it is all clear now." A mellifluous voice rang out, dispelling the tense atmosphere that had enveloped the room. KV meticulously stowed away the magnifying glass, firmly pressing the lid of the iron box shut. The suffocating scent of blood and the deep crimson gas that had gathered around the box vanished in an instant, as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of the three individuals' imagination. "Let me ask you this. Do you intend to sell this remarkable item, or merely seek my assessment of its utility and adverse effects?" Remarkable item. Angel latched onto this key term. According to old Neil's lectures on mysticism, along with the meager knowledge left behind by Cole. She understood that this term referred to objects that had absorbed part or all of extraordinary properties after melding with extraordinary traits, rather than ordinary weapons that merely mimicked a fraction of those properties through spiritual materials. Naturally, such items typically bore adverse effects far exceeding those of ordinary extraordinary weapons. Without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out just an assessment of its utility. As if anticipating her response, Kavy nodded. Very well, that will be 100 pounds. What? Angel almost suspected she had misheard, or perhaps he had mistaken her intent to sell the item. I said for the assessment. Indeed, that is the fee for the assessment. The seriousness with which Kavy had previously regarded the remarkable object dissipated, replaced by a mischievous expression as he observed Angel's astonishment, her long hair shaking with laughter. Angel nearly resolved to simply reclaim the box and leave, but considering that this might be the only appraiser she could find within her social circle, she quelled that impulse. Thankfully, she had brought all her cash when departing from Tingen. Otherwise, it would have indeed been a fruitless endeavor. Silently, she reached into her cloak, extracting a stack of banknotes, money she had strategically stowed in different pockets, amounting to just over 300 pounds, with larger denominations organized in tens. Grouped in tens to mitigate the loss in case of theft or misplacement. Holding 100 pounds tightly in her hand, she replied with a stern countenance, "You speak first. Then I will pay." "All right then, the church is right across the street. I hope you do not do anything foolish." Was she implying that I might bolt after hearing the assessment? But what significance did the mention of the church hold? Was she affiliated with the Church of Steam and Machinery, or simply a parishioner? Angel nodded in understanding. Regardless, she had never intended to default. Thus, she had no cause for concern regarding the church. This revolver seemed to have absorbed a portion of extraordinary properties, corresponding to a sequence 7 in a certain pathway. That is a mid-tier extraordinary trait. Yet this power was incomplete, and the extraordinary trait had suffered certain contamination, resulting in it possessing only 2 abilities. Kavy resumed his work, slowly and clearly elucidating the characteristics of the remarkable item, while Angel held her breath, committing each word to memory. First, it passively enhances the attack effectiveness of all bullets, imbuing them with flames capable of damaging ethereal entities, equally effective against biological targets, with an enhancement magnitude of approximately 50%. Each attack consumes a small amount of the user's spiritual energy, and when a user's spiritual energy is insufficient, this property will automatically deactivate. Subsequently, it has the potential to deplete the user's spiritual essence in one fell swoop, endowing the attack with formidable lethality. I estimate that its power could be amplified several-fold when enhanced with fiery bullets. If you require precise figures, would you like me to assist you in testing it? Upon witnessing Angel shake her head in refusal, Covey chuckled awkwardly and continued, "However, after such an assault, it will immediately plunge into a state of negative effects, much like before, emanating a potent scent of blood that can be detected from over 100 meters away. At such times, it is not merely the act of wielding it that poses a challenge. Even holding it will induce dizziness and a state of weakness akin to anemia, only alleviated by providing it with a sufficient amount of fresh blood. Moreover, regardless of whether it is entered in negative state, the bearer of the weapon becomes increasingly susceptible to enemy curses, with heightened effects and an increased likelihood of falling victim. While it remains contained within a vessel that isolates its spiritual essence, the negative effects can be mitigated. However, you must still restore it to its normal state before your next use. In summary, there is but one chance to settle this debt. Conclusively, with a double entendre, Covey reached for the banknotes that Angel had been holding, swiftly counted them, and tucked them into his coat pocket, feigning a pat. "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 68, Bloodthirst. Yet, as she felt the iron box containing the extraordinary item nestled against her chest, she reassured herself. This is a remarkable artifact transformed from a Sequence 7 extraordinary trait, while the potion formula from Sequence 9 exceeds 100 pounds. Knowledge is indeed wealth. She finally comprehended the essence of this saying. Furthermore, based on the effects of the extraordinary item, she confirmed a crucial fact. The extraordinary trait that merged with the revolver, which was expelled upon Cole's demise, undeniably belonged to the witch. The enhanced attack imbued with flames distinctly belonged to the witch's extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, Cole's untimely death during a failed ascension led to the contamination of this extraordinary trait, causing complications in their amalgamation process, resulting in a weapon with only 2 capabilities, and those with rather troublesome negative effects. Contemplating the extraordinary item that was so eager for sustenance, Angel felt a surge of frustration. Before departing, she inquired of Covey whether it would be possible to nourish the extraordinary item with blood from ordinary animals, only to receive a disappointing response. It consumes spiritual essence, and the blood it absorbs must be rich in spirituality to negate the negative effects. Should you procure blood from extraordinary creatures, it could indeed be utilized. Otherwise, the blood of mundane animals is of little consequence. Human blood, being the most readily available and rich in spiritual essence, is the most advantageous. How much blood would suffice? How should I know? You must experiment until it alleviates its current negative state. But do not attempt it here. I cannot have you dying in my shop. If chicken or duck blood is not viable, one must consider the blood of extraordinary beings, yet such creatures are not as common as cabbages. How could one easily find them? A glance at the primary materials required for various potion formulas reveals that precious extraordinary blood is measured in milliliters. Ordinary human blood, however, could be a feasible option, perhaps by discreetly acquiring some from a hospital. This era has already established techniques for preserving and transfusing human blood, has it not? If all else fails, one could resort to their own blood, albeit with caution to ascertain the necessary quantity, lest they succumb to excessive blood loss before making use of the extraordinary item. Such a penchant for blood. Let us call you Bloodthirst, Angel thought bitterly, clutching the box containing Bloodthirst as she exited Golden Avenue. Upon returning to the Silver Bullet Detective Agency, the base of the night watchers in Inmat Harbor, dusk had already settled. Just a faint glimmer. The room allocated to her by Dolly faced the street, and upon opening the window, she could see the bell tower of St. George's Church across the road. Its stained glass, though eroded by years of sea winds, still shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. Yet at that moment, Angel had no interest in admiring the view. Instead, she meticulously inspected the window sill before drawing the thick curtains, shutting out the street scene and the dim sunlight, leaving only the flickering glow of the gas lamps. In this era, the nascent concepts of modern medicine had taken shape, rendering the ancient practice of bloodletting obsolete, as many medical experts had confirmed its ineffectiveness. Nevertheless, in regions with scarce medical resources, traditional treatment methods still held sway. Even in reputable hospitals, bloodletting services and tools were available for sale. It was thanks to such tools that she avoided the anguish of lacerating her veins for blood. Before returning to her base, Angel had considered obtaining blood from ordinary people to feed bloodthirst, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Firstly, it would attract undue attention, potentially casting her as a vampire in some urban legend, and she might find herself on the official extraordinary beings blacklist. Upon inquiring at the nearest hospital, she learned that due to the era's lack of technology for long-term blood preservation, patients requiring transfusions could only find those willing to donate blood on site, fresh and ready for use. Thus, she had to settle for purchasing a set of bloodletting tools, ensuring her self-sufficiency. Carefully disinfecting her hands and tools with alcohol, she bore the pain as she pierced the skin of her left hand with a metal needle attached to a rubber tube, penetrating the vein on the back of her hand. Watching her blood drip drop by drop from the rubber tube into the transparent measuring cup, producing a faint sound, Angel felt a chill coursing through her body. It is said that an ancient form of punishment involved blindfolding the condemned, then lacerating their blood vessels to let the blood drip into a basin. The terror of being unable to see, combined with the sound of dripping and the body temperature dropping due to blood loss, would instill a profound sense of impending death in the prisoner. Even a small amount of blood loss could evoke intense fear, potentially leading to a fatal fright. Watching her blood flow steadily from her body, filling the glass cup, she suddenly grasped the essence of that terror. Lost in her thoughts, the blood in the measuring cup surpassed the 400 milliliter mark. Angel withdrew the needle, applying pressure to her hand to stem the bleeding before taking the precious blood to the iron box containing bloodthirst. The blood, once separated from her body, would soon coagulate. If she did not act swiftly to nourish it, her efforts would be in vain. The rapid loss of blood had left her feeling cold and her heart racing, causing her to shiver as the transparent glass cup trembled in her hand, the blood reflecting a dark red hue in the light, a hint of a metallic sweetness wafting into her nostrils. The 400 milliliters represented approximately 10% of her blood volume, the maximum safe limit for a single donation. She intended to start with this cautious amount, and if it proved insufficient, she would not consider further bloodletting. Her primary purpose for coming to Inmat Harbor was to participate in the Night Watchers joint operation, should she overexert herself and jeopardize her health. It could reflect poorly on the entire Tingeon City team. Lifting the lid of the metal box, a powerful stench of blood surged forth, instantly overwhelming the slight sweetness of the blood in the cup. She anxiously glanced toward the door, uncertain whether the securely closed windows could contain this odor. Even if they could temporarily mask it, it would not be long before others would take notice. Time was of the essence, and with gritted teeth, Angel opened the lid and swiftly poured the entire cup of blood into the box. The iron box was not large, and, after placing a revolver inside, there was scarcely any extra space. Yet, as the 400 milliliters of blood poured in, not a single drop spilled over, as it was instantly absorbed by the pitch-black handgun. Consumed, as though steeped in blood, Angel quietly observed the revolver, which had undergone a profound transformation, waiting for several seconds. When no further changes occurred, she dripped the last few drops of blood from the measuring cup onto the gun's body, watching as the blood trickled down the weapon's surface without being absorbed. Only then did she feel a sense of relief as she grasped the cold handle, the weighty frame imparting a distinct sense of security. The negative effects of bloodthirst had finally been dispelled through the infusion of her own blood, rendering it a magical item she could wield once more. The revolver, identical in caliber to the one originally wielded by Angel, measures at 0.45 inches and is capable of holding 5 rounds. After prolonged use of substandard ammunition and a lack of maintenance that resulted in damage to the firing pin, it had been discarded by Cole into a corner. Unexpectedly, upon merging with an extraordinary attribute of unknown origins, even the damaged firing pin found itself restored to functionality. Angel inspected the rifling. Although it bore the marks of prior use, it was in far better condition than Cole's other revolver, which had nearly lost all its rifling due to wear. Given the material's transformation and significant increase in hardness, concerns about further wear on the rifling were now a thing of the past. Without hesitation, she extracted the .045 revolver from her holster, reloaded it with eager bullets, and carefully stored the old revolver in her luggage. From now on, this weapon would serve as her primary armament. It would be prudent to test it at the shooting range on another day. Firing indiscriminately at the Night Watcher's base could easily lead to being mistaken for a traitor or, at the very least, incite unnecessary chaos among the others. Time had slipped away unnoticed. Deli was conversing with an unfamiliar man when she spotted Angel descending from the upper floor. Their dialogue ceased as Deli approached. "Just as I was wondering where you had gone, you appear. There's a task at hand. What is the matter? You look rather pale. Was the loss of blood so apparent?" Angel extended her hand to examine her nails. Indeed, the nail beds were noticeably paler than usual. It seemed that the loss of 400 milliliters of blood had rendered a visible effect on her. Deli scrutinized Angel's somewhat pallid visage, seemingly arriving at an understanding, and lowered her voice to inquire, "Have you come on your monthly cycle?" Chapter 69, The Night Market. Come on my cycle? Which one? Angel was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp the shift in conversation. Deli nodded knowingly. "If you're feeling unwell, you should rest early. I will find someone else to capture that craftsman." The mention of craftsman caused a pang of anxiety in Angel's chest as she instinctively touched the revolver, bloodthirst, at her waist. Could be the same craftsman, Covey, who had evaluated her extraordinary item earlier that afternoon. Had she been reported as a wild extraordinary? "I'm fine. I simply felt a bit fatigued this afternoon, compounded by skipping dinner, which has left me rather hungry." "Who exactly is this craftsman you speak of?" Angel feigned nonchalance, waving her hand dismissively. "The wanted notice issued by the Mechanical Heart of Inmat Harbor just reached us yesterday. Tomas, one of their operatives and a craftsman, went missing after allegedly killing 2 of his teammates during a mission yesterday. Is his potion simply called craftsman?" Angel instinctively recalled Covey, who had assessed bloodthirst for her, also referred to as a craftsman. Perhaps this was a potion derived from the teachings of the god of steam and machinery, akin to the sleepless of the goddess of night. Deli shook her head and retrieved a wanted poster from the indifferent man behind her, handing it to Angel. The poster depicted a man in his 30s with short hair and a slender face, adorned with thick-rimmed glasses, resembling a schoolteacher. Tomas is a clerical personnel of the Mechanical Heart, who has never had the opportunity to obtain a potion and become extraordinary. He possesses some knowledge of firearm maintenance and equipment installation, often assisting in weapon repairs and equipment upkeep. However, it seems likely that he has independently consumed a potion and transformed into an extraordinary being, subsequently eliminating witnesses before vanishing. According to the wanted notice, he has likely reached the level of Sequence 8. So, craftsman merely denotes a profession, not a sequence of extraordinary status. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Angel mused, gazing anew at the elegant face of Tomas on the wanted poster. Such an unassuming appearance, if not for the wanted notice, would likely not attract the attention of law enforcement or extraordinary individuals as he passed by. This is indeed a significant scandal. Had it not been for the deaths of two extraordinary beings and the severe personnel shortage in Inmat Harbor, they likely would have resolved the traitor issue internally without issuing a wanted notice to us. Deli continued in a hushed tone. She took a small step back to allow the man behind her to speak, continuing, "This is Herman, a member of the Mechanical Hearts Inmat Harbor Squad. A Sequence 8 Seeker and a Combat Scholar." Seeker? A path similar to Old Neil's, yet a Combat Scholar? What a peculiar name for a potion. However, many potions possess similarly nonsensical names, such as Audience or Mortician. If one were to compile the names of potions from all 22 paths, with 9 sequences each, it would undoubtedly resemble a chaotic stew of various traits. Herman, the dark-haired man, did not greet Angel, but rather, with a sense of urgency, turned to Deli and said, "Lady Deli, we should set off as soon as possible. Tomas was located 6 hours ago, and he may have already fled elsewhere." "Very well. I was hoping to find another ally. But as you can see, this lady is feeling unwell, so it will just be me accompanying you." It appeared she still believed Angel was on her cycle. At this moment, Angel finally grasped the implication, finding herself in a bemused predicament, unable to refute the misunderstanding while unable to explain the inexplicable blood loss. Yet, Deli's misconception worked to her advantage. Previously, she had arranged a meeting with Miss Justice at the Vulture's Bar between 8 and 10 this evening. If called upon to assist the Mechanical Heart in capturing a fugitive, she would inevitably forego the other engagement. Herman hesitated, glancing at Rupert Norman, who was preparing pipe tobacco, seemingly contemplating enlisting this additional combatant. However, Deli had already forged ahead through the doors of the Silver Bullet, forcing him to follow swiftly. Angel felt a twinge of confusion regarding Deli's decision not to recruit others. But upon witnessing the Mechanical Heart members suddenly appear at the entrance, boarding the carriage alongside Herman, she understood the situation. They were armed with automatic weapons. Truly, the extraordinary armament of the god of steam and machinery was formidable. This fire support squad, comprised of ordinary individuals, was fully equipped, and while they had not brought the more powerful but cumbersome high-pressure steam rifles, the rapid-fire rifles they wielded held a level of firepower that far surpassed that of ordinary semi-automatic weaponry. Moreover, with Deli, a Sequence 7 medium, assisting, confronting a fleeing Sequence 8, even one labeled as a Combat Scholar, seemed an assured victory. Sensing Angel's gaze, Rupert paused his task, looked up at her, and smiled, appearing ready to speak, fearing yet another drawn-out conversation with this loquacious individual. Angel pretended not to see him and walked purposefully out of the ground-floor hall of the Silver Bullet. She was eager to reach the Vulture's Bar to sell the star crystals she had no immediate use for. Navigating through the bustling bar area, she ascended to the 3rd floor of the Vulture's Bar, where the atmosphere was far more vibrant than during the day, leaving her momentarily astonished. On her initial visit, the sparse crowd had led her to believe that the underground market of Inmat Harbor was rather lackluster, but it became clear that nighttime was when the venue truly thrived. The convenient maritime and land transport provided a steady influx of transient populations and goods, making underground trading here far more prosperous than in Tingen. At this moment, the somewhat confined 3rd floor resembled a cacophonous marketplace, with designated stalls fully occupied, and others resorting to setting up makeshift stands and corners, even hawking their wares directly. Buyers wandered among the stalls, frequently pausing to inquire about prices and complete transactions. The presence of armed guards had also doubled since the afternoon, with 2 stationed at the stairwell and 2 in the corner by the window, carefully observing the movements of the crowd. Amidst the throng, Angel struggled to locate Justice, whom she had yet to see, and thus squeezed her way through the crowd to the wall-mounted message board. By the afternoon, a third of the space on the message board had been filled with various trading information, leaving new messages to seek out gaps between the words, often inscribed in a smaller font. Some individuals even erased messages left by others in prominent positions to write their own, resulting in a chaotic smudge across the board, making many of the newly inscribed words nearly indecipherable. However, the message she had written regarding the sale of star crystals remained intact, and upon closer inspection, a few lines of small text lingered beside it. "I want them all. The price is negotiable. Meet Justice by the stall at the stairway in the evening." Indeed, this strategically placed message attracted the attention of Miss Justice, who was in urgent need of potion materials. Angel did not rush to find her. Instead, she continued to browse the significantly updated message board, hoping to discover more useful information. Her gaze swept across the messages, summarizing the trading contents, and she gained a general understanding of the market's trading level. It appeared that although the foot traffic was not markedly different from that of the Dragon Tavern in Tingen, and the disorder was exacerbated by poor management, the quality of items traded at Inmat Harbor was half a notch higher than that of Tingen. Here, one could procure various spiritually rich materials and occasionally extraordinary weapons. The sale of items with exceptional characteristics likely stemmed from the relatively lenient environment of Inmat Harbor. Unfortunately, she found no leads on the main materials for the Instigator's potion. Perhaps it would be better to post a request for the materials herself? Just as she was about to shift her gaze to the end of the message board in disappointment, a peculiar message caught her eye, inscribed in an exceedingly small font, resembling a stain forgotten in a corner. More chapters for the leader. Chapter 70, Justice and Trade. Of course, this could also be a bait message, as many extraordinary individuals and even ordinary people were aware of the names of Sequence 9 potions. One did not need to know the complete formula to post a selling message. In such transactions between strangers, without a third-party guarantee, it was impossible to ascertain the authenticity of the formula or materials received, rendering the risk exceedingly high. Angel retained all the potion knowledge that Cole had imparted to her, from assassins to witches, and did not require the formula itself. She merely needed those 2 primary materials. If given a choice, she would prefer to acquire each material from different individuals rather than gamble her hopes on the conscience of an unknown seller. As long as she could obtain the 2 primary materials, she could procure auxiliary materials from a regular herbalist or an alchemist shop, and even acquire some from the Night Watcher's warehouse under the pretense of crafting talismans. She could immediately recreate the Instigator's potion from her memory. Regrettably, after scouring the entire trading market and the extensive information on the message board, this was the only clue pointing to the Instigator. Even if it turned out to be a trap, she had no choice but to plunge headlong into it, perhaps securing a rope around herself for safety. Fortunately, the message specified that the meeting time was the following afternoon, so there was no rush. Naturally, Angel had contemplated acquiring potion materials through the Night Goddess Church, but initially, she could not explain how she knew the follow-up potion formula for assassins. Additionally, completing the role of an assassin within a month would be too conspicuous and would surely attract the attention of the church's higher-ups. Willing to take such risks, she preferred to quietly amass funds for purchasing materials and reveal her promotion when the time was right. Most patrons coming to trade were heading deeper into the market, leaving the stairway entrance populated only by guards glancing around and passers-by, making the 2 individuals closest to the stairway appear quite conspicuous. After observing them for 2 minutes, Angel noted that the man and woman showed no intention of leaving, and since no one else matched the description of Justice in her message, she took a deep breath and approached. At the first glance of the woman, she confirmed that this Justice was not the same as the one she sought. In the misty space constructed by Mr. Fool, members had all stood during their first meeting, allowing Angel to estimate the other 2's builds based on her own height. Miss Justice was likely around 7 meters tall, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. In contrast, this woman, also claiming to be Justice, appeared not even to be an adult, standing at less than 6 meters, a good half head shorter than Angel. Her brown hair was styled into a short ponytail that exuded vitality, and she donned a long dress that blended the styles of the Ruined Kingdom and Byron, common in Inmat Harbor. Unless the audience potion could distort perceptions of others' heights and hairstyles, this woman was certainly not the Justice of the Tarot Society. While observing the 2, the tall male, who was engaged in a low conversation with the woman, quickly directed a wary glance towards Angel, confirming someone was approaching and stopping their conversation. He shifted his body to block Angel's path. "Apologies, I am here for a transaction. May I inquire if she is Miss Justice?" Angel sought to avoid any unnecessary conflict, noticing the man's heightened vigilance, and promptly halted her steps, extending her hands from beneath her cloak to indicate she posed no threat. "She is. What do you need?" The man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with short black hair, clad in a black vest over a white shirt, his legs appearing slender beneath fitted trousers. Were it not for the revolver conspicuously holstered at his waist, he could have easily been mistaken for a servant from a wealthy household. It seemed this individual was indeed Miss Justice's bodyguard, which explained why a young woman who looked no older than 16 or 17 dared to venture into the chaotic trading market at night, and could afford to hire an armed bodyguard, indicating that this version of Justice was as wealthy as the Tarot Society's Miss Justice. Angel quickly analyzed their identities, noticing the bodyguard's expression growing increasingly impatient, as if he were on the verge of erupting. She hurriedly introduced herself. I am the seller who left a message for her on the board this afternoon regarding the star crystals. Before Angel could finish her sentence, Justice had already peeked out from behind the bodyguard, exclaiming excitedly, "That's wonderful. I've been waiting for you. I thought you wouldn't come today. Apologies for the delay. I took a bit longer on the way and just checked the message board again." Angel offered a perfunctory apology, though she felt it was unwarranted since the time range for her message extended over 2 hours, and she had not yet exceeded the agreed-upon time. "Shall we find a quieter spot, or conduct the transaction right here? Let's do it here. We'll exchange money for goods under the watchful gaze of the guards, ensuring our mutual security. How many grams of star crystals do you have?" The response came once again from the bodyguard. While Justice appeared rather naive and seemed to place considerable trust in him, Angel produced several pieces of star crystal already packed in a cloth bag. Most of them had been acquired from the trading market in Tingen for the purpose of crafting special ammunition, while a small portion was the leftover from the materials she collected from Old Neil for bullet production. Due to their varying origins, the star crystals have been divided into 4 or 5 irregularly sized fragments, totaling 40 grams. These are indeed star crystals, identical to what I purchased earlier today. How much do you have in total? The brown-haired girl beamed with an authentic smile, as if the starlight emanating from the crystals had illuminated the potion she would soon consume. You purchased some earlier today? Angel recalled that the diviner's potion required 50 grams of star crystals and initially thought her supply was insufficient. To her surprise, the buyer had already procured some from elsewhere. She was merely curious about how much more is needed. There are 40 grams in total, and I'm selling them for 200 pounds, not sold separately. Angel had initially planned to add a slight premium, aiming for a price around 180 pounds, but seeing the buyer's eagerness, she secretly raised the price a little. The bodyguard seemed poised to say something, yet the girl behind him quickly nodded. "All right, no problem. I want them all. Let's go weigh them over there. If the weight is correct, we can finalize the transaction." The black-haired bodyguard's attempts at haggling met with futility, leaving him to gesture helplessly towards the public balance next to the armed guard. "All right, fine." The group moved to the table where the scale was situated. Under the eager gaze of Justice, Angel poured the starlight crystal from her cloth bag onto one side of the scale, while the bodyguard carefully placed an equivalent weight of weight on the other side. Indeed, it amounted to 40 grams. The scale maintained equilibrium between the 4 10-gram weights and the starlight crystal, which brought a radiant smile to Justice's wide-eyed face. It seemed that the quantity of starlight crystal she lacked was roughly this amount. Angel held the bag in one hand and spread her palm open with the other, not looking at Justice, but rather at her bodyguard. The naive girl hardly appeared to be one who managed finances. The black-haired bodyguard tilted his head to glance at Justice, and upon receiving her nod of approval, he retrieved his wallet from the inner pocket of his vest, counted out 200 pounds in cash, and exchanged it for the bag containing the starlight crystal. After meticulously counting the bills and examining each watermark under the light, Angel stored the money safely in the inner pocket of her clothing. "No issues here. I have received the 200 pounds. With the help of her bodyguard, Justice also completed her examination of the starlight crystal, the enchanting starlight illuminating her face and lending an air of mystique to her youthful features. "I have no problems on my end either." The bodyguard still wore a stern expression, seemingly displeased with the fact that his young mistress had settled the transaction without negotiation. However, seeing that Justice had finished her inspection of the crystal, he nodded at Angel. The successful transaction, rather than ending in dispute and suspicion, brought relief to both parties. Noticing that Justice remained in high spirits, Angel seized the opportunity to voice her curiosity. "Miss Justice, may I inquire if you are part of an organization called the Tarot Society?" "The Tarot Society. I rather like the name they assigned to me, so I decided to keep it." It appeared she was quite pleased with the codename Justice. However, as expected, this so-called Tarot Society turned out to be a counterfeit organization, specializing in using mysticism to deceive wealthy young gentlemen and ladies. It was no wonder that the local night watch had ceased their pursuit after a brief investigation. Yet, it was worth noting that this young lady's experience with the Tarot Society bore some resemblance to her own. Had Justice not encountered Mr. Fool, and subsequently me and the Hanged Man, she too might have fallen victim to some peculiar organization, paying for a lesson, or even acquiring counterfeit potions. Upon learning that the Amart Harbor branch of the Tarot Society was a sham, Angel's lingering worries dissipated, replaced by a swell of pride for the genuine Tarot Society. "I must express my gratitude to this Mr. Wilson. Angel echoed the sentiments of a stranger who had unknowingly aided her in dismantling the counterfeit tarot society, offering a silent commendation. Chapter 71. An unexpected encounter inside the clockmaker's shop. Having resolved the issue with the tarot society, Angel found little desire to linger at the Carrion Bird Tavern, swiftly bidding farewell to Justice and her bodyguard as they departed from the trading market. This pair of master and servant seemed to have further business to attend to, as Angel observed them making their way towards the message board while descending the stairs. Compared to Justice, who was fervently pursuing potions at inflated prices, Angel found herself more intrigued by the enigmatic bodyguard beside her. From their brief interactions, she suspected he might be an extraordinary individual. Unfortunately, the extraordinary could not be discerned by appearance alone, even when utilizing spiritual sight. They merely appeared healthier and more robust than ordinary individuals, a state easily achievable through moderate training. Unless confronted directly and witnessing their extraordinary abilities in action, distinguishing them from the average person proved to be quite challenging. This explained why even the administrative personnel of the Mechanical Heart had privately ingested the Sequence 8 potion before being discovered by their teammates. But if this bodyguard was indeed extraordinary, what could compel him to serve as an underage girl's attendant? Was it a lack of funds, a commitment to fulfill, or perhaps another reason altogether? As she exited the Carrion Bird, Angel's mind conjured elaborate scenarios. Observing him poised for action, she curiously inquired, "Captain Clement, are you heading out for patrol?" "Patrol? There's hardly time for that now. I need to relieve my teammates who have been on watch all day. They haven't even had time to eat." It seemed the tardiness of the Beckland squad had turned this joint operation into a war of attrition, exacerbating the already strained manpower of the Amart Harbor squad. Even the captain had to venture out at midnight to fulfill duties. No wonder the night watch's stronghold was so devoid of life throughout the day. Angel stepped aside as Captain Clement hastily passed by her, leaving the Silver Bullet on foot for an undisclosed location. As the door closed behind him, Angel surveyed the first-floor hall, realizing she was left alone with Dally Simone, while the other sleepless watchmen had likely been called away for duty. At that moment, she felt a twinge of gratitude for being an assassin rather than a sleepless one. Did they capture a member of the Mechanical Heart? Setting the dinner she had procured on the coffee table, Angel took a seat opposite Dally, shaking the coffee pot only to discover it contained a small amount, albeit cold. Unfortunately, no. Dally, who had been resting with her eyes closed, was one of the few non-sleepless members in the team, tasked with guarding their base while her teammates took turns on missions. Coupled with the capture of the defecting member from the Mechanical Heart, weariness was evident on her face. Upon hearing the question, she opened her eyes, and Angel noticed that the blush and eyeshadow that seemed to be part of her face had long since washed away, revealing her fair skin. Accepting the cool coffee poured by Angel, Dally continued, "The location was within our jurisdiction, in an apartment on Prank Street. I suspect they had intended to resolve the matter privately, especially since an active member turned traitor and killed 2 teammates. Such news would hardly be a source of pride. However, the divination was soon disrupted by the other party, leaving the situation unclear. With insufficient personnel, they had no choice but to seek the cooperation of the Night Watch to carry out the capture. Counter-divination? What kind of extraordinary individual was that defector? Angel recalled that old Neil had informed her of the significance of counter-divination when divining a wanted individual, but according to him, those capable of employing such techniques were at least mid-sequence extraordinary individuals, confined to a few pathways proficient in divination abilities. They were also unaware that the 2 teammates killed had been shot from behind on the spot, with ordinary revolver bullets leaving no other signs of disturbance at the scene, making it challenging to determine the pathway involved. This was why the Mechanical Heart had equipped members with automatic weapons. They feared encountering mid-sequence extraordinary individuals. Regrettably, even the fully armed members of the Mechanical Heart met with failure, as the other party was adept in counter-divination techniques, suggesting their corresponding divination abilities were not to be underestimated. They had likely sensed the impending capture and fled before we arrived. What a pity. Dally's face bore no trace of regret. Instead, she wore an expression of amusement at the situation. The apartment in question had been purchased long ago by Tomas as a secret stronghold, and they had discovered a stash of spiritual materials and weapons within the room, likely intercepted during his work. Hermann, the member of the Mechanical Heart you encountered today, concluded that the 2 team members were silenced after discovering Tomas's clandestine spiritual materials during confrontation. Regrettably, after today's commotion, even Tomas would not remain in Amart Harbor. If he acted swiftly, found a ship willing to set sail at night, and headed south along the coast, he could reach Preeyes Harbor by tomorrow morning. The last fugitive we determined would flee Tianjin City overnight ultimately met his demise there. Handing a single Suler banknote to the coachman, Angel alighted from the carriage. By this time, it was already the morning of the second day, a moment that should have been bathed in brilliant sunshine. However, a solitary cloud, blown in from the sea, obscured much of the sky over Inmat Port, casting a somber shadow over the entire city. In stark contrast, the distant sea was graced by the sun's rays, revealing an exquisite scene through the Tyndall effect created by the moisture in the air. Perhaps this juxtaposition is one of the reasons why Inmat Port, despite its coastline marred by oil and debris, continues to attract throngs of visitors. The Beckland team has confirmed their arrival at Inmat Port tomorrow, Sunday at noon, and a long-anticipated operation is set to commence that very night. Apart from Dolly, who bore a weary expression from exceeding her work hours, the other insomniacs were in high spirits. However, upon hearing that they must continue surveilling several target locations to prevent any premature flight of their quarry, even those who had only managed to snatch 3 or 4 hours of sleep found their smiles gradually replaced by frowns. Fortunately, with a significant number of insomniacs, they could effectively fill all shifts. Angel, being a rare exception who could not endure the night like the others without losing her combat efficacy, only needed to remain within the silver bullet during designated hours, much like Dolly. She was assigned to guard duty tonight, with another Reaper on watch during the day, allowing her to complete her pending tasks in the last moments of her free time. This afternoon, she planned to reach out to the extraordinary individual who had left a message in the trading market, hoping to procure the main ingredients for the instigator potion, if possible. The primary ingredient for a Sequence 8 potion required between 200 to 300 pounds, while the recipe itself cost around 400 pounds. Fortunately, Angel was already familiar with the potion recipes for the assassin pathway up to Sequence 7. She only needed to acquire the materials. To ensure she could secure at least one primary ingredient, she had sold all her star crystals yesterday, amassing over 400 pounds in cash. As long as the seller did not engage in exorbitant price hikes, that should suffice. However, before heading to the Carrion Bird trading post, Angel intended to make a brief visit to the Covey-Watch shop. The appraisal of the bloodthirsty item she conducted yesterday had revealed the craftsman Covey's exceptional reputation, held in high regard by the hangman, attesting to his remarkable skill. She mused whether this craftsman would be willing to undertake the task of creating a new style of weapon. Angel's mind brimmed with designs far superior to a revolver, yet lacking the ability to fabricate them herself. She had long buried this aspiration. Nevertheless, the thought stirred anew upon the prospect of meeting the craftsman. The half-open glass door, untouched by any cleaning, hinted at her fortune. It appeared the shop remained open on weekends. With a sense of relief, Angel knocked on the door and, without waiting for an invitation from within, pushed it open and stepped inside. The gas lamps in the shop were unlit, and in the dim environment, the elderly man she had previously mistaken for Covey lay sprawled in the narrow aisle, his face pressed against the floor. A pool of dark red blood seeping from the point of contact, a short-barreled shotgun flung far away. Craftsman Covey knelt on the ground, clutching his bleeding left shoulder. Red marks around his neck indicating he had been choked, and a brass revolver with an elongated barrel rested against his forehead. The gun's owner stood before Covey, right hand gripping the weapon, left hand clasping a pocket watch. Upon hearing the door open, the man, clad in a long coat and wearing a newsboy cap, tilted his head slightly, his gaze peering through thick-framed glasses toward the entrance. Chapter 72. Tomas. The wanted poster she had seen just last night flashed through Angel's mind. She could scarcely believe she would encounter the traitor of the mechanical heart here, the extraordinary being who had slain 2 of her teammates, Tomas. Had this fugitive not hastily fled Inmat Port after narrowly escaping the divinations and pursuits of the mechanical heart? The unexpected visitor disrupted Tomas's actions, causing a flicker of hesitation to cross his face as he contemplated the intruder's identity and whether to silence her. Quick to react, Angel, although taken aback by the presence of a wanted criminal, allowed her muscle memory to take precedence over her thoughts. Before Tomas could fully turn his face toward the door, she had drawn the bloodthirsty from her side, and without the luxury of aiming carefully, she pulled the trigger aimed at Tomas. Bang! The infused essence surged into the enchanted item, and the enhanced demon-hunting bullet shot forth, dragging a shadowy trail behind it. The unexpected force nearly caused Angel to lose her grip on the weapon, and the bullet veered off course, embedding itself into the wall behind Tomas. A flash of black and purple flames flickering past, yet failing to ignite the wallpaper. Even had she re-aimed and fired again, that shot was destined to miss. Tomas had reacted the moment Angel drew her gun. He kicked the kneeling Covey aside and used the recoil to tumble behind the counter, narrowly evading the attack. Crash! Having collided with some fragile object, Tomas quickly concealed himself behind the counter, escaping Angel's line of sight. Not wishing to linger, Angel aimed her gun at Tomas's hiding spot while quietly retreating. She did not forget that this was a traitor with the ability to counter divination. Someone who had killed 2 extraordinary teammates. This was not an enemy she, as a Sequence 9 assassin, could confront alone. Now that the gunshot had echoed, the nearby Steam and Mechanical God Church and the Mechanical Hearts residents would not overlook the conflict within their jurisdiction. It would not be long before a throng of extraordinary beings would arrive on the scene. All she needed to do was buy some time. Be careful. Covey's weak voice reached her ears, causing Angel's heart to tighten. She caught a glimpse of flames flickering behind the counter, followed by a faint explosion near the door, reminiscent of the sound of burning wood. The gunfire erupted behind her, the flames spewing from the gun's muzzle mingled with the scent of gunpowder. A bullet whizzing past her scalp, even managing to lift a couple of her golden strands. Utilizing the flames to move swiftly, the fallen member of the Mechanical Heart had been shot dead. Angel's mind raced, recognizing these traits aligned with a certain adversary from her memory. The tailed suit clown, possessing the same extraordinary ability as that member of the secret society. Knowing the opponent's potion sequence, she felt a strange calm wash over her. While formidable, they were no longer shrouded in mystery. Her previous combat experience was now an advantage. As her body hit the ground, Angel pressed her unarmed left hand against the floor to propel herself, rolling to the right and vacating her original position. As anticipated, a second gunshot rang out, the bullet shattering the floor into splinters. Now facing Tomas, who had appeared behind her in a burst of flames, Angel lifted the bloodthirsty and squeezed the trigger. As if prepared, Tomas elegantly sidestepped, evading the counterattack with a mocking smile, slightly adjusting his aim to target Angel, who lay on the ground. A golden flame laced with purple erupted behind him, ethereal purple-black motes floating past, followed by a searing sensation on the exposed skin of his neck, causing the revolver in his grasp to tremble uncontrollably. You mother. Tomas's trembling lips formed incoherent words, and before he could aim, he ruthlessly pulled the trigger toward the figure lying on the ground. Faster than him, a large-caliber bullet, trailing black flames, pierced through his body, interrupting his profane utterances. No, the bullet struck only a paper effigy, charred and riddled with holes. Tomas's emaciated form seemed to compress, shrinking and thinning, before being pierced by the fiery bullet shot from the bloodthirsty, black flames surging up and incinerating the paper figure entirely. Ashes scattered amidst the purple-black phosphorescent dust, and Tomas's presence vanished without a trace. This was also one of the tailed suit clown's extraordinary abilities, paper effigy substitution. Having never intended to resolve the confrontation with a single shot, Angel felt no surprise as the ashes of the paper figure drifted down. Instead, she hastened to rise from the ground, fleeing from the terrifying eruption of enhanced phosphorescence. She loaded a phosphorescent round into the bloodthirsty 5-barrel chamber, intended for assistance and interference against adversaries. Typically, she set this particular round to be the second fired, ensuring that in the event of an emergency, the first shot would still be a live round. However, she did not anticipate that the bloodthirsty trait, absorbing the user's essence to passively enhance ammunition power and bestow a black flame effect, would also apply to auxiliary rounds. The phosphorescent round she had just discharged detonated against the door frame behind Thomas. Originally designed to cause no harm to humans but merely to disrupt the opponent, was ignited by the black flames, resulting in an incendiary effect akin to that of a fireball. Fortunately, Thomas, being the individual closest to the blast point, shielded Angel from most of the black flames. Otherwise, given the proximity, she would likely have met a dire fate herself. Nevertheless, the black flame powder that drifted within the enclosed space settled upon Angel's exposed arms, eliciting a faint sting. Luckily, the black flames, born of the witch's extraordinary abilities, were similarly ineffective against ordinary objects. Otherwise, she might have been branded an arsonist. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet Angel dared not let her guard down. Gripping her bloodthirsty weapon, she remained vigilant, cautiously retreating deeper into the clock shop, circumventing the motionless white-haired elder. She abandoned the discarded short-barreled shotgun and approached Covey. The paper doll substitute seemed to not only absorb attacks meant for the extraordinary, but also facilitated a brief displacement. allowing for a more unexpected movement when utilizing the flame flash, enabling her to evade detection by adversaries. She longed to flee directly. Had it not been for Thomas blocking the doorway after her recent flash, she would have already dashed into the street, calling for the mechanical heart to capture the fugitive. Alas, the lingering black flames at the entrance rendered escape impossible unless she braved the risk of burns to her face, leaving her with no choice but to await the dissipation of the hovering luminescent powder within the shop. Angel glanced sideways at Covey, who grimaced in pain while clutching his injured shoulder, struggling to rise from the floor. Had it not been for this craftsman's timely warning, she might have already succumbed to a fatal shot from Thomas. "You're all right." As she spoke, the edge of the phosphorescent light's effective range began to fade, and suddenly, an orange glow erupted next to the dissipating black flames. Thomas's figure, clad in a trench coat, emerged from the luminescence, gradually coming into focus. Prepared, Angel raised her weapon and fired. The bullet struck Thomas's partially formed upper body, producing a sharp sound as it passed through. The purple-black flames surged, instantly engulfing the hit paper doll. Yet, knowing he would be targeted, why would he squander his essence so recklessly? Such life-preserving abilities surely could not be used without limit. There must be some restrictions. In her contemplation, Angel noticed a fist-sized spherical object fall from the dissipating flames, bouncing twice on the floor before rolling towards the counter. 3 to 4 meters away, Covey, just regaining his footing, was startled by the sudden appearance of flames and began to retreat, but upon seeing the spherical object, he let out a sharp cry of bomb. Quickly, without needing further prompting, Angel, possessing knowledge of weaponry far beyond her era, was acutely aware of the significance of such a spherical object. As it landed and began to roll, she had already calculated its trajectory with her keen vision. She kicked the nearby short-barreled shotgun, striking the spherical object with precision, sending it hurtling toward the clock shop's entrance, much like a baseball struck by a bat. Simultaneously, she turned without hesitation and sprinted towards the only cover available, the innermost workbench of the clock shop. As she passed Covey, he remained frozen in shock, eyes wide and mouth agape, seemingly paralyzed either by fear or his naturally slow reflexes, failing to react further. "Get down." The moment Angel tugged him behind the workbench, a violent shockwave and cacophony erupted, followed by the sound of shattering glass. The workbench felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, forcefully pressed against the wall. And the two of them were compressed together, like filling in a pastry, crushed against the hard surface. Angel felt a bitter taste in her throat. Amidst the intense impact, she expelled an unknown fluid, whether bile or gastric juice, as Covey cushioned her from the direct blow of the workbench. However, behind her was the tightly shut back door and the unyielding wall. The shockwave pinned her against the iron door, and she felt a searing pain radiate from the back of her head, as if a burning iron rod had been driven through her skull, threatening to split apart. A buzzing filled her ears as she blinked, her vision gradually clarifying. The front door, utterly destroyed by the explosion, heralded the approach of calm footsteps, crunching over shards of glass and wood as they drew nearer. She glanced over the workbench that lay atop them, spotting the figure clad in a trench coat and duck cap, backlit as it advanced. Chapter 73. The Utility of Extraordinary Traits. Oh no, now her body was immobilized, rendering her unable to evade. Angel attempted to rise from the ground, only to realize that with a person and a table pressing down upon her, she could only move her head and the right hand she had shielded in front of her. All other parts of her body were severely restricted. Covey had succumbed to unconsciousness from the dual blows of the bomb's shock and the workbench's impact, leaving him limp atop Angel, a significant hindrance to her counterattack. Sleep-inducing charms. Daggers, the items she could potentially utilize, flickered through her mind one by one, and she discovered that the only weapon still available to her was the bloodthirsty weapon she had inadvertently let slip while dodging the bomb. As she watched the figure approach, Angel slowly moved her right hand, stealthily searching beneath her and Covey for the whereabouts of the revolver that had fallen during the chaos. Perhaps her slight movement caught Thomas's attention, as he halted approximately 3 meters away from them. "I mean no harm." Expecting mockery, Angel was taken aback by Thomas's unexpected words, nearly bursting into laughter. Had it not been for that elder, who was mistakenly perceived as a craftsman, collapsing to the ground, she might have been shot in the head or blown to bits by the bomb. Perhaps she might have actually believed him. In her search, she finally grasped the frigid, bloodthirsty weapon. Gradually moving her right arm, she stealthily extracted the weapon from beneath her, opting for subtlety as she fixed her gaze upon Thomas. eager to see how he would attempt to justify his actions further. I merely sought the extraordinary trait. If she refuses to cooperate, then she must perish. As for you, I have no idea what your intentions are, but had you simply left quietly from the outset, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Do you derive a sense of superiority from killing? Unable to hold her tongue any longer, Angel retorted after listening to Thomas's rambling. She finally raised the bloodthirsty weapon behind the table, aiming it at him, unable to tolerate any more of Thomas's arrogant proclamations, and pulled the trigger. The enhanced bullet easily penetrated the wooden workbench, sending flying wood shavings toward Thomas, who seemed to have anticipated the attack. He had already shifted his body sideways before the gunshot rang out, effortlessly evading the bullet. A peculiar whistling sound erupted, akin to steam escaping from a pressure cooker. And after dodging the bullet, Thomas lifted his revolver, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Angel. Suddenly his body froze, as if an invisible fist had created a hole in his chest, causing fragments of clothing and flesh to spray forth, raining onto the ground and the workbench. With a thud, the iron door behind Angel shuddered, revealing a 2-finger-wide hole about a meter off the ground. Steam, rifle. Thomas gasped, his eyes wide, as orange flames surged around him. The second bullet fired from the rifle passed through his now ethereal form, leaving yet another bullet hole in the iron door, creating a gust of wind that scattered the remaining ashes. The nearly imperceptible figure amidst the flames raised its unarmed left hand to its chest, and the wound, sufficient to fit within a fist, vanished, only to reappear at the shoulder. A soft sound echoed as the last flicker of fire dissipated into the air, and Thomas's silhouette did not reemerge. Once again, this technique, the assault from beyond his line of sight, left Thomas no time to summon his paper doll substitute. Or perhaps this ability was constrained by limits. Nevertheless, despite the grievous blow to his chest, he activated the flame leap and damage transfer in his near-fatal state, fleeing the scene. If another opportunity arises, a direct shot to the head would be prudent. Angel mused amidst the heavy footsteps of the mechanical heart members burdened by their grayish-white mechanical boxes. I am fine. The injury is not severe. Hurry and apprehend that scoundrel. He killed Byrne, ruin cursed, truly an ungrateful wretch. Covey, roused from her unconsciousness, sat upon a high-backed chair, now missing half its back, while a man clad in military-like attire tended to her shoulder gunshot wound. This craftsman, having been rescued, incessantly clamored, eager to send every armed soul in the room after the fleeing Thomas. Madam Covey, please maintain your composure. We must attend to your shoulder wound. The captain and the others have already pursued him. Thomas cannot escape far. The man implored, with a hint of exasperation. Amidst the shards of glass and splintered furniture, 2 individuals wielding automatic rifles, alongside a marksman bearing a steam-powered rifle connected to a steam box, encircled Angel. But why did you fortuitously appear here when Thomas assaulted Madam Covey? Ignoring the blood seeping through the bandage wrapped around her shoulder, Covey pushed through the surrounding marksman to explain. That man was about to kill me upon entering. If he truly wished for my demise, he could have simply arrived later, like you all did. The marksman, who had just moments ago questioned Angel, now looked sheepish and lowered his weapon. From their dialogue, Angel inferred that this craftsman was indeed a member of the mechanical heart, likely of significant standing. I am profoundly grateful. Thomas was recognized by Byrne as soon as he entered. However, he utilized that ability to vanish in flames and reappear, moving from the entrance to Byrne's back, where he shot him dead. That scoundrel must have orchestrated this meticulously. His gunfire coincided with the church's chime. After chastising the tardy reinforcements, Covey turned to express her gratitude to Angel. It was then that Angel learned of the events transpiring in Covey's clock shop prior to her arrival. The notorious murderer, wanted by the mechanical heart, brazenly passed by the Church of Steam and the God of Machinery, donning a duckbill cap, and made his way into Covey's establishment. Byrne, now relegated to a secondary role and generally tasked with protecting Covey and her shop, immediately recognized the intruder. He drew his short-barreled shotgun in preparation to defend, but Thomas, employing his flame leap, positioned himself behind Byrne and, under the cover of the church bell's toll, shot him in the head, effectively ending the watchful guardian's life. Subsequently, Thomas wounded Covey and, after interrogating her regarding certain matters, intended to kill her, only to be fortuitously interrupted by Angel's arrival at the clock shop. Poor Byrne, murmured a nearby marksman who had been aiming at Angel with his automatic rifle. He always warned that being an extraordinary individual was perilous, and he was grateful he hadn't ingested any potions back in the day. Who would have thought that at such an advanced age, he would perish not at the hands of an enemy, but rather a traitor? Covey, too, had lost the cleverness and vivacity she exhibited during their transaction the previous day. Now, casting a somber glance at Byrne, who lay on the ground, too close to the spherical bomb during the recent explosion, his coat tattered and his body grotesquely contorted, unrecognizable as human. Immersed in the surrounding atmosphere of sorrow, Angel hesitated to request Covey's assistance in designing and crafting new weaponry, particularly as the shop now resembled a ruin, clearly unsuitable for trade or manufacturing. Yet, driven by curiosity, she inquired of the silent Covey. Wasn't he Thomas already wanted for 2 days? Logically, after yesterday's pursuit, he should have escaped from Inmat Harbor. Why would he risk returning here to confront you? Angel refrained from voicing her unspoken question. Did you harbor some profound grudge against him, compelling him to disregard his life merely to eliminate you before departing? A glimmer of anger flickered in Covey's eyes. Didn't he just say that he desires my extraordinary traits? He must be unable to procure potion materials in Inmat Harbor and intends to utilize my extraordinary nature, to her words abruptly halted, as if she sensed she had revealed something she ought not to have. Tension gripped her body as she glanced at several Mechanical Heart members exiting the shop, their attention diverted from their conversation. Once she realized they had not overheard, she let out a sigh of relief. Her overzealous reaction only heightened Angel's curiosity about the unfinished statement. To utilize my extraordinary traits for what purpose? The notion that one might need to kill Covey to obtain her extraordinary traits upon her demise sent a chill down Angel's spine. Could it be that the extraordinary traits of a certain individual could serve as materials for potions of the same sequence? Overwhelmed by the dreadful thought, Angel instinctively opened her mouth to inquire further, but, upon seeing Covey's expression of having misspoken, deduced that the latter would not continue on that topic. Thus, she awkwardly shifted the conversation. I never anticipated that Thomas had already reached Sequence 7. The wanted notice indicated he sought potion materials himself, secretly becoming an extraordinary individual. Sequence 7? Certainly not. He is merely Sequence 8. Otherwise, he wouldn't be troubling someone of my Sequence 7 standing, Covey replied, validating Angel's previous thought from another angle. Thomas indeed required Covey's extraordinary traits to elevate himself from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7. Wait, Thomas is Sequence 8? Yet, he wields abilities evidently utilized by the Sequence 7 gentleman in the tailcoat? Madam Covey, are you capable of employing the abilities that Thomas just demonstrated? The flame leap and the paper doll substitute? Angel asked, her brow furrowed. Impossible. I, at best, possess a rudimentary understanding of ritual magic, the appraisal of wondrous items, and the crafting of ordinary weapons. The creation of wondrous items requires at least Sequence 6, Covey vehemently countered, her voice gradually diminishing, as if she too felt a twinge of embarrassment. He possesses wondrous items endowed with such extraordinary abilities?